Michael Bakunin. Roots of Apocalypse. Arthur P. Mendel. For Sarah and our children, Ruth, Aaron, Matthew, Joanna, and Eliza. Contents. Introduction. 11. Estrangement. 52. Sanctuary. 32.3. The Fichtian Missionary, First Crusade. 56.4. Conversion to Hegel, Salvation by Faith. 84.5. Revival, Salvation by Deeds. 113.6. Revolutionary Novitiate. 148.7. Apostle of Fiberation. 184.8. 2409. Retreat to Armageddon. 269.10. The International, Zealots and Pharisees. 303.11. Calvary. 369.12. Requiem. 418. Appendix, Narcissus and Oedipus. 436. Notes. 443. Bibliography. 506. Index. 511. About the author. 518. Do not think that I have come to bring peace on earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to set a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and man's foes will be those of his own household. Matthew 10:34-36. So it will be at the close of the age. The angels will come out and separate the evil from the righteous, and throw them into the furnace of fire. Their men will weep and gnash their teeth. Matthew 13:49-50. And when you hear of wars and rumors of wars, do not be alarmed. This must take place, but the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. There will be earthquakes in various places, there will be famines. This is but the beginning of the sufferings. Mark 13:7-8. And brother will deliver up brother to death, and the father his child, and children will rise against parents and have them put to death, and you will be hated by all for my name's sake. But he who endures to the end will be saved. Mark 13:12-13. He is clad in a robe dipped in blood, and the name by which he is called is the Word of God. And the armies of heaven, arrayed in fine linen, white and pure, followed him on white horses. From his mouth issues a sharp sword with which to smite the nations, and he will rule them with a rod of iron. He will tread the winepress of the fury of the wrath of God the Almighty. On his robe and on his thigh he has a name inscribed: King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Then I saw an angel standing in the sun, and with a loud voice he called to all the birds that fly in mid-heaven, Come, gather for the great supper of God, to eat the flesh of kings, and flesh of captains, the flesh of mighty men, the flesh of horses and their riders, and the flesh of all men, both free and slave, both small and great. And I saw the beast and the kings of the earth with their armies gathered to make war against him who sits upon the horse and against his army. And the beast was captured, and with it the false prophet who in its presence had worked the signs by which he deceived those who had received the mark of the beast and those who worshipped its image. These two were thrown alive into the lake of fire that burns with brimstone. And the rest were slain by the sword of him who sits upon the horse, the sword that issues from his mouth, and all the birds were gorged with their flesh. Revelations 13:21. Keshav, with a smile described to us, Sir, in how many ways Kali, the Divine Mother, sports in the world. Sri Ramakrishna, also with a smile, oh, she plays in different ways. She is the dispenser of boons and the dispeller of fear. People worship Raksa Kali, the protectress, in times of epidemic, famine, earthquake, drought, and flood. Smazana Kali is the embodiment of the power of destruction. She resides in the cremation ground, surrounded by corpses, jackals, and terrible female spirits. From her mouth flows a stream of blood, from her neck hangs a garland of human heads, and around her waist is a girdle made of human hands. After the destruction of the universe, at the end of a great cycle, the Divine Mother garners the seeds for the next creation. H. Zimchi, Philosophies of India, pages 565-66. Introduction. I began this book because I thought that the only full biography of Michael Bakunin available in English, E.H. Kars, did not take seriously enough Bakunin's contribution to freedom. I finished the book convinced that neither the Kar biography nor other works on Bakunin take seriously enough his threat to freedom. While I continued to share a widespread admiration for Bakunin's eloquent defense of individual and communal liberty and his prophetic critique of state socialism, it became increasingly obvious to me that there was another side to Bakunin's life and work that favored rigid authoritarianism as vigorously as his familiar theories and pronouncements favor limitless freedom, that, in fact, the freedom itself was, dialectically, an integral part of the authoritarianism. It also became apparent that the reasons for this radical contradiction lay within the man himself and that his anarchist, antinomian freedom was born not of the heroic strength and courage it seems to reflect, but rather of weakness, fear, and flight. Besides changing my mind about Bakunin's freedom, I changed my view of his violence. I saw, first of all, that there was vastly more of it in what he wrote than is usually supposed. But I also saw that, as in the case of his freedom, there was another side, one that was surprisingly nonviolent. Here, too, the reasons for the ambivalence were to be found within Bakunin himself. As the biography unfolds, the darker sides of Bakunin's political heritage will become increasingly apparent. Their disclosure, however, has not been the main focus of this study. Its aims are, first, to show the relationship between those darker sides and the utopian vision, between Bakunin's violence and authoritarianism, on the one hand, and, on the other, his celebrated defense of freedom. 1. 2. Peace, and justice, and, second, to search for the roots of both the vision and the violence in Bakunin's personal life and character. It is a principal conclusion of the study, and a major theme throughout it, that virtually everything Bakunin said and did finds its explanation in Bakunin himself rather than in the reality outside, the social and political world towards which he directed his theories and actions and from which he drew his repertoire of themes and concepts. Since one main concern has been, therefore, to understand the man and the ways his character informed and directed his words and deeds, I have drawn heavily on what I believe to be the most relevant and useful psychological theories. Even were it not my desire to know this relationship between Bakunin the man and Bakunin the revolutionary anarchist, his extraordinarily candid and revealing letters, volume after volume of them, cry out for such psychological analysis, as excerpts from them will show. Why, after all, resist an approach that is so obviously called for by such revelations? Still, I am only too aware of the distress and even anger that the application of psychological, and especially psychoanalytic, theory to historical themes arouses in many scholars, not to mention the fury it is bound to provoke in Bakunin admirers who will consider it an act of insolent desecration. Yet, the alternative is to abandon the hope of understanding the man and the personal source of his ideas and either to pretend that the extraordinary and aberrational traits of his life and thought are not there, which is to betray the man, or to acknowledge their presence but discount them as quaint eccentricities and leave them unexplained, which is to betray the historian's obligation to attempt, at least, to explain. Many studies of Bakunin do, in fact, mention at least some of his unusual psychosexual traits: his impotence, his incestual attraction to his sister Tatiana, his marriage in which the children were fathered by a close friend and follower. But no attempt has been made either to follow up these hints into a more thorough analysis of his personality or, more crucial, to work out in detail the connection between these traits of character and Bakunin's theories and actions. Because of the widespread doubts about or clear hostility towards psychohistory, the evidence must be ample, even excessive. To provide it, I have included more examples from Bakunin's works, more quotations for each of the various points and themes argued, than would otherwise be necessary or, stylistically, desirable. There is also another reason for what might seem a redundancy of citations. It would be absurd to base psychological interpretation on one or a few remarks, however suggestive they might seem. Besides their fit in the general psychological portrait, what makes the statements I have quoted psychologically relevant are their repeated usage, the repeated similarities of contexts in which they are used, their mutual reinforcement, and their echoes in his actions. I have, therefore, taken care throughout to give a number of examples. Introduction 3. For each of the principal features of the portrait. However, they will be presented bit by bit, slowly gathering as Bakunin's life and thought develop. The evidence to demonstrate and the examples to illustrate this interpretation, in other words, will be cumulative, and it is hoped that judgment of its validity will be postponed until all the evidence is in. One final question about the use of psychology in the study should be raised. It is often asked, so what? What does it prove? What, for instance, does the source or genesis of ideas have to say about their validity? With respect to the question of validity, we will have more than enough occasion to see how well Bakunin's theories stood the test of reality. In one sense, though, these are strange criticisms and challenges coming, as they usually do, from academics, for whom explanation and understanding are, generally, the proper and adequate goals of inquiry. A work showing, for example, the social-economic background of Bakunin's thought and action, or one tracing the intellectual or philosophical influences behind them, would not likely provoke this kind of response. Why does psychological explanation do so? It is, I think, because explanation of an intellectual's motivations, especially unconscious motivations, seems demeaning in ways that other explanations, even economic reductivism, do not, and demeaning not only to the particular intellectual studied, but, implicitly, to other intellectuals as well, including the objective academic. However, it is precisely because of these broader implications regarding some intellectuals, especially among the intelligentsia, that, I believe, this approach offers something of value in addition to explanation, by disclosing the deeper motivations and self-deceptions underlying Bakunin's theory and practice. One may hope to prompt a shock of recognition in those who share Bakunin's political aims and inclinations, especially with respect to violence and authoritarianism. Presumptuous as this intention may seem, it will no doubt seem less so than the claim implicit in the religiously tinged title and chapter headings. While I knew that Bakunin was sympathetic in his youth to a kind of romantic, mystical evangelism, I did not realize how passionately intense that religious dedication was, how much he saw himself walking in the footsteps of Jesus, and how great a role this messianic megalomania played in his later revolutionary career. Bakunin provides, therefore, more example to illustrate the important but often repressed truth that maximalist, cataclysmically violent revolutionary strategies of the kind that he, Lenin, and numerous other visionary zealots have proclaimed are barely disguised versions of the Christian apocalypse. More will be said of this at several points in the study and in the concluding chapter. It is doubtful that this book could have been written without the generous support of the National Endowment for the Humanities, the American Council of Learned Societies, and, at the University of Michigan, the Rackham School of Graduate Studies and the Center for Russian and East European Studies. To all of them, I want to express my gratitude for their material help and for the confidence it reflected. I would also like to thank Professor Nicholas Ryasinovsky, of the University of California, Berkeley, and Professor Richard Pipes of Harvard University, both of whom read parts of an early draft of the manuscript and offered useful criticisms and suggestions. On a number of occasions, I discussed the psychoanalytic aspects of my interpretation with Dr. Howard Chevron and Dr. Jeffrey Urist, both in the Department of Psychiatry of the University of Michigan. Dr. Urist also read the concluding chapter, Narcissus and Oedipus. I am most grateful to them for their thoughtful comments. Finally, to my wife, Sarah, who read and reread the chapters, convinced me to rephrase, rethink, reorganize, cut this out and that down, and in dozens of other ways improved the force and flow of the argument. I owe a very special thank you. -1 Estrangement. The Russians are not Frenchmen. They love their fatherland. They revere their Tsar. His will is their law. Among them there is not one who would hesitate to sacrifice his most valued possessions, cherished interests, and even his own life for the Tsar's good and for the welfare of his fatherland. Whatever other faults Michael Bakunin's parents saw in their son, a 17-year-old cadet when he wrote this, a lack of patriotism was not one of them. He had left home for artillery school 3 years before, in 1828, as a fervent young nationalist, announcing excitedly in his first brief note home that the siege of Silistra is on again, that the Russians had renewed their attack on the Turkish fortress. He ended his military career 6 years later no less dedicated to his country and its government, still sustained by the conviction that he must be useful to his fatherland, that to fulfill one's obligation is the sacred duty of a man and citizen. Among the authors he read during his first year at the school and recommended to his sisters were M. N. Agoskin, Anne Zero Grech, and F. V. Bulgarin, the first, a chauvinistic historical novelist, the latter two, Russia's most illustrious reactionary publicists of the period. Of the Pushkin poems he read at the time, the only one he wrote home about was one concerning, as he interpreted it, an irreconcilable conflict between Europe and the Slavs, led by Russia, and denouncing Lafayette a big windbag for supporting the Poles in their rebellion against Russia. It was a wonderful poem, he said, full of fire and genuine patriotism. As to those who denounced Russia's harsh repression of the Polish Rising, such criticism, he wrote during his last months of military service, was 5. Based on abstract principles and not on real facts. Knowing the facts as he did, he went on, I not only excuse the measures but consider them necessary. Whether because of these sentiments or as a cause for them, M. N. Muraviv, the general in charge of the repression and a relative of the Bakunins, took the young Bakunin into his confidence, showed him documents concerning the Polish opposition, and permitted him to eavesdrop in his office while he harassed and humiliated Polish landlords. There is nothing surprising, therefore, in the inexpressible rapture Bakunin later recalls he had felt when Tsar Nicholas I visited Bakunin's school. In the tremulous reverence with which, he said, he along with his comrades had gazed at the Tsar, or in his envy of those to whom the Tsar spoke even a single word. Registered, there is nothing unusual, in fact, about any of these statements or sentiments, they are just what one would have expected of someone from Bakunin's class and background. A family of high officials and landed gentry that traced its noble lineage back to the 17th century. Also, he was merely reflecting his time, the first years of Nicholas I's nationalistic and marital reign. Most of all, though, he was echoing the feelings and judgments of his father, Alexander Mikhailovich Bakunin. By all accounts, Alexander Mikhailovich was a paragon of cultural refinement, social and material success, and responsible community service, whose achievements included a PhD from Padua University, along with a 3-volume dissertation, years of service for the Russian legations in Turin and Florence, a smooth ascent through the bureaucratic ranks, and the composition of several histories and numerous poems. A strong sense of duty appears to have been his salient trait. He had wanted to remain abroad longer but had yielded to his mother's wish that he return to help his ailing father run Primukhino, an estate and serf village of some 500 souls that his father had recently purchased. The manor house was relatively small, unpretentious, and sparsely furnished, but the estate was beautifully situated, set among the low hills and dense forests along the shores of the Asuga, a narrow meandering river that flows, by way of the Tvertsa, into the Volga, passing Moscow some 150 miles to the southeast. Besides helping to manage Primukhino, Alexander Mikhailovich also took a government post in the capital, to supplement the family income and to fulfill another of the many established obligations incumbent on his class. Less ambitious than his powerful and volatile father, however, he was satisfied with a relatively modest position and readily agreed when his parents asked him to retire, leave the capital, and devote himself completely to Primukhino. He adored the countryside, away from the urban dust, as he said in a lengthy poem he wrote about the estate, and he gave himself unstintingly to its enhancement. To judge from his children's descriptions of their life at Primukhino, and from impressions made on visitors to it, Alexander Mikhailovich 1. succeeded superbly in making of Premukhino a scenic and cultural showcase and, for himself, an idyllic sanctuary for the country gentleman, tending to his parks and gardens, enjoying his library and his music, and dutifully meeting the responsibilities of the estate, the local, Tiver, community, and, especially, his large family. About a decade after his return to Russia, Alexander married Varvara Muraviv, the daughter of one of Russia's most prominent families, or rather, of two such families, since her mother had married into the Poltoritsky clan after her first husband, Varvara's father, died. At the time Alexander married Varvara, she was less than half his age, 18, while he was 40, so much younger that Alexander admitted considering her more like one of the children than their mother. The children came soon and in rapid succession, 11 in 14 years. First, there were two girls, Lyubov, 1811, and Varvara, 1812, then the first son, Michael, 1814, followed by two more daughters, Tatiana, 1815, and Alexandra, 1816, then five sons in a row, Nicholas, 1818, Ilya, 1819, Paul, 1820, Alexander, 1821, Alexei, 1823, and Fmily, a daughter, Sophia, 1824, who died of dysentery when she was 2. We will see presently something of the substance and style of the pastoral, romantic life on Premukhino, so important for understanding several essential traits in Bakunin's character, but first we should consider more fully those aspects of the period, and of Alexander Mikhailovic's part in it, that fostered Bakunin's early conservatism. While it is an oversimplification to make the War of 1812, the Napoleonic invasion of Russia, a sharp dividing line between a pre-war liberal period and a post-war reactionary period in the reign of Alexander I, 1801-25, there is enough substance in that division to make it relevant here. It is true and one of the reasons for muting the division that even during his Liberaf years in the first decade of the century, Tsar Alexander's liberalism was largely rhetorical and had no appreciable effect on either of the two pillars of the system, autocracy and serfdom. But it is also true that he encouraged the spread of that liberal rhetoric and the ideas and hopes associated with it in a variety of ways, establishing new educational institutions, encouraging the translation of Western publications and travel to the West, making impressively liberal-sounding declarations that spoke of constitutions, choosing prominent liberals as his closest advisors, supporting the introduction of constitutional systems abroad, and so forth. One result of this was to arouse in others, in the young noblemen particularly, a desire to see these ideas given the practical implementation that the Tsar himself obviously feared, his fine speeches notwithstanding. Alexander Mikhailovich was one such young nobleman. His years abroad, at Padua University and in the Foreign Service, had coincided with the reign of Catherine the Great, the most famous of all Russian enlightened despots and 8. The one most effective in importing and propagating ideas that radically challenged the foundations of Russian Tsarist and gentry society. While in the West, Alexander Mikhailovich is said not only to have witnessed the French Revolution, but, according to the memoirs of one of his sons, even to have participated in the siege of the Bastille. Until about the time of the War of 1812 he apparently continued to express liberal sentiments and undertake liberal enterprises. He tried to introduce a constitution for his serfs, who would have no part in it. He served for 3 years, until 1808, as the elected marshal of the local nobility, and he took the liberal side in local political discussions, supporting the constitutional against the autocratic principle in debates with N.M. Karamzin, the famous conservative historian and advisor to Tsar Alexander. Although the Tsar's lip-service liberalism had significantly weakened ever since the conflict with Napoleon had begun, from about 1808, it was the impact of the 1812 war that finally ended it as far as Russia was concerned, except for an occasional statement of liberal intentions that now fooled no one other than, perhaps, the Tsar himself. Deep economic troubles resulting from the war, the necessity of strengthening and tightening the army in order to maintain the new international stature. That victory over Napoleon had given Russia a new wave, from the West, of social and political conservative theory, an accompanying revival of religious mysticism piously sponsored by the Tsar in place of his earlier Enlightenment creed. These and other influences created conditions that were hardly encouraging for the young nobleman who had been led, in part by the Tsar himself, to expect major reforms from above, and who now considered such reforms more urgently needed than ever. The successful war against Napoleon, followed by a lengthy eyewitness experience in the West that many young noble officers gained while chasing Napoleon across Europe, then occupying France, only intensified their resentment at Russia's backwardness and their desire to modernize Russia by one means or another. Soon after they returned home, these young officers began gathering to discuss the reforms needed and to plan ways of bringing them about. The more they planned, the worse conditions seemed to get. The war had been costly, and the nobility had suffered rising prices, reduced and sometimes skipped payments for their service, and forced loans. Also, reinforcing the army meant a more rigorous discipline for these gentry officers who had traditionally regarded military service as a brief interlude for adventure, bravado, and gorgeous uniforms. In their eyes, drills and discipline belonged in Prussia, not Russia. And with Tsar Alexander now believing that truth lay with the spiritually devout rather than with the rationally enlightened, what could one hope for from that quarter? By the early 1820s, the rebels had made their plans. They all agreed that serfdom must end, but they differed on politics. The moderates in the north aimed at a constitutional monarchy, while the militants in the south called for regicide, a republic, and the temporary dictatorship of a revolutionary directory. Alexander Mikhailovich was apparently aware of at least some of these preparations. His marriage to Varvara Muraviv on the eve of the war had closely related him to a family, the Muravivs, that played a central role in the formation of the conspiratorial cells, and Alexander Mikhailovich himself may well have been a member of one of the more moderate factions, the Union of Welfare. Although the evidence, largely destroyed by the Bakunin family during the investigations that followed the insurrection, leaves this uncertain, one source claims that Alexander, then in his 50s, had helped turn some of the young officers against extremist goals and tactics, and that it was in his own pre-Mukhino study that these moderates had worked out their program. According to this account, he had urged the young men to resist the temptations of Western ideas and above all to avoid tampering with Tsarist autocracy. Only an autocrat, he was now convinced, could hold together the vast and disparate Russian Empire, for the state had still a long way to go in its task of transforming this polyglot people, with its multiplicity of religions, customs, and laws, into an integrated political whole. It was one thing, he said, to adopt democratic government in small, rich, densely populated, temperate lands where the majority of the population was educated. It was quite another matter to do so in Russia, where, in addition to ungenial geographic conditions, the people had not yet even learned to respect the law, much less abide by the rules and procedures that a constitutional government would establish. Moreover, the dissidents must keep in mind that Russia was surrounded by enemies ready to take advantage of the weakness that would inevitably come from any attempt to change the system. To convince themselves of this, he added, they need only recall the fate of those other Slavic states that did weaken central monarchic rule. The way to advance popular welfare, he concluded, was not to conspire against the government, but to teach the people a love of work, sobriety, honesty, discipline, and cleanliness. As it turned out, Alexander Mikhailovich need not have worried about the dangers to Russia from the rebellious young officers. The Decembrist rising, such as it was, ended in complete fiasco. Taking advantage of the fact that Tsar Alexander I had kept secret the name of his chosen successor, his younger brother Nicholas, about 3,000 young officers took to the Senate Square in St. Petersburg hoping to win support from others of their class, especially from some inside the government, and to put Nicholas' older brother, Constantine, on the throne in the strange belief that Constantine would establish a constitutional monarchy. But no significant support was forthcoming, neither from within the government, the Senate had already accepted Nicholas, nor from outside, from 10. Their own gentry class. Why, indeed, should serf owners support a party calling for an end to serfdom? The rebels were left stranded, defenseless, and were easily crushed. Many of them were killed during the rising, 5 were hanged and dozens exiled after it, and instead of an era of liberalism that the rebels had hoped to bring their country, Russia now faced 30 years of oppression under a frightened and vengeful Nicholas I. Recalling the family's ties with the Muravievs and Alexander Mikhailovic's own liberal reputation and associations with the Decembrists, one can well imagine the fear that must have swept the Bakunin household after the rising and during the subsequent years of intensive investigation, trials, and heavy sentences. Michael Bakunin was 11 years old at the time of the insurrection, and, therefore, some 3 years of repression, fear, and zealous family caution had gone by when, as we saw, he went off to military school in 1828, as ardently patriotic and as safely conservative as his father had prudently become. If the young Bakunin's patriotism was reassuring to his parents, however, there was little else in the flood of letters he sent home from military school to bring them joy. Letter after letter brimmed over with anguish, loneliness, and complaints, leading his parents, as we will see below, to doubt increasingly that their son had the character to turn noble sentiments into responsible action. From the start, he loathed everything about his life away from Premukhino, the filth and stench of St. Petersburg, and, especially, what he considered the moral depravity of the barracks, the dark, filthy, and vile side of life they had taught him, and that he contrasted with the pure and virginal life he had known before at Premukhino. His response was withdrawal. I kept completely apart from most of our young people, my comrades, where wine, cards, and other occupations, which modesty does not permit me to name, were just about the only way they passed the time and the only subjects of conversation. Withdrawal, in turn, brought loneliness, deepening with the years and more bitterly lamented as time went on, as we see in the following excerpts from his letters. Oh, dear sisters, how I would like to see you! How I want to squeeze you in my embrace. When will we see each other again? I await that moment with such impatience. I love you so. Still 2 years. How unpleasant those words sound. March 2, 1830. I begin to think about the length of our separation. It seems to me to stretch out so long. What wouldn't I do if only I could shorten the time? I would give half of my life for the chance of being in Premukhino, if only for a minute, to embrace you and assure you of the full depth of my friendship. How I envy my brothers for their enjoying, all the time, the presence of our parents, and you, dear sisters. What a child I was when I was happy at the thought of the trip to St. Petersburg. I would willingly agree to give up forever the chance of seeing any capital in the world if only I had the chance of spending my entire life among people dear to my heart, having no other aim than to please them and to strive to guess their slightest wish. Oh, when will I see you again, dearest sisters? Only then will you see how fervently I love you. Spring 1831. How I want to see Premukhino. What happiness I feel just to think of it. Only now can I truly feel how unhappy one can be when separated from everything one loves. September 20, 1831. You write, dear mother, that only a year remains before I will have the joy of seeing you, and you say that it's not long. What do you mean, not long? To me this year seems longer than the 3 whole years I have spent away from dear Premukhino. February 6, 1832. You give me hope, dear parents, that you may come here in the fall. Oh, if that will only be! For it has already been 4 years that I have been separated from you and my sisters. You can imagine how great is my impatience. Just the thought that I will not see you earlier than a year from now leads me to despair. What then will it be if even after a year we cannot see each other? February 10, 1833. And so I am again buried in this wretched Petersburg life, where everyone thinks and youths for himself. I am overwhelmed by profound sadness. There is not a single person to whom I can open my heart, with whom I could share my grief, from whom I might expect some small solace. You live together, your sorrows are not felt so oppressively. You share with each other. But I, here, am alone, completely alone. September 1833. I am here in an alien land, with people whose ways of thought and feeling are completely different from mine, people who are cold and who lack any trace of education. June 28, 1834. Stuck in this miserable hole, among people who virtually walk on all fours, I keep entirely apart from everyone. Live in a desert and can share my thoughts, impressions, feelings with no one. July 11, 1834. Finding nothing attractive in my fellow soldiers and their occupations, cards and vodka, I keep completely apart from them, and so I am alone. Here, entirely alone. Eternal silence, eternal sorrow, eternal anguish, these are the comrades of my seclusion. And should the raptures of pure joy flash and for a moment illuminate the darkness that reigns in my soul, I must repress it in my bosom. No one will listen to me. Sick, I am alone. October 4, 1834, The letters over these 5 years tell one and the same story. Bakunin was utterly and woefully out of place in the army, whether in the barracks or in the field. In part, his distress, often despair, was due to ordinary homesickness and the petty details of military service and discipline that are the common complaints of many others in like circumstances. In part, it may have been because he felt that, as he wrote his parents, there is not in me that heroism, that courage that leads one to seek danger. Happy face, but most of all his loneliness and long-suffering seem to have been the result of his being temperamentally so completely ill-suited to the dark, filthy, and vile barracks life that weighed so heavily on him. The tones that make up the portrait of this violent anarchist as a young man, in other words, are soft pastels. This is the first essential trait of character we must keep in mind as we see his complex personality unfold. In this connection, surely one of the most remarkable aspects of Bakunin's correspondence, not only during these military years, but also in the 5 years that followed, down to his departure from Russia, is the extent and, especially, the character of his relationship with young ladies, mainly his sisters and cousins. In the space he allots to them, these relationships take second place only to his endless introspection into his own shifting moods and sensibilities. But more significant than the attention he gives them is the nature of those relationships, for in them he seems himself to be one of the adolescent girls, acting as a go-between, smoothing or sparking misunderstandings, gossiping about this or that with effervescent delight. Registered on the rare occasions that men enter the scene, they are quickly engulfed by the same dense romantic atmosphere. He is overjoyed, for example, at the thought of a visit to Premukhino by his cousin Peter Poltoretsky. 4. When he is there, a certain slight spirit of secrecy prevails. The strolls alone, the constant friendly exchanges, secretly murmured, the eternal whispering, we are not surprised after this to find how hypersensitive he was, how vulnerable to slights, how quick to take offense. Visiting friends, the Lvovs, he thought they were cold to him. A bitter letter followed to his sister Varvara, whom I adore more than is usual to love a sister, registered bemoaning the loss of illusions with which a too trusting heart tries to surround itself, the loss of friendship that like a soap bubble becomes ever more lovely as it grows larger then suddenly bursts, leaving behind only a moist spray. How stupid I was! He went on, as though anything in life is stable and secure. As though I did not know that there was only one reality, death. He wrote this May 20. On June 10 his sisters learned that he and the Lvovs are again the very best of friends, that he is again their daily visitor, and that he had been entirely mistaken in his doubts about their feelings toward him. On another occasion, incomparable Varenka was critical of him for showing her letters to a friend of his. He was crushed again. It was clear now that my thoughts, my hopes, were an empty chimera, that this tender friendship, this priceless gift of heaven, does not exist for me, poor unfortunate that I am, since I cannot even find it in the person of my sister, a sister whom I worship. Shortly afterwards, he is euphoric again, fully reconciled with Varvara, for whom else can I trust if not you? And thrilled with news that his family will soon visit St. Petersburg. Ah, let that heavenly moment come sooner, when we will come together again, never more to separate. Happy face, central as these romantic strains are in the character of young Bakunin, they were no more unique at the time than was his dedicated patriotism. For Russia in those decades, at least the Russia of Bakunin's class, abounded with little nests of romantic young gentlefolk who read together, yearned together, cherished together the nuances of each other's letters or dissected the hidden meanings of the latest novel, philosophical treatise, or religious trace, merged their spirits in communal celebration of the shifting tones and contours of the countryside, and, with a special dedication, sought together in all they read, saw, thought, and felt the signs of their own glorious or woeful destinies. This effusive romanticism, usually in its cruder form of maudlin sentimentalism, had been the prevailing temper and style among the educated class at least as far back as the last decade of the 18th century, when Russians wept inconsolably over the works of Richardson, Sterne, Thomson, Young, Ossian, and other English sentimental novelists. The translator of Richardson's Pamela probably spoke for most other Russian readers when he said in his introduction that he had suffered deeply the plight of the heroine and with the most tender compassion had wept continually over her unhappiness. Richardson was everywhere. Pushkin had copies in English of his 3 novels and made him the favorite of his own heroine Tatiana and her mother. 2 years differ Pamela was translated, we FMD Russian Pamela, or The History of Maria, a virtuous peasant girl. Both the character and the thought of the most illustrious Russian heroine of the day, Karamzin's Poor Liza, is a composite of Pamela and Richardson's other leading lady, Clarissa. The very titles of the best-loved works indicate the source and focus of the appeal, Thompson's The Seasons, Young's Night Thoughts, Sterne's Sentimental Journey, Karamzin's Poor Liza, Galanowski's Hours of Pensiveness, Klushin's Unhappiness, and so on. Of all the prominent English novelists of the 14th period, only Fielding found few imitators. His robust optimists and dashing rogues left too little room for melancholy, too few opportunities for a good cry. In both the English originals and their Russian copies, the themes are few and familiar, a reverent adoration of nature and the simple rural life, the deification of ideal, ineffable, abstract beauty, the pleasure of grief, of sweet sadness, a penchant for presentiment, usually painful or morose, a yearning for pure love and friendship unsullied by carnal lust, and a compassion usually intellectual and passive for the downtrodden poor folk. Thus, when we find Bakunin arguing with a young cousin about the definition of love, enthusiasm, feeling, and sensitivity, which we distinguished very clearly from cloying sentimentalism, watching as his soul, tearing itself free of the mortal barriers that constrain it, pours itself over the entire universe, encompassing all in nature, the whole world, or listening as every object, each plant and flower speaks to me in the language of love, we are encountering the mood of the age as much as we are aspects of Bakunin's own personality. Nor was Michael the only Bakunin to immerse himself so fully in that heady mood. Romanticism was the soul of Primukhino, and Michael's father, a devotee of Rousseau, took the lead in stimulating and maintaining it. 2 weeks after his own mother's death, and 4 months after Michael's birth, Alexander Mikhailovich vowed that he would raise his children in a totally different manner than the one in which he himself had been raised. Whereas his mother had been severe and domineering with her children, the slightest opposition or disagreement intensely irritated her, he would be gentle and permissive with his own children. He would not let himself be offended by their disagreement and would guide them by tenderness, affection, and indulgence, through advice, example, and reason, and not by parental authority. Also, while discouraging idleness and encouraging the children's participation in the estate when they would come of age, he would see that as far as possible, they lived joyfully and pleasantly. To make sure that his Rousseauian views guided the education of the children, he himself assumed some of the tutorship, teaching them what he knew of natural science, geography, and history, often during long walks in the fields. "You are fused with the very best memories of our childhood," Bakunin later said of his father, going on in this letter to provide us with an exceptional fine portrait of their relationship and of the pre-Mukino milieu that encompassed it. "You rarely scolded us and, I believe, never once punished us, but the thought that you would find out about something wrong we had done, the thought that you would be angry at us, struck terror in us. I also recall with what love, with what indulgence and ardent attention you listened to our childish chatter. I remember how happy we were when we brought you a butterfly we had caught or a flower that we had not seen before. I will never forget those evening strolls to the dusty factory or to Castellano, where you would tell us one or another historical anecdote or story, where you had us search for a rare plant and how proud and happy was the one who would find it. And I recall also one moonlit night, when the sky was bright and sown with stars. We went to Mitnitsky Grove and you, together with Sister Varenka, told us about the sun, the moon, the clouds, thunder, lightning and so on. I remember one summer day when I had done well with my studies and you were pleased with me and helped me build a bridge to our little island. Yes, dear father, memories about you and the love for you, about the pre-Mukino house, the garden and all its surroundings, about the love of nature and the pleasures of nature, and about our childhood. All this is merged in one, all this comprises our inalienable treasure and the best period of our family life. Registered music, art, foreign languages, and religion rounded out this gentle and relaxed manneral education. Michael had violin lessons, the girls took piano, harp, and mandolin, and several of the children developed impressive skill at drawing, as Michael was later to show in his talented self-portraits. Languages, mainly French and German, some Italian, and a little English, came both naturally, from usage around the house, and from tutors. The household religion, finally, as befit the Romantic era, favored strong emotion, showed an intensive angelic pietism, and made a deep and abiding impression on Bakunin, as we see in another remembrance of times past that Bakunin sent his father. Lent came and we fasted with you. That Holy Week was something ineffable, glorious for us. The sacred glory, etched in your face, the black frames of the icons, the sad and somber service, the late-night vespers. After vespers, we went into the parlor, which was not yet lit. Varenka sat at the piano and began playing chords, and you talked to us about suffering, about the divine sanctity of the Savior. Then, when there was light, we read the Gospels together. Wednesday came, and we went to confession together, and after confession we gathered in the evening for dinner. Everything was so quiet, so holy, so glorious. We did not understand it then, but we felt that something grand was happening. You, mother, sisters, we all were in one room, with no outsider, no one to disturb this sacred harmony by his unwanted presence. Then, on Thursday, we took communion, and afterwards came the washing of the icons, the 12 evangels. Good Friday and Christ's shroud, the dyeing of the artificial marble eggs, midnight resurrection service on Saturday. 16. When we walked together after Christ's shroud, then Easter Sunday matins, waiting for the sunrise, the return of spring. Oh, all this has fused, indissolubly fused with our lives. These events seem insignificant, but they penetrated deeply into our soul, they left unforgettable impressions. And it was all done in consort, they were always together, studying and reading together, playing together in the meadows, by the pond or sawmill, or on a tiny island in the Asuga, singing French songs together on their moonlight walks in the countryside or while gathered around the piano in the evening. Music, poetry, art, and endless intimate conversations about nuances of private sentiment or timeless philosophical or spiritual truths, and all cradled in the tranquil rhythm and beauty of nature and rooted fast in the security of an all-embracing family love. Such was Primukhino for the Bakunin children. Now, whatever else one might say about this pastoral education, it was hardly the best preparation for a rigidly disciplinary military school in the reign of Nicholas I. No wonder Michael suffered the shock of contrast so deeply and longed so fervently to be back home. Rarely, it seems, and for only brief periods, did joy break into these otherwise dismal years away from Primukhino. One such period began at the end of 1832 when Michael became infatuated with his 16-year-old cousin, Maria. The two were constantly together, at evening gatherings, church services, and concerts. They read together, talked about the family at Primukhino, since that's my favorite subject, and argued about the familiar romantic themes. The following January, 1833, life brightened still more. He became an officer candidate and, if not entirely free, was now at least able to live away from the loathsome barracks. But in early March paradise was lost again. Maria and her mother left for a 6-month stay in Moscow. On leaving she gave him a bracelet to remember her by, and he kissed her hand. Varenka. Dear Varenka. I kissed her hand. Now I was truly happy. Tears came to my eyes. Their carriage pulled away. I ran behind it. I even overtook it and ran ahead, but since my strength was exhausted, I had to fall behind. Her image was lost to my eyes, and Petersburg, for me, was empty. In the months that followed Maria's departure, Michael was again lonely and depressed. He tried to fill the void with another stream of passionate letters to Primukhino, which had slackened markedly while Maria had been in town. To make matters worse, he just then had a bitter quarrel with relatives, the Nilov family, who had provided him an apartment after he had left the barracks. The cause of the quarrel was his aunt's interference in his private life. She had received a letter from Maria's aunt complaining that Michael had spent too much time alone with the young lady, and to make sure that this breach of propriety did not occur again, Michael's aunt forbade him to leave the house without permission. She had also learned a little later that Michael, having squandered his allowance, was heavily in debt, and she had felt it her duty to so inform his parents. Having just obtained external independence and freedom, I could not see why, for what reason I should sacrifice them, he later said, recalling the quarrel and referring here to his recent liberation from the cadet barracks. So he moved out of his despotic aunt's home, leaving St. Petersburg soon afterwards to join his company on maneuvers that summer, 1833. But there was light ahead for him, or so he had good reason to expect. In September, after maneuvers, he was able to return to Primukhino on furlough. The hope that had sustained him for those past 5 hard years was realized. He was home again. It was not, however, the Primukhino he had yearned for and cherished in memory. Neither the embraces that had welcomed him nor his attempts after the visit to refurbish the tarnished fantasy could hide the fact, which he later acknowledged, that this brief stay home irreparably damaged his idyllic image of Primukhino and, even more, his trust in his parents. The cause of the disillusionment was a continuing bitter quarrel between him and his parents over the intended marriage of his sister. Lyubov, rooting himself firmly in what he called his rights as eldest brother, he accused his parents of trying to force Lyubov into what he considered a loveless marriage. The conflict went on throughout the furlough, climaxing in a particularly stormy scene the final evening. Both the powerful effect this crisis had on him and some of the deeper reasons for his intense response are evident in a review of the events that he wrote some 4½ years later. As he saw it, the marriage would be a grotesque sacrifice of a girl brought up in virginal purity, a pure and saintly soul whom until that time no unclean attraction had dared touch, to a man who will with hellish lust take off of her, one after another, the covers of sacred modesty, who will little by little exhaust and befoul by his vile breath this heavenly flower, this wonderful, sacred, divine creation. Why had his parents raised a young girl in purity, he asked, if they intended later to fling her into the abyss of despair, to prepare her for that terrible, repulsive moment in which all her happiness must be destroyed, all her dreams, all her hopes, all her faith, that moment in which she must see corrupt reality in all its repulsiveness, in which she must say goodbye to love and, contrary to all that is sacred, all that is fine and inspiring for her, submit to this hellish, dreadful duty and come to know that life is not given for bliss but for eternal lament and eternal despair. Oh, how terrible this is, terrible! Better never to have been born than to suffer such a terrible fate. 18. More will be said later about this impassioned defense of Lyubov's virginal purity, extraordinarily intense in any case, but especially so considering again how long a time had elapsed, some 4½ years, since this quarrel over a marriage that, in fact, never did take place. Back in St. Petersburg, he found this wretched Petersburg life as lonely and miserable as he had left it before going on maneuvers and, then, on the disillusioning furlough. How long he remained overwhelmed by profound sadness after his return is difficult to say, for there is a break in his correspondence for several months. By the end of the year, however, his mood had improved. He had found a new family to replace the Nylovs, the Lvovs, and, now, his own Primukhino family, that of N.N. Muraviv, an uncle on his mother's side and one of his father's closest friends. A man of about 60 at the time, Muraviv had just gone into retirement after an illustrious career that had included the governorship of a province, the rank of senator, and the position of state secretary. As one might imagine, he was a man of deeply conservative convictions and had been on best terms with Count Arakcheev, a pillar of the Nicholas I regime. Judging by the correspondence between Michael, his father, and Muraviv, it seems that Michael regarded his uncle as a kind of second father, one who praised and encouraged him as his own father did not. The Muraviv's many daughters, 7 of them were still at home, added to the family's appeal. They were all so charming, attractive, especially the second daughter, well educated, modest, little given to social affairs, leading a restrained life, kind to the highest degree, abundantly talented, in a word, entirely like you. So, my dear friends, he continued, lest his sisters be jealous, you need not be angry if I love them very much, not all the same, since loving them, I love you in them, for they are like you in all details. Maria, too, was back in town, but she has changed immensely, and I no longer even recognize her. I won't say another word about her. Happy face, the light and cheerful mood did not last long. Sometime in January 1834 a blow more severe than any he had yet received turned his spirits downwards again into a descent that was to continue throughout the year, bringing him to the point of near suicidal despair at the end of the year and de facto desertion early the next year, 1835. The trouble began when he went out in improper uniform one day and met the general in command of the artillery school. The general reproached him in a manner that Michael considered insulting. Michael's response was taken as insolence and, as punishment, he was expelled from school and transferred to an artillery brigade quartered in the western provinces, first in Minsk and then, that fall, in Grodninsky. Registered. While insolence may have precipitated the expulsion, the official statement noted that Michael and another officer were being expelled because of inadequate achievement and constant lack of 19. attention throughout the entire course of studies. Happy face, Bakunin himself told his father in a later review of these years that during the 3 years at military school I did just about nothing at all and worked only the last month of the year in order to pass the examinations. Registered. His father was furious, especially since he learned of Michael's expulsion not from Michael himself but from N.N. Muraviv and then suffered the added humiliation of reading about it in the papers. Striking at what he considered the heart of the matter, he warned his son in a cold and angry letter that he would have to make his own way in life, that he had better not count either on his influential relatives or on the family wealth. He should realize that his father was no N.N. Muraviv, that while Muraviv received a state pension over and above his handsome estate incomes, he himself was making high payments on far more modest and mortgaged holdings. and Michael should also bear in mind that his part of these holdings was but 1 in 10. Still, there was hope if only he mended his ways. If it is impossible to bring back the past, you can at least make amends for your misdeeds by constant fulfillment in the future of your familial and service obligations. So renounce your idleness and write us everything that concerns you, without concealment, right away and in detail. Happy face. For the rest of that year, 1834, Michael remained in the provinces, in his desert with those people who walked on all fours. Happy face. As so often before, he again sought relief through long, woeful letters home deploring the tedium of routine military obligations, the rote study, the inspections, the guard and officer of the day duties, the heat, the cold, the fatigue, the hunger, the thirst, and all the other unpleasantness inextricably tied to military service. But worst of all, as we have seen from earlier quotations, was the isolation and the loneliness, the eternal silence, eternal sorrow, eternal anguish. Happy face. He urged his parents repeatedly to use their influence to get him transferred nearer home. Maybe we will succeed in having you moved, his father replied. But if not, don't be despondent. Go on with your studies and ardently carry out, I beg you, your responsibilities, no matter how trivial they might seem to you. Happy face. He even tried to make himself ill in the hope of winning reprieve by the year's end. He was including in letters to his sisters long excerpts from a Moldavian author's morbid reflections on death and its appeal. Such were the circumstances of Bakunin's life during his years in the military, 1829 to 34, from ages 15 through 20. But what is essential for our understanding of the man is not so much to know the conditions he faced or even to know that, in a general way, he thoroughly disliked and resented them, but rather to know what he did about those conditions and that discontent. What actions did he take and what traits of character did this long and oppressive experience, so 20. Radically different from his pre-Mukino childhood, foster in him? The crucial year, as we will see, was 1834, the year following his bitter disappointment with pre-Mukino, in connection with the quarrels over Lyubov's intended marriage, and his humiliating expulsion from officers' training school. But to appreciate the reasons for the direction he took that year, a direction he was to follow for the rest of his life, we must first see his earlier responses to the continuing unhappiness and sense of deprivation. Through most of these years away from home, his response is that of a timid, withdrawn boy who avoids his more raucous and rebellious peers, tries to keep out of trouble, except for imprudent borrowing, and fears admitting failures and reprimands, keeping his expulsion from his parents. For example, registered he was not at all, in other words, a strident young rebel. When a group of cadets accused an officer of confiscating money from one of them for his personal use and were punished for the effrontery of such an accusation, Michael assured his parents that he was not among the accusers. He did take pride, however, in not informing on the guilty ones when pressed to do so. I preferred to be unjustly punished rather than commit such a vile act. Happy face. In another such incident, the cadets were grumbling about rudeness and injustice on the part of some officers, and one of the officers threatened reprisals. Michael, in his account of the episode, then said aloud, "Oh ho," and was arrested on the spot. He excused himself, however, and, for reasons left unclear in the letter, was neither among the 5 cadets punished as leaders nor the 3/4 of the rest whose leaves were cancelled. Registered the following spring, he was confined to quarters for 2 weeks. He was afraid to tell his parents, who found out about it from relatives in St. Petersburg. When they confronted him with their knowledge of his confinement, he confessed that his commander had caught him in a lie he had thought up in order to avoid severe punishment for some misfortune, and he vowed never to keep anything from them again, no matter what trouble he got into or punishment he might suffer for it. Contrition, excuses, and promises were his usual response to his parents' irritation and reproaches, those that came down on him, for example, when he lied about his final grades one year, telling them he had done well when he had in fact done badly. Explanations and vows were especially needed when the issue of his already well-formed penchant for borrowing came up. Feeling myself guilty before you, I wanted personally to open my heart to you, to ask in person for your forgiveness. Am guilty of much, of very much before you, my dear parents. I have done much that is stupid, and with sincere repentance, and a firm intention of correcting my ways, I ask you to forgive me. From this moment I want, without fail, to remake myself, to make of myself a sensible, upright person, but I feel that this will be difficult and almost impossible without your 21. Blessing and your advice. Will check carefully with you not only all my actions, but even my slightest feelings, my slightest thought, each evening writing them down in my journal, which I will begin now sending to you each week. I will keep nothing from you, since I will see in you not severe judges, but people who wish only my happiness. Following this preamble, and getting to the real issue, his debts, the penitent traced his fall to bad influences. Entering school with the sincere intention of getting an education, I was drawn away from study by one of my fellow students, whose disgraceful escapades do not permit me to mention his name. One thing led to another, and before he knew it, Bakunin had dropped serious study and assumed higher and higher debts, which he itemized in detail here, not in order for you to pay them. No, I am too well aware of your financial situation for such a thought even to enter my head, but simply to unburden himself, as he said, of the guilt of concealment. He assured them that he had now learned his lesson, had suffered much for his misbehavior, and was determined now, with their help, to change myself completely. Happy face, concealment, and promises to reform were a small price to pay for preserving his ties with his family in Pre-Mucino. They were, at least during most of those military years, his only solace throughout a heavy ordeal. In this sense, one might say that he lived much of those years less in the oppressive reality that in fact engulfed him, than at home, through imagination, in Pre-Mucino, that blessed and sacred world, where we taught each other to understand and to love, where we spent our childhood so happily, where, under the influence of our splendid parents, our first feelings, thoughts, and knowledge took form. Happy face, recalling in fantasy those earlier, happier years of childhood, became his most effective response to his troubles, his most reliable means of escaping the miseries that harassed him. The emergence of a highly active and vivid imagination in the service of this consoling nostalgia was, in fact, one of the most enduring consequences of these difficult years. He was himself fully aware of how much his loneliness was eased thanks to the gift of imagination, which I possess to a sufficiently high degree. I am happy only when alone, when I neither see nor hear anyone, when, immersed by the full force of my soul in Pre-Mucino, I turn over in my imagination the most trivial occurrences of my life among you. Alone, I am always with you. I refurbish in my memory the wonderful moments of life at Pre-Mucino. Dear friends, carried among you by the force of my imagination, it seemed as though I were pressing you to my heart, kissing you, hearing your voices. Happy face, here, too, as in the case of Bakunin's patriotism and his gentle romanticism, there is nothing uncommon about this dependence on memories of childhood to help one forget the anguish of a trying adolescence. But the familiarity of the 22. Process does not lessen its importance in Bakunin's life, the importance that imagination now begins to have for him because of its dependable talent for reawakening memories of an idyllic childhood as a defense against an intolerably harsh adult reality. At this point in his life, Bakunin's use of imagination for comfort and escape is, as is his romanticism, characteristic of his age, in both senses of the word. The question will be, as it will be with his romanticism, whether or not he continues to depend on imagination in this way. Will he outgrow the escapism and come to accept the constraints of reality, or will fantasy become a habitual vehicle for flight into other imagined Pre-Mucinos? The inward voyage, begun through imagination in response to the painful contrast of the pure and virginal with the dark, filthy, and vile, was given a powerful added impetus by Bakunin's expulsion from officers' school and transfer to what he considered a desolate alien wasteland. But now, however, in 1834, he could not so easily find relief in his enchanted memory of Pre-Mucino. That fantasy had failed him. The fierce conflicts with his parents at the end of 1833 had destroyed the cherished illusion that had helped him bear the many hardships of those past 5 years. He must find another sanctuary. In his search, he turned first to the favored refuge of so many before and after who found reality, for whatever reason, unbearable. Insightfully realizing the significance of this discovery in his life, he rightfully called it an intellectual revolution. I never felt myself particularly suited for life in society. I felt stupid, awkward, inarticulate. I used to think that this was merely because of my inexperience. I did everything in my power to overcome this. I immersed myself in society, I ran around this way and that, and what did I find? A terrible emptiness. The pleasures and distractions that delighted others seemed to me trivial. Dances, balls, these, the pinnacle of pleasure for our youth, the highest ideal they can imagine, bored me to death. I at once felt out of place and just as trivial as they were. I had to reject all this, and I did so, joyfully, enthusiastically, and vowed never to return. But, then, I had to find something else, the vacuum that overwhelmed me had to be filled. I locked myself within myself. I studied myself, and, in the end, I found within myself something to fill the emptiness. At last I made a decision, and as soon as I did, a warmth so sweet poured through my heart. I threw myself into my study, I threw myself passionately into it. I feel as though I am being reborn, I feel that I am watching myself being fed and nurtured. Until now I have lived only an external life. I want now to build for myself an inner existence. No, my dear friends, there is true happiness on earth, but it is not external happiness, the product of circumstances and dependent entirely on superficialities. 23. Here, within himself, was a refuge that could be trusted as the Nilovs, the Lvovs, Maria, and, most recently, even his own revered Primukhino could not. For the rest of his life it would be for him an inexhaustible source of solace and approval, and he would strengthen and enrich this inner sanctuary and come to love it. I am fed up with society, he wrote later that year, in June. I do not find in it that which my soul seeks, that which even I cannot yet well define. Registered the specific focus of his study, as he turned inwards, away from external happiness and the society he was fed up with, points to the next stage in this evolution. His plan, he said, was to begin the study of nature, a profound probing of nature's secrets as revealed at the time in Schelling's Nature philosophy. He had been reading the Russian Schellingites at least since June 1833, when he was enraptured by the Schellingisk poetry of Benevitinov. In the months following his intellectual revolution of early 1834, he moved more deeply into Schelling's nature philosophy with the help of a young artillery officer, Dr. Krasnopolsky, who had studied philosophy at Moscow University and had brought his enthusiasm for idealism with him into the service. Bakunin read Okun, a particularly influential German philosopher for the Russians, Gulich and Velinsky, two leading Russian popularizers of German idealism with whom Krasnopolsky was in correspondence, and other writers of the German school. Registered, but Schelling was only one facet of his newfound inner world of study and thought. In October of that year, 1834, he listed his fields of interest in a letter home: geography, travelogues to the 5 corners of the world, physics, Russian grammar, politics, and history, by way of de Histoire de la Restauration et de causes, qui ont amené la chute de Bourbons, par un homme d'état, Mr. de Capgafus. From a letter to his father 2 months later, we learn that, in addition to reading philosophy, he is translating something German into Russian, studying Polish, physics, and mathematics, his practical studies, and copying excerpts from books on history and statistics. Were we to consider only such thoughts and sentiments as those reviewed thus far, the romanticism, the timidity, the withdrawal inward and into nature and study, we might easily image the young Bakunin maturing into, say, a Sentimental poet or idealistic philosopher, of which that romantic era in particular could boast so many, a detached, gentle misanthrope, dismayed by conventional society, and keeping quietly to himself to refine and nurture cherished sensibilities. But then, of course, he would not be Michael Bakunin. There was another side. The soft pastels were already starkly offset by explosive reds and even some black. It is, perhaps, a touch of these darker hues that he is revealing when he tells his sisters that Maria was frightened by the expression on my face when I listened. 24. To Beethoven's music. It seemed that it was ready to destroy the entire world. Happy Face, however, when that was written, in March 1833, such remarks were rare. Significantly, they become increasingly more frequent and emphatic through the next year, following, that is, his loss of trust in his parents after the conflict over Lyubov's planned marriage, the consequent disillusionment with Primukhino, and his expulsion from school. In other words, the more he withdrew inwards, locked himself inside himself, the more aggressive his rhetoric of self-assertion became. I am still young, he wrote his parents in December 1834, his last month in service. Passions, intensified through constraint, rage within me, emotional forces seethe and demand nourishment, but all this remains inactive, limited only to dreams, which themselves cannot fill the emptiness of my heart. Everything in me demands action, movement, but all my activity is completely restricted to working for the future, basing my work on reminiscences of the past. Happy Face, at the end of his military career, as we have seen, he was still committed to fulfilling the sacred duty of a man and citizen by being useful to my fatherland. More than anything else, he was already determined never to become a futile, meaningless link in the chain of humanity. Thus, if flight inwards was Bakunin's main response to the distress he had suffered over these years, and especially from the fall of 1833 through the seeming exile of 1834, a rhetoric of power, ambition, anger, and defiance began that year, 1834, to emerge as companion response. When, for example, he heard rumors that rather than be reassigned to a camp near home, he was to be sent to another distant province, he wrote to his parents, "Let God's will be done. There is nothing one can do to escape it. But I will not again be depressed by it. I will stand firm against the persecution of implacable fate. The greater the travail, the greater the service, and the better the chance of strengthening one's character. Man is born for eternal struggle against the impediments that he constantly meets on his life's path. Similarly, he wrote to some childhood friends and manneral neighbors. I am not happy here. Oh, far from it. I have become 10 times more gloomy than when you saw me in Primukhino. But I will not submit. On the contrary, I get pleasure from the blows of fate. I laugh at them. Spit at them, that's my principle, and this principle, offensive to public opinion, has caused me quite a lot of trouble, but, in spite of all that, I spit on them and will always spit, if only for the sake of standing steadfast. Habit is a great thing. I am becoming more and more indifferent to the blows of fate. Let it beat away. I'm not frightened. 25. Anymore. It has already caused me all the pain that it's able to cause, having taken from me all the illusions of youth. I am no longer susceptible to its attacks. I have come to take the attitude of an observer, and I follow with cold curiosity all the devices it uses to try and crush me. I pity it, because it will not attain its aim. Let it try. It would be the wrong question to ask which is the real Michael Bakunin, the lonely, acutely sensitive, shy, and withdrawn boy, or the fiercely aggressive-sounding young man determined to stand firm against the persecution of implacable fate. Both sides were then and would remain genuine. Were either lacking, he would not have been Michael Bakunin. However, it is already apparent, and, again, would remain so throughout his life, that of the two sets of colors, the soft pastels are primary. Man may be born for eternal struggle against impediments, however, he adds in the above letter to his parents about the rumored transfer, and without even a period to break the thought, in spite of all these truths it will be very, very difficult for me to give up the thought of serving at Tiver and spending every moment with you. Happy face, it might well be that passions rage within, and he is no doubt entirely earnest in his determination to make his mark and to serve honorably his country and his family, laughing at the slings of outrageous fortune along the way. However, taken as a whole, his correspondence throughout that crucial year, 1834, reveals the same fearful, endlessly introspective romantic rhapsodist that he had been earlier, filling letter after letter with detailed accounts of precious episodes that took place at the homes of relatives and friends, taking great delight in the endless gossip, the innocent romantic intrigues, and the constant interchange of confidences and advice. In the letter to his father in which he speaks of reigning in his ardent nature, he recounted at length the advice and rebuke he had written a cousin for prematurely, in Michael's view, declaring his love for one Maria Fedorovna Moyarkina. Since Michael had discussed this in a postscript, he added, P.S. They say that in a woman's letter the main purpose of the letter must be looked for in the postscriptum. Carrot registered one other aspect of these defiant pronouncements of 1834 should be noted, for we will see a great deal more of it in the years to come. The feeling of power is gained not primarily through actually opposing fate, but through being its stoic victim, being indifferent to the blows of fate, getting pleasure from the blows of fate, assuming the posture of a detached observer watching as fate tries to crush him. One can see here already what will become one of Bakunin's characteristic ways of merging the two opposing poles that define his life and thought, withdrawal and power. It is precisely by seeing himself as a long-suffering victim that he here enjoys a sense of power. 26. But why was that sense of power so necessary for him in the first place? What accounts for the aggressive and increasingly violent side of the persistent dualism? With regard to the gentler side, the sources, or at least some of them, seem obvious: the popularity of romantic writers and the corresponding encouragement of romantic sensibilities, the elder Bakunin's apparent indulgence and permissiveness, the pastoral setting, the evangelic pietism that pervaded Primuchino, and, most influential of all, the fact that Michael's early years were spent in an almost exclusively feminine milieu, with two sisters slightly older and two sisters slightly younger, forming a young girls' circle distinctly apart from the 5 boys that came later. In the following chapter, we will see a number of other young Russian romantic idealists, most of whom display much the same lyrically gentle temperament that we have seen in Bakunin. In their case, however, that side stands alone, unopposed by a side of personality in which explosive passions rage and emotional forces seethe, the side that will lead Bakunin some 9 years after these defiant declarations of 1834 to call for a storm of destruction, the restless and ruthless annihilation of every positively existing thing, the complete annihilation of the present political and social world. Happy face, one part, or level, of an explanation for Bakunin's need at least to appear powerful, and, towards that end, violent, should be apparent from his background and situation. He had been subject to a radically ambivalent set of values. On the one hand, there were all the romantic, permissive, emotionally indulgent experiences of that idyllic Primuchino childhood. On the other hand, there were the traditional values of courage and responsible service instilled in all young noblemen, especially in the reign of Nicholas I, and endlessly reaffirmed through 5 years of military training, the particular demands on him as the eldest son of an already aged father and the obligations for maintaining a family of 3 yet unmarried sisters and 5 brothers, and, finally, the awesome model of his own father, who, as we have seen, constantly reminded Michael, by word and example, of the many onerous obligations that awaited him. The contradiction helped form Bakunin's task for life. He must find some way to hold on to the pleasures of childhood indulgence and the personality they had helped to form while meeting the demands, or at least appearing to meet the demands, of responsible, honorable, powerful manhood. In his first test, his military training, he had utterly failed. His response to the failure was his strategy of withdrawing aggressively, turning inwards into the inner refuge where he had preserved the pleasures of childhood, the echoes and symbolic recreations of his pure and virginal Primakino, while at the same time adopting a pose and rhetoric that made withdrawal seem motivated by strength not meekness, aggressiveness not passivity, virile manliness not childish fear and flight. In short, he must be both child and man, a child safe and at ease in his inner 27. existence, where he could watch himself being fed and nurtured, and a man, powerful enough to avoid being just another futile, meaningless link in the chain of humanity. And the more insistent he was on remaining a child, the more emphatic and aggressive he must be in demonstrating his powerful manliness. In this context the reds and blacks are camouflage. While this explanation Bakunin's ambivalent, contradictory upbringing takes us some distance towards understanding the important place of violence in Bakunin's later life, it does not take us far enough. Indeed, it not only raises more questions than it asks, but it raises the most important questions. If Primakino childhood ambiguities are to blame, why then did the other sons, especially the next eldest, Nicholas, turn out so different from Michael? Such value inconsistencies, in any case, were common among the upper class in Russia in that period of cultural change. In fact, a swift, cruel shift from indulgence to discipline in adolescence is far too familiar an experience in general, one too easily managed by others, to explain Bakunin's failure ever, psychologically, to leave his Primakino childhood. Why did he in particular fail to make the transition? More important, why, unable to meet the demands of a military career, did he not accept the fact and simply carry out his intention, as he wrote home at the end of 1834, to retire from service and devote myself to serious study and civilian service. As intelligent, ambitious, enterprising, and well-connected as he was, moreover, he could even have satisfied the contradictory demands implied in withdrawal with honor by doing what he told his parents at another time he planned to do: become a professor of history, law, or philosophy. Why was he unable even to begin a serious pursuit of such a career? Why did even the thought of entering a conventional career lead him to contemplate suicide? Why did he prefer to remain forever dependent on support from others rather than use his remarkable talents to support himself? Why did he extend his revulsion towards the army to encompass all of society, and why did this total rejection of society continue so long, his entire lifetime? Why, above all the essential question, could his need for some display of manly power be satisfied only by apocalyptically violent and destructive visions and pronouncements? What, in short, drove Bakunin so fiercely and relentlessly throughout his life from one extreme statement, theory, program, and action to another? What was the source of his ineradicable desire, in the words of a recent biographer, to create a revolution anywhere, at any time, or, more accurately, to revolt, regardless of historical circumstances or potential sacrifices, and without bothering about the proper organization of forces or the readiness of the people for new forms of life? Happy face, the point is that there is simply too much violence, too much force welling up from within and continuing too long a lifetime for it to be explained as merely a superficial attempt to conceal meekness, failure, and 28. In general, a temperament ill-suited to the challenge of circumstance. The social and familial conditions described above do not provide adequate explanation. We must look elsewhere for the causes of those extremes in character and behavior that more than anything else identify Bakunin in history. We must look more deeply into the man himself if we are to account for the violence, the failures, the passions, intensified through constraint that rage, the emotional forces that seethe. Because of the grave and persistent psychosexual and ego aberrations in Bakunin's life, the body of theory that I believe best equipped to guide this inquiry is the psychoanalytic. I have focused on 4 aspects of this theme: 1. Bakunin's impotence and revulsion towards sexuality and anything animal, as he called it; 2. The sources, mainly Oedipal, that I believe were responsible for those disorders; 3. The deeper pathological narcissism, the malformation of the self, that was in part the cause of the Oedipal failure and was, in turn, further exacerbated and decisively altered by that failure, and, 4. The direct and indirect influences these Oedipal and pre-Oedipal narcissistic roots had on Bakunin's thoughts and actions, and particularly on his violent visions and programs. There is another problem, or level of explanation, that one might pursue in this connection, a search for the ultimate causes, the specific traumatic events or situations responsible for the Oedipal and narcissistic pathologies in the first place. Other than indicate some circumstances in Bakunin's early life conducive to this outcome, I say nothing about this, because the evidence is lacking. Some will argue that it is only here, at this most deeply concealed level, that one can properly speak of psychological cause, and that all the rest, the Oedipal and narcissistic aberrations, the resulting abnormal sexuality, and the peculiarities of thought and action reflecting those disturbances, are only symptoms. If, in other words, there are those who will be distressed with any psychological explanation, others will feel that the explanation does not go far enough. Although most of the evidence relevant to these issues will be forthcoming, gradually, in succeeding chapters, there are a few suggestive hints in the period covered so far. With reference to Bakunin's revulsion toward sexuality, for example, while it may have been common for young romantics of the time to honor Platonic over carnal love, for Bakunin to describe his love for Maria as divine pleasure granted one through the contemplation of a fine soul, statements such as the following surely indicate something deeper and more personally his own. It only needs some kind of sensual thought to penetrate my heart, for my blood to quicken, my feelings to dull, and my soul to be cast again into black gloom, anguish, suffering, self-laceration, and, when strength 29 is exhausted, silence. I collapse into a dreadful, numb despair. All of nature then seems lifeless to me, dead. Everything appears to me as through a stifling, bitter fog, gloomy, bent under the heavy hand of a fierce and pitiless fate. Similarly, while it may have been quite within the romantic vein for Bakunin to have felt such loathing for those occupations which modesty does not permit him to name, for the dark, filthy, and vile side of barracks life, in contrast to the pure and virginal, we should keep in mind that he offered that description and comparison in December 1837, when he was 23 years old. And, surely, much more than commonplace Platonism comes through in his intense reaction to Lyubov's intended marriage, in the words and phrases he uses to express his revulsion at the sexual prospects facing Lyubov. And that, too, was written when he was 23. The extraordinary importance of that crisis in his life is apparent not only from the fact that he returned to it with such passion over 4 years later, but also from the attention he gave to it in a letter that he had written as a survey of his entire life down to December 1837. The first 5 or so pages of the letter, as printed, cover the years down to the time of the crisis, the fall furlough of 1833. Then, with the exception of 1 page, the rest of the letter, some 15 pages, is entirely devoted to the Lyubov affair and to Bakunin's related thoughts about sex and purity, which he bolsters with dozens of lengthy quotations from scriptures in defense of chastity. The letter simply breaks off while still on the subject, with nothing at all said about the next 4½ years. No less important for our understanding of Bakunin than these revelations of his inner psychosexual turmoil is the talent he displays for projecting and generalizing it, a practice that will soon become habitual with him. Even now, in his youth, we see this process well underway. Beginning a letter written home in October 1834 with another declaration of his determination to rein in my ardent nature and those passions that might lead me away from the true road, and comparing his vow to that of the Apostle Paul, for whom as well the spirit is strong, but the flesh is weak, Bakunin went on to project his war against the dark, filthy, and vile onto the plane of universal history. The soul, as a reflection of the divine, as pure flame, which burns only with what is lofty and fine, can have no evil inclination, but advances steadily to its fulfillment. The body has its own tendencies, its own demands, its own inclinations which are dependent on its material existence and which are quite incompatible with our lofty destiny. The struggle between these two elements, which form man, fills the pages of humanity's historical life. The victory of one or the other decides its 30. Fate, the happiness or unhappiness, the bloom or ruin of a people, and the same for the individual man-registered degree. These few examples, which will be richly reinforced in succeeding chapters, relate to Bakunin's abhorrence of anything sexual or animal, as he will soon begin to call it. Part of the reason for that abhorrence, I will argue, was Oedipal. Sex meant incest to him and had, therefore, to be completely avoided by such strategies as impotence and the adoption of ideas and whole philosophies extolling purity. Several conditions relevant to this Oedipal theme, and also, in part, to the deeper, narcissistic, pre-Oedipal cause, have also been noted above: the intensely emotional and, one would suspect, subtly erotic relationships nurtured in that romantic period of strong and explicit feeling, especially considering the almost exclusively feminine milieu in which Michael found himself the only male, the relative youth of his mother, making her closer in age to Michael than she was to her husband, the strange infrequency, verging on complete omission, of references to his mother in his numerous letters home during his 6 years away, compared with his constant and warmly affectionate references to and about his father, and the fact that Bakunin's retreat inwards came so soon. Just a few months after the Lyubov crisis, in which he experienced such profound disgust at the thought of the sexual experiences awaiting his sister. The Lyubov crisis is the first instance of a process that we will see occurring repeatedly in Bakunin's life: a merger in his mind between his sisters and himself, in this case identifying himself with the repulsive fate-threatening Lyubov, and between his sisters and his mother, displacing incestual attractions from mother to sisters and, therefore, making anything sexual involving his sisters all the more abhorrent to him. Among the evidence we will see later in support of the Oedipal side of this interpretation, and the bulk of that evidence is still to come, are Bakunin's incestual love for his sister Tatiana, his bitter hatred towards his mother, which he reveals when he does begin to express his feelings towards her and which he justifies by accusing her of sensuality, seduction, his persistent efforts to break up marriages or to keep them from taking place, and a variety of statements and actions throughout his life that mirror an underlying Oedipal disturbance with striking clarity, especially those involving his attitudes toward conventional male social and familial roles and towards power. With respect, more specifically, to the narcissistic pattern thus far, perhaps the most revealing of Bakunin's adolescent experiences is the relationship between the Lyubov conflict of late 1833 and Bakunin's escape inwards, when he spurned the empty outer world, locked himself narcissistic ally within himself, and there found relief as a warmth so sweet poured through him and as he felt himself being reborn, being fed and nurtured. Those phrases and the 31 overall general feelings they express are remarkably precise reflections of the primitive processes involved in the early stages of narcissistic development. While Freud never developed a complete theory of narcissism, perhaps because he did not consider that disorder amenable to psychoanalytic treatment, he did distinguish between two types of narcissism, the second of which describing a child's return into himself after having failed, for whatever reason, to establish rapport with the world outside. We have already seen throughout this chapter, and will see further as the study progresses, how central that pattern of withdrawal was in Bakunin's life. Besides focusing attention on the child's withdrawal of emotional investment, cathexis, from the outer world and reinvesting it back into himself, more recent theories of narcissism have emphasized the critical importance of the pre-Oedipal child-mother psychological merger in what the child experiences as a subjective unity, a dual unity or symbiotic couple, an infantile union and identification with the idealized, all-good image of the one by whom the child is fed and nurtured. In normal maturation, the child emerges from that union as an autonomous, self-aware individual, clearly distinguishing between himself and the no less autonomous, individual objects in the outside world. In pathological narcissism, however, the child, in effect, remains locked within that idealized maternal world and permanently estranged from an external world that forever appears to the child as both inextricably connected and inflexibly hostile to him. Registered echoes of this process as well will come through again and again as we watch Bakunin's life unfold. Finally, and an essential theme in this interpretation of Bakunin's motivations, there is the decisive relationship between the two sets of dynamics, Oedipal and narcissistic. While this will become clearer as the study advances, we can see already one expression of that relationship in the association between the Lyubov conflict of 1833 and Bakunin's subsequent retreat inwards to be fed and nurtured from within. What we see here, I believe, is a retreat from a revived Oedipal crisis back into an undemanding, consoling, pre-Oedipal narcissistic dual unity. If that was indeed the process involved, then I would suggest further that his behavior in 1833-34 was a reenactment of a much earlier experience and one that was critical in determining Bakunin's later personality and politics, his regression more deeply into the pre-Oedipal, narcissistic symbiotic couple after the initial Oedipal failure. More will be said later about this interaction and its effects on Bakunin's thought and deeds. In general, it is the relationship between these two patterns, Oedipal and narcissistic, that will be presented as the ultimate source of Bakunin's millennial aims and destructive means, the roots of his apocalypse. Registered 2 Sanctuary. At the end of 1834 Bakunin got his chance to escape the ordeal that had driven him to despair. He was chosen to go to Tver, near Premukhino, to get horses for his regiment. Once there, he was determined to remain, come what may. He had had enough. His parents pleaded with him to go back, fearing his arrest and forced return, but he was adamant. Month after month he mailing claiming illness, while his father, drawing on the good offices of high-ranking relatives and friends, worked strenuously to save him and the family from the disgrace of dishonorable discharge or worse. Notwithstanding worries over the government's response to his de facto desertion, the year 1835 was a happy year for Bakunin, a year of emotional ascent, contrasting sharply with the previous years of deepening gloom. He was showered with all that he had missed so long: the gentle ease of the countryside, many old and new friendships with young men and women who fully shared his luxuriantly romantic sentiments, and, best of all, an abundance of recognition and admiration that had been almost totally denied him since he had left home 7 years earlier. One discordant note jarred the harmony, however. His parents took no part in the chorus of praise. On the contrary, they regarded those who praised him and the reasons for the praise with growing anxiety, animosity, and disgust. As the year progressed, the doubts about their eldest son's character and future that had taken root during his dismal army career became firmly fixed. While serving in the provinces, Bakunin had little but his own inner world, his memories, and his grandiose ambitions to ease the pain he suffered both from 32. 33. His surroundings and from his parents' criticisms. He had been alone and could share his feelings with no one. Now back home, free of the barracks, everything was different. He was at once drawn into a variety of intimate circles of closely kindred spirits: his own sisters, the Bayer sisters, longtime neighbors and friends of the Bakunins, and the extraordinary Stankevich circle. Natalie Bayer had for some years been a member of this most famous of all Russian circles and in love with its leader, Nicholas Stankevich. At first Stankevich had reciprocated her affections, but by then, the beginning of 1835, his feelings had cooled and relations were strained. Still, he and his friends continued to visit regularly the Moscow apartment where the Bayer family spent the winter and provided one of the many salons for young Moscow intellectuals. It was at one of these evening gatherings that Bakunin, on a brief visit to Moscow with his family in March, met Stankevich and spent half the night talking with him and other members of his circle. It is difficult now, if not impossible, to know just what sort of person Stankevich really was. His contemporaries idealized him into a demigod of goodness and wisdom, and his principal biographers virtually elevated him to sainthood. "I have never loved anyone as I loved that man, whom I have never met. What purity! What tenderness! Tolstoy exclaimed after reading one of these hagiographic accounts. Carrot. He stretched out a hand to me and showed me the TMEPATH. Ivan Turgenev wrote, "Carrot, in him I have lost the better half of myself." The eminent historian Granovsky said when Stankiewicz died of consumption at the age of 27, Carrot, wistfully gentle, selfless, graceful, and gracious, devoted to the life of the mind and spirit, to art, music, nature, love, and friendship, taller than most, with a sloping forehead, dark eyes, long curly black hair down to his shoulders, and with a foreboding of early death. Hovering over him he was the archetypical romantic, a personification of Schiller's Schönseele, the beautiful soul towards which all noble youth aspired. Although on occasion light-hearted, and often surprisingly practical, he was, on the whole, a sad, brooding, melancholy soul, more enraptured by darkness and pain than by light and joy. I would like to go to Eger to take a look at the room where Wallenstein was killed. I love that epoch, and I do, it appears, because of Schiller's tragedies. Stankiewicz wrote to Y.M. Neverov, a circle intimate. Carrot, his own poems, correspondingly, extol the renunciation of life's joys, the rejection of the angel of pleasure for the sake of some higher love, dedication, destiny. Of the two paths and two ways of life, titles of poems, it was for him the path of sorrow rather than of happiness which alone speaks truth. Registered, his biography is fairly standard for the period, noble and wealthy parents owning thousands of serfs, a special school for the sons of the nobility at the age 34 of 12, Moscow University 5 years later, in 1830, where he studied literature, philosophy, and his dissertation field history, and dilettantish excursions into poetry and music. After graduating in 1834 he received the customary sinecure, honorary inspector of schools, which, however, in no way disturbed his scholarly and aesthetic pursuits, and which he abandoned 3 years later in order to go to Berlin and enrich his knowledge of Hegel at the source. In the spring of 1840 his illness, which had been with him throughout his university years, rapidly worsened, and in June he died quietly in a town north of Genoa on his way to Lake Como, where his doctors had advised him to spend the winter. He left little of intellectual or artistic value, a few mediocre poems, a Schillerian tragic drama, an unctuous short story, some journal essays, and a collection of historically invaluable letters. But it was in his person, not in his productions, that he proved of great and lasting importance, for he managed to gather around himself and influence men who were soon to become some of the most prominent leaders of Russian thought and literature. Belinsky, Turgenev, Bakunin, Granovsky, Katkov, Aksakov, Kolstov, these are the most illustrious of a larger list of those who, at various times after 1831, Stankiewicz's second year at the university, met in his apartment to read poetry, listen to music, and discuss art, literature, religion, and philosophy. It was an aesthetic brotherhood where the form of rapport, the cult of intimate friendship, blended perfectly with the intellectual content, almost exclusively romantic literature, idealistic philosophy, and evangelic religious works. Scholars writing on the period quite reasonably attribute the prominence and remarkable intellectual influence of Stankiewicz and his circle of detached philosophical idealists to the bleak repression that followed the Decembrist rising of 1825, and that was further intensified by Nicholas I in the wake of the 1830 revolutions in Poland and France. Terrified and, in his view, betrayed by the young nobleman who had risen against his throne, Nicholas was determined not only to punish the malefactors, but to stifle in advance any recurrence of such audacious opposition. In one office after another, he replaced the unreliable nobility by career military men. A report to the Tsar in 1832, by one Count S.S. Uvarov, soon to become Minister of Education, set the tone of the regime by urging a curriculum inspired by the authentically Russian conservative principles of orthodoxy, autocracy and nationality, and directed toward increasing as far as possible the number of intellectual dams. One might have thought that enough dams were already in place since the new Education Law of 1828, revising the laws of 1803, had lengthened the high school program, dropped the more humanistic subjects, increased control of university affairs by state officials, appointed school inspectors to watch over student behavior, required students to wear uniforms and take courses in theology, church history, and church law, abolished university courts, and filled professorial positions, a. Discretionary. 35. Power now given to the Minister of Education, with properly conservative instructors. Moreover, to strengthen the dams further, overlapping networks of censors had been established involving virtually every administrative office in the government, the Department of Horse Breeding included. At the top, overseeing everything, stood the fearsome and ubiquitous secret police, the notorious Third Section organized in 1826. Constant surveillance and controls, ever-increasing and tightening centralization, universal fear, suspicion, secrecy, dismissed and obsessive precaution, such were the hallmarks of political and, to a considerable extent, social life under Nicholas. Western liberal thought and expression of the kind that had prevailed during much of the preceding reign now went underground, taking refuge in the few secret organizations, mainly centered in and around Moscow University, that had the temerity to survive. By 1831-32, however, these daring heirs of the Decembrist tradition had been apprehended and exiled. Even those, like Alexander Herzen and his friend Nicholas Ogarev, who had confined their liberal sentiments to salon discussions and private correspondence, had been arrested for sedition by 1835, the year that Bakunin decided he had had his fill of the military. However, it is hardly likely that Bakunin would have been drawn to the Herzen circle or into any other political opposition group even had they still been on the Moscow scene at the time. Whatever Bakunin was to become, young Michael Bakunin was politically conservative if not simply apolitical. One need only compare the statements quoted in the beginning of Chapter 1 with the views of Herzen and his friends to see how wide a gap separated them. Not only had members of the Herzen circle seen themselves as dedicated followers of the Decembrists, prepared to devote their lives to continuing the political struggle against Tsarism, but several of them, Herzen included, had already advanced beyond constitutional liberalism to a form of Saint-Simonian socialism. Although Bakunin and the Herzen group were approximately the same age albeit about the time of the 1812 war, there is not a hint in Bakunin's voluminous correspondence in these years to suggest anything like that. With Stankiewicz and his friends, on the contrary, there are echoes everywhere, and one can easily understand why Bakunin would have felt very much at home among them and their poetry, their love of nature, their devotion to romantic sensibility, and their study of abstract German philosophy. It was precisely toward these preferences and involvements, we should keep in mind, that Bakunin's reading of Benevitinov, his intellectual revolution, his work on German idealism with Krasnopolsky, and most of his other experiences had been taking him during those last years of his military career. Come on over, please, and we'll chat about the immortality of the soul and all the rest, Stankiewicz wrote to Neverev, co-founder of the Circle and his closest friend, at least until Bakunin arrived. And all the rest meant not political. 36. Social, or economic concerns, but a poetry reading by Stankiewicz or by the peasant poet Kalstov, a discussion of Goethe, Hoffmann, or Schiller, or, more likely than anything else, some more Schelling above all. No other intellectual influence can compare with German idealism. Schelling, Fichte, Hegel in its lasting impact on Bakunin's ideas and actions. What German idealism did for Bakunin was to legitimize to his satisfaction all his purely subjective intuitions, all his intellectual projections, all the products of his richly fertile imagination. Although this process of legitimation was to be further strengthened and sanctified as Bakunin moved from Schelling through Fichte and, especially, to Hegel, we can already see in this Schelling period, roughly 1834-35, the foundations being laid for that extraordinary self-assurance that later allowed Bakunin to deduce, with only an occasional glance at the real world, long, detailed, complex analysis and surveys of social, economic, political, cultural, and historical conditions, interactions, and developments. To review some main themes of this philosophy, in its Russian form, however archaic, arcane, or turgid it might at times seem to readers today, is essential, therefore, for our understanding of Bakunin's later mode and substance of thought. The following survey concerns, in other words, not just a passing, juvenile phase in Bakunin's formative years, but the permanent base and frame of his entire life and thought. The first and principal contribution of German idealism, beginning with Schelling, in helping define the pattern and direction of Bakunin's intellectual and political evolution, was to show Bakunin how to meet the basic problem discussed earlier, how to preserve the gratification of an indulgent childhood while at the same time seeming to fulfill the requirements of an honorable manhood. His temperament and its psychological sources had already led him to reject society and to lock himself within his own inner world and its warmth so sweet. But could he go on doing that after he left the army? He was already 21 years old. His father, well into his 60s by then, looked to him as the eldest son for help and, as we will see, expected him at least to begin preparations for another career, now that a military future was closed to him. Moreover, how could he go on ensconced in his consoling and delightful inner refuge when at the same time he felt those passions, rage, those emotional forces seethe within him, when he was determined not to be a futile, meaningless link in the chain of humanity, when he shared his father's belief that to fulfill one's obligation is the sacred duty of a man and citizen? German idealism provided Bakunin with the first of a series of highly effective systems he was to use as means of reconciling those contradictory needs. It did so by dignifying, indeed glorifying, romantic withdrawal, to leave society and its conventional pleasures, aims, and interests and devote oneself instead to the world within was not to escape fearfully from reality, but to advance boldly into reality. The ordinary romantic aesthete might have reason to feel guilty. 37. For so lavishly and exclusively indulging his sensibilities in philosophy, poetry, music, and nature while others took care of his mundane physical needs. The idealist, however, was convinced that he was as far removed as possible from egoistical self-indulgence. On the contrary, he was engaged in an arduous self-denying ascent towards truth, thereby fulfilling his sacred calling and charting the way for other, weaker spirits to follow. What had been at first a fragile personal refuge from a repugnant external world thus became, thanks to philosophy, the fortress sanctuary of the warrior for holy truth. As Bakunin would soon present himself, registered, he regretted, of course, that his parents and others, failing to understand what he was doing, criticized him for what they considered immaturity, egoism, laziness, and thoughtless irresponsibility. But he would stoically bear their reproaches, strong in the knowledge that the path he had chosen, or rather, for which he had been chosen, was infinitely more honorable, noble, and sacred than the trivial Philistine careers his father urged on him. Besides transmuting the inner refuge of a fearful boy into the proud bastion of a fearless warrior, German idealism taught Bakunin that the imagination that had helped him bear those lonely army years by conjuring up visions of his pre-Mukino childhood was capable of far grander miracles. Imagination in the form of introspective, speculative philosophy was the vehicle for reaching absolute knowledge of objective reality. Indeed, idealism taught him, and he never forgot the lesson, that there was no other path to authentic truth except the path that lay within his own subjective intuitions. Professor D. M. Velinsky, the doyen of Russian Schellingites, a voice in the wilderness, in his own words, until the Decembrist debacle made Scheungesk withdrawal fashionable, insisted that true knowledge consists of ideas, not sense data, that experience and observation deal with the transient and limited forms of things, but do not touch their limitless and eternal essence. What Velinsky taught in St. Petersburg, Professor Davidov echoed in Moscow, arguing that since everything perceptible must be known through the spirit, and since this is only possible if the laws of the knowing spirit conform to the laws of phenomenal existence, it is clear that the forms of knowledge are in accord with the forms of being and that they may be reciprocally explained. Or, as Prince V. F. Odoevsky, one of V. E. Uwinski's most productive students, put it, rational being, fleets the essence itself of the absolute. D. F. Benevitinov, a student of another of Russia's leading Schellengeist popularizers, M.G. Pavlov, and apparently the first to introduce Bakunin to Schelling's worldview, concisely summarized the idealist's argument in his prediction that all knowledge will be founded on one science alone, that of a knowledge of the self. Happy face, what was promised as the fmid of speculative philosophy, moreover, was not knowledge of one or another aspect of reality, but the total knowledge of all being, both in its constituent parts and in all their complex interrelations. We 38. Believed, Odoevsky later recalled, in the possibility of an absolute theory by means of which one would be able to arrange all the phenomena of nature. At the time, all of nature, all of human life, seemed very clear to us, and we rather looked down on the physicists and chemists, who rooted about in vulgar matter. Happy face, similarly, Stankiewicz set as his goal the attainment of complete unity in the universe of my knowledge. I wish to give myself an account of each phenomenon. I wish to see the connection of each phenomenon with the life of the whole world, its necessity, its role in the development of the one idea. The world for the idealist, a world accessible to man not through empirical observation but through deductive speculation, was an all-inclusive and elegantly integrated whole in which everything was rationally, neatly, harmoniously interconnected, symbiotically intertwined. Trusting entirely to rational intuition and using empirical facts and events only as illustrations of the intuited idea, Velinsky and Galich of the University of St. Petersburg and, later and more influentially, Pavlov and Davidov at Moscow University created fascinating portraits of the universe, describing with meticulous precision the kaleidoscopic relationships that mutually linked everything with everything else, each phenomenon reflecting all others. Biology, art, physics, poetry, morality, history, mineralogy, cosmology, nothing was omitted. Phenomena from one realm of being wonderfully mirrored counterparts in others. Each order of existence, inorganic, organic, spiritual, so they argued, had its corresponding spiritual principle, tmth, beauty, goodness, and its corresponding human faculty for apprehending it, thought, sensibility, will. An awesome symphony of echoes played on endlessly for man's illumination and enjoyment. What poets had thought to be mere metaphors and images were transmuted through the alchemy of Schelling's idealism into objective, scientific facts. The flower corresponds to a circle, and the fruit, to an ellipse. The living hyperbole, which is the circle in its contrasting value, is our organ of smell. The living oval, which corresponds to the ellipse, is our organ of taste. For this reason, the flower pleases our scent, and the fruit, our taste. As another example, there is a characteristic essay by D. V. Benevitinov in which he relates the four phases of the day, morning, afternoon, evening, night, to the four phases of human life, both individual life and the life of mankind. In the morning of life, the individual and mankind vainly strive toward the inaccessible. During noontime they come to accept necessity and the limits of their own power, as a result of struggling to conquer nature. These combative passions wane towards evening. At night, there is silence and peace. All this, it must be kept in mind, was not intended as romantic, poetic metaphor, but rather as natural science, as descriptions of objective, absolute reality. 39. Besides being indebted to German idealism for his conviction that he could intuit the general outlines and details of reality, past, present, and future, Bakunin owed to it something no less fateful, for himself and for the world, his belief that since he could predict the general course of future reality, he had been chosen to lead others into it. While this gift of leadership was to come to him mainly through Fichte's influence, as we will see later, it is already implicit in this earlier Schelling phase, both in Schelling's aesthetics, which contained for many of his Russian adepts, like Stankiewicz, his most attractive message, and in his organic and dialectical theories of growth. It was in man's aesthetic development, Odoevsky wrote, that the life of the future is symbolically and prophetically prefigured, a life which will provide that wholeness which existed in Adam before the fall. Happy Face, consequently, by nature of their crafts, by their involvement in this realm of perfect forms and harmonious unities, great painters, poets, and musicians provided mankind with models for the ideal social life of justice and peace. At root, aesthetics and ethics were engaged in the same concerns and pursuits: proportion, balance, harmony. Sculpture, painting, and music became, in an essay by Benevittino bearing that title, goddesses who inspired in humanity the ideal of turning dead matter into living forms. Sculpture expressed the harmony of the infinite, painting, and raised man into a higher, ineffable world. Music, registered man possesses the moral sentiment which is the principle of his action and which consists of a need for harmony and sympathy, Davidoff wrote. And as a need for harmony fostered moral sentiment, the latter, in turn, inspired a sense of society and of one's responsibility to it. Happiness is only the need of a harmony of sentiments. Happiness for the man of virtue consists, therefore, in the welfare of all and each. 2. As Odoevsky said, reflecting one side of the credo, science must become poetic. It was also TME, he went on, reflecting the other, that the poet is always a moral man. Happy Face, while Schelling's aesthetics provided the harmonious ideal for society to strive towards, his organic and dialectical theories of growth in nature implied the means of realizing that ideal. Beginning with the classical idea of the seed being the form containing, potentially, ideally, all that later evolves from it, Pavlov went on to describe this evolution as dialectical, a sequence of resolutions reconciling opposing forces or attributes. Matter, for instance, was a synthesis of light, which was the centrifugal force, and weight, which was the opposing centripetal force. Happy Face, in an essay called The Dialogue Between Plato and Anaxagoras, Benevittino, especially well endowed with the idealists here for echoes, skillfully transferred the idealists' dialectic from nature to man and society. Outlining a theme that Bakunin was later to use repeatedly, he described the individual's life. 40. As well as the career of humanity as a three-stage dialectic. In the first period the individual lived in complete harmony with nature. But it was a childish, innocent harmony. The youngster was neither aware of the harmony nor of himself. In his progress towards self-awareness, which consumed most of his life, the individual exchanged this innocent harmony for an existence filled with struggle and pain, since only by testing his capacities through work and conflict could the individual acquire self-consciousness. Finally, near life's end the lost harmony was regained, but it was now an infinitely more sublime and joyful harmony, for the individual was now fully aware of himself, of the world, and of the beatific bonds that join them. It was the same with humanity as a whole, a golden age of unconscious harmony, first sacrificed for the sake of achieving self-awareness, then regained, but on a higher level because consciously enjoyed. In both cases, that of the individual and of mankind as a whole, struggle and suffering were as inevitable as they were beneficial, for without them there would be neither self-awareness, the quintessential attribute of man's soul and the world's, nor the attainment of the ultimate goal, paradise regained. Benevittino could already see hints of that final realization and fulfillment. Believe me, Anaxagoras, believe me, it will come again, this era of happiness of which mortals dream. What does it matter how long it will be? We will no longer be alive, but this thought consoles me. My spirit is proud to have foreseen and perhaps to have brought this future nearer. Here, in brief, was the world of thought and feeling inhabited by Stankiewicz and his friends when the young Bakunin, still in uniform, met them in 1835. Shortly before his first meeting with Stankiewicz, several changes had taken place in the circle that eased Bakunin's entry. Following Stankiewicz's lead, the circle had recently shifted its interests in the direction that Bakunin had also just begun to follow. Throughout most of his university years, Stankevich's first love had been art and literature rather than philosophy. Of the two main influences on him, Schiller and Schelling, it had been the former, with his beautiful soul and aesthetic humanism, that had most fascinated him. Then, in the fall of 1834, at the same time, that is, that Bakunin was beginning his study of German philosophy under Dr. Krasnopolsky's guidance, Stankevich had turned his attention to Schelling, in part to prepare himself for the MA degree examinations he planned to take in the spring, 1835. Stankevich's serious study of philosophy undermined somewhat his relationship with Neverev, who until then had been his closest friend, but who had no wish to abandon pleasantly dilettantish discussions on art and literature for more rigorous philosophical analysis. Bakunin's succession to Neverev as the favored friend was also encouraged by some romantic maneuvers then underway in the circle. When, as we have seen, Stankevich's feelings for Natalie Bayer cooled, she reacted, perhaps to demonstrate the nobility 41. Of her own beautiful soul, by trying to spark a romance between Stankevich and Bakunin's sister, Lyubov. Probably to her chagrin, it worked, for Stankevich at once fell in love with Lyubov. In mid-April, 1835, about a month after their meeting, Bakunin sent Stankevich a note inviting him to visit Premukhino. In his reply, which he wrote within the week, Stankevich shows that he was as pleased to welcome Bakunin into the circle as Bakunin was to join. Besides the very natural wish to be with someone whose thoughts you share completely, Stankevich said that he sought friends like Bakunin because they sustain my activity, keep me energetic. As for Bakunin's invitation to visit Premukhino, however, Stankevich said only that he hoped to be able to come sometime. He would wait, he said in a later letter, until A. P. Efremov, a member of the Stankevich circle who had already visited Premukhino that summer, would be able to go with him. At the end of September, Bakunin again invited him and Efremov, this time to join the family in celebration of the elder Bakunin's name day. The invitation was made so kindly and delicately, Stankevich wrote the Bayer sisters, that it would have been impolite not to go. Happy face, the visit was a great success and resulted in a very close friendship, Stankevich told the Bayers. 4 days on end he and Bakunin sat together in Bakunin's room smoking their pipes and fervently planning for the future. What a pure and noble soul Bakunin was! Registered so much intelligence, feeling, honesty, Stankevich told Neverev and the Bayers. My friend. I think I know you well, he wrote Bakunin 2 weeks after the visit. You are formed for some noble work, you understand things so easily, believe so much in the worth of man that one cannot doubt your destiny. Besides gaining for Bakunin a privileged place in Stankevich's esteem, the brief visit to Premukhino seems to have had a powerful and positive effect on Stankevich. On the eve of his and Efremov's departure for Premukhino, during a short delay due to Efremov's poor health, Stankevich wrote Bakunin a quiet, mellow, rather depressed letter in which he spoke of his need of sympathetic friends to save me from deadly boredom. Happy face, in a letter sent immediately after his return to Moscow, however, he wrote that the time he had spent with Bakunin had decided my fate, that he was now resolved in my plans, and that he would not deviate from them a single step. I will not anticipate even the slightest difficulty. I will regard my work as the only possible pleasure for me, as my life. Happy face, Bakunin's path and his own were one, he told the Bayers after the visit. We have the same ideas, the same doubts, the same needs, he wrote Bakunin a little later. The first step in their mutual plans was to study together. They would begin with Kant, under Stankevich's guidance. This in no way meant their abandonment of Schelling, however, for time and again in the correspondence following. 42. The visit, Stankevich reasserted his allegiance to Schelling's worldview. Schelling forms already so much a part of my life, he said, that no general idea enters my head other than in relationship to his system. Nevertheless, he now argued, Kant's dry critique is a preparation for Schelling's poetry, it provided a foundation for Schelling's system. But it was rough going. Stankiewicz clearly preferred the poetry of Schelling to Kant's dry critique. He doggedly stuck to it, however. Though he complained in letter after letter about Kant's tedious concepts and complex arguments and about the constant, fierce headaches they gave him, Stankiewicz continued to give 7 hours a day to Kant and would have given more but for his doctor's insistence that he limit himself and that he spend at least a couple of hours daily on afternoon walks. Nor could he study in the evenings, for he found it utterly impossible to sleep after Kant. My headache returns often, and I sleep poorly. Dry formulas, incomprehensible during the day, abandoned in irritation, come back to me in delirium. If even a slight headache comes again, I'm going to throw Kant to the devil, or else I'll destroy myself once and for all. Happy face, it was especially Kant's discussion of the categories, a mess of boiled kasha, that infuriated Stankiewicz. What tormenting concepts! You read it, reread it, break your skull on it, but nothing, you get nowhere. You throw it down, take a walk, your head bursting, tortured by despair and her pride, you see that all your dreams, all your passionate vows, must perish. Since this was his own reaction to Kant, he understandably assumed that Bakunin, who had himself acknowledged his inadequate background in philosophy, would soon hurl Kant's book into some corner out of frustration, convinced that German philosophy was nonsense. So he spurred Bakunin on, advised him repeatedly to be patient, to go slowly and methodically, to read regularly, but not at night. He sent him his only copy of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, spent much time preparing outlines of Kant's arguments for Bakunin, answered his questions along the way. Is reason a consequence of organization? Of course. All nature is organization. There is nothing in this offensive to reason and nothing anti-religious. Registered and loaned him copies of various secondary sources and commentaries to guide him through the labyrinth. But this correspondence course that Stankiewicz provided Bakunin involved more than Kant and philosophy. Bakunin must also study mathematics, 2 or 3 hours a day registered Stankiewicz insisted, and history as well. He was particularly emphatic about history. By studying history we will not lose human feeling in the abstract absolute, but carry the ideal into life and give life to the ideal. For God's sake, don't forget history. Without it knowledge will be too dry and dead. We must join the unity of the idea with the diversity of the facts. This is the ideal of knowledge, then it becomes poetry. Study history so that you can give a clear account of the origins and development of each society and its influence on others. Happy face, it is important for what is to follow to keep in mind this historical, temporal, realistic facet of German idealism, at least as it was interpreted by its Russian adherents. As we have seen, German idealism pointed in 2 directions. While most of these young Russian idealists would have agreed with Neverov that art is becoming a divinity and that man must live with art if he is not to sink to the level of the beast, they were also attentive to its social message, implicit and expressed, as discussed above. Happy face, if Stankiewicz could ask Bakunin to persuade me that we are not of this world, though it lures us, that our happiness lies entirely in the universal, he also urged him, as we saw, to study history and the facts. Displaying one facet of the dualism, one young idealist at the time wrote, I search for consolation in Schelling and Plato. How happy I am to find them after having spent much time among the shadow show. I swear to you that had these divine geniuses not recalled me to my celestial fatherland, I would have been in the end completely brutalized by the atmosphere that surrounds me. There was probably no one in the Stankiewicz circle, and least of all Bakunin at the time, who would have felt otherwise. Still, there were also probably none who would have taken issue with Stankiewicz's intention to remain in that brutalizing atmosphere in order to show people their worth and their destiny. Or who would have disagreed with his belief that human action, by the first act of will, begins a new creation. History is a second nature created by man. Happy face, in all these discussions and through all this correspondence with Stankiewicz and his friends that year, 1835, Bakunin heard resonant and encouraging echoes of what he had been telling himself at least as far back as his intellectual revolution in January 1834. Disclosing from the outset his remarkable gifts as thinker, writer, and inspirational leader, Bakunin quickly moved ahead of the others in the circle, including even Stankiewicz, both in his ability to master the volumes they were reading and in his relentless zeal to draw others into the new faith. His enthusiasm is understandable, for the doctrines met all his needs at the time. Legitimation of his retreat inwards permitted him to remain safely detached, locked within himself, fed and nurtured, while the designation of the artist, poet, and philosopher as society's custodians of harmony, justice, and peace, who were called upon to lead mankind through its dialectical ascent, assured him that the retreat inwards in no way doomed him to the life of a futile, meaningless link in the chain of humanity. What was especially gratifying was that both sides, child and man, were served by the same act, preaching to others the need of withdrawing from society and devoting themselves to the inner life, the only true way, since it was the only way to the truth. 44. Counseling Natalie Bayer, who was distressed by Stankiewicz's change of heart towards her, Bakunin urged her that April, 1835, to attempt a moral rebirth by becoming absorbed in contemplation of your soul. You must try to know its nature, he went on, by studying all its facets. You speak of inner life, but you have never known its sweetness, because all your thoughts and feelings are tied to external things. And precisely here is the reason for your depression and despair. For the person living an inner life always has in his own heart a friend who lavishly recompenses him for all that he suffers. Registered, she must depend always and only on this friend within, and take care never to sacrifice your inner life to the whims of other people. This was the message that he liberally dispersed to his friends and relatives that year. Only within one's own trustworthy inner world could one find happiness and fulfillment. Everything external depends on fate, only our inner world is entirely dependent on us. Heaven is within us, and we must live within ourselves. The heaven we have within ourselves is eternal. The main thing is not to subordinate one's spiritual life to external circumstances. Hopes founded on the outside world, that is the main reason for our spiritual and moral min. I continue to tell myself that concentration within oneself, estrangement from any kind of aspiration in the external world, that this is what remains for us to do. Happy face, while concentration within oneself was his first concern, it was clearly, even now, not his last. For if one side of him experienced estrangement from any kind of aspiration in the external world, the other side felt the pull of the divine hand that had inscribed in my heart these sacred words, encompassing my whole being: he shall not live for himself to be capable of sacrificing everything for this sacred aim. He went on in this letter to the Bayers: this is my only ambition. The only unhappiness, he told A. P. Efremov, the member of the Stankiewicz circle to whom he felt closest, was to lose the desire, the aspiration, and the strength for action, and to lack an aim. Then a man not only could, but even should shoot himself. We are still only preparing ourselves for action. One thing only, we must try to eliminate as completely as possible the influence of the outside world. Although Bakunin was the newest member of the circle, his role seems to have been to emphasize this missionary, activist side of its philosophical idealism. He stressed repeatedly that he and his friends must fulfill their high calling, and towards that end they must above all get rid of the stifling swaddling clothes of our 18th century, especially its scepticism towards anything lofty. It was the scepticism that had made them all weak, all Hamlets, shallow, futile people, incapable of great deeds. He, for one, was determined to overcome that weakness, and he called upon them to join him. No, my friends, the future is within us, we have the strength, we will not stop. Then. 45. Will the great deeds be fruitful, our conscience clean? There is nothing for us to fear. We ask nothing. Everything depends on us. You say that one cannot always do what one chooses to do. Nonsense. One can do whatever he has strength enough to want to do. Strength of will, My friend, that is everything. Carrot carrot, so, march forward without looking back. Hurrah, he urged Afrimov carrot carrot, raising the militant martial pitch still higher, at the very time his father was trying to save him from dishonor for deserting the army. The passions that rage and emotional forces that seethe were, thus, already flowing freely into the messianic channel that was to be their main outlet for the rest of his life. We will not pass through this temporal world in vain, he assured Afrimov. Our passage will not be fruitless, we will revive the dead, lift the fallen. Carrot, even now, he could see ahead to a better world, a fuller, more harmonious life. Carrot registered Bakunin had found in the Stankiewicz circle both a new family, one that would appreciate him as his parents did not, and the beginnings at least of a company of elite missionaries chosen, as he felt he had been, to save mankind from its sundry corruptions. He had been drawn to Afrimov, for example, as he told him that July 1835, because he had seen in him that burning emotion, that thirst for action, for a better, more poetic life, a thirst for the welfare of our fatherland, of all humanity, which I had already long since, and almost in vain, set as the object of what I looked for in people, and now that they had met, he felt that, I am no longer alone, my hopes are not mere smoke, but sacred, inspired dreams, not vapid sounds, but substance. Sublime substance, given to only a very few on earth, substance obligated to become our steadfast, constant guide in the career of action. Carrot registered under the conditions of our social life, he similarly wrote Neverov in October, such friendship is necessary if one is not to lose completely a faith in the lofty destiny of man. This is why one inevitably seeks out the company of people with whom one might live a genuine life. Happy face, by the year's end these friendships had become indispensable for Bakunin. Withdraw your friendship, he wrote Afrimov in November, and I think my future WLQ fall and never be raised again, we must never part, that would be my death sentence. The above reference to this group as a circle of missionaries is entirely appropriate, for in Bakunin's eyes the work they were destined to do was indeed God's work. Not only did he proudly, explicitly, and repeatedly proclaim the religious devotion he had imbibed at Premukhino, but this devotion and its expression were to become increasingly stronger as the years went on, down to and including his entry into the revolutionary movement in 1842. When he spoke of the divine hand having inscribed a sacred calling on his heart, he was drawing upon a well-defined theistic worldview that encompassed and fused for him all spheres of nature, man, and society. One quotation will have to do as illustra. 46. Although it should be stressed that over the next 6 or so years his letters and articles are filled with comparable thoughts and sentiments. God, having reflected himself in nature, then created animal life and breathed into it the divine spark, a particle of the transcendent idea that is so well reflected in the harmony of the universe. And this animal was transformed into man, for whom God became the end and nature the means. What really is humanity? God imprisoned in matter. Its life is the striving toward freedom, toward unity with the aim. The expression of its life is love, this fundamental element of the eternal. It comprises individual parts, related as kin but separated one from the other through the force of matter, torn from its transcendent origin. Here is the source of the sympathy of one man for another, of man for the human species, of man for the perfectibility of humanity. All of them join hands to overthrow the yoke of matter. United they are strong, for the more numerous they are, the more powerful is the idea and the nearer is man to God. We see in this remarkably Gnostic statement the same projection that was evident in Bakunin's elevation of his own inner struggle with sensual thought onto the level of a universal contest between the desires of the body and those of the soul. Rejection of matter and everything sensual represents one side of Bakunin's strategy. The other is apparent in his association between freedom and unity with the aim, his belief that the purpose of human life is to end the present deplorable situation in which individual parts, related as kin, are separated one from the other through the force of matter, torn from their transcendent origin. Everything that exists, he said elsewhere, reflects the eternal aspiration of a part towards the whole, the aspiration towards wholeness. The essential thought, Freudian dream thought, latent in these combined Oedipal and narcissistic projections is the yearning of the part for reunion with the whole, its transcendent origin, and the conviction that it is matter, everything animal, sexual, that keeps them apart. Only by eliminating matter, body, sensual thought, can the part be joined again to the whole. Only in pre-Oedipal innocence, free of all sexual incestual matter, can this child return to the fantasy paradise of infancy, his transcendent origin that he had discovered in his inner existence. Impotence and asexuality are, thus, not only Oedipal defenses but also the price for remaining in the pre-Oedipal dual unity, for being fed and nurtured with the warmth so sweet, for being among the firstborn of a new mother, as he characterized for Aframu the happy prospects awaiting them in the better world. So all mankind must join hands to overthrow the yoke of matter, or as he described his task to Aframu, to revive the dead, lift the fallen. 47. In sum, humanity must join to destroy the forces of matter that symbolized grave Oedipal dangers and at the same time kept Bakunin from returning, narcissistic ally, to his transcendent origin, that separated this particular part from the whole to which he aspired. By sanctioning his retreat into an inner existence and by providing him an inner friend who lavishly recompenses him for all that he suffers, the same friend who fed and nurtured him, Schelling's idealism helped him to achieve within himself the desired union, or reunion. But that inner merger with the maternal friend had to be accompanied by the most strenuous and vigilant efforts to purge the union of everything even remotely sexual, every trace of body, of matter. Otherwise, the symbiotic couple would itself become the incestual couple that the retreat inwards was meant to avoid. Registered such purification rites were futile. Even in earliest childhood the symbiotic couple had already lost its pre-Oedipal innocence simply as a result of having been pathologically preserved and strengthened after the Oedipal failure and having been used as compensation for that failure. Now, again, in adolescence the same pattern was repeated. Fleeing inwards to be fed and nurtured by the maternal friend and her warmth so sweet as a way of escaping the sexual incestual dangers that now, in the barracks and at home, so fiercely threatened him, he unavoidably further transformed the already corrupted symbiotic couple into an incestual union, requiring still more zealous purification, which in turn sunk him still more deeply into the infantile union, and so on around the circle. Considering the urgency of the need, it is no wonder, therefore, that Bakunin was so insistent in his assault on the sexual, animal, and material world, that he defined his purpose and that of his fellow idealists as helping in the continual and progressive process of God's triumph over matter. We will be happy, our suffering will come to an end, he assured Aframu, only when we can say, what I want, God wants. And what God and I both wanted was the triumph over matter, since only thereby might the I and God be joined and the suffering ended. Every person has two eyes, he told Aframu in November. One of them is weak, not fully human, sensual, vacillating, the other is identical with the aim and is universally human, infallible, steadfast, lofty, and rigorously serves the aim. When he told Aframu, as he was telling everyone else that year, that they all must depend only on the inner world and have nothing to do with the external world, he added that the hardest period in a spiritual life, a life of self-sacrifice, was at the beginning, when one often experiences periods of sensual passions. The way to fight such passions was to exert all possible force of will, as much as possible concentrate on oneself, and regard these moments of despondency as moments of sickness that will pass. However, if force of character cannot tear one free of this state, then one should not surrender to it, but should rather forget oneself in something outside, even sleep if possible. 48. He might well have been an abbot counseling his novices. He, himself, he told the Bayers earlier that year, 1835, had already passed through the stage of personal love between man and woman. He had already experienced to the fullest that divine pleasure granted one through the contemplation of a fine soul, a soul that could understand me, a soul by whom I was loved. But, those wonderful days are over. You see, my dear friends, for me that love no longer exists, henceforth its sweetness will remain unknown to me. Henceforth I must strengthen the love for mankind, the hope in its progress and friendship. But is this not really a splendid fate? Is it not really finer than love for a woman? For such love is merely a double egoism. But to live for one's brothers, to show them the way to truth, to tear from nature its secrets in order to reveal them to mankind, to overwhelm matter and habit by the force of one's ideas, is this not really a splendid future? Nor should Natalie Bayer, therefore, blame Stankiewicz for offering her only brotherly love, since he, too, had already loved once and was now ascending beyond it to a loftier love. To love more than once, in fact, proved that it was only the senses that loved and not the soul, and Bakunin could only despise such a person, not consider him a man. He realized, he told the Bayers, that all this made him seem cold to others, but he had faith that in time they would see in him a soul that because of continuing circumstances and impediments must concentrate on itself and shackle outbursts of activity, a soul forced to be silent in order to be able to speak more meaningfully, to appear cold in order to be able to preserve and make use of his passion. Not that Bakunin lacked passion for others or remained silent about it. His letters to Afremov, for instance, reveal both the need and the capacity for strong emotional relationships, albeit more with men than women. Give me your hand and we will travel together the lonely trail to our aim and so let us live together, fuse our souls into one give me your hand and we will not fail. Expressing his eagerness for the moment when he would receive his official discharge, leave Primukhino and join Afremov in Moscow, he wrote Afremov near the end of the year, I would be yours entirely, the service would no longer keep my heart apart from you. My friend, I am frank with you because I know you, because I love you more than you can imagine. We will be frank with each other. We will not let any external and meaningless relationship constrain or influence our friendship. We will place ourselves in a relationship that is so mutual that I will be as you, and you as me. It will then be easier to fulfill our deeds, easier to pass through the veils, disappointments, distress, and sacrifices. Give me your hand, friend, for an eternal union. We were bomb for each other. Our friendship is written in the book of fate. 49. Somewhat later, it will be time to speculate again about the psychological roots of Bakunin's fateful mechanism, why, for instance, he associated great deeds with our conscience clean, or why, when prophesying to Afremov the coming of the better world, he went on to speak of himself and Afremov as the first bomb of a new mother. But whatever the source of his nascent messianic message, there is no doubt that he was already demonstrating remarkable success in preaching it. We have seen how great an impact his zealous dedication had made on Stankiewicz. That hardly compares, however, to the influence he had on his own sisters and on their friends, the Bayer sisters, all of whom adored him. It was to Bakunin rather than to other members of the circle that the Bayer sisters turned for help and guidance in a seemingly endless stream of crises that plagued their relationship with their widowed mother and brother. Judging from their first letter about him, they were especially attracted by his extravagant, precipitous, explosive nature, although perhaps as well by his smart uniform and epaulets, which he continued to wear that year. He was still a child, Natalie Bayer wrote on the last day of his March visit to Moscow, but one that had best not be restrained by lead strings or he would break both them and his head as well. Continuing the letter the next day, following another evening with Bakunin, Stankiewicz, and their friends, she changed her mind about his being a child and urged his sisters to stop thinking of him as one. His ideas and his principles were just and true, she said. He was obviously one of those people who had the force of character and the passion of soul to do great things in life. But, she went on, this same force and passion could also do him great harm, especially since they had been so long repressed. Describing her general response to him, she wrote his sisters that it was chaos, a flood of feelings, of ideas, that shook me completely. I tried 1,000 times to pull my thoughts together, to follow all these things into their depth, but each time I lost myself in the labyrinths. Oh, it is because Michael's heart and mind are the kind of labyrinth in which one does not easily find guidelines, and the sparks that flash out from time to time, for his heart and mind are filled with flame, similarly catch in your heart and mind without your noticing it. Although she insisted she was not in love with him, she conceded that Bakunin was the kind of man for whom a woman would want passionately to sacrifice everything, and that there were moments when she had wanted to buy, were this possible, at the cost of the most terrible suffering, the force needed for his rebirth or through my own self-destruction to bring forth some new woman who could be his guardian angel. Over the next few years, as we will see below, Bakunin was to turn such adoration into the base and bonds of his first commune, the model of all the many others that were to follow. Meanwhile, his parents could only stand by in utter dismay. Although his father assured him that he had nothing against serious study and, in fact, had 50. Often advised you to study in order to obtain the sound knowledge you lacked, he could not see any value at all in his son spending hours on end with your pipe over what you call philosophical discussion, but which was really only shallow, idle talk. Michael had time enough for that, but not, his father added with obvious chagrin, for reading to him the books and newspaper that, now nearly blind, he could no longer read to himself. What bothered his father most, even more than his son's attempt to play Diogenes, was Michael's wish to rule the family. As to Michael's plans for the future, I will neither say anything nor advise you. You have never listened to my advice. Follow your own fancy, and do what you want. However, I ask you, if you value my contentment, do not incommode your brothers and sisters with your counsel and leave to me at least their moral direction. I am not forbidding you to follow your path, but I ardently beseech you at least not to lead Nicholas and the younger brothers astray. While the son went right on reading and talking philosophy, preparing himself to revive the dead, lift the fallen, the father worked strenuously through that year both to save his son from a dishonorable discharge and to find him a position that would allow him to begin some career. In July, 1835, Bakunin wrote Stankiewicz that he had been offered a job with his uncle, then governor of Tver province, and that he intended to accept it. Stankiewicz replied in late September, congratulating Bakunin on the new position that he had so willingly chosen and predicting that his love of activity will be well fed in it. Registered even before Bakunin had received Stankiewicz's letter, however, Bakunin had written the Bayers in August that his plans were to go to Moscow that fall and audit courses, that, in other words, he had no intention of taking such a hectic, fussy, bureaucratic job, registered as he was later to refer to the offer. If we are to believe what he told his father some years later, there was far more emotion involved in his rejection of a job than these letters to Stankiewicz and the Bayers would indicate. I could not stand firm against your wishes, and so I agreed. But you do not know how very much that agreement cost me. You do not know the depression, the despair that overwhelmed my soul. I could not bear this deprivation, and for an entire week after my agreement, I drank until really drunk from morning until night. Thoughts of suicide flashed incessantly before me, and if I had not then gone to Moscow, my state might well have come to a very bad end. Registered at the end of October, Bakunin went with his family to Tver for the usual round of balls, parties, and house calls, mainly for the benefit of his unmarried sisters. He was deeply depressed and angered by the social whirl. What had all this to do with the universal and the eternal? He locked himself in his room, adamantly refused to accompany his sisters to the parties, and urged them to resist at all costs the sorry fate of their sister Varvara, who, in his eyes, had 51. Foolishly married and was now suffering deeply because of by November he had made up his mind to leave, first to St. Petersburg, which, he told Efremov, he now thought about day and night, and then to Berlin. He would leave, he said, just as soon as his official discharge was in hand, and he would leave, moreover, with his parents' approval. His family finally understands that I cannot search for happiness along the common road of wealth, high society, and rank. He left sometime in January, not to St. Petersburg, but to Moscow, without money, position, prospects, or even a place to live, secure only in his determination to remain absolutely free to live the life he chose. He would not submit, he wrote his sister Varvara after leaving, to the wretched conditions of social existence. Registered he left, he told Tatiana, in order to shake off the yoke of hated obligations which, unilluminated by feeling, were merely ignominious chains, unworthy of a man in the true sense of that word. I had to decide either to become a man consistent with my own ideas or to sacrifice everything for my family, live through its happiness, its love, its future. They did not understand me. They tried to turn me into a social hero, a prim and proper person, the likes of Sologub Tatiana's current suitor, and so I left, for I was unfit for anything and could do nothing for a family that did not respect me. Registered my freedom is not for sale, no more than is my human dignity, he told Tatiana, and he closed a letter to his sisters sent 10 days later with the same sentiment: I can no longer live in the family. It is impossible. I need my personal freedom. Of all the letters he wrote to justify his flight from Premukhino, the most important to him, judging from the length, tone, and contents, was the one he wrote his father: so we have parted forever. We are no longer condemned to see each other. We have died to each other. But I cannot leave you without expressing for the last time my love, my gratitude, and my profound sadness at our being thus separated, not merely externally, by physical distance, but internally, by our different ways of thought and feelings, and, still more painful, by your indifference to me. In my soul no other feelings for you remain now but love and gratitude, gratitude for what you did for us during our childhood. You were our teacher. You awakened in us a sense of the good, a sense of the fine, a love of nature, and the love which still now tightly and inseparably binds us all, sisters and brothers. Without you we would probably have been dull and empty, but you ignited in our hearts the sacred spark of love for truth, developed in us a feeling of proud dignity and freedom. You did this because you loved us, and we were devoted to you with all our souls. Afterwards, when we were no longer children, you kept apart from us, as though you were frightened by your own work. But love for you during our childhood set down such deep roots in our hearts that 52. Nothing, no injustice or insult could destroy it. Our convictions are so different and the path I have chosen so foreign and unpleasant to you that I will not disturb you by useless talk about my life and plans. My situation is often difficult. I am often despondent and discouraged, but I would be lying were I to tell you that I even slightly regretted my decision. I followed my convictions, apart from which I can understand neither life nor human dignity, and I now have the right to hope that I will remain true to myself, since I have already experienced many difficulties and obstacles which have not changed either my feelings or my thoughts. But I would be happy if you finally were able to accept the fact, now that we are parting forever and are speaking to each other for the last time, that I do not pursue some egotistical goal and that it is not pleasure that I seek on my hard and lonely road. Registered His father's reply, parts of which were quoted above in reference to the tensions between them that year, infuriated him, and he reacted vehemently, not directly to his father, but through a letter to Varvara and Tatiana. In it, he attacked everything he felt his father stood for, but which he himself considered simply crass hypocrisy: the countless trivial courtesies of polite society, the alleged love for the fatherland that, in fact, comprised only dead phrases rote memorized from Karamzin and lacking any real meaning, the love of family that was, in fact, only habit and duties, a concern for knowledge that reflected nothing but a desire for fame, and a love of God that for these hypocrites meant only the fear of hell and the desire for paradise. Why should he sacrifice himself and his freedom for all these, as he quoted his father's letter, proprieties that all well-bred people observe and without which no society can possibly exist? What do I care about its existence, he said, let it fall apart, I would not take a step to support it. Am I to blame that I cannot prune down my soul to the conditions of custom, propriety, and obligation? Once and for all he had had enough of all these duties, these cold formulas and rules. The bitter exchange may seem at first just another instance of the oldest of confrontations, sons against fathers. Yet, even superficially, this is actually the reverse of the conventional plot. Usually, the story told is one of sons competing with fathers for power and possession, while in Bakunin's case what is at issue is the son's adamant refusal to assume the power and possession offered to him. Now, this, too, is hardly rare. It is all too familiar for sons to delay moving on from the childhood in which others responsibly take care of them into a maturity in which they must assume the responsibility of caring for themselves and for others. To forego this maturation, however, usually means to forego as well the sense of power and honor that customarily go with the fulfillment of responsible roles. While some are willing to pay that price, many are not and try some. 53. How to have it both ways. This, I have suggested, was at one level precisely Bakunin's need and task, how to preserve the carefree freedom of childhood while enjoying as well the feeling of honor and power. I believe, further, that it was Bakunin's great talent for composing theories, programs, and strategies for having it both ways that accounts for his enormous appeal to others facing the same need and task, mainly the youth of successive privileged classes. To blame Bakunin for this would be to misunderstand the character or underestimate the force of the motivations that set this task before him. His parents were understandably and, from their perspective, rightfully disappointed and angry at the way their son was behaving. They expected him to assume the conventional responsibilities, and they needed his help. He chose instead to follow his own will and whim wherever they lead him. Yet, could he do otherwise? If one appreciates the strength of the inner barriers keeping him from accepting that fussy job, for example, forcing him to drink himself into oblivion and even to consider suicide incessantly rather than accept it, one can agree with him when he says that he was not to blame for his inability to prune down his soul to the conditions of custom, propriety, and obligation. The substance and source of the barriers are clearly apparent in the psychological associations that had already become firmly rooted in Bakunin by that time, 1835. There was, first, the association of foes, the enemy camp. As we have seen and will see repeated through the following chapters, Bakunin fused in his mind two sets of antagonists, those centered around the sensual, animal world, all that was dark, filthy, and vile, and those located in the world of social custom, propriety, and obligation. Both together formed the alien external world, the world of matter, and Bakunin easily shifts back and forth between the two sets, using them interchangeably in his attacks. Opposed to them was the good alliance of God, the inner world, the friend within, all that was pure and virginal, the realms of spirit, idea, true, i.e. non-physical, love, poetry, and absolute freedom. It was already, and would remain, in other words, a starkly Gnostic conflict, a war between the Civitas Dei and Civitas Diaboli, and its purpose was and would remain always twofold: God's triumph over matter, the Oedipal repression of everything sensual, and the reunion of the part with the whole, the narcissistic regression inwards into the transcendent origin. With respect to the narcissistic factor in Bakunin's rejection of society, it is obvious why regression inwards, reunion with the inner friend, should imply freedom from society. But why should his Oedipally rooted rejection of sexuality have the same effect? Why did he fuse sexuality and society such that rejecting the first he had to go on to reject the second? This is perhaps the most important question raised thus far, since it concerns the traits and themes by 54. Which Bakunin is most often identified his unqualified freedom from society and his violently maximalistic assault against it. There were several points of linkage that I believe joined Bakunin's rejection of sexuality with his rejection of society, transmuting, displacing, the fear and hatred aroused by one into a lifelong war to destroy the other. The first and most obvious linkage occurred during those difficult years in the army, when society meant the barracks with its, for him, vile corruptions that modesty would not let him even mention. The exceptionally acute loneliness and alienation he felt after being first expelled and then sent out to the provinces reinforced this estrangement and helped lead, it will be recalled, to his intellectual revolution out of society and into his newly discovered inner existence. The second link involves the prominent place that marriages played in the life of Primukhino. Both the general character of manorial family life and the particular fact that the Bakunin family had 4 young ladies to marry off made sex and society virtually synonymous for the Bakunins at the time. We have seen how Bakunin responded to the planned marriage of Lyubov. The same fate not only awaited his other sisters, but himself as well. To follow his father's footsteps and meet the social expectations of his class meant first of all to be fruitful and multiply. Everything that we have seen so far, everything that Bakunin has said and done, shows that that kind of life, the life his father represented so completely and so successfully, could not be his. It is significant that he decided to leave Primukhino soon after the Tiver ball, one of those dances and balls that had taught him that he was not suited for life in society, at which his sisters had been displayed to prospective suitors. Both of the above associations between sex and society assume Bakunin's hostility towards sex as such, quite apart from the origins of the hostility. The third link more specifically concerns some of the roots of that rejection. It is related to Bakunin's bizarrely excessive reaction to the fussy job his father had arranged for him, his week of drunkenness and thoughts of suicide, and to the fact that Bakunin was to persist all his life in this avoidance of any conventional employment, preferring to fall deeply and repeatedly into debt. It is also related to Bakunin's most familiar political theories and declarations, those connected with his denunciation of power and with his anarchism. Neither the innocuous sinecure, of the kind that even Stankiewicz was able to handle, nor the assumption of responsibilities on Primukhino was acceptable to Bakunin, because, I believe, they represented steps on the way to becoming like his father, assuming his father's power, role, and possessions, replacing his old and near-blind father and managing Primukhino in actual consort with his mother. Society was unacceptable to Bakunin, in other words, not only because it so thoroughly involved sexuality, but also because it comprised and depended on positions of responsibility and power that he dare not assume because of the associations. 55. They held for him in the Oedipal drama. Beginning with this rejection of social and familial responsibility because of these associations, Bakunin was to extend this rejection to all explicit power and authority. To accept authority, responsibility, power would continue to mean to him his replacement of his father, the inheritance of his father's total role and, on the level of psychosexual dread, the symbolic risk of the prohibited union and the terrible punishments it entailed. Power meant father, and father implied mother. He must struggle or at least seem to struggle to destroy the rival, father authority, but he must never replace him. These Oedipal motivations and associations, together with those resulting from Bakunin's pathological narcissism and consequent withdrawal inwards, best explain, I believe, the extraordinary intensity and lifelong persistence of his rejection of any manner of responsibility or power. Throughout the later chapters of the book we will see the many ingenious ways by which Bakunin tried to reconcile this uncompromising avoidance of power with an equally compelling need to appear powerful in order, among other purposes, to conceal the reasons for that avoidance as well as the impotence that was itself a strategy for the avoidance. We will see him in last-minute flights from opportunities to have the power that his rhetoric seemed to demand. We will see him involved repeatedly in insurrections that fail too often and at times too absurdly for the failures to have been unintended or unexpected. We will see especially the contradictions between, on the one hand, his defense of freedom, his anarchism, and his rightly famous attacks on authoritarian organizations and, on the other, his constant, obsessive planning for tightly centralized, rigorously authoritarian parties that are always, however, secret or invisible. Over the next few years, this bond between sex and society was to become ever tighter, as Bakunin continued his attacks against all things animal and his insistence that his followers transcend their lower instincts and join him in his spiritual pilgrimage. It should already be evident, however, that freedom from society's custom, propriety, and obligation meant for Bakunin in these early years first and foremost freedom from the threat of sexuality and everything related to it. The other side of this freedom from, to recall again the other side of the constant dualism, was the freedom to that he had discovered through his intellectual revolution, the freedom to live narcissistically apart with his friend in an inner world where pleasure and reality were one, where impotence became omnipotence, and where great deeds might be accomplished with our conscience clean. 3. The Fichte Missionary, First Crusade. Rather than parting forever, as he had written his father, Bakunin remained away only a few months, until May 1836, when he returned home for the summer. But in these 4 months he came into his own for the first time in his life. He tested his capacity for freedom and flourished in it. Lacking money or residence, he lived with Stankiewicz, who had just returned to Moscow from the year-end holidays on his estate. For the first 3 months Bakunin was entirely free to do as he chose and spent most of the time on philosophy, history, and desultory reading in romantic belles lettres Goethe, Schiller, and Hoffmann. For some source of income, he began in April to tutor a boy preparing for the university entrance examinations. Evenings were usually spent with the Bayer family, although there were occasional visits elsewhere, such as a dinner party where Bakunin and the illustrious Peter Chadov, according to Bakunin, joined in criticizing conventional views on children's responsibilities to their parents. It was all, except for the short period a month of tutoring, exactly what he had wanted. He could live as he chose and do what he wanted to do, whenever, wherever, and to whatever extent it pleased him, unconstrained by anyone or anything. He could read at leisure without feeling the weight of irritation his apparent indolence had caused his parents, and he could then freely share his thoughts and feelings, assured of the most sympathetic and admiring listeners. My life has begun here, here all the capacities of my spirit have unfolded, here I have begun to breathe freely. I am now following my own path, in my own sphere. I love everything now, am satisfied with everything, and ask nothing of the external world. At last he was free of the stagnant, lifeless crowd. 56. 57. One reason for his euphoria, besides this heady liberation, and certainly the most significant event for him during these months, was his encounter with Fichte's philosophy. So impressed was he by Fichte, that he spent much of this period translating 2 of the popular lectures Fichte had delivered at the University of Jena in 1793, The Way Towards the Blessed Life and The Vocation of the Scholar. To appreciate the significance of Bakunin's great attraction to Fichte, it would be useful to compare it with Stankiewicz's response to Fichte about the same time. Whereas Bakunin had spent only 2 or 3 months registered with Kant's mess of boiled kasha, the dry critique that Stankiewicz considered a necessary preparation for Schelling's poetry, Stankiewicz had struggled on until sleepless nights, relentless headaches, and his doctor's orders forced him to stop. Given the romantic and idealistic traits of character they shared, one might have expected Stankiewicz to follow Bakunin's example and turn next to Fichte. Instead, Stankiewicz found Fichte intolerable, because Fichte was much too subjective. In Fichte everything, the entire world, became a modification of thought, and the result was an oppressive state of complete uncertainty, complete doubt. For Bakunin, on the contrary, Fichte's radical subjectivism was one of his most alluring appeals. As did Schelling and all idealism, Fichte first of all, in effect, assured Bakunin that he was right in abandoning, in Fichte's words, the vain, miserable, and unblessed external world, the apparent life, and concerning himself only with the true life that loves the one, unchangeable, and eternal, what we mean by the name God. Happy Face, in addition, and more specifically his own contribution, Fichte's words entirely supported Bakunin's decision to heed only his own inner voice and will. Each man, Fichte wrote, exists not in order that something else might be, but just and only in order that he himself should be. Man must constantly be at one with himself. He must never contradict his own self, he should determine himself and never allow himself to be determined by anything foreign to himself. He should be what he is because he wills to be so and ought to be so. Happy Face, Bakunin, in other words, was right, his parents and society were wrong. Fichte also went further than Schelling in celebrating the meaning and marvels of thought. Since true life and its blessedness consists in a union with the unchangeable and eternal, and since the eternal can be approached only through thought, which alone is the eye to which God can become visible, it followed logically that the substantial form of true life is thought, that in the mind, in the self-supporting life of thought, life itself subsists, that beyond the mind there is no true existence. Truth and happiness, therefore, would come only with the return of mind to the eternal, which could only result from the concentration of mind, its indwelling in itself. Here, indeed, was a philosophy of total solipsism made to order for this young narcissist. 58. Consciousness of being is the only possible form and mode of existence of being, thus, the actual life of knowledge is, at bottom, the essential being of the absolute itself. Hence, consciousness is the TME world creator. Happy Face, if, however, Fichte had only served, as he does here, the pastel side, the fearful boy seeking refuge in his inner world, it is unlikely that Bakunin would have taken to him so enthusiastically. What was irresistible about Fichte was the fact that he promised the timid youth not only a tranquil sanctuary, but also a hero's destiny. For who should lead mankind if not those who already lived the true life and were, therefore, able to guide a lost and desperate humanity into it, to make humanity indeed what it is in its original intention, the express image, copy, and revelation of the inward and essential divine nature. Such was the task of some favored and inspired men who find themselves on a higher standpoint from which to survey the world, the religious men, sages, heroes, and poets. To belong to this select and sacred company was to be the teacher of the human race, the guide of humanity, morally the best man of the age, one of the priests of truth. Since, finally, divine existence, in its essence, is nothing else than pure thought, and thought the only eye to which God can become visible, these priests of truth were nothing less than God's chosen executors of his sacred purpose. Having eagerly assimilated these TMTHs, Bakunin was more certain than ever of his divine destiny, for he could hardly doubt that everything about himself and his relationship to the true life and apparent life made him one of these favored and inspired priests of truth. Through the remainder of 1836, both in Moscow and then after May in Premukhino, he zealously pursued his Fichtean mission, with which, moreover, he had now become publicly identified after the appearance of one of his Fichtean translations in Telescope, an influential periodical under the direction at the time of the Stankiewicz Group. The message he preached represented, essentially, a further elaboration and intensification of the ideas and attitudes he had adopted the previous, Schelling, year. The core was still the Gnostic war between the divine and the animal. There was only one genuine duty, he told the Bayer sisters in his struggle to win them away from the influence of their mother and her conventional values, and that is to help love God with all the strength of our will against egoism, against that which is animal. They must all cleanse, purge their souls of the heap of customs, petty weaknesses, wretched vanity, consecrated by society but repudiated by God, since their source is egoism, since they arise from the material, animal one, he said, showing once more how closely the animal and the social were joined for him. Two lives live within us, he told them, one divine and the other artificial, comprised of all the hateful dogmas, obligations, and rules. Happy Face, 59. Having himself, he said, fallen for a time from the lofty and sublime sphere of divine love, and having been, consequently, defiled by lethal contact with our animal nature, registered, he repeatedly warned his disciples against the evils of sensuality. I respect and love only the human, and my heart is deaf to everything beneath man's dignity, beneath his divine source and destiny, in a word, everything that is animal. Sensuality replaced feeling, and you wanted to find in this sensuality your entire life. Strength belongs only to pure and lofty sentiments, Weakness and flabbiness are the necessary properties of sensuality. Sensuality is strong, but it is strong only with animal strength, it is powerless for what is elevated and splendid. If it had prevailed over you for even a while longer, it would have forever expelled you from divine and moral life and entirely immersed you forever in the mire of animal existence. From then on, the most debased, the most vulgar instincts would have been your lot, for once adopting sensuality, you would have renounced humanity, its sublime heritage, the one and only source of authentic bliss. What is proper to man are his moral and divine, not his physical and animal tendencies. The flame of sensuality is not a moral flame, not love, it is entirely a material flame, animal, hostile to every feeling. It will devour whatever it dominates. It hates everything human and is able to love only what is animal. Thus, man himself represents the eternal struggle of the beastly and the divine. The beastly will be destroyed and man will become God. And all humanity, all individual beings will merge into a single person, into love, into God. He could understand, he wrote Varvara, the feeling of personal love between two people, even though I have not experienced this in my own life. But why was it necessary? Why could a man not be content simply to share joy, hope, and grief with his friend? Registered in any case, he himself wanted nothing from the external world, not even the love of a woman, since within me lives the love of God. Happy Face, in another letter, he asked why the Bayers could not be satisfied with friendship from someone like himself who is submerged in metaphysical speculations and who cannot and must not form any external ties. Was there no possibility of a purely moral relationship between man and woman, liberated from the mire of animal existence and all the social obligations connected with it? He could now live purely an internal life. I do not leave my tea. I am entirely immersed in my tea, and only this binds me to God, and only God binds me to other people. My entire religion, all my responsibilities consist in my tea. I have no external religion or external responsibilities. Happy Face, or, as he described his mood to Alexandra Bayer, I am able to love and feel strong only in my own sphere. I am insignificant every place else. I am paralyzed by every 60 thing else, everything that is beneath man's divine source and destiny, in a word, everything that is animal. And just as he opposed everything animal because it paralyzed him, so must he rise in protest when duty paralyzes the action of the mind and heart. When convention exhausts one's soul, deprives it of all its strength, all its energy. He refused to tolerate such paralysis and exhaustion because, as he said continuing that last sentence, I want to be strong. Happy Face, thus, by rising above everything animal and everything associated with obligation, sex and society, Bakunin would escape being paralyzed and become strong, a real man, as he often put it. But that was only the beginning of the boon. Freed of duty and animal tendencies, he could attain to the heights of God himself, as we see in the following and succeeding examples of Bakunin's narcissistic megalomania. How great I feel myself at this moment! I feel myself a man. My purpose is God. Vast storms and thunder shake the earth, but I do not fear you, I despise you, because I am a man. My proud and inflexible will tranquilly passes through your shocks in order to achieve my high destiny. I am a man. I will be God. I suffer because I am a man and want to be God. I am tranquil because I know my powers, because I see myself standing on the road that will continually bring me nearer to God. One must purify one's soul in order to become God, for that is man's aim. Thus, man represents the eternal struggle of the animal and the divine. The animal will be destroyed, and man will become God. Love is God. Passion is man. Changing passion to love, this is man's task. Registered. Here again we see the close interaction of narcissistic and Oedipal dynamics. The messianic identification with God simultaneously bolsters the weak ego, narcissism, and provides a cloak of grandiose power to disguise the impotence, Oedipal. God is for Bakunin at this time both the nurturing all-good mother of the pre-Oedipal dual unity and the emulated omnipotent father rival of the Oedipal crisis. While the surface is pure megalomania, generated both by the Oedipal Promethean pose and by narcissistic omnipotence, the concealed truth underneath is just the opposite of power and self-assurance. Impotence, fear, and flight lie hidden beneath the Oedipal power pose, and a pathologically underdeveloped, weak ego beneath the narcissistic omnipotence. Notwithstanding all the bombast, it is the hidden weakness that comes through most emphatically, both to demonstrate withdrawal in the Oedipal crisis and to regain entry back into the infantile, narcissistic symbiotic couple. It is only by repressing authentic selfhood and manhood, avoiding sexual and social power and responsi. 61. Ability and regressing back into an infantile maternal reunion, that Bakunin can feel strong, a real man. Genuine paralysis is transfigured into its opposite, the soul escape from paralysis, to recall Bakunin's terms. Impotence is his only path to power. Radical paradox, in which words mean their opposite, is, thus, already the hallmark of Bakunin's rhetoric as it will later become the core of his political dialectics. Had it been enough for him to cleanse his soul in order to become God, had the eternal struggle of the beastly and the divine been confined to the arena of his own inner existence, had, in other words, he left the world alone, his life would have been entirely other than it was and, most likely, few today would have heard of him. But that was out of the question. For a variety of reasons, some of which we have seen earlier, he must at least appear powerful, and in carrying out his lofty calling as one of the chosen priests of truth, he attained even grander heights of megalomania than he had reached in those foregoing claims to becoming God. And it is this God, this absolute love, that is bliss. Alexandra, I am called to be its priest, its instrument before you. Forget, Alexandra, that you are speaking to a young man you know, forget my person and look upon me as the being called upon to save you, to open before you the doors of truth. Pour your heart entirely into mine, do not be held back by false shame. I speak with you in the name of God, who wants to have you among his children. He will speak to you through my lips. My soul at this moment is expansive enough to encompass your whole soul. Tell all, dear friend, I can understand you, I feel all your feelings, and I will return them to you purer, I will return to you that purity which you, so you believe, lost, but which, in fact, is only hidden in the depths of your soul, it will emerge again more lustrous than ever. Dear friends, move more quickly along the path that I will show you, that God will show you through my lips, and you will be happy, your bliss will be immortal, infinite oh my God. Have I not yet and forever blessed you for having allowed me to read the hearts of these friends so dear to my heart? Have I not yet blessed you for having predestined me for this splendid mission of leading to you such fine souls, so clearly created for you, although they have temporarily gone astray thinking that they were serving you, carat. It is no wonder, considering such declarations as these, that Bakunin at times came near thinking himself another Jesus. Referring to his own spiritual ascent, he held out to the Bayer sisters the promised joy of taking their share of a man becoming God and urged them to draw strength from his soul, for he 62. 2. Was a servant of God called upon to guide lost spirits such as theirs. If this guidance caused constant troubles at home, his own and the Bayers, he had the example of Jesus to justify him, for had Jesus not also said, Bakunin quoted, leave everything, father and mother, follow me, for I am the truth? True, Bakunin conceded, only Jesus had been able to destroy entirely the animal in himself, whereas Bakunin realized that all he could do was govern it, cleanse it. Still, once internally cleansed and governed, he, too, could say, I feel God within me, my soul is all love, I sense paradise within me. It was Jesus' suffering and martyrdom that seemed most to attract him. However, look at Christ, my friends, who suffered so much, who did not even know the joy of being fully understood by those around him, and yet he was happy, for he was the Son of God, for his life was suffused with divinity, filled with self-denial, for he did everything for mankind and found all his satisfaction, his pleasure in the dissolution of his material I and in the salvation of all mankind. The suffering Savior, victim as victor. Here, indeed, was the ideal symbol for merging the two sides that Bakunin had to reconcile: the pure, innocent child and the would-be powerful leader. We have earlier seen hints of Bakunin's stoic and heroic suffering as his preferred way of experiencing honor and power. Now, in this year of his Fichtian mission, he seems virtually obsessed with suffering, the most sublime manifestation of the divinity of man, returning to the theme again and again. As to the objective substance, the causes of the oppression he incessantly laments, they are nowhere evident in his letters. Everything now seemed to favor him: health, talent, opportunities, friends, recognition, and even his parents' apparent willingness to let him live his own life. Where in the following examples, drawn at random from countless others, is there even a suggestion of some specific, real constraint or deprivation? Whoever has not suffered cannot really love, for suffering is an act of liberation of man from all external expectations, from attachment to instinctual, unconscious pleasures. The man who does not suffer does not live. Suffering alone can bring one to an awareness of life, and if happiness means complete awareness of life, then suffering is also a necessary condition for happiness. He who has not suffered cannot love and cannot be happy. Yes, we will suffer, my dear friends, but we will find our happiness in our suffering. Happiness consists only in transcendence, and transcendence is only found in the strength to suffer without complaint and to act without cessation. The worse things go for me, the stronger I will be. You see that it is quite bleak, with abysses on all sides, and raging storms above, but I am firm and courageous. I will fear nothing. I will enter on this path with the thought of God in my soul and with love in my heart, to love truth, sacrifice. 63. Everything for it, suffer for it, even die for its greater glory if need be, and to have the chance to express one's feelings, one's sorrow. Here is real happiness, the only happiness worthy of man. Yes, my dear friends, heed this thought: true happiness consists in suffering, joined with an awareness of man's dignity and strength. I have searched so much, suffered so much, in order to find the true path that it is impossible that I will not find it. I am happy, because I am suffering for truth constitutes all my dignity, all my religion, all my being. It is central to the argument of this study to appreciate the intensity of this suffering and to understand its character and cause, for, as we will see later, this idealization of suffering was directly related to Bakunin's apocalyptic revolutionary violence. What this early cult of suffering shows, first of all, is that years before Bakunin developed any interest in politics at all, much less opposition politics, he celebrated suffering as a good in and of itself, as virtually, in both meanings of the word, synonymous with love, happiness, awareness, religion, and manly strength. Suffering is here not an oppressive burden to be overthrown in order to attain happiness. Suffering is happiness. It is not an unfortunately necessary means to some good end, it is the good end itself, or, at least, a necessary companion or even component of that good end. It is to be sought, not avoided, intensified, not minimized. At this period in his life, the glorification of suffering concerned only Bakunin himself and his few disciples. Later, it will become the prism through which he will view the suffering masses and the measure by which he will determine the best means for their liberation. Why, then, keeping this later significance in mind, does Bakunin suffer so? There is obviously nothing yet involving compassion for the suffering people that lies some distance in the future. As for himself, the only objective cause of suffering is the ongoing conflict with his parents over his rejecting their way of life. Now, that pain was surely real and perhaps severe, but hardly enough by itself to prompt the intensity of feeling or, especially, the idealization of suffering these quotations reflect. For an answer, we must look again not at any cause coming from outside, but rather for one coming from within Bakunin himself. The question then becomes, why did he need the masochistic illusion of himself as a suffering victim? There were, I believe, two reasons, corresponding to the two sides of his essential ambivalence, the infant-hero dichotomy. With respect to the heroic side, suffering demonstrates power through an intriguing paradox, a reversal of opposites that was to become Bakunin's basic strategy for meeting his contradictory needs. Great suffering, which on the surface would seem to be a sign of defeat, victimization, weakness in the face of oppression, becomes in this dialectic evidence of great strength and power. Weakness is strength, impotence. 64. Omnipotence. Demonstrating a characteristic transmutation that we will see Bakunin reenact repeatedly in the future, he proves to himself, and hopes to prove to others, that he is powerful because he is able to suffer powerfully. It was an ideal synthesis for Bakunin. The gentle pastels were not only preserved and allowed to prevail, but in the very act of doing so, they appeared to be their opposite, the reds and blacks of strength and power. The worse things go for me, the stronger I will be. Recalling the paradoxical currents of 1834, when his proclamations became most stridently aggressive at just the time that he was retreating into his inner existence, Bakunin constantly speaks of his strength during this Fichtian missionary year, 1836, of deep suffering. He is strong because he now feels himself in God, stronger than ever, strong because he is in his own world, strong, for I see into the future, strong because he is alone and thrives on this isolation, strong because he must be so in order to suffer, strong and calm because he is doing the work he loves, strong now, because I am free, because I have entered upon the path Providence intended for me. But it is and must be, to restate a central point. A strength that represses animal virility, the great deeds must be done with our conscience clean. It is strength and purity, pure and strong, strength that belongs to pure and lofty sentiments, in contrast to the weakness and flabbiness of sensuality that is strong only with animal strength. Happy face. With respect to the infant side of the dualism, the narcissistic roots of the masochistic suffering, it involves, primarily, the narcissistic rage experienced by the child against deprivation or, especially, against some persisting injury to his emerging sense of self, as discussed more fully in the concluding chapter, Narcissus and Oedipus. The child experiencing the rage cannot direct it against the real maternal source causing the injury, since the child is dependent on that source for survival. To protect the mother, or, rather, the intrapsychic idealized image of a fantasied all-good mother, the child, among other reactions, directs the rage against itself. Moreover, since the child's sense of himself in the dual unity is based on the mother's responses, her denial and rejection of the child become the child's rejection and punishment of himself. There is, finally, a third source of masochistic suffering besides those associated with the Oedipal and narcissistic patterns functioning separately. It concerns a particular interaction between the two patterns that, if this part of the interpretation is valid, and it is admittedly speculative, would be, I believe, the ultimate source of Bakunin's apocalyptic violence, the essential generating core that drove Bakunin on and on in his destructive fervor until the end of his life. It was argued earlier that in reaction to Oedipal failure, Bakunin regressed more deeply into an aberrationally prolonged symbiotic couple, and that it was essential that he keep the reunion free of anything sexual, animal, material, lust. 65. The symbiotic couple itself become the Oedipally incestual union that the regression was meant to escape. That danger, I believe, was not, and probably could not be, avoided. Coming as it did after the Oedipal crisis and as a means of compensating for Oedipal failure, the regression necessarily carried the substance of the Oedipal crisis into the symbiotic couple, which thereby lost its pre-Oedipal sexual innocence and became, in effect, the incestual union. Try as he may by his impotence, his lifelong war against the animal, material, sexual world, and his various other strategies to keep the union pure and to prove himself innocent and weak, he unavoidably committed the crime by being in the sanctuary that he clung to for protection against it and, therefore, had to be punished. He was caught in a vicious circle and, with no exit from the trap, could only go on punishing himself endlessly by masochistic suffering, in fact, and fantasy. Had Bakunin kept his credo of suffering to himself, enduring the spiritual stngla in silent deprivation, he would have been his only victim. But it was impossible for him to keep his suffering a personal drama. If it was essential for him to preserve detachment and impotence, it was no less essential for him to engage in a fierce assault against society and all it represented to him, for the many reasons, Oedipal and narcissistic, that are discussed throughout this study. He must, therefore, carry on in the world outside the same struggle against the flesh that he fought within himself, actively help God triumph over matter, spread the gospel of purity and pain. That was his mission, and he continued to give himself to it unstintingly, striving relentlessly to save his sisters and the Bayer sisters from the corruption of sensuality and to lead them through the veil of suffering that he had come to cherish into the true life. My friends, the earth is no longer our fatherland. Our happiness is celestial, our life, heaven. He waged his holy war on a number of fronts simultaneously, investing an awesome amount of time and energy in it. In fact, this was the only specific issue he wrote about that year, 1836. He had first to go on protecting his sister Lyubov. Although the threat to her virtue that Bakunin had helped avert 3 years before had faded away, a new danger loomed ahead in the person of one Vladimir Rzhevsky whose intentions, Bakunin wrote Varvara in February, would of course be welcomed by their parents, no matter how much harm this caused Lyubov. To stop the courtship from going any farther, Bakunin wrote long letters denigrating Rzhevsky's character and behavior and even challenged the suitor to a duel. How could he, her brother, allow poor Lyubinka to be a victim once again to our parents' false views? In urging Varvara to help him protect Lyubov from a marriage their parents were again planning for her, he wrote that Varvara, having herself experienced marriage, knew what marriage really is. You know the consequences, you know all the sacrifices which a woman must offer up to her husband. Lyubinka cannot know the conditions of marriage. 66. She cannot foresee the dreadful suffering and terrifying humiliations which a woman suffers for her husband's sake, suffering endured only for the sake of the beloved man, to whom the wife sacrifices everything, her modesty, her shyness, because the loving wife no longer lives for herself. Continuing this description of the dreadful future awaiting Lyubov should she marry Rzhevsky, he used almost the same words, phrases, and images that he was to use a year and a half later, in December 1837, when he recalled the earlier dangers Lyubov had faced in 1833, when their parents had first tried to arrange a marriage for her. Here, as there, he expressed his horror at the thought of the sacrifice of an innocent and pure young girl, rich in sensitivities, whose inner life is a harmonious synthesis of the finest thoughts, delicate and pure images, and described vividly, too vividly, how her husband begins by sacrificing her to the coarseness of his beastly passion, which, blind to the gentle sensitivity necessary for the happiness of a woman in love, gradually takes from her, one after another, all her hopes, all the pleasant illusions that make up her inner life, her religion, her moral life, finally plunging her into a dreadful reality, and there, chained by duty, dead to all hope, engulfed at every moment by the personality of her husband who must become unbearable to her, will she not be 3q. The most miserable being on earth? In Varvara's case the harm had already been done, she was already married. However, she had separated from her husband soon after the birth of their first child, and Bakunin, as we will see, was determined to keep them apart. Her husband very much wanted her back, and her parents urged her to return. Bakunin acknowledged that her husband was kind, considerate, and well-meaning, but he also denounced him as a narrow, crude, materialistic, and sensual Philistine who was completely unworthy of her and extremely harmful to her son. Concerned as he was to keep his sisters from marrying, or, as in Varvara's case, to liberate them from the bond if already tied, it was not towards them but towards the Bayer sisters that he directed his most persistent and fervent missionary work that year. Following his own victory over Premuckino obligations and the threat of a fussy job, it was the freedom of the Bayer girls, especially Alexandra, from their mother's control that most consumed his talents and energies as a Fichtian teacher, guide, and priest during his first months in Moscow. Conditions at the Bayer winter apartment that year were strained unbearably, with Mother Bayer going to all lengths spying, fits of hysteria, threats of beatings, according to Bakunin, to protect Alexandra from an unpromising alliance with Fyodor Ruzhevsky, the brother of the would-be duelist Vladimir, and force her into a marriage worthy of her station. 67. Desperate, Alexandra saw only one way out: she would get herself to a nunnery. No, Bakunin told her, that would be a meaningless self-sacrifice, a monstrous self-deception, and above all an intolerable loss of freedom. You are too intelligent to believe that one might please God by voluntary imprisonment, by useless sacrifice, by passive prayer. The essence of God is freedom, and he wants people to be free, for only in freedom does he reveal himself to them. Happy face, to save her from this slavery, from a life no different from that in the army barracks, he bombarded her with admonitions and instructions, told her how to deal with her mother, now appeasement, now defiance, denounced her brother as swine for taking the mother's side, devised schemes for getting her away from home on the pretext of visiting Varvara, urged his sisters to write Alexandra, provided them with the necessary arguments. Tell her, he instructed Varvara, that you need her friendship, that she can help you raise your son and ease your suffering, and on his evening visits to the Bayers took command himself in the impassioned confrontations with this mother who was so stupid, immoral, incapable of loving nothing. Happy face, the main thing was to get Alexandra, and also her sister Natalie, who could do nothing against my will, away from their mother's wrath. He outlined in precise detail alternative contingency tactics, sent urgent letters to his sisters instructing them in the parts they were to play, censored Alexandra's letters, tearing up at least one of them that did not fit his strategies. In it she had asked advice from Varvara, and, in general, attacked his objective with all the care, determination, and enterprise of a military operation. In the end, he succeeded in having Alexandra stay with Varvara at her husband's estate near Premuckino. From the monastic fortress of his own inner purity, he had fought hard for the world's purity, for God's triumph over matter. Here, in these battles in defense of Lyubov's and the Bayer sisters' virtue, were Bakunin's first great deeds done with conscience clean. The formula worked: by making the pure and virginal his cause, he could take the risk of displaying manly power, otherwise denied him because of its Oedipal implications. Having found the right arena, he could now let his passions rage and seethe without guilt or fear, demonstrating expertly in these domestic battles for purity all the skills and traits of character that he had been expected, but failed, to demonstrate in the army and in conventional society. But besides treating these family quarrels as though they were decisive military conflicts, and already revealing the boundless energy that was later to become his trademark, he also displayed through them a later aspect of his character that is far less known: his extreme authoritarianism. The following examples of his dictatorial domination should be enough to show this trait, and show as well still another essential continuity joining these early, apolitical years to his later life as a revolutionary. 68. You must believe me, I demand from you fulfillment of my will, for this will is the wish for your happiness. Answer me. Believe in me. I am not mistaken. Feeling guides me. Give me your word. Bend to me. I demand this of you again, Alexandra. I will be your providence. Believe in me completely or do not believe in me at all, but for the sake of all that's holy let there be no middling way. Do not think that having given yourself in friendship to someone you are not giving him as well eternal rights to yourself. You assume that you could succeed in deceiving me and hiding from me what is going on in your soul. What madness, my dear friends! Deceive me, one who has learned to read your souls, to notice the slightest shifts within them, to foresee all your feelings, even all doubts. Happy face, he must again possess your souls entirely, as I possessed them before. Natalie, as we saw, could do nothing against my will. Her mother, too, was for a time under this control, or so he claimed. We have her firmly in hand. She cannot take a step without our permission. She must be managed, that's the crux of it. Since our last talk, she is simply afraid of me, and I will not relax my power. I am very courteous, very respectful, even very attentive with her, but she is fully aware that I understand her through and through, that I will not let her do as she pleases, and for some time now she has done everything she can to ingratiate herself with me in spite of the fact that she can't stand me. Registered. Once Tatiana asked whether they could not love each other in spite of holding different views. He assured her that was impossible, for true friendship means agreement in convictions. It can exist only given this single condition. And why should he not claim such despotic rights, since my F is divine and is conscious of its divine origin? It commands circumstances. It rules them. I will take care of everything. Registered still, when the young ladies balked at his tyranny, and complained that he was trying to force them into directions they did not choose to follow, he could hardly even understand the accusation. This means that I forced you. Is it possible that you do not understand how deeply those words insult me, one who lives only in freedom and loves only freedom? I force you? How little you have understood me, Alexandra. I want everyone to be free. I would begin despising myself were I even to consider forcing, tyrannizing anyone. If, at the time, the target of battle for this Lieutenant Monk was the institution of marriage, the main bridge joining sex to society, then the officers 69. Leading the enemy camp were, perforce, the parents who guarded the bridge. Nothing inspired him to flights of impassioned rhetoric or provoked his rage more than the subject of parental authority. The theme came up constantly in his letters. It was the only subject he referred to when describing a salon dispute in which, as we saw, he and Chadov took the same side in defense of children's rights. In his meetings with the young man he tutored for a month, he did his best to tear him out of that apathetic and moribund sphere into which his father's life and practical ideas have plunged him. Happy Face, whether in the persons of his own parents, who had constantly tried to prune his soul down to social customs, who refused to see in his divinely chosen path anything but selfish egoism, and who did everything they could to defile the purity of his saintly sisters, or in the person of the Bayer sisters' mother, who was working strenuously to ruin the lives of her daughters in the same beastly way. Parents emerge from his letters as demons incarnate. As for himself, parents do not exist. I renounce ours. He would have nothing to do with the dogmatism according to which one must honor thy father and mother, one must sacrifice oneself for one's mother, one must load this cross on oneself, carry it, and thus merit paradise. Happy Face, his parents responded in kind, if more gently. His father said he was glad to learn that his son had decided to earn his way by giving lessons. This was in April, the month the lessons began and ended. God please you have enough ability and patience for this, for teaching is an honorable profession. However, he went on, showing how little he thought of his son's character as well as how little he knew how to encourage improvement in it. Teaching demands vast knowledge and unwavering steadfastness, and the assumption that leads you from one lesson to 12 and from one week to all the following weeks seems to me not entirely well grounded. While never doubting the kindness of your heart, he said, twisting the blade, he felt that an intellectual fever has always dominated you. And then, in a prophetic remark with chilling precision, we will see, in the end, whether good prevails over Ahriman. Lucifer. A rare note from his mother was appended to his father's letter. For a long time I have been unable to write you. My heart has been too heavy. I do not want to reproach you. But if you are not entirely estranged from the feelings and obligations of a son to his parents, from the love for parents who have found all their joy in love for their children, then you must yourself know how guilty you are before us, and also that your actions and your offensive letters can hardly persuade us either of your love or of your respect for us. I am unable not to love you. Love for you is fused to my very life, and the way to my heart is always open to you, no matter how antagonistic you are to me. I bless you and embrace you. 70. What we are witnessing through this year of Bakunin's Fichtian mission is Bakunin at war against parents, his own and the Bayer's sisters, in the name of freedom, that is, purity and virtue. Will he, his sisters, and the Bayer's sisters be sacrificed to the vile animal world, or could they be saved for the pure and virginal? It is the same battle between body and soul that, as he had said several years earlier, fills the pages of humanity's historical fate and decides the bloom or ruin of individuals and whole peoples alike. Leading the camp of the pure and virginal, he was at one and the same time the Fichtian priest of truth, stmggung for God's triumph over matter as Jesus had done, and the fearless artillery officer, planning, mobilizing, maneuvering, and attacking as he had been taught to do in the army he had deserted. Exhilarated by the challenge, and freed by the purity of the cause from Oedipal constraints on such displays of power, he sounded every bit the mighty crusader he now set out to act. I am a man because I want to be one, because I am called upon to be one. I have no other aim besides becoming a man, and I will crush everything that impedes my way to it. Damn all these conditions forged through man's degradation. And damn all these relative ideas, senseless but no less effective in limiting his will. One must destroy, pitilessly and without exception, everything false so that truth may triumph. Its reign will come. And all those who were weak, all those who were frightened by the pitiful deceptions that shackled them, all those who stopped midway, all those who bargained with truth, will not be allowed to enter. They will repent their errors. They will lament their weaknesses. No, my dear friends, I will make no more concessions. They almost destroyed me, ... There was no room for compromise, because there are only two ways of looking at things, either everything is sacred, everything must be sanctified, or everything is a wretched farce, absurdity, and putrefaction. Between these poles there is no middle. Man cannot and must not rest content with the golden mean. Happy face, if doubts arise, then one must CMSH them all. Rise up against them. So crush them all. Happy face, and if this uncompromising zeal meant that he must remain alone, then so be it, for then at least one can say to oneself, am alone. My soul belongs to me, its secrets are not soiled by the stares of the indifferent. Moreover, as with all suffering, there was happiness in this isolation, a happiness that is most bitter, a satanic happiness. But, he went on to re-emphasize his main point here, the golden mean attitude which serves to embellish the lives of ordinary people. Oh, that is unbearable, horrible _ I do not want it, for it exhausts one's soul, deprives it of all its strength, all its energy. 71. We must stop here a while and take a longer look at these Promethean forays against compromise and the golden mean. Those familiar with Bakunin's work will see at once how much these declarations anticipate the essential feature of his later revolutionary tracts, while those familiar with the Gnostic apocalyptic tradition will realize how clearly this aspect of Bakunin's personality and proposals reflects a characteristically Gnostic rejection of an evil, material world as totally unredeemable and destined to utter annihilation. It is important, therefore, to keep in mind that this all-or-nothing, fundamentally Gnostic, assumption underlying Bakunin's revolutionary outlook was well developed long before he became political. Enough has been said already about the roots of his personality to understand why there can be no compromise, no meeting ground, no contact with the dark, filthy, and vile world, why he can only flee it or destroy it. The golden mean exhausts his soul and deprives it of all its strength, its energy, for the same reason that, earlier, any sensual thought had only to penetrate my heart for my feelings to dull and my soul to be cast again into black gloom, anguish, suffering, self-laceration, and, when strength is exhausted, silence. Strength and manhood lay only in the complete avoidance or destruction of the fallen animal world. The roots of Bakunin's Gnostic apocalypse, in short, were psychological, psychopathological, and not political in any way. Linking these militant pronouncements with similar declarations Bakunin had made during his army years, we can see some details of these roots. There is still, as before, a strong element of Oedipal bombast and bravado serving the same purpose of concealing the contrary tmth underneath. The more violent he sounds, the more virile he must be. Then, there is the factor of vengeance and the Oedipal and narcissistic rage it channeled. More important than either the bravado or the vengeance, however, is the positive appeal and apparent pleasure that he comes to experience in the fantasy of violence, something he himself began to touch on when he referred to the satanic happiness he found in his lonely and bitter war against the dark, filthy, and vile. This aspect of his violence is only now beginning to appear in his writing. As the appeal of violence in and of itself strengthens, we will see that, in addition to the pleasure it afforded by venting rage and staging bombast, violence becomes a source of masochistic suffering discussed above and a surrogate sexuality. We will see as well that the pseudo-sexuality is essentially passive or, as Bakunin defines sexual traits, feminine. But there still remain several other ingredients to be added to this potent brew, mainly Hegel and Weitling, before the violence would be ready to attempt the complete annihilation of the present social and political world. The war in which this violent strain first began to manifest itself, the war against parents in defense of Lyubov's, Alexandra's, and Natalia's purity led. 72. That same year, 1836, to another relationship between himself and the young ladies that in some ways served his need for concealment even better than did the role of crusading priest of tmth. He became a celibate father of a pseudo-family made up of his sisters and his soul sisters, the Bayer girls. For that was the ultimate meaning to him of the Holy Commune, the organization, if one can call it that, which he now formed and which he was repeatedly to reincarnate throughout the rest of his life in a dizzying succession of intimate brotherhoods, families, alliances, parties, and federations. As he initially thought of the Holy Commune, it was to comprise those who were prepared to forsake as he did all animal pleasures and all conventional social institutions and expectations and to devote themselves to the pure love of God, to pure friendships uncontaminated by carnal desires, and to the familiar gateways to the spirit religion, philosophy, music, poetry, nature. Even before he had left Premucino at the end of 1835, he had written to Natalie Bayer about his plans to form a religious circle. In a note added to this letter, Tatiana spoke of the great impression his plan had made on her, and she urged the Bayer's brother Constantine to join by April the following year. Near the end of Bakunin's stay in Moscow, the circle seems to have been well underway, with the Bayer sisters rather than Bakunin's own sisters heading the list of loyal followers, since he had found in the Bayers what I could not find in my own family. Describing for them what he had in mind, he wrote that they would all together, you, my sisters, and I form a chorus of souls, fused as one, and that he would look after their welfare with the feeling of a father wishing only the inner happiness of his children. In the quarrels between the Bayer sisters and his own sisters, often over which set was most favored by Father Bakunin, Bakunin usually supported the Bayers, who are for me much more my sisters than they are. For you the Bayers are my soul sisters. Registered paralleling his own elevation of spiritual fatherhood over animal fatherhood, he honored this kinship of souls he felt for these sisters, sisters of my soul above the involuntary, physical, unconscious kinship he had with his own sisters. The purpose of the circle was as lofty as the souls that formed it, to expand more and more the sphere of our love, of our bliss, to purify our souls from everything earthly, incessantly ennobling them, making of them worthy offerings of eternal love, to elevate thereby earth to heaven, endlessly to realize in the external world the idea of the fine, the lofty, the noble, even that was only the beginning, for feeling God within ourselves. Having received communion through his divine love, we feel ourselves to be divine beings, free, and predestined for the liberation of enslaved mankind, the liberation of a universe that is still sacrificed to the instinctual laws of unconscious. 73. Existence. Again, it is God's triumph over matter that is at issue, mankind is to be liberated not from enslavement by some imperial state or oppressive economic class, but from the instinctual laws of unconscious existence. He could hardly be more explicit as to the basic motivation for his revolutionary career. What he envisioned now and, however concealed, thereafter was a union of pure, virginal, celibate souls destined by God to purge the world of all that was dark, filthy, and vile, all that was animal, matter, sexual. Neither this first, embryonic psating order nor the many that were to follow would have been possible, of course, if Bakunin had not possessed the overwhelming charismatic attraction he unmistakably had for so many, then and thereafter. Tatiana, for example, could hardly find words to express her gratitude to him for this God whom you are teaching us to understand, or to say how much we owe to you and how much right you have to our friendship. Oh, Michael, never doubt it, be assured that without it we would not be able to live, that it is as necessary for us as is the air we breathe, my dear friend, nothing can ever separate us. Natalie Bayer, too, Tatiana told him, had come to understand the inner life about which you preach to her so much, and she wants to strive towards this celestial harmony. These days that have drawn all of us completely together have shown me that your efforts have been crowned with success. Yes, Michael, everything depends on you. You must resurrect their splendid souls. Nor was Tatiana alone among his sisters in her gratitude and devotion to her brother. A few days earlier, Lyubov had written, "You have given us a new life. You have helped us to see the purpose of our existence, and yet you are not here to take joy in the fruits of your labors, to share with us our happiness, to inspire us with strength and bravery, because, to tell the truth, many impediments remain for us to overcome." And from Varvara, in a note appended to Lyubov's letter, "Your little flock is waiting for you." Really, Michael, I do not know just what you have done to become so indispensable. May God bless you. Happy face. Such ecstatic devotion may not be so unusual for that ardently romantic era, when not to wear one's heart on one's sleeve meant risking the charge of not having a heart. But the sentiments that Bakunin expressed to his sister Tatiana during the summer of 1836 reflect much more than fashionable effusion. Tatiana seems to have taken the first step when she wrote a letter to her brother that, while no longer extant, was so impassioned that she insisted he burn it. He was euphoric. "No, my enchanting friend, no one will see this letter, but I will not burn it. Oh, I will save it always and not for even a moment part with it. Away with all doubts. You have returned to me the sister I adore." 74. Nothing will ever separate us. If you could only know, if you could only sense even half of the bliss that your letter granted me. Ah, how I want to see you again, to press you tightly, tightly to my heart, to tell you things that one cannot say in letters, to express in my eyes what words cannot express. I feel now that I love you more than anything in the world, that you have become my one idol on earth. And you ask me not to write to you. But, little silly, you ask the impossible. How could I do this? How learn that you love me, feel my whole soul renewed through this news, and then be silent? This would be beyond my strength. No, my lovely one, I have disobeyed this order, I cannot observe it. Feeling as he did, there was something he had to know. Was she in love with anyone else, perhaps with Sologub or Kolovsky? Answer me quickly, tell me the truth, I beg you, I implore you to do this. Happy face. About a week later, he again asked her not to be angry with him for replying to a letter she had wanted him only to burn. He simply could not help himself. It was impossible not to tell you how I love you and how I have always loved you, how I suffered at the very thought of your indifference to me, and how impossible it would be to replace you in my heart with anyone else. Happy face. And, again, from Tatiana. And so you are ours again. You again belong to your sisters who adore you. You no longer reject our love. You give us your trust again. Oh, thank you, 1,000 times thank you. If I had wings, I would fly into your arms to press you to my heart. Oh, Michael, never doubt us again. If you only knew how many bitter tears you caused us to shed. So you are again ours. But will it be forever? Will you not again tear yourself from our embraces? Michael, let us vow to each other everlasting friendship and trust. As for his suspicions about her feelings towards Sologub or Kozlovsky, who could have inspired in you the assumption that I could love one of these gentlemen? All she had said, she recalled, prefacing her remark with "just see how brave I am, that I'm not afraid to provoke your displeasure," was that he, Michael, had no grounds for despising or hating the Count. But she wanted to drop the whole matter, since she did not want to try your patience. So far, all the members of his little family seemed to be young ladies. What about men, his own brothers for example? This raises another interesting aspect of Bakunin's convoluted strategy towards and against power. In his relationships with his brothers and with the only male who seems that year to have 75. Played some marginal part in the intimate circle, Vissarion Belinsky, Bakunin surprisingly comes forward in strong defense of his father's fundamental values. Although, for example, his brother Nicholas had asked Michael, according to Tatiana, to guide him, to teach him what to do, to clarify for him the great aim of life, Michael made no attempt, in response, to deter him from his advance along conventional paths. On the contrary, he urged Neverav to keep an eye on him and see that Nicholas' excessive ardor was not wasted on senseless swagger nor on attacks against things that are, under present conditions, inevitable. Nicholas must learn, Bakunin went on, that only those courageous actions are worthy of respect that lead directly to a definite goal, that he must preserve himself for genuine service. Registered Bakunin sounded even more like his father, advising his brothers as their father had earlier advised him, when three of his younger brothers Paul, Alexander, and Alexei decided they had had enough of Tver Gymnasium and planned to run away, to Moscow, much as he himself had done. They, too, along with the rest of the Bakunin offspring, admired Michael immensely, and on his trips to Tver they had bitterly complained to him about the discipline and rote formalism of the school, learning from him in return all about the true religion, about man's great destiny. The more we know Misha, Alexander said, the more we feel him necessary for us. He has raised us high above our earlier position, and we enjoyed for the first time a happiness that we had not known. We now really understand man's great destiny. Happy face, for a while they went on suffering gymnasium life hoping that their parents would heed their pleas and let them go to school in Moscow, to live there with Michael. The answer was an absolute no, their father would rather die than let you go to Moscow with Michael, whose views and advice have already had such a pernicious influence on you, Tatiana wrote them. Their father's only wish, she went on, was that Michael, with his good heart, will in time free himself from his errors, and, while awaiting that time, he does not agree to entrusting his children to him. So, Tatiana urged them, bolster your courage, do not crumble under the iron hand that has come down on you, obey Tria's necessity with the noble manliness that characterizes the truly great man. In short, be real men, be Christians, do not fall from the heights on which Michael has already placed you. Registered, but how should the boys interpret this code of manly courage, determination, and fortitude? Should they heed their father and sister and prove their manliness by stoic submission to necessary circumstance, or should they follow Michael's example and prove their manliness by rebelling against those circumstances? They chose the second way and decided to run away from school, go to Moscow, force thereby their expulsion, and leave their father no choice but to accept the fait accompli. Their midnight escape got as far as the coach that 76 was to carry them to Moscow and freedom. But the driver reneged, either he lost his nerve or, more likely, raised the price too high. At once everyone knew everything, and there followed the expected cacophony of accusations, warnings, angry confrontations, and harried messengers rushing hysterical notes back and forth between Tver and Premukhino. The boys stood their ground defiantly. Their grandmother, with whom they were living in Tver, intended to scold us like children, Alexander wrote, and assumed that we would, as we used to, just stand there listening, eyes downcast, to her sermon. No. It was not going to be at all like that. They would simply leave if she treated them that way, they warned her. And they did so, as, screaming at them all the way, she followed them down the stairs and out into the street. They ignored her until she told them to come back and hear what she had written Michael. It was exactly what they might have expected, Alexander continued. She went on blaming him for everything, until they told her to stop and left the house again, this time followed by her injunction never to return. Registered. Their father was furious. He sent his son-in-law Dyakov, Varvara's husband, to set things right and told him to use physical punishment if need be to force the boys to stay at school and apologize to their grandmother. And Michael? In September, before his brother's bold dash to freedom, he had seemed to encourage just such audacity. Do not limit yourself only to a consciousness of man's destiny. This consciousness must be vitalized by action. Remember, faith without deed is dead. Without action, without an externalized expression of the inner world, there is no consciousness, no life. So act, friends, do not let what I have awakened in you die. Registered. If the boys expected, as well they might from such letters, that Michael would support their action, they were sorely mistaken. He was, of course, pleased by this evidence that your life had not gone rotten, that you hunger for life, and that you want to act. But, he went on, stating again the views he had expressed to Neverov concerning Nicholas. Every action must have its direct, definite aim, entirely consistent with the laws of reason and with the conditions around you, and in this respect your undertaking distressed me greatly. What was your purpose? Was it liberation from gymnasium life and for life in Moscow? Considering well the way you went about achieving your goal, and acknowledging that our parents' approval would be necessary, do you really think that you would be able to get it this way? No, my friends, true religion consists in its provision of strength for every condition, in its preserving one from baseness even in the worst circumstances. Don't berate the gymnasium any more, it is unworthy of you and offensive to me. Make up with grandmother, ask her forgiveness, it is necessary. 11. Perhaps they had misunderstood him, he wrote in a second letter when he learned that, in spite of his reproof, they were still refusing to return to school. I spoke to you of moral freedom, of that freedom which consists in the rooting out of all bad habits, all wrong tendencies by the power of spirit, while you have been thinking of another freedom, which because of your age, your studies, the poverty of your resources, cannot yet exist for you. Shame on you, gentlemen, it is distressing, most distressing. You must write letters to father and mother, do not find fault with the gymnasium any longer, and ask their forgiveness, be 3 times more diligent, prepare yourself for every single one of your gymnasium lessons. Do not talk to just anybody and everybody about the rights of man. The young men could not have chosen which was the real Michael Bakunin, since both opposing attitudes were genuine, the one that had prompted bold independence and the one that scolded them and told them to be good boys and behave themselves. While acting the part of a conventional father in counseling his brothers and adopting the role of a celibate father in his holy commune were clearly attempts to conceal, from himself, first of all, the fact that he could never fulfill a parental role in reality, that he could never replace his father. This pose of virile power and authority had already become as indispensable to him as was the reality of impotence, and no less an essential part of his life and character. When the dust of the boys' escapade had settled, we find them back at school, and little more seems to have come of the event. The same cannot be said for the aftermath of another conflict in which Bakunin was involved that fall, 1836, one that was to begin by providing him another occasion for appearing to share his father's values, but which ended by radically undermining the whole intricate network of intellectual deceptions and decoys that had been supplying him with such tactics. His antagonist in this contest was Vissarion Belinsky, Vissarion Furioso, as his friends called him, for reasons that will soon be obvious. In spite of their shared intensities, two more different individuals than Bakunin and Belinsky could hardly be imagined. The one, Bakunin, a tall, haughty, overbearing, well-groomed, self-assured aristocrat, pundit and pastor, detached sage and ecstatic evangelist, free of all responsibilities, cozily settled in the gentle and eternally faithful realm of inner bliss, and as disdainfully indifferent to social and political concerns as to everything else in the corrupt, illusory, material, animal, external world. The other, Belinsky, a short, frail, taut, erratic, petty bourgeois journalist, forever tormenting himself by pangs of failure and inferiority, endlessly. 78. Ground down by overwhelming obligations and abysmal poverty, and trapped, inextricably, however much or often he struggled to get out, in the cruel vice of social and poetical reality. Belinsky's childhood had been as dismal as Bakunin's was, on the surface, idyllic. His father, the son of a provincial priest, was a caustic and irascible ship's doctor who had retired to become a country doctor in a remote province and who escaped awareness of incompetence, steadily reinforced by his wife's taunts, through hard drinking and by humiliating his obviously more gifted son. A scholarship to Moscow University in 1829, the year Bakunin began military school, liberated Belinsky from provincial and familial oppression, but only to cast him into the tyrannies of prodigious overwork, poverty, squalor, and serious illness. After 3 difficult years, he was expelled, officially because of poor health and lack of ability, unofficially, at least in part, because of a play of his, Dmitry Kalinin, that the censors turned down as contrary to religion, morality, and the Russian laws. Registered out of school, he at first barely managed to scrape along translating popular trivia. Then his luck seemed to turn with a job on Telescope. But the work was massive, harried, and miserably paid, offering him no way out of his freezing room where he drudged alone, bundled up in scarves and blankets, constantly coughing, plagued by the continual pounding from a blacksmith's shop below, the fumes, stench and din of a laundry business next door, and the filth and foul air of the building and neighborhood. Later that year another speck of light broke in when Stankiewicz said he wanted to meet this young man who had been expelled from the university for writing a play. Registered with this, Belinsky became a regular member of that circle of young men distinguished by intelligence, education, talent, and nobility, and, as a result, was somewhat able to forget my misfortune. Registered through the early 1830s, therefore, the years Bakunin was sinking ever deeper into loneliness and despair as his military ordeal neared its end, Belinsky was beginning his increasingly illustrious career as an esteemed publicist. The two men first met, it seems, in March 1835, registered when Bakunin, still officially on army assignment, spent a few weeks in Moscow, as we saw in an earlier chapter. Obviously catching something of himself in Bakunin, seething life, restless spirit, active striving after truth, calm registered Belinsky was at once drawn to him. For the rest of the year after that March meeting the two had little to do with each other, and Belinsky is merely mentioned on occasion in Bakunin's correspondence with Stankiewicz. However, when Bakunin came to Moscow to settle after he left Premukhino in January 1836, their relationship grew much closer, partly as a result of their being members of Stankiewicz's circle and partly because of Bakunin's translation of the Fichte articles for Telescope, which Belinsky apparently asked him to do and which Belinsky liked very much. They were full of life, strength, energy, he said. Registered 79. Later that year, Bakunin, 3 years younger than Belinsky and pleased by this friendship with the older and already prominent writer, and, for a time, even editor of Telescope, invited him to spend that summer, 1836, at Premukhino. Belinsky seemed awestruck at the prospect of entering that holy and mysterious atmosphere that Stankiewicz and Efremov had visited the previous summer and that had gained an almost legendary reputation among members of the circle as a paradise of love and beauty. Moreover, he desperately needed a rest. Besides suffering, as he periodically did, a broken heart, his overwork, wretched living conditions, and constantly increasing obligations, including now the responsibility of maintaining and educating his brother and a nephew, had so aggravated his illness, tuberculosis, that his doctor had ordered him south. Stankiewicz blessed the visit, for it would enable Belinsky to come to know moral happiness, the possibility of harmony between the inner and outer worlds, a harmony that has seemed inaccessible until now, but in which he now believes. How this pure sphere of gentle, Christian family life softens the soul. The Bakunin family is an ideal family, so you can imagine what effect it will have on the soul of someone who is no stranger to divine sparks. At first, things went as well as Stankiewicz had predicted, to judge from Belinsky's recollections of the visit. I felt myself in a new realm, saw myself in a new world. Everything around me breathed harmony and bliss, and this harmony and bliss partly penetrated my soul. He recalled especially the joy he had felt when they had all gathered together in chorus around the piano, when it seemed to me that I was listening to the rapturous and blissful hymn of perfected humanity. It had been the best time in my life, a flowering oasis in the fruitless wasteland of my life. It was my christening, my rebirth. Around the time of the visit, he said, he felt that he had a guardian angel, a sacred angel, my memory of that paradise where I was not long ago. There will I retire with my fantasy, to live a sublime and transcendent life, to refresh myself and cleanse the dust from my life. Happy face. As for the source of the inspiration, Michael's sisters could claim most of the credit. Although Belinsky was particularly attracted to Alexandra, he idolized all of them for years thereafter as ideals of moral splendor, strangers to all sins of the body, the flesh, envy, malice, hatred. Not even Stankiewicz could compare with them. I know of no one more elevated than Stankiewicz, but what is he before them? Nothing, even less, 1,000 times less than nothing. Belinsky had double cause to be grateful to Bakunin and his family, for if the family provided him a guardian angel, a living example of the ideal life of grace, love, beauty, and ease, so different from his own bleak and frenzied existence, Bakunin opened to him a new world, the world of thought. The new world of thought was Fichte. The ideas of Fichte, thanks to you Bakunin, convinced me for the first time that the so-called ideal life is precisely 80. The authentic, real life, while what is called actual life is negation, illusion, nothingness, vacuity. Notwithstanding this shared enthusiasm for Fichte, however, there was from the very beginning of the relationship, an essential difference between Belinsky's and Bakunin's idealism, a difference that was soon to be the occasion, although not the main cause, for a long series of bitter quarrels between them. Even during his Stankiewicz period and its Schelling Fichtian influences, Belinsky remained far more rooted in reality, as distinct from reality, than were the other members of the circle. Although ugly, he had replaced politics with art and philosophy and no longer wrote plays with heroes rashly denouncing serfdom as Dmitry Kalinin had done. He clearly showed in his apolitical articles a continuing concern with social issues that was completely missing from Bakunin's statements, at least those that have come down to us. Announcing in a typically Schellingesque rhapsody that the whole infinite, beautiful, divine world is nothing but the breath of a single, eternal idea, the idea of a single, eternal God, and continuing in that vein paragraph after paragraph, Belinsky would inadvertently, as it were, relapse into the Kalinin mood with repeated references to strife and action that were still years away from Bakunin's publications. Similarly, whereas he agreed with the others in the circle that Jesus was the ideal of human perfectibility, he also had the social concern to write, as Bakunin did not at the time, that if a rich man, having asked of Christ the way to salvation, does not agree to distribute his wealth among the poor and follow his Savior, he will be denied the kingdom of God, though he had from his earliest youth strictly fulfilled all the law's commandments. Registered and, finally, if consciousness was for Belinsky, as well as for Bakunin, man's normal, natural, and, therefore, blissful state. It was not consciousness as experienced by the Fichtian ego, Bakunin's detached, proud, independent I, but a consciousness that is possible only for humanity as a whole and which will be a result of united labors. Every individual, therefore, is a member, a part of this great whole, its co-worker and helper in the attainment of its goal. It is not for nothing that the entire world is joined by an electrified chain of love and sympathy, and that all that lives and breathes form links in this endless chain. Both Belinsky and Bakunin, thus, had their chain and links, but how differently they are put together. For Belinsky the emphasis is on the chain, the whole, the love and sympathy that join the individual links. For Bakunin, the ultimate concern was still the individual link, the need to avoid being a futile, meaningless link in the chain. Bakunin may well have taught Fichte and other thought to Belinsky, but Belinsky had already begun to teach Bakunin something about social and political reality. It was just these social and political issues that, at least ostensibly, sparked the discord between the two men during that summer visit, and that offered 81. Bakunin another opportunity to stand up for his father's values, as he had recently done in the gymnasium crisis. While dining with the Bakunin family one evening, Belinsky defended not only the French Revolution but the guillotine and its toll of heads. Yes, he later acknowledged, that is the way I thought then, because I looked upon Fichtenism as Robespierreanism, and in the new theory caught the scent of blood. Consistent with his conservatism at the time, and again assuming his father's role, Bakunin joined his father against Belinsky. From that time, with the famous phrase about the heads Belinsky recalled, there began a dissonance in our relationship. I began to note in you both love and hate towards me. 103 Judge from his account of this second part of his visit, the hate was decidedly more pronounced than the love. On every possible occasion, according to Belinsky, Bakunin tormented and humiliated him, made him feel inferior to the noble gentry around him, made fun of his inability to learn German, and left the room with studied indifference when Belinsky began reading one of his articles. His entire behavior was like a stab in the heart, then, after the stab, a twist of the blade, as though you enjoyed my torment. These brief summary remarks about Bakunin's treatment of Belinsky are enough to indicate that something else must have been involved besides Belinsky's defense of Robespierre and the guillotine. Belinsky himself tells us what it probably was when he describes the various situations in which Bakunin was especially cruel. At one point in the visit, for example, when Belinsky had isolated himself for 2 days, immersed in painful thoughts about love in general and his feelings for Alexandra in particular, Bakunin had persecuted him with cynical scoffing, laughter and crude jokes. Another time, when, during a celebration to consecrate the new Premukhino chapel, Belinsky had strolled over to Tatiana to chat, Bakunin had coldly accused him of impudence. Belinsky was completely baffled as well as humiliated by these callous affronts, and the best he could do by way of explanation at the time was to blame it all on the shabby barrack habits that Bakunin had picked up during his military training. Had he been aware of what Bakunin's Holy Commune meant to him, of how important it was for him to hold undisputed sway over his sisters as their spiritual father and to preserve exclusive rights to an even more intimate relationship with Tatiana, he would have realized that what disturbed Bakunin was the fact that Belinsky was making a great impression on his sisters, that, in fact, they were becoming more attentive to Belinsky's more concrete and colorful rendering of the Fichtean world and mission than they were to that of their brother. In one letter to her younger brothers, for example, Tatiana told them of Belinsky's powerful impression on her and her sisters. Belinsky revealed the true sacred religion and provided them a picture of man as he should be, of the 82 man God to which all of them must aspire, following Jesus' example. Later, after Bakunin had himself revealed something of his deeper feelings at the time, Belinsky understood what really had been going on. He realized quite correctly that there was something more essential involved even than Bakunin's control over his Holy Commune, namely jealousy over Tatiana. You suspected that Ta loved me. Registered. By November, Belinsky had had enough of the torment and humiliation. What had been a flowering oasis in the fruitless wasteland of my life, my christening, my rebirth, had become the worst time of my life. Registered. Above all, Bakunin's hostility had showed him, he said, how foolish he had been to think that he could ever really fit into this alien manneral world, that even to try to do so was simply to play a stupid role. Anything would have been better, he now realized, than to have talked about truth, about art, about love, about everything, in a word, that I did not really feel. What had that rarefied, unreal world to do with the brute facts of his own hard life that clamored for his attention? I tried to repress in my soul all worldly cares, all worries about external fate, and while I apparently succeeded in doing so, my tranquility was deceptive. A fierce struggle went on in my soul. First of all, there were thoughts about my brother and nephew, about the fact that I had been doing nothing for them, that at the very time I was living such a splendid life, they were left in neglect, struggling to meet their needs. Then there were thoughts about what awaited me on my return to Moscow, where my resources were exhausted and where the only lifeline remaining to me was Telescope, and that line, hopeless. Hopeless it was, indeed, for the month before, in October, Telescope had been ordered shut down because it had published one of the most scathing critiques of Russian society and character ever to appear legally in Russia, Chadov's Letters on the Philosophy of History. 3 days after the final issue appeared, the chief of police ordered the seizure of all papers found in Belinsky's apartment. Stankiewicz, who was keeping Primukhino informed of events, tried to collect enough money to get Belinsky out of the country, but without success. When, on November 15, Belinsky arrived in Moscow from his Primukhino debacle, he found waiting for him, in addition to his former burdens and deprivations, a gendarme escort to take him straight to the police station. The likelihood of further harassment, and, with Telescope closed down, the loss of his only source of income. His situation was desperate. He tried to get a job with a St. Petersburg journal, but nothing came of it. He began work on a Russian gram. 83. Mar textbook, but the return, if any, would come only later. Meanwhile, the only way he could keep going was by borrowing heavily from his friends, and he despised himself mercilessly for it. He sought escape in the brothels, but found there only more fuel for the self-hatred that was consuming him. By the following April, 1837, he could go on no longer. At the point of complete physical and emotional breakdown, he was again ordered south by his doctor and left for the Caucasus. Considering his crushing experience during that last part of his Primukhino visit, followed as it was by the total disarray that greeted him in Moscow, Belinsky's distress is understandable. Yet, from the moment Bakunin returned to Moscow, in the same month, November, that Belinsky got back, he seemed even more distraught than the man he had so cruelly taunted. He was overwhelmed by a dreadful despondency, he wrote Alexandra Bayer that month. Everything appeared in such dark tones, so dismal, even so laughable. In his external life everything was dreams and phrases, and in his inner life everything was impoverished and superficial. For him, too, as for Belinsky, those final months in Primukhino were to blame. Simply the memory of those last months which I spent at Primukhino threw me into depression. To return to Primukhino is impossible for me. A kind of tremor, some sort of obscure terror seizes me at the very thought. It had been a nightmare for him, and his reaction, he said, was like an illness. At first, he was at a loss to explain how or why he was so downcast. Several months later, he understood. I do not know what to call the fiend I have for Tanika, but I know that it inspires jealousy in me, and this jealousy tormented my whole soul. It almost led me to total degradation. Oh, if you knew, if you could understand all those dreadful humiliations that I was victim to. If you knew how I felt my fall, how I felt my weakness. I who perceived standing before me so lofty, so sublime a mission, lowered myself to such base feelings, so unworthy of me, and these feelings overwhelmed my entire being. I became their wretched slave. I lacked strength enough to rid myself of them, and I became an object of sympathy for my sisters and even for you, the Bayer sisters. Ah, this was hell, hell with all its terrors. I lost that absolute love which was life for me. I became an egotistical, pitiful being. Oh, how I craved death! While the underlying maternal incestual bond remained hidden, enough of it had been displaced onto this uncommon attraction to his sister to show him that there is much that is vile in me, much that is base, and make him the victim of terrible, indescribable torment. Carrot. 4. Conversion to Hegel. Salvation by faith. Bakunin had performed his Fichtian mission too well. He had come too close to his disciples. Having rechanneled his animal passions into spiritual ecstasies and messianic evangelism, he could share them safely enough with soul sisters like the Bears. Not with Tatiana, however. Closest to him in age, emerging from the same intensely emotional, romantic milieu, herself strongly attracted to her brother and making no secret about it, she drew to herself the forbidden love that Bakunin's mission was meant to deny. It was not simply jealousy over what he thought was Tatiana's feelings toward Belinsky, but what that jealousy revealed to him about his own feelings that had evoked the tremors, the nightmare, the illness, the craving for death, the hell with all its terror, to use, again, Bakunin's own words and phrases to describe his reaction to the experience. Confronted by emotions he could not bear, his recourse, once again, was flight. This time, however, it was not enough to leave Primukhino for Moscow. Nor was withdrawal from the external into a safe inner world appropriate, since it was precisely that inner world, the world of the Schiller-Schelling beautiful soul and Fichtian eye, that had now proven so unreliable. Having denounced and abandoned the external world in order to find and celebrate truth, beauty, and goodness as divine gifts of the tempted inner friend, he now found himself betrayed by this inner world, shed by its obscure terror. There was, he wrote, only one salvation left, to find somewhere that harmony outside of oneself that one cannot find within. The I had to go. The I that had been revealed to him by his first intellectual revolution now became the target of a second intellectual revolution. The man who had proclaimed, I. 84. 85. Do not leave my I am entirely immersed in my I, and only this I binds me to God, had discovered so much that is vile within that I that he had no alternative but to submerge it in and subordinate it to that harmony outside. Over the next several months, after he left Primukhino, he devoted himself, consequently, to the task of remaking myself entirely in order to destroy completely my personal I, to destroy everything that comprises its life, its hope, and its personal beliefs. Once more fortune was good to him, for, as in his conversion to Schelling and then to Fichte, he found again exactly the philosopher he needed, one who would preserve and reinforce the many benefits he had received from the Schelling-Fichte idealism, but who would at the same time help destroy that treacherous I and provide him that harmony outside, abstract, distant, and impersonal enough to guard him against the kind of dangerously intimate involvements that Fichte's mission entailed. He discovered George Frederick Hegel and his indomitable absolute. My dear friends, I have a fiery nature, my feelings seethe. And this means that only absolute life can bring me happiness and preserve my dignity. Departing from it, am capable of any crime. I am passionate, egotistical, jealous, and, finally, there is not within me those qualities that fit others for life in society. I can be happy only in solitude. A month later, in early February, Bakunin had succeeded, he said, in achieving what he had set out to do, entirely dissolve my individuality in the absolute. It is that egoism that I have completely killed. It will not be able to interfere with our relations in the future. It had brought me great suffering, the struggle with it was bitter, but this dreadful struggle within me has given me a second life, a life still more ardent and fruitful than the first one. I believe that my personal I has been forever destroyed. Once again, Stankiewicz was on hand to help him through the maze. Unable, as we have seen, to move on to Fichte's subjectivism after he had decided to give up on Kant, and plagued both by relentless illness and by a fading romance, with Bakunin's sister, Lyubov, as we will see, Stankiewicz had found in Hegel the ideal balm and solace. In a letter he wrote to Bakunin on November 3, 1836, shortly before Belinsky and Bakunin left Przemyśl, he joyously announced that he had just been informed that 13 volumes of Hegel were on their way to him from Geneva. Now I will really have something to rack my brains over. He eagerly awaited Bakunin's return to Moscow, he added, since apart from him there was no one with whom I could talk about such things. So, when Bakunin arrived in 86 Moscow from Przemyśl in a hopeless mood, overwhelmed by a dreadful despondency, Stankiewicz was waiting for him with a year of Hegel behind him and, ahead, 13 volumes for both of them to rack their brains over. From now on, Bakunin wrote his sisters in early December, my studies will be my life. I am not made for a personal life. From now on I must have nothing personal other than what is tightly bound with universal life. The 5 years extending from this winter of 1836 to 1837, when Bakunin began to study Hegel, to the summer and fall of 1842, when he wrote and published his first revolutionary tract, The Reaction in Germany, form a critically important period for him. At all times in his life, through all stages, he searched for ways to reconcile detachment with domination, impotence with fantasies of omnipotence, a fait of poetry and a life of power, and was, on the whole, remarkably successful in his search. What is so crucial about the Hegelian period we are now entering is, first, that it provided Bakunin with what was by far his most effective and the most enduring magic for achieving this union of opposites, and, second, that the Hegelian formulas strongly favored power over poetry. As a Schewing romantic, he had removed himself from the unreal world of appearances and devoted his life to nature, philosophy, and God. Moving on from Schelling to Fichte was rather like moving on from Hinayana to Mahayana Buddhism, from the Arhat, who leaves the illusory world, to the Bodhisattva, who dedicates his life to helping others leave the illusory world. In both cases, Schewing and Fichte, the response to the conventional apparent world was to leave it. When Bakunin has completed his lessons with Hegel, the response will be not to leave the world, but to destroy it. When the transition is complete, we will hear not only about his own suffering, about the pathetic experiences of the vulnerable I crushed by a powerful, alien, external world, we will hear as well an incessant clamor for apocalyptic revolutionary violence. The pain and all its very real sources within Bakunin himself will remain, but the fantasy to discharge it will radically change, rather than picture himself only masochistically as the pure and innocent victim of cruel and implacable power or as the suffering savior called upon to help other victims escape that power. He will see himself as the indomitable victor leading invulnerable armies of former victims whose turn has come to make the oppressors pay for their cruelty by suffering catastrophic destruction. As with so many other messiahs, before and after, Bakunin wiu have then completed his voyage from personal anguish, through the fantasy of an infantile Eden, to the dream of a vengeful apocalypse. But it was a dialectical voyage, as dialectical as the Hegelian charts that guided it. One arrived at one's destination only by traveling in the opposite direction. Although Bakunin's Hegelian voyage ends in proclamations of apocalyptic violence, it begins with the rhetoric of submissive surrender. The first phase. 87. Covering the years of Bakunin's supposedly right Hegelian reconciliation, lasted about a year and a half, from the end of 1836 through the summer of 1838. The early months, the winter and spring of 1837, seem to have been given, for the most part, to the anguished reappraisal involved in his struggle to remake himself. Serious study of Hegel does not seem to have begun until after he returned to Przemyśl in June 1837, to spend the summer and fall. The following winter and spring, 1838, were spent in Moscow, where he published his first original work, an article on Hegel's philosophy. His second Hegelian summer, 1838, was again spent at Przemyśl, only this time he decided to remain there through the following winter, 1839. Throughout these months of right Hegelian reconciliation, the good news he brought to his sisters and the Bayer sisters was his discovery of the Absolute, that harmony outside to which he had decided to sacrifice the I that had betrayed him. My dear friend, one must live in the Absolute, one must free oneself from all the relative conditions that shackle us with trivia. Live every hour in the Absolute, express it in your least activity, in your words, even gestures. Here is the substance of the human ideal. Registered, committed now to the Absolute, tightly bound with universal life, he could free himself, and this was a principal purpose of the conversion from the cult of the beautiful soul and its intimacies that had proved so threatening for him. Only that which enters into the general life of the spirit, only that is real. And so, friends, for God's sake do not tell me any more about the individual requirements of my little soul, whether it is best for it to live with Tanika and with Varenka, in which particular place, under what particular circumstances. It is time to leave this poor, wretched effeminacy of petty feelings, this repulsive sphere of chusce vamur et chusce vamatai, in which there is ni amour, ni amatai, time to liberate ourselves from all these banal definitions, all these trivial conditions for happiness, time to stop talking about external and inner life. There is no such division. Such a division testifies to the absence of life. Life is integrally one. Sensual souls do not live in this life, it is too vast for them. Subjective little feelings, subjective impressions, joy and suffering, these are lies because they are not yet enlightened by truth. In his letters and in the first of 2 articles he wrote on Hegel, Bakunin left no doubt as to the personal motivations behind this second intellectual revolution. His personality has been forever destroyed, to recall his remarks, because it had brought me great suffering. Just how severe that suffering had been is made dramatically clear in the Hegel article. On the surface, the article is an academic assault against the school of philosophy that finds no basis for its 88. Own thought other than its own one. Happy face. The reason he gives for his rejection of such philosophy, however, is hardly academic. The result of the subjective system of Kant and Fichte was the destruction of any kind of objectivity, any reality, and the immersion of an abstract, empty I in futile, egotistical introspection. Such self-absorption is the source of hellish torment, unbearable suffering. As an example of this hellish torment, he chose Byron, whose poetry is a wail of despair, a rending cry of a suffering soul, lost in contemplation of its own emptiness. Recalling Bakunin's own Fichtean mission, its crisis and collapse into just this hellish torment, unbearable suffering, hell with all its terrors, it seems obvious enough that this is at least as much an autobiographical account, a barely disguised personal confession, as it is the scholarly analysis it purports to be. And as he went, so should others go. It was, he said, Stankevich's failure to move on from the I to the Absolute that was the cause of his continuing distress. We talked about the malaise of your spirit and about your Scheinseligkeit in general, Bakunin wrote him. In your letter to Sister Lyubov there is concealed a kind of anguish, a loss of any hope for escape. Moreover, you, who are so clearly and profoundly aware of the harm of self-analysis, are endlessly probing into yourself. The suffering of his sisters was also proof of the harm resulting from too much romantic introspection, the sign of Scheinseligkeit. He is not at all convincing, therefore, when he laments the loss of all that was connected with the hopes and desires that are so natural to a man as the price of becoming one with absolute life. It was precisely because he needed far stronger barriers to defend himself against those desires that are so natural to a man that he was so ready now to surrender his I to the Absolute. The Absolute demanded one sacrifice, however, that one would have thought beyond him. The Hegelian way to peace of mind was peace with the world, reconciliation with reality. As we saw, it was time to stop talking about external and inner life. There is no such division, but the trauma of late 1836 had been so shattering that he seemed willing even to pay that price. None of us should think about how things might be better with us, he now said. One should instead regard the external world as something given, in which he must find himself and thereby transform the external into the internal. While one might help Providence somewhat, it was not for man to take upon himself the role of Providence. In other words, he went on, correctly drawing the essential conclusion from Hegelian reconciliation, I will never decide nor quicken anything by my own will. Happy face, as for his holy war against the dark, filthy, and vile and the custom, propriety, and obligation, all of that now seemed, from the perspective of Hegelian reconciliation, a case of mistaken identity, of poor spiritual eye. 89. Sight. When judged by the needs and intentions of absolute reason instead of by the individual requirements of my little soul, it was evident that everything is good, that there is no evil. Registered. Only for finite, limited consciousness is there evil and unhappiness, but in this consciousness there lies as well the possibility and the necessity of liberation. So, there is no evil. Everything is good. Life is bliss. Yes, Kostya, everything in life is good. Life is bliss, love. There is no evil in it. Evil exists only for finite eyes, for eyes that do not see the unity. Truth, goodness, and bliss are only in unity. Division is only in the eye of finite men. The finite man, for whom there exists a distinction between good and evil, could at best be a moral being, not a truly religious being, who believes that divine will is the absolute and only good and who says thy will be done. The moral point of view is a division between good and evil, the separation of man from God, and consequently, from reality as well. It fears evil. It is uneasy, and there takes place within it a constant struggle between good and evil, between bliss and unhappiness. Lore the religious person there is no evil. He sees it as an illusion, death, limitation, overcome by Christ's revelation. Urging his followers to cease complaining about the wrongs they thought they saw about them, he said that with respect to such difficulties he himself henceforth would never try to find the cause outside myself, but rather find it now within myself, in that part of my eye that is still not enlightened and illuminated by the sun of authentic life. In other words, instead of remaking the world, we must all remake ourselves in order to enter into the new world, to purify ourselves in order to prepare the soul for the temple of God. By showing the world the rules of reality that led to these insights, especially the rule that what is real is rational, and what is rational is real, Hegel had gone far toward undoing the terrible damage done by the short-sighted, 18th century Enlightenment, Bakunin argued in his first Hegel article, published in April 1838. But much work still had to be done to cure the dreadful anarchy of minds caused by those critical philosophers who, instead of forming the individual into a useful and active member of society, destroyed the individual, turned him into someone who, and the confessional note is again unmistakable here, wanders about in sick alienation from any kind of natural and spiritual reality, in one of another fantastic, arbitrary, non-existent world, or who arms himself against the real world and imagines that with his illusory 90 strength he can destroy its powerful existence, who imagines that the realization of the finite propositions of his finite judgment and the finite aims of his finite will comprise the entire good of mankind, and who does not realize, poor fellow, that the real world is higher than his wretched and feeble individuality, that sickness and evil are not part of reality, but part of himself. Of his own alienation. The ultimate and worst consequence of these misguided Enlightenment philosophers was the bloody and tumultuous revolution they helped foment. Where there is no religion, there can be no state. The revolution was the rejection of any state, any legal order. The guillotine applied its bloody standard, punishing everyone who had even slightly risen above the mindless crowd. Napoleon stopped the revolution and restored social order, but he could not cure the main sickness of France. He could not restore religion, and religion is the substance, the essence of any state. And now the sickness had spread through Russia, with the result that Russian education Instead of igniting in the young heart the divine spark that Providence itself had placed there, instead of inspiring in it profound religious feeling, without which life has no significance and cannot have any, without which it is turned into meaningless vegetation, instead of forming in it a deep aesthetic sense, which preserves a person from all the dirty, unenlightened sides of life, instead of all this it fills him with empty, meaningless French phrases which kill the soul at its inception, and drive out of it everything sacred and fine. Is it any wonder that instead of a strong and active Russian devoted to Tsar and fatherland, such an education forms only someone ordinary, colorless, characterless? The conclusion was self-evident. To rebel against reality and to destroy in oneself every vital life source are one and the same thing. To reconcile with reality in all aspects and all spheres of life is the great task of our time, and Hegel and Goethe are the leaders of this reconciliation, this return from death to life. Let us hope that our new generation will also come out of their illusions, that they will cease their empty and senseless chatter, that they will realize that true knowledge is entirely inconsistent with anarchy and arbitrary views, that rigorous discipline reigns in knowledge, and that without this discipline there is no knowledge. 91. The Russian poet Zhukovsky knew this, Bakunin went on in this revealing article, when he urged his countrymen to make peace again with nature and life and proclaimed that both sorrow and joy, everything, serves a single aim. Pushkin knew it, too, when he showed through Onegin how futile it was to struggle against reality, for reality always wins. Happy face, it was all, therefore, a question of right understanding, of viewing reality sub specie aeternitatis, through the eyes of infinite, not finite, man. To see evil anywhere, to divide God's reality into a blessed inner world and a vile external world as he had done before, was not to see at all. Having made his peace with the world thanks to this higher wisdom, Bakunin once more elevated the steps leading to it from the level of private experience to that of universal human destiny, in a series of dialectical scenarios, fascinating both as examples of the projection that typifies his writing, as in the above article on Hegel, for example, and for their contrast with his later revolutionary scenarios. The scenarios always involve a three-act drama. In the first act man, whether as individual or as mankind as a whole, begins in a state of blissful but unconscious union with God. Then, in the second stage, man discovers his I, his self, and is thereby separated from God. Although this self-awareness and its concomitant sense of freedom are potentially good, they represent in this initial stage of liberation a fall into emptiness, inadequacy, poverty, and falsity. The freedom born of this separation from God is only a negative, empty freedom and is therefore the cause of incessant contradiction, a fall into the most fearsome depression. The suffering ends and blissful peace is again enjoyed in the third stage, with the return of the finite and fallen spirit to infinite contemplation and contemplation of the infinite. If the freedom of the second stage is empty freedom, simply a form lacking any content, the content that will fill the emptiness is God and nothing other than God. When the individual and humanity as a whole freely accepted God's reality and no longer distinguished between good and evil, accepting both as God's will, then and only then would there be both freedom and bliss. As to the way back home again, the path by which finite man returns to the lost unity is art, religion, and, finally philosophy. Here were the doors of authentic perception that would allow mankind to fuse full and free self-awareness with full and full reunion and thereby attain that kingdom of the Holy Spirit, the divine commune that is the result of Hegel's philosophy. In one of the scenarios, in which a hypothetical young man rather than humanity plays the lead, the autobiographical roots of the drama evident enough in the above review are especially apparent. The theme concerns Bakunin's theory of education. In stage 1 love and harmony should engulf the boy. In the next stage two things happen. First, the boy shakes off the yoke of animal instinct, replacing it with such things as nature, poetry, and art, and 92. Second, the earlier harmony brought from home is subject to tempestuous contradictions. Again in good Hegelian form, these very contradictions will produce the synthesis, they force man to suffer and compel him to re-establish harmony by means of thought. Especially notable in these scenarios is the way they mirror so precisely Bakunin's own development and motivations. How lovingly he idealizes those first narcissistic years, when man, i.e., he himself, did not distinguish between himself and God, when he contemplated God directly. But then came the fall, when the immediacy had to be destroyed, when he had to separate himself from God in order thereby to come to know the emptiness, inadequacy, poverty, and falsity of his individual life. While the pains of the fall are in part explained by the experience of individuation, separation following pre-Oedipal maternal identification, their sexual Oedipal sources are also evident, I believe, in Bakunin's association of the suffering, the tempestuous contradictions, the terrible struggles of this phase with the individuals rising above the senses, shaking off the yoke of animal instinct. The phase of life that he identifies with the fall, the adolescent years, is, after all, the period in which those animal instincts normally come into their own and flourish. Finally, we can see Bakunin's response to the Oedipal failure, his deeper immersion back into the pre-Oedipal, narcissistic dual unity, in his description of the third stage, which, he feels, he has now entered. It is a period when man must return to God, return to the lost unity, the period for the return of the finite and fallen spirit to infinite contemplation and contemplation of the infinite, a time when one builds a new and more splendid, more lofty, divine temple than the one destroyed by the storms and establishes a kingdom of the Holy Spirit. There is no place there, in that divine temple for those animal instincts. Only psychic mind, thought, art, religion, and philosophy are welcome. The time for animal instincts will come later when Bakunin shifts from right to left Hegel, and when, correspondingly, the resolution of the terrible struggles will be achieved not by thought, but by apocalyptic violence and destruction. But if we know enough about Bakunin's personality and motivations to gauge the roots, in his case, of this drama of alienation and reconciliation, we also know enough to realize that genuine reconciliation was out of the question. What place did it allow for a display of power, for those repressed animal instincts, for the other side of the permanent dualism that was no less demanding than was the side that craved detachment and withdrawal? This is the most important question to ask of Bakunin's Hegelian period, for in answering it, and most of the remainder of this chapter will be devoted to that, we will see the principal contribution that Hegel made to the formation of Bakunin, the exquisitely honed dialectical pivot on which a submissive surrender involved. 93. In reconciliation became the violent aggression required for apocalyptic revolution. To begin with the surface, Bakunin did actually try at times during this first Hegelian period, 1837–38, to reconcile himself to life and the world as they were, for he did, at least on occasion, come more out of himself and into the real world than he had before. He took more interest in the estate, at least to the extent of sending seeds from Moscow before he left it to spend that summer, 1837, in Premukhino and spent his Premukhino evenings, or so he wrote, reading to his father later claiming that all my efforts last summer and fall were aimed at coming closer to him. He repaid some debts and tried, without success, judging from his letters, to stop analyzing himself so much. By the time he returned to Moscow in December, 1837, he had gone far enough in his reconciliation to renew his visits to his cum-il-faut relatives in their beautiful, so tastefully furnished apartments. Registered he even fell in love again, with another cousin, Sophia Muraviv. The romance seems to have begun soon after his return to Moscow from Premukhino, when he became good friends with the young lady's father, Alexander Muraviv, a Decembrist in youth, turned Christian mystic. I am delighted that your brother Misha is a man of such lofty soul, Alexander Muraviv wrote Varvara. He has entirely captivated me and, so to say, has driven right into my soul. To Bakunin himself, Muraviv wrote, I am most fond of you, respect you, and embrace you with all my heart. With several levels of obvious innuendo, Bakunin told his sisters about the fine impression he had made on his uncle. He has told me that he is not only very fond of me but also deeply respects me, that if only he had a son like me all that would be left for him would be to thank Providence for it. Happy face. As for his cousin, Sophia. Don't laugh now, but something is stirring within me and seriously. What? Surprised. It's nothing, not lying, keep quiet about it, and I will write more when I myself understand it better. Only take care, not a word to the Bayers or it will trouble them. Happy face. Of course, he emphasized in another letter, his love was pure and spiritual. And can you possibly think that love can retain for me any significance if, for its sake, I tear myself away from that which unites me to eternity, to truth? Oh no, I can love only to the extent that I live with truth and revelation. It seems that I am in love, he wrote his sisters a few weeks later, but went on again to assure them that he would not forget the universal in life because of a splendid particular, or abandon the cudgel, as Hercules did, and the striving towards the sublime. Registered leaving no doubt about the cudgel's primary and pure fidelity. He wrote the Bayers during these weeks of infatuation with Sophia that my jealous wife sends you her regards, Alexandra. She bids me tell you that you are a little bold to forget that she is the only one who has rights to my love. As it soon became evident, the jealous wife, philosophy and the inner friend. 94. She reflected, left as little room for Sophia as for anyone else. For a time he continued to write glowingly of Sophia's charms and of the joy he felt being with her, but he admitted after a while that he really was not sure if he did love her, and again warned love not to interfere with what was most important and to stay in her proper place. If she should try to dominate my entire being, then away with her. Happy face. While still unable to extend reconciliation enough to exchange his jealous wife philosophy for a natural mate, he, nevertheless, continued to insist now that the main thing is to be a healthy, vital, and active person. The absolute must not be regarded as a refuge, he wrote Natalie Bayer reprovingly. It was not some sort of separate region where one can isolate oneself and hide from phase vicissitudes. Happy face. His own life, he said, was becoming more realistic, more and more approximating a normal state. Not that conditions were any more pleasant than they had been earlier for him. On the contrary, as we will see below, external circumstances at Premucino that summer, 1837, were as disturbing as ever, and he had to weigh every word in his strained relations with his sisters. But his response this time had nothing in common with that oppressive state in which I found myself last year, the time of hell with all its terrors. The tensions with his sisters now had no effect whatsoever on my tranquility or on my strength. I had reconciled myself to my being for them not what I had formerly wanted to be, but what they and circumstances allowed me to be. Registered in any case, he had no desire any longer, he told Natalie Bayer, to indulge in complaints, bad moods, dissatisfactions, in short all those wretched trivialities of human life. In his attitude towards his brothers, which, as we saw, had always reflected his father's pedance, he became the conservative's conservative. How I dislike the mental anarchy of those people who think that their personality can decide everything. Since he had himself been a principal source of that anarchy, he did what he could to bring the young men back to reason. You complain about entering military service. I myself earlier dissuaded you, but I now advise you to serve as zealously as possible and reach officer rank. That way your hands will not be tied. You will be able to choose your occupation in accordance with your needs. If they would only follow this advice, he assured them, they would not become a useless link in the general chain of life. The irony of his using this image in urging his brothers to keep to the straight and narrow could hardly be more striking. If there were at the time only such statements and actions as these, expressing Bakunin's new philosophy of reconciliation, the problem would be to explain how and why he changed from such reconciliation to his later revolutionary posture. But attitudes and behavior reflecting submissive reconciliation were by no means all there were during this period. In fact, at no time, not even during 95. His first year of reconciliation, did he ever really submit his personal desires to ungenial conditions of custom, propriety, and obligation, or restrain his struggle against the dark, filthy, and vile? Nor was a fussy, bureaucratic job any more acceptable after reconciliation than it was before. He respected the service, he told his parents, but was it his fault if he simply did not like that kind of work? Much as he continued to hope for his parents' blessing, he refused to consider it a salary in payment for doing what they wanted but what he despised. His father had ruined his own life by heeding conventions, he told his sisters, and he was determined not to do the same. Besides, his father had loved the service, while he did not, and such love, he wrote his father, should be the only reason for entering it. He did try tutoring again, but gave it up even more quickly than he had before. Also, he had accepted a governmental commission the year before to translate a history text from the German for the Moscow school district, and while he told his parents that he had finished it and was expecting a sizable return, he had in fact hardly begun it, if he had done anything at all, and in the end responded to vexed insistence from the school authorities by parceling the job out to friends and relatives. Other than occasional small gifts from home, therefore, he got along by living with his friends and again borrowing ever more heavily. Moreover, notwithstanding his assault on the idealist's eye, his rejection of the Romantikschaftlichkeit, and his admonition to the Bayers not to look upon the Absolute as some sort of separate region where one can isolate oneself, he continued to preach the familiar romantic litany as devotedly and devoutly as ever. As before, bliss would be theirs only when the conviction had been firmly set that life is in us, and that everything apart from us is only appearance and illusion. Registered it was still as true as ever that one must stand as high as possible above our base and lowly world in order to attain authentic and eternal happiness, that I am not of this world. Nothing on earth interests me any longer. I have liberated myself from it. My fatherland is more splendid, that his friends should keep at an infinite distance, all those who have nothing in common with you and who try to sneak into the heavenly sphere of your life, and that they should strive after something more real than all that wretched reality that surrounds us. Happy face, even the core commitment, I must entirely dissolve my individuality in the Absolute, is preceded by the comment, I must seek nothing for myself in what lies outside of myself. Happy face, dear friends, he wrote the Bayers, espousing as his New Testament a carbon copy of the Old. You must once and for all free yourselves of the last trace of earthly existence. Our true life will be heaven, the paradise of the moral and intellectual world, where there are no storms and suffering, where everything is peaceful and harmonious, everything love. Dear friends. 96. Everything around us is empty and dead. We will unite more tightly still so as not to lose our way in this dreadful wasteland. Yes, bliss is near for us, the kingdom of God is not far. So let us make ourselves worthy members of this sacred kingdom where there is no suffering, no boundaries, no externals, the kingdom where all come to know and to love one another in a single and universal absolute love. Nature, art, religion, knowledge will be the steps along which you will arrive at this marvelous altar of eternal truth. Let us pray to her together, bow down before her and throw down at her feet all the partial, all the individual, all the filth that still holds us back and impedes our complete unity with her. If, therefore, Bakunin had become a devotee of Hegel's absolute spirit in search of a harmony outside, he nevertheless remained as convinced as ever that the way to it was entirely inward and that the vehicle for reaching it was still the sensibility of the romantic. The path by which finite man returns to the lost unity is still art, religion, and philosophy. In poetry, in religion, and, finally, in philosophy a grand event takes place, the reconciliation of man with God. Happy face, and the goal, as well as the means, remain the same, complete unity with her. It is no wonder that this objective absolute in no way limited Bakunin's sense of unconstrained freedom, since it was simply the mirror of that freedom, and of the inner maternal reunion that made that freedom so desirable and so indispensable for him. For all its vaunted objectivity, Bakunin's absolute was no less subjective than his earlier romanticism and idealism had been. All that had happened was the transfiguration of that subjective world from a highly vulnerable inner escape and sanctuary into an omnipotent, all-encompassing universal power, a projection that was even more reflective of narcissistic omnipotence and the Oedipal fantasy of indomitable masculine power. Bakunin was reconciled, in other words, as long as he was left alone to go on living as he chose to live, free at last, in the free sphere of the eternal spirit, as he wrote at the beginning of his second Hegelian summer, 1838, free in his own element, master of his inner world. Everything was quiet and peaceful at Primucino, because harmony has returned, not an illusory, but a real harmony, based not on arbitrary authority, but on the rational freedom of each member of the family. However appealing and necessary to him at the time as a philosophical and religious theory, reconciliation was in no way permitted to interfere with his actual way of life, his freedom to go on doing only what he chose to do. If one's soul is at peace, and is in a state of goodness and sanctity, then that gentle, quiet harmony can prevail over the most unpleasant externality, at least until that external world becomes so bad that it completely destroys the inner harmony. W. Hen, for example, the Bayers asked. 97. Him in the summer of 1837, a high point in his reconciliation when he planned to leave Primucino, he replied that depended mainly on my own will, which I value above everything else, which I have succeeded in bending before the absolute, but which I cannot submit and will never submit to any other considerations. My primary concern in this is to be completely free in all my relationships. This is necessary for me if I am to be of any use whatsoever. For the moment I feel myself to be even slightly bound, and as soon as I am bound, then goodbye divine tranquility and hello storms and upheavals. But do not worry about anyone violating my freedom and trying to deprive me of the absolute tranquility that I enjoy. I have arranged everything as it should be, and no one will dare or be able to encroach upon me. As for my fate, everything is still so indefinite that in truth, I really do not know myself what will become of me. But the main thing is that I will do only what I think sound and right. You can be sure, therefore, that everything will be for the best. Reconciliation indeed. How little genuine reconciliation there was during the period of right Hegelianism is especially apparent when one realizes that Bakunin's mission to liberate his sisters from sex and marriage and his war with his parents because of it went on not only unabated but at times even more bitterly than it had gone on during the Fichtian period. Even during those painful first months of 1837, following his flight from Primucino, he busied himself earnestly with the plight of the Bayer girls. They had taken refuge in Primucino, on his advice, to get away from their mother, and he demanded they stay there, vowed to minnow the plans their mother and brother were making to get them back to their own estate, and sent his sisters alternative tactics to foil the enemy. Do not let them lock you up in a cage, he wrote the Bayers. We must be free in our actions and our relationships. Down with slavery and down with sacrifices. Registered in spite of his humble Hegelian remarks about not trying to control things, he still insisted that the young ladies submit to him and only him in blind faith and obedience, and he swore that as long as he lived they would never see their family estate again, never return to their mad and evil mother and swinish brother. They are rebelling a little and talk about their trip to Shushkino, their own estate, he wrote his sisters, but that will not be. I would not be what I am were I to let them go and bow down before their mother and brother. The incessant crisis in the Bayer household was not the only front to engage him during those months of reconciliation. There were also a fast-failing romance between his sister Lyubov and Stankiewicz and the continuing Stamglatu. 98. Liberate Varvara from her husband. The Stankiewicz-Lyubov romance had blossomed and faded in 1835, but not before Lyubov and her parents had concluded that the two were more or less engaged. Throughout the next year, the family vainly waited, receiving flimsy excuses from Stankiewicz instead of the explicit proposal they were expecting with increasing desperation. Bakunin told his parents not to worry, assuring them that Stankiewicz's love was sacred, elevated, that it filled his being, that something holy, something superhuman speaks in him. Registered the prospects of this marriage did not seem to disturb Bakunin as did the others. Some passing comments in a letter from Varvara may explain why, urging that the marriage take place before Stankiewicz's planned trip to the West, for cures and study. She argued that he and her sister were already husband and wife in heaven's eyes, even though his health forbade a marriage in its earthly aspect. Lyubov would be his friend and sister. Or, as Bakunin wrote Lyubov, he needs a friend like you. He needs rest in a pure, ardent, and believing soul. As though this sad affair together with the endless Bayer turmoil were not enough for the reconciled Bakunin, he gave much of himself during the fall of 1837 to the task of keeping Varvara and her husband apart. Varvara herself was by no means as certain or as insistent about the separation. She was painfully torn between her desire for purity and her sympathy, gratitude, and even fondness for her husband, who had always treated her well. And there were also her parents, whom she loved and wanted to please and who sided completely with her husband. If only he would consent to live as brother and sister, she wrote Bakunin, she would return to him. But she refused to violate her principles, the religion of spiritual love that, she said, she owed entirely to her brother. Were Dyakov her son and not her husband, everything would be fine, she added, for she did want to take care of him, did not blame him for the discord, and was moved by the kindness and the gifts with which he hoped to win her back. After Bakunin left Premukhino in November, the conflict with his parents grew even more intense. His parents insisted that Varvara return to Dyakov as a proper wife and stormed against Michael, declared war on him, as he wrote the Bayers after receiving from his father a particularly searing letter. Written by his mother, the influence, Bakunin was convinced, behind his father's assault, the letter accused him of corrupting the souls of his sisters, of destroying Varvara's love for her husband, which had begun to revive and grow stronger before Bakunin returned to Premukhino in June, of turning her against her parents, and, for good measure, of inspiring his brothers to MN away from school the year before. And all this ends, as Bakunin reviews the letter for his sisters, with the admonition either to become once and for all a truly Christian son or to end my philosophical visits to Premukhino. The fuel that seems to have heightened the flames was Varvara's plan to go abroad in order to soothe her shattered nerves in the Carlsbad waters, but to go 99. With her son and without her husband. Her parents were aghast at the thought, tell her she must take both husband and son or neither, her parents advised Dyakov. Only their son Michael, they were convinced, could have inspired Varvara with such an idea. Thus, Michael concluded, all his efforts to find a true father had been in vain. Varvara, meanwhile, was desperate. Michael, Michael, free me from this torment or give me the strength to bear it. They all depended totally on him now, she said, and on him alone. You are fused with every moment of our lives. All that is sacred, all that is fine is inextricably bound with you. Misha, what bliss to know that you love us, that we are yours and that nothing can tear us from you. Oh, you do not know, cannot know how wonderful it is to think and to speak of you. Oh, how happy is the one whose feelings are entirely penetrated, enlightened by eternal reason, for whom nothing is dark, for whom everything is bright. Oh, give us this bliss, Misha, enlighten us by the light of reason and truth, give us immortal, conscious life. Misha, you were sent to us by God. You have awakened us to eternal life and our faith in you is complete, as limitless as is Hfe itself. He must not abandon her now, for she looked to him now as father to my son. She would believe in him as long as she had faith in what is lofty, eternal, for you have shown it to us, poured its love into us. I would perish without you. With such boundless faith and adoration as proof of the sanctity of his mission and potency of his power, Bakunin took up his father's challenge and once more forgetting everything he had just learned about reconciliation undertook his most vigorous campaign ever for freedom, purity. First of all, he answered his father in a massive unfinished letter over 20 printed pages reviewing the whole of his early faith. Until now, he said, he had been afraid to admit that I have no father, because he had wanted to hold on to the reconciliation he had been striving for over the past year and because he needed the love and advice of a father, especially a father like you. I would gladly pour out all my soul to you, show you all its wounds and all its unenlightened sides, of which there are still many, but his father's letter had forced him to doubt the possibility of realizing one of my strongest needs to be understood by you, to show you that my love for you is real, and to repay you by complete love and complete trust for all that you have done for us and have borne for us. He now faced, he said, a hard choice, either to give up his father's love forever and end relations with him or to be utterly frank about everything. And since it is beyond my strength to abandon all hope in your love, he chose the second option and entered upon his long self-defense. 100. For the most part, his case is a restatement of earlier arguments against blind obedience, love based on duty, a slave relationship, the blind arbitrary will of his parents. If parents demanded of children, of course I speak here about mature and fully developed children, what the children knew was not good, then the children had the right to disobey. Parents who really love their children do not want their slavish submission, but their love and slavery are obviously completely contrary to each other. However, should slavery be demanded, then Jesus' words should be remembered, I have come not to bring peace, but the sword. For I have come to divide son from father, and daughter from mother, and bride from bridegroom. Now, of course, this code of love and freedom had nothing whatsoever to do with vulgar license, for just as Christ represented the triumph of spirit over nature, so was man called upon to ascend above natural love to the sacred love which made all other love seem insignificant and illusory. Apart from this love everything is illusory and insignificant. The whole destiny of a man is none other than the striving towards union with God, union with Him through the power of Christian revelation, the power of grace from the Holy Spirit. This spiritual ascent involved suffering, to be sure, but this was not only transitory but also good, for suffering aroused a person from torpor and reminded him of the fact that he lived in a world of lies, that he would not find any satisfaction of his needs there, that their satisfaction is in another realm, not of this world, inaccessible to those bound to the wretched and putrid things of this world. Resting his case on a long series of gospel citations, Bakunin went on for several pages in this vein, insisting that everything not joining man to God must be rejected. After this lengthy prologue on proper child raising and union with God, Bakunin undertook to show where his father had gone wrong, bringing the account, however, only down through 1835. His flaws of character and judgment, which had done so much harm to his children, were the more crushing, Michael said, because they contrasted so cruelly with the image the children had had of him from their pre-Mukino childhood, when they had looked upon him as someone great, apart from the ranks of ordinary people. Never had the conflict with his father been as severe as it was in this first year of reconciliation. Alexander Mikhailovich will show his son no mercy if the war comes out into the open. Happy face, from an alternatingly blissful and brooding philosopher Bakunin had again become a fierce Ihumengage. For once again freedom and purity were at stake. Das ist der Weisheit letzter Schluss, nur der Verdienst die Freiheit wie das Leben, der Talik sie ihre Herrn muss, he quoted from Faust in a letter to Varvara directing her to be steadfast now that the real battle had begun. As long as she lived the universal life, in the King. 101. Dom of grace, she had nothing to fear and could simply ignore the repulsive people, the world of wretched and feeble, sickly Philistinism into which their father had unfortunately fallen. Registered it was to be an all-out struggle, and through it all, reminiscent of his struggle for the Bayers' independence, and anticipating his later political battles, there is an aura of besieged urgency and conspiratorial zeal. For example, in letters from late December 1837 and early January 1838. My dear friends, here I am in Torzhok. In 3 hours I will be in Kazitsino. Be strong and unbending, as I am, for the all-powerful hand of God is with us. Be at peace, as I am. You must go to Kazitsino and not to Ivansko. This is the outcome of my talks with Aunt Tatiana Mikhailovna, who is a good angel and entirely on our side. I am going to Kazitsino to change Aunt Anna Mikhailovna's mind. From there I will write Father a letter, full of supplication and love. I know in advance his reply. Then I will send him a long letter in which I will tell him the whole truth, in a suitable way. When I have succeeded in changing Anna Mikhailovna's mind, I will write you and you will ask her by letter to send horses for you. You will come to Kazitsino with Tanyusha. I will wait for you there. Fear nothing, God and the law are on our side. December 31st. Varenka, Aunt Anna Mikhailovna wants you to say that you will be a welcome guest at Kazitsino. Be tranquil and full of faith in Providence. Write me the results of my letter. I must hurry. God be with you. If things go as badly as they have until now, dear Varenka, then ask for horses and come to Kazitsino with your son and Tanyusha. Be tranquil and steadfast. January 2nd, Carat. Besides maneuvering Varvara and Tatiana to their aunt's estate at Kazitsino, where he would be waiting for them and where, he told Varvara, she could escape Dyakov's caresses without arguments or scenes and without compromising herself. Registered Carat. He made inquiries into the legality of Dyakov's threat to stop Varvara from going abroad without him by forcing her to leave their son with him if she tried. To reassure her on this point, Bakunin gave her long detailed accounts of the legal proceedings that would face Dyakov if attempted to carry out his threat and that he would certainly want to avoid for fear of scandal. But even were he to go to court, he would lose his case, since our government is too truly paternal, too humane, and too enlightened not to take the side of the weak and the just. Registered Carat. Finally, money had to be found to pay for the trip abroad. Bakunin took this task on himself, partly by selling Varvara's jewelry and silver and partly through more borrowing from willing creditors and sympathetic friends, such as Stankiewicz. In the end, Dyakov himself realized the futility of resisting Varvara's departure and agreed to borrow money for her in 102. His name. She and their son would leave without him the following summer, 1838. Bakunin had won. Bakunin's war with his parents over his sister's purity and with the Bayer sisters' mother over theirs was, thus, even more militantly fought and accompanied by still more aggressive statements during the year and a half of full reconciliation than it had been during the Fichtian year of active proselytizing. Nor was it any less a zealously religious war or Bakunin any less in his own eyes the celibate apostle of a militant Jesus, a Jesus who had been born man as we were so that we could become God as he did. Registered Carat. He continued to see himself as living directly in Christ and through him in the spiritual world. Registered Carat reminded his followers that what appeared to finite eyes as evil was only the illusion, death, and limitation that were overcome by Christ's revelation. Registered Carat repeatedly quoted from that revelation in defense of his beliefs and actions. Registered Carat and approvingly recalled Varvara's intense religiosity, her conviction that Christ had spoken to her in dreams. Registered Carat. Fortunately for his purpose, he could and did use Jesus' message to sanction all his shifting responses, withdrawing from the fallen world, summoning the pure to destroy it, or submitting humbly to it in the manner of Haggahan reconciliation. Expressing a characteristically paradoxical mixture of the first and last postures, he reminded his disciples that man's true value lies in his happiness. Where your treasure is, there is your heart as well, the Savior said, and your treasure, all of it, is not of this world and is apart from the conditions of this world. But do not conclude from this that it is there, beyond the grey heavens. No, it is here, it constantly surrounds us. We unconsciously live in it and with it. Registered Carat. As we have seen, the kingdom of the Holy Spirit was the result of Hegel's philosophy. Registered more fateful than this mixture of withdrawal and submission, however, was the addition now, and with increasing emphasis, of the militant alternative, the not peace but the sword Jesus. We see this, for example, in the greater stress that Bakunin now put on his chosen instrument for achieving the kingdom of the Holy Spirit, his Holy Commune. Just as it had been to establish true friendship, this Holy Commune, that he had come among the people, so must the purpose of Bakunin and his followers be to realize his teaching on earth, that is, to create an authentic brotherhood, a brotherhood of people aiming at a single idea, people loving the good and ready to sacrifice everything for that good, to establish the divine external world, the Holy Commune, the sacred church, in which man must live if he is to be man. Throughout these years, ever since, at least, Bakunin began his Fichtian mission, he had identified himself and his destiny with Jesus too often and too solemnly for one to doubt his complete sincerity in doing so. He continued to feel within himself a sense of holy pride at the thought that these fine souls, so rich in love, who once had Suf. 103. Ferd, have received from me truth and happiness. He congratulated the Bayer sisters on their being present at my christening into truth, present at the beginning of my eternal faith. And, joyful at the thought that the commune of the Holy Spirit is really being established among us, he reminded the Bayers that we three, you and I as the third, set down its first foundations. Registered minuscule though his commune of the Holy Spirit was, he felt certain that everything must retreat before it, since it represents a presentiment of the sacred kingdom that will be established among us. Towards that end, the commune must spread and bring in new members. You should be happy, he told the Bayers, at having succeeded in planting seeds in a field that had been, until you came, so gone to weeds. So continue your work, dear friends, direct him Fifer Rajevsky incessantly towards the truth. As the tiny, mustard seed beginning of the coming kingdom of the Holy Spirit was to be established not in heaven but right here on earth, and he was emphatic about that. The Holy Commune must realistically prepare itself for struggle. Do you think that there is not much suffering ahead for us from the cold touch of the frigid creatures surrounding us? Do you think that they will not, all too often, try to destroy the harmony of our souls, the harmony that comprises our only worth? To protect themselves from those frigid enemies who were out to destroy them, the commune members must hold tightly together in a well-disciplined cell, strengthen the bonds that join us, and remember the words of the Savior, what is bound on earth, will be bound in heaven. Registered this union must be eternal, all who have once entered into this commune will never leave it, and all that is joined within, will never part. As for the enemy, no mercy for those who do not deserve it. Nothing can stand against us. We will remake everything according to our will. Our union was concluded on the ruins, on the utter destruction of the laws of this world. If during the activist year with Fichte the Holy Commune had been something of a monastic refuge from the corrupt world, it, thus, began to change during this year of reconciliation into a crusader's castle preparing itself for the merciless destruction of that frigid world. Had the belligerent declarations come near the end of the period of reconciliation, we might interpret them as signs of the impending shift to the left, back to activism. But that is not the case. They come and go throughout these months. It was precisely when he had settled down in Premuckino in the summer of 1837 to devote himself to Hegel that he first described himself as a warrior for holy truth and said that our union was concluded on the ruins, on the utter destruction of the laws of this world. It was following this summer of absorbing Hegel's message about the real and the rational that he engaged in his most fierce conflict with his father because of his efforts to separate Varvara from her husband. If, on the one hand, he submissive 104. Lee counseled his followers to have unanimate faith in God, faith that everything that happens does so by his will. He also told them, on the other, and continuing this same sentence, that this does not mean man must just stop, fold his hands and wait for the sun to shine. No, man must active. As a wise Hegelian, he wrote that none of us should think about how things might be better with us, that one should rather regard the external world as something given. He also, still the Fichtian, announced defiantly, everything must become better, and what is better is what I want, which means that what I want must necessarily be. If he saw his goal and that of his intimates as the return of the finite and fallen spirit to infinite contemplation and contemplation of the infinite, he was no less convinced that nothing will stand in our way, we will remake everything according to our will, and that all wills must give way before the one that appears before them as God's interpreter. Matter must submit to intellect. In sum, you know that I never retreat. And I will not retreat now, but will, one way or another, attain my aim. The stark and persistent contradiction could hardly be missed. Learning from Bakunin of his Hegelian resurrection, Bianski, still recuperating in the south that summer and fall, 1837, congratulated him but admitted that I have doubts about it. How could this reconciliation be believed when you proclaim it with the same kind of pride and insensitivity that the parvenu usually expresses when announcing his promotion to a new rank? Bakunin declared his membership in the kingdom of God and his liberation from the chains of insignificance like someone who, by an act of desperate courage, leaped into the enemy battery, captured it, seized the flag, and, with an ecstatic pride of victory, shouts out, "Hurrah! We did it!" Registered while Bakunin himself seemed most of the time to be able to shift easily from one side to the other, from submissive reconciliation to militant opposition, even he was sometimes trapped by the confusion, uncertain which way to go. Circumstances do not depend on us, he began one line, but then went on immediately, we can change them. We can give to them the divine character that haves within us. Then, back again, but, frequently we cannot change them. And, finally, the main thing is to be prepared for anything and never act contrary to our behalfs. Happy face, beginning one statement with the announcement that he had gotten over his her disdain for reality and that he now accepted the existence of circumstances, he ended it by declaring that, as a result of the change, I can consider myself the ruler of external circumstances. They must take that form, that direction, which I give them. Registered no less fascinating or fateful than this persisting ambivalence, were Bakunin's attempts to escape it. He had submitted to Hegel's absolute in order to save himself from the dangers of skewing Fichte's subjective idea and had found in the absolute a variety of protections he desperately needed. He would not give them up, ever. But neither would he give up his absolute freedom, nor, con. 105. Sidering what freedom meant to him, could he give it up, and submission to Hegel's external, objective spirit clearly imped a surrender of, or, at least, radical constraints on, that freedom. How could he have both the protection of Hegel's absolute and the unlimited freedom that had been so well served by Schelling and Fichte? The formula he first adopted worked splendidly. For a while, he divided Hegel's objective world into two parts, one part comprising the really real that must be accepted and another part involving those things that merely existed and that one was entirely right in opposing. I am not talking about what is usually understood by the word reaud, a chair, a table, a dog, Varvara Dmitrievna, Alexandra Ivanovna. All this is dead, illusory, and lifeless, not authentic reality. To consider such commonplace items as really real merely reflected an undeveloped consciousness, which concealed from us the one and only reality by surrounding us with an innumerable multiplicity of illusions, terrible, frigid, meaningless illusions that we think are real, while it was true that, as the Hegelian worldview required, everything that exists and acts is necessary. This necessity was not that dead and soulless necessity to which those submit who are crushed by fate. No, the necessity before which I bow is sacred. With reality thus divided, he could continue to enjoy the protection of the objective, ineluctable, powerful absolute, the real, and at the same time remain free from the terrible, frigid, meaningless illusions that we think are real. By viewing the world this way, Bakunin had, in effect, reversed the unfortunate relationship between the external world and the subjective I that he had suffered during his romantic Schelling-Fichte period. Then, it was the inner I that was vulnerable, subjected to the oppressive ions of a corrupt but powerful external world. Now, it was the I that was all-powerful, invulnerable, allied as it was to sacred, in contrast to soulless, necessity, while all the rest, all that the I opposed, all those frigid creatures were unreal, weak, and doomed. What Bakunin had, in fact, been doing during his months with Hegel was exactly the reverse of what he said he was doing. Rather than destroy his I by subordinating it to the external world, submerging it into the absolute, he had magnified it to cosmic proportions by making it identical with the absolute, remodeling external, objective reality in his own image. For what else is the sacred necessity and the really real if not the composite of his heart's desires? Two quotations, the first from the Fichtean period and the second from the Hegelian, make this clear. Two lives live within you. One is human and at the same time divine. But there is within you another Phe, a species of artificial life. It is all the dogmas, all the formulas of mundane calculation, it is the anti-Christian tracts about obligation. 106. And when I speak here of the external world, you must understand well what I mean by this, since there exists for man two external worlds. One is the product of his spirit which has not yet attained self-consciousness, which oppresses him, impedes his free action. The spirit must shake off its yoke, it must freely create another external world, according to the laws of humanity and, along with it, divine reason, and this second external world will not act as an impediment to his development. On the contrary, it is the product of that development. Man must destroy the first and live in the second. In the Fichtean citation the focus is on the two lives that are within you, and all that the divine life within can do is somehow liberate itself from the artificial life imposed by conventional society with its dogmas and obligation. In the second attention shifts outwards to two external worlds, and it is the task of illumined, self-conscious spirit to destroy the existing and oppressive external world that impedes his free action and replace it with a second external world that would not stand in his way. Instead of remaking himself to suit the world as he said he must do, he had set out to remake the world to suit himself. At times, in fact, he was quite candid about it. Once, for example, when instructing his followers as to the criterion to use in deciding which Ariaudi, among the competing claimants, really represented truth, he advised: trust to your feelings, give yourself to them entirely, boundlessly, unconditionally, and try to understand them. Here is the true measure for determining what is authentic thought. If the thought does not oppress you, if it does not limit the horizons of your inner eye, if it, on the contrary, enlarges the vision and forces you to say everything is splendid, life is bliss, life is a sacred holiday, when the spirit, immersed in blissful and infinite awareness of itself, celebrates its divine freedom and finds itself everywhere, finds in the world nothing alien, nothing hostile to it, recognizes everywhere its own free movement, then such thought is true. Revel in it, live by such thought, and it will lift you by wings into the kingdom of immortal, eternal bliss, and in this kingdom we will know one another and take joy and blessedness in one another. Every thought that does not lead to this is a lie, and therefore a sin, for only falsehood is sin, and sin is slavery. So know the truth, and the truth will make you free. What was true was what felt good to him. It could not have been simpler, clearer, more gratifying, or more strikingly narcissistic. On another occasion. 107. Aware that such praise of Feo might be mistaken for the old Scheinseligkeit, he again distinguished carefully between the objectively real, everything he liked, and the objectionably real, everything he abhorred. Do not think that this was that illusory and abstract probing into oneself that is always fruitless, since there is no vital thought process in it, since it always leads to a static and moribund contemplation of one's own elusiveness and emptiness, contemplation without exit, bringing in its wake only depression. That sort of contemplation is simply the result of a finite, limited probing into oneself, when one has lost the sense of the infinite and fails to understand that there is an all-powerful and beneficent force of love possessing a boundless reign over every struggle and every division. My present probing into myself is accompanied by an awareness of what is eternal and real, and, therefore, it is not illusory and not abstract and cannot lead to depression, but, on the contrary, brings with it splendid fruits. So much was he still within the cult of feeling, so much still the romantic, notwithstanding his Hegelian critique of Scheinseligkeit, to ward off Schelling-Fichte depression, that he subordinated thought itself, the core of Hegelian idealism, to the needs of right feeling. There are minutes, hours, sometimes whole days of revelation, when everything is so clear, so luminous, so comprehensible, when you feel within yourself infinite love. But there are also other moments, moments of critical judgment, when everything is dark, everything vile, meaningless, and when the soul is burdened by a kind of dry indifference to everything. In the middle, between these two opposing elements of our life, there is thought, which pulls one's mind out of the finite categories of critical judgment and brings it into understanding, for which there is nothing contradictory and for which everything is good, everything is fine. Registered. If one thought the world dark, vide, meaningless, one was not thinking correctly, for true thought, understanding, thought based on revelation, on the rational eyes of the soul, made it clear that everything is good, everything is fine. While Bakunin had already spent years with other German idealists before Hegel learning how to achieve this joyful, narcissistic remote hng of reality by merging subject and object, i.e., making world mirror self, Hegel powerfully reinforced this radical Solipsism. Since it was to be from this Hegelian base that he would soon launch his revolutionary career, and through the Hegelian prism that he would see the world and justify his revolutionary vision and via 108 lens, it is essential that we appreciate the extent of this solipsism at the time. The empirical fact, he wrote, always remains for me an alien and external object, and if I want to destroy this externality, if I want to find myself in it and understand it, then I must find it in the general, that is, in an idea which, on the one hand, is an objective idea, an idea actually there, and, on the other hand, a subjective idea defined by my own spirit. The philosophical justification for this explicit defense of projection was still the same ideistic assumption that he had earlier adopted from Schelling and Fichte. Every man in his own individuality is universal, and possessing the universal within himself, he can ascend to it without leaving his own individuality. It relates to its inner world of laws, the reasoning consciousness relates to itself and becomes self-conscious, a self-knowing subject, possessing in its ideas the complete infinite truth of the external, objective world, so that its ideas, as subjective, are not opposed to the objective, known world of nature and spirit, but on the contrary, penetrate it and comprise its essence. Since, in short, the external world is no more than a reflection of the internal world, genuine truth is the truth man can achieve without having to depart from himself. Now, from an Hegelian perspective, the theorist who set out to find objective truth without having to depart from himself, was simply doing with his own mind what the mind's source, the world mind or spirit, had always been doing, for, if the purity in knowing itself knows the world objective to it, so did the essence of the spirit consist precisely in penetrating and finding itself in the real world that stands before it. According to the basically Gnostic, Kabbalistic, and Bayesian fantasy that Hegel refined and rationalized, God necessarily alienated the world from himself in the very act of creating it out of himself. However, there remained in the ahennated world, some aspects, traces, or sparks of the creative divinity. For Hegel, one essential expression or experience of that divine remnant in the alienated, material world was reason, as revealed in human rationality, or at least in speculative ideistic philosophy. In the philosophy of thinkers like Hegel himself, therefore, absolute spirit could find itself reflected. Stated another way, the gradual enhancement and deepening of human rational understanding through ever more complete philosophical knowledge meant, in effect, that the ahennated, material realm, beginning with man, was in the process of being reunited with the divine creative spirit, thus ending the tragic separation of created being from the creative spirit. The lost individual soul would find its way back home again, without losing its cherished individuality. It is not surprising that Bakunin should find this narcissistic myth so appealing. 109. In the notes that Bakunin took during his first Hagahan summer, 1837, he emphasized especially, and understandably, those attributes of the spirit that reflected this solipsistic relationship to the world and that associated the spirit, and, consequently, its solipsistic talents, with human reason, particularly the philosopher's reason. The spirit, we learn from these notes, making itself its own object, moves more and more back towards itself in the form of progressing human thought, since thought is its foundation, the pure element of its identity. At the end of the cosmic drama, when thought has reached a point of full understanding of reality, as it does in Hegel's philosophy, the spirit, which had alienated itself from itself by creating the material world, arrives at itself. In the same way, thought, as it advances, enters into the pure element of itself, and finds, thereby, satisfaction within itself. Or, the same thing stated even more solipsistically, priori thought, reflecting itself and mediating itself, is universality residing in itself. The point of departure is a free act of thought which occupies a point and begins from a point at which it is for itself its object. Whether or not this accurately describes the ways of spirit and thought, it summarizes perfectly the ways of Bakunin himself, then, before, and thereafter. No wonder he could feel and say that necessity does not constrain man's freedom, because it is not imposed on him and does not limit him from outside, but comprises his own individual, personally all-embracing essence, determining all and determined by nothing from without. Necessity and freedom were one and the same, since what was necessary was whatever his freedom wished. When, years before, he had proclaimed with romantic exuberance that his soul powers itself over the entire universe, encompassing all in nature, the whole world, he was speaking metaphorically. Now, thanks to philosophical ideism, what had been an expression of poetic imagery had become a statement of scientific fact. It was not only that he is projecting himself into the world, submerging the absolute into the I while claiming to do the opposite. What is novel and crucial is his frank and proud acknowledgement of the projection, justifying it on the grounds of an assumed identity between the inner world of laws and the complete infinite truth of the external, objective world. Necessity and freedom were identical, as were thought and feeling, subject and object, inner and external, because they all joined in unison to tell him the same wondrous truth that everything is splendid, life is bliss, life is a sacred holiday. It was, indeed, paradise and childhood regained. He had come to Hegel weak and wounded, wanting only solace from the pain he had suffered and protection from further hurt. He got that, but much, much more as well. Having provided the bomb, the Absolute then went on to become his all-powerful ally in the struggle against the dirty, filthy, and vile and the custom, proprie. No. Tie, and obligation, a struggle that, as we saw, continued as bitterly during the reconciliation as it had before and would thereafter. Moreover, not only did he now have all the vast powers of objective, indomitable, ineluctable spirit, reason, and history on his side, but he also found that they bent to his every wish and whim, since they were, in fact, his wish and whim, reflections of himself. In another of his favored three-act scenarios, he neatly summarized the stages he had gone through in arriving at this enviable state. He recalled the first harmony of feeling as FME and infinite but also as limited and powerless and, therefore, subject to suffering and struggle. Happily, however, from this struggle, from this suffering a second harmony flows, one that is strong, clear, triumphant, one that rings forth its awareness of victory, its awareness of infinite strength and has nothing to fear, because it no longer has any external foes. And it has no foes, he added, leaving no doubt about the basic narcissism, because it has taken everything within itself. Thus, to take everything within itself, to transform the external into the internal, as he had earlier put it, in no way meant to regard the external world as something given, as he had urged others to do. Instead, it involved a narcissistic refashioning of that external world, through right understanding, to fit the needs of the inner world. That, and not Hegel reconciliation, was the reason there was for him no such division between the inner and the external. Instinctual harmony and the harmony of Phng are re-established in the harmony of thought, and then man need fear nothing, since he lives in thought, in absolute love, which is omnipotent and eternal, to recall and hear her expression of this consoling solipsism. Several years before he had said that he and his friend Afremov would be happy only when they could say that what they wanted, God also desired. He had now realized this grand ideal and consequently felt happier, stronger, and more self-assured than he had ever felt before. Having begun his Hegel conversion as a humble penitent, apparently willing to sacrifice the I that was capable of any crime and to accept all reality as something given, as part of a single absolute that knew no evil, he had become during his Hegelian reconciliation the warrior for holy truth, struggling more confidently than ever in defense of sacred reality against the frigid creatures who only seemed real. He was now the savior who, with his holy commune disciples, would destroy the unreal externality in which he could not find himself and, on the ruins, on the utter destruction of the laws of this world, Bulletin HD the kingdom of the Holy Spirit, where he would blissfully find only himself, and his friend. But we must keep clearly in mind, now that Bakunin is on the eve of his revolutionary life, what the struggle was about. The enemy, then and later, under whatever disguise, was the same sensual foe that had earlier cast him into 111 gloom, anguish, suffering, self-laceration, and had made the world appear as though through a stifling, bitter fog, gloomy, bent under the heavy hand of a fierce and pitiless fate. The enemy was still, as he identified it in his first Hegel article, soulless flesh. If man is free only in God, it was still because apart from God he is animal. And if he yearned to follow in the footsteps of Jesus, it was because, as he wrote his father at the end of 1837, Jesus had triumphed over nature. Almost all of that lengthy letter, written at the time of his most ardent campaign to separate Varvara from her husband, was devoted to an impassioned defense of chastity and celibacy. Besides saving Varvara from the fate of having with an animal, Bakunin fought so hard to liberate her in order to save her son from a father who wanted to make an animal of him. What Bakunin offered her, his other sisters, and the Bayer sisters in place of this animal existence was, he said, religious feeling and the aesthetic sense, which preserves a person from the dirty, unenlightened sides of life. But to enter this realm of sacred beauty and bliss one must purify oneself. Prepare one's soul for the temple of God. Registered, sensual souls do not have in this faith. So, to repeat, let us pray to this life together, bow down before it and throw down at its feet all the filth that still holds us back and impedes our complete unity with it. As we have seen, and as much additional evidence will further testify, the narcissistic and Oedipal sources of this obsessive commitment to total purity and to the millennial kingdom that would achieve and preserve it were also the sources of the suffering and violence that were already the constant companions of that ideal. The dream was, thus, from the outset, long before it had put on its poetical mask, vitiated by torrents of violence as mock omnipotence to conceal the impotence and other results of Oedipal failure, violence as vengeance for the deprivation imposed by that failure, violence as an outlet from primitive narcissistic rage, violence as a barrier to separate and protect him from society and its intolerable expectations, violence as self-punishment for experiencing the now incestual symbiotic couple, and violence, as we will soon see, as a form of pseudo-sexuality, a proxy passion in a lifelong war both against the dirty, filthy, and vile society and against the frigid creatures, against what he himself had been forced to become in that war for purity. The Oedipal struggle of body and soul and, beneath that, the narcissistic split between the all-good and the all-bad had already become therefore, a struggle between two camps. Two cities. In one camp, the city of light, to restate the essential dichotomy in this later, more extended form, were God and Jesus, the inner world and the friend within, the pure and the virginal, the absolute, reason, spirit, history, and thought, feeling, poetry, philosophy, art, and nature, the holy commune and the coming kingdom of the Holy Spirit. 112. The other camp, the city of darkness, housed all that was animal, sensual, material, the dark, filthy, and vile, all conventional society with its customs, proprieties, and obligations, its dogmas, rules, and laws, the apparent world and the not really real external world with its frigid creatures, the dog, Varvara Dmitrievna, Alexandra Ivanovna. Between the two cities, no compromise was possible, no mercy, no golden mean, only destruction and ruins. Destruction was unavoidable, only that ages and is destroyed which must age and be destroyed. Finally, concerning Bakunin's choice of the doomed and the saved, everything that is only external must be destroyed, and only that which is both external and internal at the same time will be saved, only that, in other words, in which he could find himself. With the parts of his apocalyptic vision ready in hand, all Bakunin need do now to become Bakunin was to gather them together and translate the abstract fantasy into the language of poetics, of which there is absolutely nothing yet. It had taken some 5 years for the fundamental projection and displacement to take place. It would take nearly as long to change the mask and the rhetoric from religious philosophy to revolutionary politics. The first step would be to discard the cloak of reconciliation that, while providing him the warmth he had so needed in his first months following the crisis of late 1836, had become increasingly threadbare and less able to disguise the robust passions that had gone on raging within him in a most un-Hegelian, unreconciled manner. 5. Revival. Salvation by deeds. The reconciliation, as scrupulously honored by Bakunin in his Hegelian theory as it was violated by him in his continuing Fichtian practice, reached full bloom in its second summer, 1838. Completely free by then to live as he chose, happy alone with his wife philosophy and enjoying the pride of their first offspring, his article on Hegel that spring, inspired, guided, praised, and protected by his deified inner wife and mother that satisfied his every wish and mood, approved all his thoughts and deeds, however mercurially they leaped from submission to rebellion and back again, proud and strong in the knowledge that he had liberated his sister Varvara from her husband and his soul sisters from their mother, and that the holy commune he had sired and still sternly fathered was destined to establish the kingdom of the Holy Spirit. He was content, as happy, he said, as it is given children to be happy. Nothing is more indicative of his contentment that summer, or of his effort to be reconciled, than the affection he expressed towards his mother, the first such expression in his correspondence and the last until he experienced an even stranger period of reconciliation years later. During his Siberian exile. When his mother went to Moscow that summer to help Varvara prepare for her trip abroad, Bakunin wrote her a light, genial letter, unlike anything he had written before, describing the family's peaceful life at Premukhino, Alicia at the piano, he and Paul reading to father, and other details of the happy hearth. As for me, mother dear, he went on, introducing another first in his life, I am slightly, very slightly getting into some of the secrets of agriculture. He even went into some details concerning these secrets of field and workshop. 113. 114. Bakunin could not have chosen a more appropriate analogy to describe his feelings that summer than to speak of the happiness of children, for it was, indeed, only as a reconciled, submissive child that he could risk a direct approach to his mother again, risk knowing the secrets of enchanting Mother Nature, which, he told Tatiana that summer, filled his heart with rapturous joy. Shielded by the rich and weighty rhetoric of reconciliation, which at least claimed his abandonment of the virile Fichtian campaign, he could dare as one of the children attempt tenderness towards his mother. It was precisely now, however, while he was beginning to show some affection towards his mother, that Bakunin's philosophy of reconciliation began to crumble. As will be suggested later, this conjunction may not have been mere coincidence. Not surprisingly, the Sughite involvement in agriculture soon dropped off to no involvement. 6 weeks after telling his mother about the slight involvement, he wrote the Bayers that he could not take charge of the estate because it in no way interested him. Carrot. What did interest him was what he said should interest the Bayers, some place where, as quietly as possible, they could study religion, philosophy, literature, and the rest of the romantic curriculum. He especially urged them to study Goethe's poetry and, as an appropriate accompaniment, sent them some Beethoven music and a picture of Schelling, whom, along with Hegel, the eternal spirit had chosen as its organ for manifesting its eternal will and its eternal truth. Goethe's Egmont, his letters to Bettina von Arnim, correspondence with a child, Bettina's own works, and Marbach were Bakunin's recommendations to his sisters. Even his brother Nicholas, who, Bakunin was pleased to learn, was now in spirit hours, was advised to nurture an aesthetic sense by reading Goethe, Schiller, Hoffmann, Pushkin, and Gogol. As for himself, he divided his time between writing more on Hegel and translating the diary of Bettina. Reconciliation, in short, cost him nothing during the first months of his second Hegelian summer at Premuckino, since, as we saw earlier, while everything is now quiet and peaceful and harmony has returned, it was not an illusory, but a real harmony, based not on arbitrary authority but on the rational freedom of each member of the family. He was free at last. In the free sphere of the eternal spirit. The eternal spirit, however, now proved as fickle to him as he had been to her. The harmony outside began to betray him as cruelly as had the harmony inside 2 years earlier. He had hoped to be able to leave Russia with Varvara, but, alas, there was no money. Moreover, not he, but his younger brother Nicholas was given the task of making arrangements for Varvara's trip. For a while, he thought Stankiewicz would provide the funds he needed, since he had written Bakunin from Berlin that he could advance enough money not only for travel but for 2 years' subsistence abroad. Later, however, he told Bakunin that he 115 should count on only a summer's worth of support. Finally, he pulled out altogether, saying that he just could not ask his parents for the money, considering the large expense of his own stay abroad. A still heavier cloud marred the beatific vista. During this summer of real harmony, his sister Lyubov was slowly dying, and the whole family knew it. Since Stankiewicz's departure, she had gone on hoping, living only for the next of the few letters he sent her, yet dreading what it might say. What does the future hold for me? Oh, if only he loves me, nothing more can separate him from me. Your letter gave me new life. My hand shakes, but I do not want to put the pen down. When will I get a letter from you? God only knows the things I've been going over in my mind these 2 months of your silence. Stankiewicz's occasional responses were friendly and concerned. He was fearful for her health, and he urged her to take care of herself and to write him in detail about her illness. But there was not a word about the future marriage that, as far as Lyubov, the Bakunin family, and society was concerned, was still to take place once Stankiewicz got back, but that, as everyone had long since certainly guessed, would never be. In early August she died. Bakunin's reaction was strange. In letters to his mother and Efremov he shows that he had been very anxious about her illness and much involved in trying to get competent doctors for her. Yet, his comments to Varvara about her death seem distant and restrained, as though an acquaintance rather than a sister had died. At the end of his letter, however, his remarks suggest a stronger impact. My letter will seem to you a little dry. This is because I cannot shake off a kind of depressed feeling that has been with me for a while. Do not pay attention to it, it is a passing illness. A letter he wrote at the time to Efremov, who had been at Premuckino when Lyubov died, was full of banter and jest, with no mention at all of Lyubov. But here, too, the ending may suggest deeper currents of feeling that belie the light mood and tone. Why had Efremov not written him, he wondered, Are you ill? Have you died along the way? Happy face, indeed, Bakunin's passing illness did not pass so quickly, and the banter with the Vermouth turned out to be whistling in the dark. For a time, on the surface, life and mind remained as they had been. He continued to live quietly at home, immersed in his studies, his only concern, and preaching reconciliation with reality as the only way of coming to know oneself and attaining true freedom. By mid-September, however, a month after Lyubov's death, it was evident that the walls of his tranquility were giving way. Once again, we read of my doubts, my weakness, my spiritual blindness. Happy face, probably reflecting as much his own mood as his concern for hers, he wrote Varvara that he had for some time been wondering how Lyubov's death had affected her, whether Varvara possessed 116. Enough faith and love to bear this loss, this dreadful negation. He hoped it would not cut her off from that infinite heaven in which all the profound secrets of life are resolved. He fought hard, determined not to let this dreadful negation destroy his bliss and the reconciliation that had brought it. For help, he turned to an old ally he had not called upon since the Schelling-Fichte years, his cult and dialectic of suffering. He who has only suffered a little has not yet drunk up the full cup, at the bottom of which lie faith and love. When one has lost simple, childlike faith, it cannot be regained otherwise than through intense suffering and torment, which, having gone to their extremes, must at last return him to the bright realm of infinite love, enriched by all the infinite negations of life, to the realm where there is no dread. And if, immersed in the most terrible struggle with the tempest, with the most powerful dissonances in the soul, we say that life is fine, and if our words are not empty, mechanically spoken phrases, but the soul's living voice maintaining faith in redemption and enlightenment, notwithstanding all possible storms, then this is a gigantic step in life. He assured Varvara, resting his case on a lengthy quotation from Hegel, that contradiction and its resolution represented the most sublime superiority of living nature, that what remains from the very beginning only positive, is and will remain lifeless, that only through negation and suffering could life become positive. Had not Jesus himself suffered gravely when he thought that God had forsaken him? And think, he went on, of the great suffering a mother experiences in bringing new life into the world. Human life in general is a life of struggle, dissension, and suffering, for the grandeur and the strength of reality can be known only by the grandeur and the intensity of the contradiction from which the spirit makes its way towards self-concentration. Happy face, for those aware of this, there is no death, everything is life, endless, blissful life. Every other approach to life, he wrote his brothers, all thoughts that oppressed one, were lies that had to be destroyed by the force of thought, thereby would the devil's inspiration be driven off. Registered in dozens of different contexts this tenacious faith in the redemptive power of suffering as the way to triumph over the monstrous nakedness of pan-destructive, omnipresent, and omnipotent death pervades Bakunin's letters far more during the months following Lyubov's death than at any other time, before or after. The lesson is always the same, an all-embracing cosmic dialectic makes crucifixion the price of resurrection, or, as he said in another context, sin the path to grace. It was to the sick, the weak, and the poor that Jesus had come, he reminded his family, not to the strong and the rich. One must bless one's suffer 117. As a purifying flame, as a rebirth into a new life on a new earth, under a new heaven. Although his adoration of suffering was thus able to hold back for a time the torrents of doubt, restless anger, and other influences that were soon to devastate his Hegelian refuge, it is apparent already that the dreadful negation of Lyubov's death, the monstrous nakedness of pan-destructive, omnipresent, and omnipotent death had now confronted him with an elemental discord that he had been struggling to deny and thereby corrupted, fatally, his right Hegelian harmonies. Once again, in other words, a major reorientation in his life and thought was associated with a profoundly traumatic experience involving a sister. His first intellectual revolution, which had turned him away from the world and into an inner life to be reborn, fed and nurtured, occurred just a few months after his bitter conflict with his parents over plans for Lyubov's marriage. Similarly, it had been the crushing experience involving his incestual attraction to Tatiana that had forced him to abandon, in theory, Fichtian heroism in favor of Hegelian submission. And now we find Lyubov's death at the precise period in which we see the first major crack in the right Hegelian structure, the first signs of another fundamental shift, this time from right to left Hegel, from reconciliation to violent opposition. The basic cause of his intense reaction in the first two cases, I have argued, involved a sister-mother substitution. This may also be the ultimate explanation for the powerful impact Lyubov's death made on Bakunin, coming as it did in the same months that Bakunin had come closer to his mother and was as happy as it is given children to be happy. Whether or not Lyubov's death, Bakunin's new happy child approach to his mother, and the beginning of the end of his reconciliation are linked in this way, the fact remains that Bakunin's right Hegelianism does start to collapse at this time, mid-1838, and was thenceforth to be highly vulnerable to a variety of other attacks that now, from outside and from within Bakunin himself, joined to dismantle it. The first of these attacks to ally with the dreadful negation in assaulting Bakunin's right Hegelianism was a furious onslaught that Belinsky launched against Bakunin that September and October, 1838. After Belinsky had returned to Moscow the previous September, 1837, following his post-Premukhlno recuperation in the Caucasus, he had repeatedly urged Bakunin to write him, offered to retract his earlier criticisms, and warmly invited him to stay in his apartment when Bakunin came to Moscow. Your return to Moscow will be a happy day for me. Michael, how I would like to see you sooner. The presence of a person of strong faith gives faith, and faith is everything. Happy face. For a week after his arrival in November 1837, Bakunin lived with a family whose son he was tutoring, but then he moved in with Belinsky. Except for a trip he made in early March, 1838, to the Bayers estate, he remained with Belinsky until mid-March, when he 118 moved to the apartment of a new friend, Botkin, a dapper, sophisticated, and erudite tea merchant's son who had helped Belinsky down from Bakunin's Fichtian stratosphere. Aside from Belinsky's anguish over borrowing money from Bakunin and Bakunin's occasional taunts about Belinsky's attraction to his sister Alexandra, everything went well enough at first. In a word, our friendship was never better, Belinsky recalled in a later review of their turbulent relationship. Superficially, the occasion for renewing the conflict was a disagreement over Belinsky's editorial policies on the Moscow Observer, for which Bakunin had written his essay on Hegel, an essay that, as Belinsky wrote, Stankiewicz destroyed the Observer by giving it a faulty direction at the very outset, turning readers away, and utterly ruining it in public opinion. According to Bakunin, however, it was not his article, but Belinsky's editorial incompetence that ruined the journal, his lack of objective content and reality. As the dispute progressed, Bakunin, or so Belinsky claimed, began to abuse me behind my back, and then insultingly moved out of Belinsky's apartment, not saying a word to me. Left me and went to Botkin's as though sneaking away. He was sure, moreover, that Bakunin was spreading rumors about him and forming a coalition against him. After Bakunin left for Premukhlno in the summer of 1838, Belinsky, in his own words, became more and more ferocious in his hostility towards him. He remained attached to the Bakunin family, however, and daily visited Bakunin's mother and sisters when they came to Moscow to bid Varvara farewell. On one such visit, Bakunin's mother invited Belinsky to Premukhlno again. Belinsky wrote Bakunin about it. The ferocity, apparently, had mellowed with time. Bakunin replied in a friendly way, repeating his mother's invitation. Belinsky went, they were ecstatically reconciled. And on his return to Moscow Belinsky began again writing Bakunin letters that were, in Belinsky's words, dithyrambs of love. Registered with Lyubov's death, however, the polemics started again, more embittered than ever, and inspired Belinsky to compose several essay-length letters, or dissertations, as he and Bakunin referred to them. These massive letters, written in September and October, 1838, contain the most penetrating insights into Bakunin's character and motivations that have come down from that period. Expressing once more his doubts about Bakunin's reconciliation with reality, he charged Bakunin with not even knowing enough about reality to either accept or oppose it. Reconciliation as he, Bakunin, lived it meant not to know reality, but only to chatter and make a lot of noise about it. It all sounds terribly wise, but there is nothing at all natural, immediate in it. Happy face, the opposite of simple, normal people who say little about reality but who live it constant. 119. In their daily lives, Bakunin could think wonderfully well about reality but knew nothing about putting that thought into practice. Registered the cause of Bakunin's trouble, Belinsky acutely sensed, was his denial of simple, instinctual feeling, his need to determine by thought what others understood directly and easily. However much he might admire Goethe's romantic heroes and see in them a revelation of life, you yourself do not feel the desire to live, if only a little bit, like them. Consequently, while Bakunin might be able to explain reality to others, you yourself let it pass you by and only exclaim, with upturned eyes, what a stench! Nor could Bakunin bear the sight of authentic emotional life in anyone else. Belinsky charged, your subjectivity and abstractness lead you to frenzy whenever you notice in one of your friends the rustle of this kind of joy of life. Right away you see this as a fall. Rather than make life a test of thought, Bakunin made thought a test of life. Ideas are dearer to you than men. Happy face, demonstrating still more insight, Belinsky saw as well the potential danger that lay hidden in Bakunin's abstract zeal. You burn with an inexhaustible love for God, but God as the substance of all existence, as a universal torn from its particular manifestations, you have never loved individual subjects and objects. As in Indian pantheism where there lives only Brahma, gestating and devouring everything, where the particulars are Brahma's victims and toys, transient shadows, so it is with you that ideas are higher than man, his form of thought higher than his immediate being, and you sacrifice him to your all-gestating and all-devouring Brahma. Catching also the other side of Bakunin's essential dualism, and the likelihood, therefore, that the danger would not remain potential, Belinsky realized that Bakunin would hardly be satisfied with the quiet, detached life of the mind, reconciliation notwithstanding. For all his facade of placid acceptance, Bakunin was a man of too much strength, elemental power, restlessness, a man motivated by an incessant striving to go beyond, dissatisfied with the present, even hating the present and himself in the present. Bakunin craves movement, and he seeks turbulence and battle, Belinsky wrote Stankiewicz at the time. But in his battles, Belinsky went on, Bakunin shows that he lacks any sense of reality and always moves to the extreme, because the point of departure for his efforts on his sister's behalf were more a thirst for some kind of action, a wish to play the hero, than it was love for them and their happiness. Where one should have moved quietly, he clamoured and crashed, where there should have been simplicity, there was bravado and bombast. 120. What seemed to distress Belinsky most of all, however, since it related most directly to his own relationship with Bakunin, was what he considered Bakunin's authoritarianism. How they had all groaned under this domination and had forced themselves to believe in the infallible truth of your ideas. I will never forget. What undisguised coldness and what undisguised disdain you began to show me when I flatly told you that I wanted to live my own life, according to my own mind, to develop myself independently. Thus, while ready to acknowledge in Bakunin a powerful spirit, a deep, extraordinary spiritual life, superior gifts, infinite intensity, and vast intelligence, Belinsky was clearly more struck by what he saw as Bakunin's monstrous pride, a pettiness in relationship with friends, childishness, frivolousness, inadequate sincerity and tenderness, a lofty opinion of yourself in comparison with others, a desire to subjugate, to dominate, a willingness to tell others the truth, but a revulsion against hearing it from others. Happy face, Interspersed with these blows against Bakunin's character and against his illusory reconciliation, Belinsky offered advice, accompanied by examples from his own and others' lives, of authentic reconciliation, since he, too, had come under the sway of the rationally real. The contrast between the two reconciliations is striking and shows again how little genuine reconciliation there was in Bakunin's right Hegelian phase. To accept reality, as Belinsky interpreted Hegel, meant to live a life of simplicity, not the life of an extraordinary being, born to astound the world, but that of a simple, ordinary person. Bakunin need only look to his own father for a splendid example of the right approach to life, Belinsky said. He knows life and life knows him, and it has already, in many things, proved him right over you and will prove him right in many more things, as you will see, perhaps very soon. Happy face, Botkin could also serve Bakunin as a model, for he too lives completely outside of his finite, involves himself in all sorts of interesting activities, takes care of his apartment, and if he is sometimes sad, it is without soul-crushing suffering. Happy face, what characterized the lives of both men, Bakunin's father and Botkin, was the fact that each had agreed to be a useful member of society. That above all was for Belinsky the hallmark of real reconciliation with reality, and that above all was what Bakunin utterly rejected. The drama of life is so arranged that people of all roles are needed. Certainly, my role as well is necessary. If it depended on me, I would have asked for another one, but, you see, they do not like these requests, they insist that I be not what I would like to be, but what they want. So, I will play the role that was given me. Point 1. Am no longer a candidate for membership in society, but a member of it. I feel it in me and myself in it, attached to it, grafted onto its interests, poured into its life, fusing my life in its own and giving my entire life in tribute to it. I know. 121. There is in me the strength to live and to find fascination in fe. I want to work and to feel both the desire and the strength for it. A man must have something to do in life. To prove to himself that this was not mere talk, Belinsky took a job as a teacher in the State Mining Institute in Moscow and wrote Bakunin a glowing account of how wonderful it felt to be involved in just the kind of fussy, bureaucratic job that Bakunin continued to abhor and avoid. How fine it was to teach the aspiring clerks how to write clear and efficient business-like letters concerning the mining department. Besides the pleasure of doing a useful job, there was also the entirely new joy of relationships with ordinary people around him, by looking at people not through a theory prepared ahead of time, but by the evidence that they themselves provide. I am beginning to be able to stand in authentic relationship to everyone. To find common interests in talking with the kind of people with whom I had thought I could never have anything in common. There was nothing more unrealistic, he went on, than to concentrate in one or another circle, like some secret society that is different from and antagonistic to everything outside. The difference between this reconciliation and Bakunin's could hardly be greater. For Bakunin, comfortably settled and cared for at Premukhino, reconciliation was an abstract concept to be shaped and reshaped to suit every occasion except one: actual acceptance of real obligations and constraints. For Belinsky, it was a practical justification that made such obligations and constraints bearable and eased the unavoidable surrender of desire and will to the brute facts of an harassed and impoverished life. Reality is a monster, armed with iron claws and iron jaws. Whoever does not voluntarily surrender to it will be seized and devoured by it. The higher a man's dreams, the more forceful will be his rebellion against the society to which he belongs, and the more terrible will be his reconciliation and his punishment. Reality revenges itself with venom and disdain. We constantly meet victims of its vengeance. Free individual actions, unreconciled with external necessity, deviating from the life of society, produce collisions. Yes, live not as you not as you think you should, but as the ruler decrees, and that ruler is civic society. I recognize personal, autonomous freedom, but I also recognize a higher will. Collision is the result of a hostile conflict between these two wills. So everything is and will be as it is and will be. If I stand, fine. If I fall, there is nothing to be done about it. I am God's soldier, he commands, I march. Imagine, Bakunin wrote Stankiewicz later about the conflict, Belinsky has gone to the extreme of turning any ordinary, commonplace, existing being into his ideal. He had simply surrendered, he wrote Belinsky himself, the opinion. 122. Of the crowd, whose stupid voice, according to your new philosophy, is the sacred voice of truth. As for that fierce portrait of reality, Bakunin countered that he could find in his store of transcendental and logical tricks all the proof needed to amaze even your terrible reality with its iron jaws and claws. Happy face, and, indeed, he could and did. Viewed without regard to the insurmountable inner barriers that compelled Bakunin to reject what Belinsky considered genuine life and to seek solace and protection in successive and increasingly more abstract intellectual sanctuaries, one might argue that his and Belinsky's sense of reality differed because of their contrasting views of the battlefield. As one of the common soldiers, Belinsky willy-nilly marched to reality's orders, and, crushed by circumstance as he was, he understandably saw iron claws on the hand pointing directions and iron jaws on the mouth shouting orders. Bakunin's view from staff headquarters, which he shared with God and absolute reason and which looked out upon the lovely fields and gardens of Premuckino rather than on city slums, was too lofty to make out such details as jaws and claws. In fact, however, it was precisely because Bakunin was threatened by jaws and claws far more ferocious and implacable than Belinsky ever encountered that he had been driven out of life. It was because of them that rather than become a part of life, Bakunin could only escape it or destroy it. During the right Hegelian phase, now coming to an end, he had followed the first strategy. For a year and one half, he had remained apart, freely pursuing his solipsistic studies and alternately using reconciliation to justify total detachment or simply ignoring it whenever the occasion, still mainly some threat to his sisters or the Bayer's chastity, called for aggressive maneuvers or proclamations. Now, in this summer and fall of 1838, Lyubov's dreadful negation and Belinsky's stupid voice of the crowd combined to attack this self-deceptive reconciliation. In essence, the negation and the voice made the same charge that Bakunin was in fact denying and hiding from the reality he claimed to accept, the jaws and claws reality that included such terrible negations as the death of loved ones. As we have seen, the very devices he drew upon to repulse the attack, such transcendental tricks as the return of suffering and conflict into his vocabulary and concern, were themselves evidence that the attack had been successful and that the right Hegelian defenses were giving way. The full transition from right to left would take time, however, and time itself, as it turned out, made a major contribution to it. Contrary to his usual yearly cycle, Bakunin decided in 1838 to remain at Premuckino through the winter rather than return to the city as he had been doing over the preceding few years. On the surface, you've seemed to move along for him as tranquilly as it. 123. Had through the earlier reconciled months. He seemed a model of the detached, gentleman scholar and religious sage, advising his brother on the study of Greek, planning an essay on Bettina von Emem, writing a vermouth to send the philosophical books he needed Strauss, Bauer, Rosenkranz, Schultz, Bader, Daub, Rothschild, Erdmann. His letters continue relaxed, chatty, affectionate, even to his mother, dear, sweet mother, he wrote her in January 1839, everyone at home, thank God, is well. All is quiet, peaceful, and moving along in the usual way. How have you managed? Was the trip to Tver all right? Have you settled things for my brothers? We await you impatiently. When you left, everything was so empty in the house. Do not forget, sweet mother, to bring the watch you bought me as a gift. Happy face. As the winter wore on, however, he became more and more restless. Sheer tedium, turning bliss to boredom, now became yet another force undermining reconciled tranquility. Even had the dreadful negation, Belinsky's stupid voice of the crowd, and Bakunin's own decision to remain too long at Premukhino not made their successive assaults on his Hegelian sanctuary, it would only have been a matter of time before it collapsed. It could not have been otherwise. The other side of the dualism, the incessant striving to go beyond, the passion that craves movement and seeks turbulence would inevitably have had its way. Right Hegelian reconciliation could no more have lasted than could Bakunin's earlier Schellengeite detachment. In fact, of all the alternative postures and philosophies that he tested, these two were the least appropriate precisely because they were so true to the character he was trying to conceal, since he was in fact withdrawn, gentle, fearful, and fundamentally passive. Since the pastels remained throughout his personal life the basic tones, what he needed was a set of concepts, words, and phrases that disguised these traits of character, not one that all too clearly testified to them and even accentuated them. Thus, in a letter from March 1839 in which he lamented to Alexandra Bayer that I have never been as alone as I am now and wanted, therefore, to admit you in and to build for you a little cottage in my solitary desert, he at once went on to describe, shifting to the virile warrior posture, the stormy future that he saw ahead, the new, dark clouds that he saw for himself on the horizon and that showed him that he was already close to the time when a decisive change in my inner and external life will come. Although Bakunin does not specify in this letter to Alexandra Bayer the source of the heavy weather, we can surmise its direction from other letters. It is coming out of the west, from Berlin, or rather from the struggle that Bakunin now sees ahead of him in his efforts to get there. If the winter doldrums, reinforcing the impact of Lyubov's death and Belinsky's attack, further helped. 124. Undermine reconciliation, the urge to go west now took over as the dominant force against it. Berlin became the exclusive focus of that incessant striving to go beyond, and Bakunin's urge to be there seemed to grow more intense by the minute during the late winter and spring of 1839. Stankiewicz had already been in the West a year and one half and had been sending back tantalizing descriptions of his life and studies there. Almost a year had gone by since Bakunin's own hopes of going with Varvara had been frustrated for lack of money. Afremov, too, was now planning to go to Berlin. Finally, adding still more fuel to Bakunin's determination to find some way of getting there, Botkin had been keeping him abreast of current German philosophy by sending abstracts and summaries from the Hallisk Jahrbucher, a left Hegelian journal to which Botkin subscribed. It was no doubt from these that Bakunin had gathered that list of books by prominent Hegelians left as well as right that he was asking Afremov to send him. Happy face, from one of these summaries, for example, Bakunin had learned about the controversy then raging among German Hegelians around D.F. Strauss's Das Leben Jesu, a dispute which, Bakunin was confident, would be won by the conservative, right Hegelians who denounced Strauss. While Bakunin welcomed Strauss's extreme scepticism, it was only because Bakunin believed that Mephistopheles must appear in the full expanse of his power in order to be completely defeated. These unfavorable remarks about Strauss are significant coming when they do, when Bakunin is already sensing a stormy future, a decisive change ahead. They help reveal an important fact about this reorientation from reconciliation back to Fichtean commitment. The restless craving for action not only came before his trip to Berlin, but also before he had been won over by left Hegelian influences. He was still a conservative, in other words, albeit a restless conservative. Although as free and unencumbered by obligations or responsibilities as he could have wished, Bakunin's life of scholarly detachment now palled. It was time, he wrote Stankiewicz, to tear myself out of the narrow sphere of individuality, to enter into a living relationship with universal life or, as he told the Bayers, to surrender myself to the free current of my life, surrender myself to my fate. Registered he was most likely expressing his own feelings as well as Afremov's. The identity of phrases is hardly accidental when he wrote that Afremov was leaving Russia for Berlin because he had to tear himself from the vile life of his family, break away from old habits, from the senseless depression, the vacuous and useless probing into himself, and give himself to the free current of life. Just as the stay abroad will be a rebirth for Afremov, so would it be a new baptism for himself, a matter of life and death, in fact. Happy face, if he did not find some way to leave for Berlin, he told Stankiewicz, I will imperceptibly bury myself in the Philistine world of Philistine reality. Registered reenacting the crisis. 125. Of late 1835, when he had chosen Moscow, freedom and philosophy over Premukhino, obligation and agriculture, he wrote Stankiewicz that what he now feared most of all was that external circumstances, familial obligations, might force him to remain in the country and thus take him away from the only sacred aim in my life, from that which constitutes all my life, my salvation and my humanity, away from knowledge and a life in knowledge. He knew, he said, that Stankiewicz and others might say that I do not have the right to leave my family in such uncertain conditions, leave father who, perhaps, has but a little life left on earth, but he had decided after long and painful consideration that his other brothers would be able to take over his responsibilities. In any case, he could not do otherwise, for to give up his plans to study in Berlin meant to abandon knowledge, and then I will lose all my powers. His spiritual life was his salvation, and, he concluded, he had no right to sacrifice it. Once again, Bakunin's inner voice was adamantly pressing its claims. No person has any other aim than his own happiness, and the only guide to it, he told Stankiewicz yet again, was one's own inner voice. He was delighted, similarly, to learn that Alexandra Bayer had at last decided to live for herself. Happy face, in reviewing the ruined life of another friend and veteran member of the old Stankiewicz circle, the poet L.P. Klyashnikov, Bakunin gave a particularly clear statement of his credo of unqualified yet honorable self-interest. Klyashnikov had been a happy man, Bakunin wrote, after he left state service at the institute, gave up the empty pretense of being useful to others, not having yet done anything useful for himself, and began to listen more closely to the inner voice of his soul. His health returned, he wrote a lot of fine poems, and he planned a trip abroad. But then he fell into the old malaise, troubled himself about his social role, and lost all self-confidence, to such an extent that were some peasant to say to him that to be happy he must plough the soil all his life, I think he would believe him and do what he said. Why had this happened? Why had he developed this disdain for himself and an imbecilic respect for shoemakers and artisans? It was because of Klyashnikov's lack of religion, his lack of that inner ideal world which can serve as a refuge against the blows of the alien reality that constantly surrounds us. Religion and philosophy, at least for me, constitute this ideal world, since they are the only satisfying forms of knowing truth, and I resolutely believe in the words of the Savior, know the truth and the truth will make you free. And now the voice from this inner ideal world was ordering him to Berlin. He must find the money. He was willing to live on bread and water, live in a garret, go around in old clothes if only he could somehow get to Berlin. He had no choice, now that Stankiewicz had definitely said no, but to turn to his parents. The time could not have been less propitious, however, for he and his 126 father were once again at war over Varvara's future, which Bakunin was now certain could be assured only by a final divorce. It was, in part, to see what he could do to get that divorce for Varvara that he decided in mid-July of 1839 to go to St. Petersburg. He also went, however, because nowhere else can I so well know myself and my differences from others than in St. Petersburg. An oppressive battle with his parents accompanied his departure, which is hardly surprising considering his intentions and his parents' feelings about Varvara's marriage. Dishonesty, ignoble maneuvers and tricks, accusations and attacks registered is how he recalled this farewell confrontation that ended his longest stay in Premukhino since he had left home for the service in 1828. Although he had planned to spend only a month in St. Petersburg, he in fact remained through the summer, again reversing his usual seasonal cycle of spending summers at Premukhino, then, in October, moved to Moscow. From the first, St. Petersburg made an oppressive impression on him, and his mood fell into deep sadness, tempered, however, by the knowledge that as a human being I carry in my bosom the whole of the infinite world. Happy face, notwithstanding the joy he said this awareness gave him, his letters during these months in St. Petersburg reflect, on the whole, restlessness, bitterness, and despondency. Everything seemed wrong. He was burning to leave Russia but could not. He was again thoroughly alienated from Premukhino, but also lonely and depressed away from it in St. Petersburg. He was at war with his father because of his attempts to obtain a divorce for Varvara, and completely unsuccessful in those efforts. Money he had hoped to get from translations did not materialize registered, and there was an additional crisis. While he was in St. Petersburg, his mother lay seriously ill in Moscow, where she had gone to help the younger Bakunin boys establish themselves at the university. He did not make the trip from St. Petersburg to Moscow to see her. Reality, in short, was once again becoming rent with contradictions, negations, struggle. The suffering that Lyubov's death had first reintroduced into his world and that Belinsky's jaws and claws had so emphatically highlighted was now, as a result of Bakunin's own disappointments and distress, growing too personal and too great for the Polyanish gloss of reconciliation. And so we learn again and again from his letters how necessary every manner of negation is for happiness, since without it life becomes empty, lifeless vegetation. Happy face, similarly, we see once more, in a letter he sent on the eve of his departure for St. Petersburg in July 1839, Faust's proud affirmation, Nur der Verdient die Erreichheit, wie das Leben, der Talik sie erben muss. Yes, Natalie, he wrote at the same time, one constantly encounters negation in life, every positive value is bought at the price of negation. A person can only know and realize in himself the grandeur of man when he has borne on himself all the burdens and 127. Boundlessness of humanity. One only knows true happiness when that happiness comes after one has already drunk the whole, bitter cup of unhappiness. Happy face, it was in this mood, his thoughts in a state of strange chaos, tormenting chaos, that he wrote his second article on Hegel. Begun shortly before leaving Premukhino for St. Petersburg, the article was written in two parts, the first appearing in the Prominent Notes of the Fatherland the following year, 1840, the second never published. Taken together, the two parts reveal, the first part vaguely, the second clearly, the continuing demise of right Hegelian reconciliation. Throughout, Bakunin tried hard and, as we will see, not without success, to preserve as much as he could of the philosophy that had served him so well. Watching the process unfold, one has the image of Bakunin bulwarking the roof and the walls of his fortress even as he opens the windows, or, better, tears up the floorboards, to let in the threatening forces, the strength, elemental power, and restlessness. Once admitted, however, those forces immediately take control and blow down the walls, leaving only the roof to hang there somehow, supported only by its continuing indispensability to him. But that is a later chapter in the story. On the surface, the first part, and only part published, seems largely a repetition of the article on Hegel published in April 1838. Almost as if he is answering Belinsky's charge against him, Bakunin sets as his theme the question of philosophy's value for the philosopher. Does it tear him away from all reality, so doubts, and change a healthy and useful person into one sick and useless, or, on the contrary, is it the only means for eliminating all doubt? The only means of reconciliation with reality, heaven and earth. Happy face, vigorously contending that the latter is true, he went on at length attacking all pedantic and lifeless empiricists and their predecessors, the godless, glibly liberal, atheistic and anarchistic philosophers of the 18th century. Here, as in the earlier article, Hegel is celebrated as the one who revealed the eternal, rational order by proving through intuitive speculation the identity of the real and the rational. What seems even more important to Bakunin than speculative philosophy itself, however, is the idealist's assumption of the identity of subject and object on which such speculation is founded, the conviction that the only authentic truth is the truth man can achieve without having to depart from himself. I have already quoted several examples of such solipsism from this two-part article, since the theme itself is one that persisted throughout Bakunin's Hegelian years and was examined earlier. Registered. What makes the second article on Hegel different from the first is the expressions of Fichtean activism that come through so clearly. Not that the activism in itself is new, as we have seen. In practice he remained a Fichtean zealot throughout the phase of Hegelian reconciliation and continued to insist. 128. That everything that is only external must be destroyed and only that which is both external and internal at the same time will be saved. What is new about the second article is the emphasis. The consequences and corollaries of statements like the one just quoted are drawn out more fluidly and explicitly. We see this, for example, when he asks how man can resolve the contradiction between the boundlessness of his inner ideal essence and the limitations of his external existence, a contradiction that is the source of movement, of development aimed exclusively at this resolution. The answer is even more indicative of the change underway. The resolution would come only by the self-realization of inner rationality and the negation of the externality that is incompatible with it, by the sacred voice of the immortal spirit striving to realize its freedom and its boundlessness and to negate the externality alien to it. And we see the same emphatic activism, so distant from the mood in which he had urged others to regard the external world as something given, in a further corollary that he draws from that striving. To negate the externality alien to the immortal spirit, living, abstractly self-aware subjects unlimited in the universality of their self-awareness, yet limiting each other in reality, encounter each other and, motivated by the striving to realize their inner universality, their inner abstract freedom, in the world that surrounds and limits them, engage in war between themselves. In effect, what distinguishes the second article from the first is Bakunin's elevation of Fichtean activism from the day-to-day world of practice to the sacred and sublime world of philosophical theory. In his actual relationships with the world around him, Bakunin had already divided reality into the really real and the merely existing world of a chair, a table, a dog, Varvara Dmitrievna, Alexandra Ivanovna. Now, in this second article, that division enters into the realm of philosophy as part of an objective analysis of rational reality. Usually, everything existing, every finite thing is called real, and in this he's the error. Only those things are real in which reason, idea, and truth are present in their entirety. All the rest are illusion and lies. Happy face, reality, in other words, was not at all what it meant to those who will always prefer a piece of beefsteak as something absolutely real to an idea which, for them, will always remain an illusion. As a right Hegelian he had preached that reality was rational, that evil was only in the eye of the unenlightened beholder, and that one should look into oneself and change oneself if one was distressed and not blame the world and seek to change it. Now, on his way to becoming a left Hegelian he is willing to state in a well-considered philosophical article, and not simply as a statement in a letter, reflecting the mood of the moment, that not all that exists is rational or, consequently, real. The stage is already set, therefore, for the next. 129. Advance to make the world rational and real. Love, goodness, truth, reason, and harmony are no longer constant and eternal realities to be understood by illuminated thought and blissfully contemplated, they are already well on their way to becoming goals to be achieved by destroying the alien externality. The direction of human development, both social and individual, is no longer transcendentally upward, but historically forward, and the arena for the stormy future is already less Bakunin's own soul, which he has already conquered by repression, than the world. Reflecting this descent from absolute reason to historical reality, Bakunin gave considerably more attention to history in this second article, mainly in its first part, than he had given it at any time before. For over 2 years, from the beginning of 1837 to mid-1839, Bakunin had little interest in history, even less than he had had in his pre-Hegelian days. The first article on Hegel, for example, focused almost exclusively on epistemology, logic, and religion. Why, after all, be concerned about historical change if reality, properly understood, was already fully harmonious and rational? If complete understanding was accessible to right thinking, and if that understanding revealed a rational world without evil, then there was no alien externality to fight and no need of time and history in and through which to fight it. It was only after Bakunin had run out of transcendental tricks to combat the jaws and claws of reality that had begun increasingly to harass him, that he heard again the call to battle. This time, however, thanks to Hegel and in contrast to the Fichtian crusade, the battle would be carried on not as an escape from history, but as a struggle in history, and with history itself as an indomitable ally. True, there is nothing really specific yet in Bakunin's use of history, no definite historical examples from, say, the works of Guizot that he was reading at the time. But he does refer now, and repeatedly, to history and not only to nature, cosmos, and personal fate when discussing the spirit's manifestation and realization. He includes the law of progressive historical development as one of the partial laws to be encompassed in the overall unity of knowledge achieved through speculative introspection, and he puts the laws of history on the same level of importance as the laws of mathematics and natural science. Of course, in stressing again and again the necessity of understanding mankind's past, present, and future as well as understanding nature, mind, and religion, it is Hegelian, providential, necessary history that Bakunin has in mind, the historical flow as grasped by those who understand rational reality, not the history of ordinary historians who, he says, see in it only a game of chance. By the time he wrote the second part of the article, the change had gone far enough to allow the honorable reinstatement of Fichte and his ego philosophy. Fichte was right to celebrate the first time his son said I, Bakunin wrote, since 130. That marked the advent of his self-awareness, the advance from feeling to thought. However, it is essential to keep in mind that this return to Fichte, which, as we will see, is even more emphatic in Bakunin's letters at the time, in no way indicated disillusionment with Hegel. What we have here is a very successful and fateful merger of the two. Fichte will once again be recruited to help provide personal inspiration to the warrior for holy truth, who is once more beginning to prepare himself to battle and suffer. This time, however, he would not be fighting alone nor in defense of a vulnerable inner world of romantic sensibilities, but in alliance with the indomitable power of Hegel's absolute spirit in opposition to the weak, trivial, unreal, illusory world of the chair, table, dog, Varvara Dmitrievna, Alexandra Ivanovna, and others of the crowd who prefer illusory beefsteak to rational and real ideas. While Bakunin now welcomes again the ardor and heroism of Fichte's militant ego, he remains as opposed as ever to what he repeatedly identifies in this second Hegel article as Fichte's one-sided subjectivity. The new I is to be an objective I, as invulnerable and omnipotent as the absolute spirit itself. During the months he was writing the article, through late 1839, the thoughts and mood of his letters clearly reflected this new, left Hegelian orientation. A new word begins to make its appearance, the central symbol of the left Hegelian's action. Not complaints, but action, and life is what is needed, he told his sister Alexandra. He even admitted his error in spurning the action involved in fulfilling obligations, although still taking care to leave to himself free choice as to which responsibility he would shoulder. Action, Dietar, this is life's only fulfillment. There was a time when I rejected every kind of obligation, and from one point of view I was right. There is no truth in obligations that have no other basis than cold duty, for such obligations are the compulsion of slavery, the negation of the infinity of the inner spirit. Love is the essence, the beginning and end of faith. But love that does not go beyond the inner spirit, that does not go beyond possibility to actuality, such love is Scheinseligkeit love, and there is no truth in it either, for truth must also be actual. And so, from this point of view, I was completely wrong. I sinned against truth when I rejected responsibility. Registered. Those around Bakunin sensed the change and warmly encouraged it. T. N. Granowski, who returned to Moscow in late August 1839 after 2 years of study in Berlin, where he had been Stankevich's closest friend, wrote Stankevich in December that Bakunin had become less abstract than Granowski had remembered him. He was also much impressed by Bakunin's second article on Hegel, which he read in manuscript and which he found intelligent, simple, and 131. To the point. In fact, even though Granowski had just spent years of study at the very center of Hegelian thought, he conceded to Stankevich that in these things Bakunin had gone much farther than he had carried. Granowski's entry on the scene at this time points to still another important influence in reorienting Bakunin's views. The Westerners were coming back, after the long, bleak hiatus that followed the Decembrist failure and the repression of the minuscule opposition circles that had vainly tried to carry on the struggle. In addition to Granowski, Nicholas Ogarev also returned about this time, having received a pardon in May 1839. By the end of September, Botkin told Bakunin of his friendship with Ogarev, and Bakunin himself seems to have begun at least occasional participation in a revived Ogarev circle either at the end of 1839 or at the beginning of 1840. By that time, the end of 1839, Bakunin was moving so fast that he was criticizing Granowski for his friendly visits to the Kyrivskis, a foremost Slavophile family. Further encouragement in this same direction, leftward, continued to come from Berlin itself, by way of Stankevich's letters to Bakunin, in which he had good things to say about such leading Hegelians on the left as Feuerbach and the Polish philosopher Siaskowski. In the case of Siaskowski, about whom more will be said in the next chapter, one sees a convergence between the two leftward influences active at the time on Bakunin from Berlin and from the revived Russian Westerners. For Ogarev's lifelong comrade Alexander Herzen had been captivated by Siaskowski the previous winter, 1838-39, registered and had shared his zeal with Ogarev. Ogarev, in turn, may well have discussed Siaskowski's views with Bakunin at gatherings during the winter of 1839-40. An important, albeit indirect, indication of this left Hegelian impact on Bakunin during these months in late 1839 is a distinct change in Bakunin's judgment of Strauss's work. No longer did he mock him as easy game for the established right Hegelians. Instead, he now took him quite seriously, even though he still thought him too critical, a sign that Bakunin had still some distance to go before becoming Bakunin. Read Strauss, he urged his sisters, love him, but do not believe him entirely. As far as I can judge, it seems to me that he is at the stage of Werden and that in him the negative process of critical reason still prevails. Another comparison similarly demonstrates how important these months were in Bakunin's first steps to the left. Whereas he had been conventionally conservative enough in July of 1839 to be a welcomed and appreciative guest at the home of one of Nicholas I's most prominent police functionaries, L.B. Dubelt *, he was at the year's end beginning to associate with Dubelt's foremost enemies. He now realized, as he wrote his brother Paul in December, that glory comes at a high price, as my illustrious friend Peter Grigorevich Chadov declared when, as with Tasso, they judged him insane. * 132. The reference is to Chadov's house arrest as insane for having published his scathing attack on Russia's past and present, mentioned earlier. No doubt these new influences made the constraints that kept him from going to Berlin all the more intolerable, especially since, as in Granowski's case, they confirmed Bakunin's high opinion of his own intellectual talent and promise. He must get away, the inner voice speaks louder and louder within me, and obedience to it constitutes all my happiness and my glory. Registered but he was still trapped with no exit in sight. He might then have turned to his parents. He was soon to do so, but the times were even more unfavorable for such an appeal than they usually were. Besides the battle that had accompanied Bakunin's departure from Przemyśl in July of that year, 1839, because of his plans to obtain a divorce for Varvara, and the fact that he had not made the effort to visit his seriously ill mother in Moscow while he was in St. Petersburg, there was a new family crisis that had made his parents still more furious with him. Botkin and Alexandra Bakunin were, it seems, in love. The tea merchant's son, who the elder Bakunin made quite clear could never be considered a possible suitor for a daughter of nobility, had first been attracted to Alexandra during a summer visit to Przemyśl in 1838, when he went there with Belinsky, a Framuev, and another friend. After he saw her again, during the Bakunin family stay in Moscow in July 1839, while Bakunin was in St. Petersburg, the infatuation became serious. A flood of sentimental, ecstatic, mournful, self-lacerating, and blissful letters ensued, all kept secret from the elder Bakunins. Then, in October, Alexandra's aunt came upon one of the letters and promptly showed it to Alexandra's parents. They were outraged, of course, although less because of the secrecy than because of the social distance between the two principals. It was now Alexandra's turn to experience the contrary poles, the anxiety, and the illness that Varvara and Lyubov had suffered. Bakunin was called to arms again. Only you are left to protect her, to be her defense among these aunts and uncles, Botkin wrote him. Go to her, you will resurrect her for God's sake, I implore you. Drop everything. I have sent 400 rubles but move, time is precious. She may be dangerously ill. Happy face. Although Bakunin did not go, and thus avoided another direct confrontation with his parents, he did, at first, support Botkin and advise Alexandra to marry him if she loved him. This was enough to bring most of the blame down on him, as we see in a letter from his mother to Alexandra. Were Michael a good son, he would have been the first to warn us about all this and not allow his sister to enter into correspondence with a young man, but he knew, was silent, and went on borrowing money. Bakunin's father agreed completely. The affair was begun by you, he wrote his son, since, had you warned us in time, as it was your duty as a son to do, none of this would have happened. Asterisk registered. 133. Bakunin's views about the Botkin-Alexandra romance are not as clear as they were with respect to his other sisters' relationships. There are indeed suggestions, and from both Belinsky and Botkin explicit and angry accusations, that he tried to ruin the relationship by turning it into a choice for Alexandra between Botkin and himself, between husband and brother. According to Botkin, he is supposed to have written Alexandra that Botkin will try to take you from your brothers. Similarly, Belinsky told Botkin that in Petersburg, Bakunin revealed to me, bluntly, not even aware that it was something to be concealed, that she would be willing to marry you on condition that she have no marital relations with you. Happy face. In his own letters home, however, Bakunin does not seem to be that opposed to the marriage. Perhaps it is because Alexandra had assured him of her faithfulness to her brothers, declaring that, as Bakunin quoted her in a letter, whoever wants to take you from me will be laying a death shroud over all the rest of my life. Happy face. Another reason, it seems, is that Bakunin had come to link the marriage with his own trip to Berlin. My trip to Berlin cannot be realized before your union with Botkin. Does he expect Botkin to provide the money? Or was it rather a way of easing the guilt he may have felt for leaving by providing a substitute support for the family, a man gifted with the sense of responsibility, not to mention the money, that he lacked? In any case, it seems more than coincidence that, while speaking about a restoration of the old Przemyśl warmth and intimacy that he expected would follow the marriage, Bakunin should assure his sisters that there would be atamans to take care of them, the name for the leaders of Cossack villages. What principally comes through Bakunin's comments about the Botkin-Alexandra troubles, however, is neither his opposition to the marriage nor his support of it, but rather his wish to be done with it and with all the other endless Przemyśl intrigues and crises. I cannot be a judge in this matter and am, therefore, taking myself out of it and leaving it to fate or chance. I am now only concerned with a way of getting to Berlin. I have to get out of all the trivial life of family and friends and completely immerse myself in universal life. Happy face. Even his holy commune now seemed dull and trivial when set against the universal life that he was sure awaited him in Berlin. I am no longer fit to preach to others, he told his sisters at the time, I need to preach to myself. During the time that I was preaching to others, many evil foes lay hidden in my soul which I must drive out. Happy face, it is not known what the young ladies thought of this rather perfunctory adieu, but there was at least one erstwhile recipient of Bakunin's ministry who was not at all ready to let him just pack up and leave like that. Vissarion, furioso, Belinsky felt it time for another massive barrage. I hate Bakunin, he told. 134. Botkin, mainly because of the strange, fantastic, fanatic, abstract, barbarous, and slavish attitude towards himself that Bakunin had encouraged in his sisters, for his oppressive authority, his intolerable need always to be right and never at fault. The main flaw of your whole life, he wrote somewhat more gently to Bakunin himself, is the fact that you are in no way called upon to exert your personality on others, and yet you consider yourself called upon to do just that. You cannot stand it when anyone does not think or do as you do. Happy face, what now seemed to disturb Belinsky even more than Bakunin's authoritarianism, however, was what Belinsky considered Bakunin's extraordinary irresponsibility, his habit of living at the expense of others, his life of indolence and inaction, consoling himself with resounding phrases about spiritual experience, lofty ideas, high calling. As for Bakunin's Berlin plan, that too in Belinsky's opinion was just another way of avoiding making his peace with reality. If Bakunin had been serious about Berlin, he would have acquired the money by giving lessons or by taking the candidates and master's examination and then leaving, as Granovsky did, on a government stipend. No, he is deceiving himself. Is he going to fly there through the air and live on air? And where was the wool, Belinsky asked, that Bakunin was forever lecturing everyone else about? There is not even a shadow of it, not even an illusion of it. He has enjoyed lording it over others, fighting with his parents and bragging about these fights. But is this really wool? Happy face, it was still, ultimately, the same quarrel over what reconciliation with reality really meant. Whereas Bakunin's reality allowed him a life of indolence and inaction, or, as Belinsky wrote Botkin, the opportunity to make a lot of noise about philosophy and himself, about himself and philosophy. Registered Belinsky's reality was made of much sterner stuff. It demands that I read vile trivia of useless mediocres, write reviews of them for the use and pleasure of the esteemed public of Imperial Russia, and, moreover, that I do this reading and writing without knowing German. And then there are the hemorrhoids, headaches, cramps, nausea, trembling hands and feet. Registered in short, still jaws and claws. Striking hard and cruelly at what could only have been a particularly sore point with Bakunin, Belinsky contrasted Bakunin's escape from reality with his brother Nicholas' genuine reconciliation with and involvement in life. Here is the real, full man, a complete man. He has in him strength, power, life, action. He is complete, integrated. For him words and deeds are one and the same. He does not rant and rave about himself, nor pinch little sensations out of himself so that he can then analyze them, usually while lying in bed, and wallow in this rubbish. Woe to the man, he went on, who limits himself to being merely a man, who does not add to this abstract and bombastic rubric the title of merchant, landowner, officer, bureaucrat, official. 135. Artist, or teacher. Society will punish him for it. Registered it was barbaric and senseless rubbish to believe as Bakunin did that simple, normal, and full natures characterize cattle and Philistines. Registered Belinsky also further developed insights he had earlier used in disclosing the dangers inherent in Bakunin's character and relationships. No doubt Bakunin's motives are pure and fine but what difference does it make to me whether a brigand cuts my throat for money or a religious schismatic does so for the salvation of my soul, that is from love for me? The result is just the same, my throat is cut. He is an unfortunate man, balm for grief to himself and to others. Happy face, in the end, the attack unleashed in February and March, 1840, came down to a challenge, I hope you are able to get to Berlin. And that you completely achieve your aim. But only then will I believe in the reality of your aims. Point 1. No longer believe in words, but only in deeds, in facts. Then, a final thrust of the rapier, Nicholas Bakunin's brother will be in Berlin at government expense. Wonderful. When the first part of Bakunin's second article on Hegel appeared in early 1840, Belinsky again changed his mind somewhat, or at least his feelings, about Bakunin. It was a fine article, he wrote Botkin in April 1840, as fine as Bakunin's first article on Hegel had been vile. That man can and must write, Belinsky continued, he will do much to advance the thought of his fatherland. The following month, Krivsky, the editor of the notes, expressed similar delight with the article in a letter to Bakunin thanking him for the splendid article, which is for me nothing less than a model philosophical article in the Russian language. Since Krivsky could not hope to read or publish in Russian anything better than it on the subject of philosophy, he urged Bakunin to send him the second part so that he could include it in the July issue. Shaming Bakunin into turning words into deeds, as Belinsky did in his February and March assault, and acclaiming him, as Belinsky, Krivsky, Granovsky, and doubtless others did for his work on Hegel, had the same effect. They all heaped still more fuel on the burning thirst for Berlin that was already at white heat. He had to get away. I will live on bread and water, he vowed again to his sisters in February 1840. I simply cannot stay here another minute. I can and I must study, because in sacred, divine learning is my entire life, all my joy and my strength. Everything would change if only he could find some way to be in Berlin. A golden period will begin when I finally pull myself out of these narrow limits of our reality and immerse myself exclusively in the vital atmosphere of European life, where divine thought breathes everywhere in science, religion, art, nature, people. Oh, I expect a baptism, a transformation, registered by the end of February. The wings of such ardor had sent Fichte soaring even higher than Hegel in Bakunin's esteem, making Fichte once again the real 136 hero of modern times and inspiring Bakunin, as he wrote Alexandra Bayer, to spend all his time reading him. He had always deeply loved Fichte, he went on in the letter, envying his amazing strength, his ability to remove himself from all secondary and external circumstances and from public opinion in order to move directly and tirelessly to his determined goal. There is in me something of the same sort, but I still need to develop my strength, the ability to depend, calmly, on myself and to act independently of and in opposition to everything external. Yes, I feel this, with profound joy I feel this. The former, strong, inspired state of my soul is being reborn within me. I am returning to my vital source. I am again becoming myself. He now wanted nothing more to do with abstract innerness, with an empty Jenseits. The Jenseits is only complete when the Desites is complete. But yearn and strain as he might, he still had absolutely no way of finding the money to leave Russia, much less to pay his way while abroad, and by this time his parents were so upset with him that they were not even answering his letters. He repeatedly sank into despondency, filling the emptiness as best he could in the way that would later become habitual for him and lead to his legendary proportions. For days I have been plunged, most of the time, in oppressive melancholy, perhaps because. Point 1 Have been eating all this time with great appetite. He seems to have been too impatient even for study, or at least this is one way of interpreting the comment of his new friend Ogarev to the effect that he was ready to drop his Hegel for a good chess game anytime, which, as one of his biographers put it, was comparable to someone else drowning his sorrows in drunken orgies. Stankiewicz again came to mind. 2 years had passed since he had turned Bakunin down. Maybe his situation and attitude had changed. Encouraged by some favorable remarks Stankiewicz made about him in a letter to Granovsky, Bakunin tried again. Complaining that his only strength, a kind of abstract spiritual strength, has been broken by the vile trivia of routine family matters, by the vacuous strife with family and friends and, perhaps, by my own insignificance, he assured Stankiewicz that Berlin would bring him rebirth, baptism of body and spirit. Either that or nothing. If he were unable to go to Berlin, he would be completely indifferent as to what happened to him, whether I finish my life as an artillery lieutenant or a state councillor. Instead of an assurance of funds he had hoped from Stankiewicz, however, all he got, and that after a 2-month wait, were echoes of his father's counsels: you must be able to resign yourself at least for a little while. You could work, in the meantime, for some periodical. I cannot give you any other advice. Miss H. Try to get to Berlin. If you fail at that, try to do something else. But don't just give up. Registered, perhaps anticipating this rejection, or simply unable to wait longer for a response from Stankiewicz, Bakunin decided at the end of March 1840 to turn. Revival. 137. Once more to his father, in another pamphlet-length letter arguing his case. Since he had told his sisters, in connection with the Botkin Alexandra events, that the only feeling he now had for his parents was disdain, and that I have no father, it must have been an exceptionally difficult and humiliating letter to write. It is also a particularly important letter, for it gives us a good idea of Bakunin's thoughts and intentions on the eve of his career in the West, as some insights into several additional, and not very admirable, traits of his character. Although he knew, he began the letter, that his parents felt only absolute disdain for him and that they had accused him of the most vile crimes, he believed nonetheless that he now deserved their support because he had become more sensible, more prudent than he had been at the time of the earlier family quarrels. He now realized, for instance, that life itself demands external realization, reality, and that if unrealized, any inner life, however true it might be, decays and turns into a sickly, impotent life. Moreover, he continued, sounding now even more like Belinsky, since every citizen must be useful to his fatherland, an active member of his state, he, too, was in search of an activity that, while providing me an honest piece of bread and a calling in society, would also enable me at the same time to be useful to my fatherland, useful as far as I am able. He was no longer the person he had once been, he said, for he had already come out of that enthusiasm which led me to think that a man can, with impunity, tear himself away from all social conditions, and which made every specific definition seem to me a constraint on the boundlessness of man's inner life. The question, then, was to choose the appropriate activity. He knew, he said, that his parents wanted him to take over the estate, as, he added, his father had done in his youth. But he could not do that, for while his father's inner development had already achieved its authentic completion when he had settled down, his own had not. He could not take over the estate, even though I understand so well the sanctity of familial obligation, until he, too, had achieved that full inner development by satisfying his limitless need for knowledge, a need that forms the core, foundation, and inner essence of my entire spiritual existence. Nor could he do both, continue studying while managing the estate, because I must give myself entirely to my activity in order to attain real results. For the same reasons, he could not take advantage of the two other occupations open to him, the military and the government. With respect to the military, moreover, it would be absurd after 4 years of retirement to become a lieutenant again, and, as for a government job, with his low rank and without a university diploma, he would be assigned nothing more than copying papers. In any case, he could not force himself into an occupation. He had tried that twice before, he reminded his father. The first attempt had caused him a week of drinking and thoughts of suicide, the second, a long and painful 138 ordeal of self-analysis, resulting in the realization that he could not tear himself away from serious study, since to live and yet not know is for me 1,000 times worse than death. Still, he knew that he must do something, that otherwise, without money, with no position in society and, in spirit, a dilettante, I will be condemned to an empty, useless, and tormented life. Fortunately, there was one occupation in which he could continue full-time study and still have a profession. He could, he told his father, become a professor. That settled, the next problem was, how? Attending the university seemed the obvious answer. But, no, that was out of the question. First, because it would be absurd were I, a man of 26, to sit on the bench alongside youngsters and be in the same grade as my brothers. Second, because I would have to start with the first year and waste 4 years studying many courses that would be useful only for the examinations and not for my future. Third, because during these 4 years I would have to abandon my own subjective studies in order to devote myself to other subjects that are useless to me. And, fourth and finally, because, as all of the young professors admit, and also the government itself, which, dissatisfied with our universities, sends professors abroad for their education, not one of the Russian universities can provide a classical, scientific education, for the attainment of which there remains to me only one single means: Berlin. In case this did not persuade his father, Bakunin added a tactical advantage in going to Berlin. For a doctorate, it would be necessary to earn both the candidate and the master's degree. In Russian universities, however, the candidate's examination was the most difficult and uncertain. Because it demands excellent answers in all subjects for all of the 4 years of a particular faculty, answers to the most specific and trivial questions. The thing to do, he had learned from some young professors in Moscow, was to get a degree from Berlin, which would take 3 years, then return to Russia to take the master's examination, which was much easier and more relevant than was the candidate's examination. After that a Russian doctorate would present no difficulty, and he could go right on to a position in either philosophy, history, or law, and maybe even enter government service while awaiting his professorial appointment. Given the chance, nothing would hold him back. He would work day and night, count every kopeck, and dress and socialize only within his means. Also, of course, orgies and the disorderly life usually excused in young people as a necessary. 139. Attribute of youth are simply repulsive to my very being. I am incapable of finding poetry or satisfaction in the filthy swamp of sensual pleasure. His father's first response, which came about a week after Bakunin sent the letter, did offer some small financial hope, but ruined whatever joy that offer may have brought him by sending along with it the usual scolding. The elder Bakunin did not, in fact, accuse his son of the most vile crimes. All your actions while not criminal are completely irrational. What crimes did the son have in mind? But he did express the expected disdain. You are like some new Don Quixote, in love with a new Dulcinea and carried away by her imagined charms, having completely forgotten all your obligations. About a week later, in early April, Bakunin learned from his sisters that their parents were prepared to give him only about a third of what they had suggested in their letter to him. While he accepted, of course he decided at the end of the month to go to Premukhino to see if he could get more. But instead of receiving firm assurances of more, he learned that any support at all was dependent on more income coming in from the estate. At this point Bakunin took an audacious step, unusual even for one as carefree as he was about borrowing. At the end of March, about the time that Bakunin wrote his lengthy appeal to his parents, Alexander Herzen arrived in Moscow to spend a couple of months there before going on to St. Petersburg, where a position in the Ministry of the Interior had been acquired for him. For the 6 preceding years, it will be recalled, he and Ogarev had been paying for their modest flirtation with Shilerian rebellion and loyalty to the Decembrist heritage. Ogarev by banishment to his country home in Penza, and Herzen by banishment first to Vyatka, at the edge of Siberia, and then, for the final 2 years, in Vladimir, nearer Moscow. As we have seen, Ogarev was permitted back in 1839, and by the end of that year, or early in the next, Bakunin had come to know him. When Herzen arrived in early 1840, he met Bakunin, probably through Ogarev, learned about his dire need to go abroad and his want of money to do so, and in a conversation suggested to Bakunin that perhaps he and some friends might help. As soon as Bakunin learned in Tver that his parents were either unable or unwilling to promise him enough for the trip and for maintenance abroad, he wrote Herzen, not even waiting until he got back to Moscow for a personal meeting, and asked for a large loan. I do this because I am taking money from you not in order to satisfy one or another stupid or empty fantasy, but in order to attain the human and the only aim of my life. ... The gambit worked. Herzen and Ogarev along with him agreed to make this large contribution to Bakunin's liberation and destiny. Although the full amount was not given at once, enough was advanced, and sufficient assurance. 140. Given for the balance, for Bakunin to feel himself able at last to make his leap to freedom. Considering Herzen's earlier radicalism and Bakunin's reputation as the author of impressive articles defending Hegelian reconciliation, one might well wonder why Herzen should want to help Bakunin advance his philosophical career. Actually, changes in both men had brought them much nearer together. In the years preceding his exile and, then, during the first period of the exile, the Vyatka years, Herzen had himself ascended through a Schelling phase and beyond, into the lofty reaches of mystical love and religious rebirth. He had begun to descend during the last 2 years of exile, while in Vladimir, and by early 1840 had arrived back at the kind of vague, diffuse, ecstatic Saint Simonian Christian Soch HSM he had espoused before his exile. It was during these same years, 1838–40, that, as we saw, Bakunin was similarly coming down from his transcendent sanctuary of right Hegelian reconciliation, on his way back towards the explicit activism to which Herzen was also returning. In addition, what may have inclined Herzen all the more favorably towards Bakunin was Herzen's dissatisfaction with Belinsky's credo at the time. Besides writing his lengthy critiques of what he considered Bakunin's sham reconciliation, Belinsky was publishing in late 1839 and early 1840 some boldly conservative articles that for Belinsky reflected a genuine right Hegelian reconciliation, including, inter alia, a zealous defense of Tsarist autocracy. The articles had infuriated Herzen, who, because of them, broke relations with Belinsky. Since Bakunin and Belinsky were again engaged in another bitter dispute, Belinsky's February-March attack, Belinsky's enemy became Herzen's friend. In any case, whatever the reasons for Herzen's generosity, Bakunin now had what he desperately needed, and he moved with stunning speed. 2 weeks more in Moscow, about a month home for farewells, then he would be off to Europe, to return, he said, after 3 or 4 years, renewed. His letters in May and June show how far he had already moved away from his family, with the exception of his father and Tatiana. Those to his other sisters sound formal and strained. Of his brothers, he refers mainly to Nicholas, with whom we are least of all familiar and whose friendship with Bakunin's enemy Belinsky he mentions repeatedly. Bakunin apparently got an added bit of satisfaction from thoughts of leaving Russia because of the painful burdens he believed his departure would impose on Nicholas. Let Nicholas experience all that you and I have experienced over these past few years, he wrote his other brothers when he learned about another quarrel between his mother and sisters. As so often before in his letters, his most tender remarks were reserved for his father. Friends, dear brothers and sisters, do not forsake father. We are all obliged to repay him for all the suffering he has borne. Try with all your strength to become as close to him as you can. This will give him some pleasure during the last years of his revival. 141. Life. For the Bayer sisters, he had the familiar explanations. Using his brief infatuation with Sophia Muraviv to define again his views on conventional love, he wrote them that this period of his life had passed and that in my heart there is no more place for love. Still, it was good to know that when moods of depression and suffering befall me, I can pour them out into your heart without danger of being misunderstood. Stankevich's letter arrived just then. Since Herzen and Ogarev had solved, temporarily, Bakunin's money troubles, the sting of disappointment from Stankevich's refusal to provide support was eased. Telling the Bayers about the letter, Bakunin mentioned Stankevich's praise of him for helping Varvara and told them about Stankevich's plans for study in the fall. This last point especially aroused Bakunin's interest. He then talks about his present and future studies. In general, it is obvious that he is a bright fellow. I have fallen far behind him. But just wait, I will catch up. He could easily do so now. The night before Bakunin wrote this to the Bayers, Stankevich, too weak to complete a trip to Lake Como, died in the village of Novi, on the road to Milan. And so, dear Stankevich, I will at last be in Berlin, Bakunin wrote in reply to the friend who was no more. He confessed again that he felt grieved to leave his family, but he could not stay any longer. My soul had finally reached such a state of illness that not a single healthy spot remained in it. He promised to write Stankevich as soon as he arrived in Berlin, and he asked Stankevich to advise him as to what he should study at the university. Also, if Stankevich intended to write his Hegel professor, Werder, with whom Bakunin, too, planned to study, he should remember to put in a good word for him. Too preoccupied with his own plans and preparations, perhaps, he somehow forgot to say a word about Stankevich's own hopes and dreams that he had shared with Bakunin in his letters, or about the illness that had already killed him. To expedite travel arrangements, boat tickets had to be purchased, money had to be deposited ahead of time in a Berlin bank. He turned to Botkin. By the last week of June everything was ready, and, in the highest spirits, he arrived in St. Petersburg 3 days before his boat was scheduled to sail. Hoping to leave on good terms with Belinsky, he went to his apartment to say goodbye personally. But the scene was set for quite a different encounter, perhaps the most deeply humiliating experience Bakunin had yet suffered. The circumstances go back a little way. In late 1839 Bakunin had unwittingly chanced upon an embarrassing scene at the Ogarevs. Enkitkov was sitting on a bench, Ogarev's wife was standing next to him, and he was resting his head against her knees. Bakunin left the room at once, but, his accusers charged, told others what he had seen, much to the dismay of both Kitkov and Ogarev. From that time on Kitkov hated Bakunin bitterly. For the rest of the story we have Belinsky's account, and 142. To get the proper perspective on it we should know that, after a brief revival of the friendship in April, Belinsky was once again furious with Bakunin. This monstrosity, this abstract hero born to bring ruin on himself and others, a man with a fine mind, but completely without a heart, and with the blood of a rotting salt cod. The issue was as familiar as the fury. Bakunin had been so vile as to write his sister Alexandra that marital relations were loathsome and thus frightened the poor girl. Oh my God, what a crude, insensitive, dirty, vile nature. And this man once accused me of being a sensual, dirty person and was offended by my expression sleep with a woman. With Belinsky's attitude in mind, we can turn to his story of what happened the next month, during Bakunin's last 3 days before departure. On the day of his arrival in St. Petersburg Bakunin had gone to visit a friend, Painov, where he unexpectedly saw Kitkov. Both Painov and Kitkov received him coldly. The next morning, Kitkov, angry and excited, went to tell Belinsky about the meeting. Belinsky had already learned that Bakunin was in town and that he planned to call on him. Rather than wait at his apartment, Belinsky and Kitkov decided to go to Painov's in the hope of finding our abstract hero there, but, just as they were leaving, they saw him in the courtyard on his way to Belinsky's flat. Belinsky tried, unsuccessfully, to avoid his embraces, and Kitkov began at once denouncing him as a malicious gossip. Bakunin, as though suddenly struck by lightning, moved back, sat down, and demanded facts. What do you mean facts? You have degraded me to nothing. You are a scoundrel, sir. Bakunin jumped up. You are the scoundrel. Eunuch, Kitkov shot back. With that KST blow from Kitkov, Bakunin shuddered, as though from electric shock, rushed for a cane, stood there a while without looking at Kitkov, then, seizing the moment, struck Katkov across the back with the cane. With this outburst of strength and courage, both left him and Katkov slapped him twice in the face. They agreed to duel, and Katkov left, then returned, and said to Bakunin, "If there is in you a single drop of warm blood, do not forget what you said." Having reluctantly agreed to be Katkov's second, Belinsky went to see Bakunin to make arrangements. Instead of discussing the details of the duel, however, Bakunin gave him a note to give to Katkov. In the style of a eunuch and onanist, Belinsky told Botkin, it took him almost 2 pages to say what could have been said in 2 words, namely, since by Russian law the one who survives a duel must go into the army, it would be better to have the duel in Berlin. This maneuver by Bakunin to get out of it especially repelled Belinsky, who was now ready to wipe the scoundrel from the face of the earth. Bakunin had gone to Belinsky's in friendship, hoping to smooth over past discord, but he had met instead only an alliance of enraged enemies. Herzen's friendship, which he gratefully acknowledged in his last letter home, was still 143. Too new to ease the wounds inflicted on him by those with whom he said he had once been so close. There was still, he thought, Stankiewicz, whom he had always distinguished from the other members of the circle and whom he now all the more looked forward to seeing again. Until the renewal of his ties with Stankiewicz, however, his only friends were those at home, the very bonds that he had been doing his best to weaken in preparation for his new life. So it was to them he turned for solace and farewell during his final night before sailing. He now realized, he wrote, how inseparable and sacred are the ties that join me to you. Do not forget me, love me dear friends. I have no one else besides you, besides your little world. In my brief stay in Petersburg, I have realized at last that the former circle of my supposed friends no longer exists for me. Point 1 am yours, friends, entirely yours and will belong to no one else again other than to you and to truth. Then, after a few light and gentle words of paternal advice to each of his brothers and sisters, Bakunin ended this letter to Primuklino, his last letter home before leaving, with a final gesture towards Tatiana, dear, fine, wise Tatiana, goodbye, dear, sacred friend, be as happy as you can and never take your love from me, it is more than necessary to me. Everything that in any way enters your life must be known to me. As for the Alexandra Botkin romance, his final words were that if his sister did not marry Botkin I will cross myself, with all my soul. Perhaps now more appreciative of their loyalty and devotion to him, it was to the Bayers that he wrote his final letter, apologizing for not seeing them before he left and pledging his eternal friendship to them and to their brother Constantine. But even in these last remarks to the Bayers, his final words, the last he was to write in Russia until his return in shackles a decade later, were of his family. It was sad parting with father, sisters, and even with dear mother, who has recently shown me that, in her own way, she loves me. The next morning, accompanied only by his new benefactor Herzen, Bakunin went to the port at Kronstadt and boarded. But fate had still another dose of gloom and disappointment for him. The boat had barely left port when a sudden gale forced it back to shore. Refusing to disembark, he remained to wait out the storm alone on deck. As Herzen left the dock, he saw him standing there, his tall, strong figure wrapped in a black cloak and drenched by the rain. His dream of so many desperate months had come true. He was on his way to his rebirth, a new baptism, the golden period of his life. Primuklino and his family were left behind, and with them the reconciliation that had been disintegrating over the previous year and a half. Suffering, conflict, negation, diktat, and ficht were already back in force, not only in actual daily life, which they had never really left, but also in his theory of life and world. He had decided, as he had earlier written his sisters, that if he failed to get the money to 144. Go abroad, he would give up everything, including even his books, put on a military uniform and leave for the Caucasus, where at least he would find vital action and a vital, dynamic existence. To do otherwise, to remain where he was would mean quiet and gradual debasement into Philistinism. Such remarks, especially when associated with the variety of other evidence that similarly reflects the renewal of Fichtian activism that had been growing steadily stronger through 1839, inevitably raised doubts about his academic intentions. There is no reason to question his sincerity when he outlined those intentions to himself and to others, such as we saw in his long letter to his father. Philosophical study had indeed become the core, foundation, and inner essence of his life. Moreover, given the persistently solipsistic and narcissistic nature of these studies and the fact, or so I have argued, that in this wife philosophy he had found a seemingly safe way back to the maternal friend that had fed and nurtured him, we can well understand the source and intensity of this compulsion, so great that any life apart from study was 1,000 times worse than death. So uncompromising was this need for a purely subjective mirror in which he could always find himself, and, therefore, the friend as well, reflected in what he read, that he could not bear the idea of a customary university curriculum, since that would require him to abandon my own subjective studies in order to devote myself to other studies that are useless to me, an act of infidelity to his wife and an intolerable separation from his friend. In the infantile fantasy that was directing the course and form of his life, he could not separate himself, tear himself away from the warmth so sweet and live. We should keep in mind, moreover, that his friends regarded him at the time not as an activist, but as a speculative philosopher. It is a good thing that Michael has stopped being active, Granovsky wrote Stankiewicz in February 1840. He is capable of achieving a great deal in science, he has gone far since I left, a real talent for speculation, but in the sphere of active life, he can do nothing at all. Similarly, it will be recalled, if Belinsky saw a bright future for Bakunin, it was because he felt that Bakunin would be able to advance the thought of his fatherland. As for Bakunin himself, even without the testimony of that letter to his father, it is clear from his other letters that he envisioned his golden age as one of intellectual achievement based on a continuation of much the same kind of introspective speculation that had occupied him almost exclusively over the previous 5 or so years. In fact, looking back over those years, he now complained that various circumstances have not permitted me to get into the interior of my spirit and to live exclusively my own life. What he longed for in Berlin, he said, was the construction of a new temple, a period free of illusions and trivia, and a broad free sphere of life and truth. If he 145 expected a golden period, a baptism, a transformation from the vital atmosphere of European life, he defined the contents of that atmosphere not as politics, but as science, religion, art, nature, people. But which, then, was it to be, vital action or limitless need for knowledge? Everything that had been happening inside him and in his relationships with the world outside from late 1838 strongly favored vital action, notwithstanding the unquestionable genuineness of his ardent commitment to knowledge. But where would he find an arena for this revived Fichtian vital action given his uncompromising rejection of the customary social involvements and occupations? And should this need for vital action keep him from fulfilling the plans he had outlined to his father, that is, achieve the necessary academic degrees and then return to Russia for that professorial position, how could he go back home? To do what? Finally, and I believe most important of all, if he abandoned his wife philosophy along with the reconciliation that had become the ground, frame, and sanction of the marriage, what would take her place, the place of the friend within and the narcissistic intellectual roots to her he had so painstakingly constructed all these years? He was now 26 years old. Does the urge to vital action perhaps mean that he no longer needs to be fed and nurtured, that he is now at last, as he leaves Russia, breaking away from this infantile dependency? Not at all, to judge from statements such as the following, all written in these Neo-Fichtian months. Go more deeply into your bright, inner world, close it off strongly with a monastic fence and do not look beyond that fence, everything out there is vile and banal, while in you all is good and light. Only take care, leave a little hole in it, or else your brothers will come and search long for you, search, and search, and search, but not find you for a long time. Finally, Alicia will suddenly notice the hole and will crawl into it, and after him Sasha and then Pasha. But then, trouble, Pasha's head has grown so fat with philosophy that he will get stuck in the hole and you will all have to help him. So, they will all come to you, sit down, and begin to tell stories. But I, poor fellow, will remain here alone. So take care, girls, do not forget me altogether. My inner life is re-establishing itself within me, enriched by the long and painful wanderings of my spirit outside of itself. Now it has returned, and I have built a splendid mansion with sturdy gates and locks so that nothing alien to it can again penetrate into its forbidden temple. Anyone not wanting to lose himself in the endless multiplicity of external life must acknowledge a principal, inner source of his life and surround it with a strong, high wall, inaccessible to ever-changing x. 146. Eternality, so that he can cross behind the wall whenever things go bad. 144 for him in the outer world. How little has changed from the time of his first intellectual revolution of 1834. Now, as then, we see a frightened boy disguising the fear from himself and from the world by heroic vision and rhetoric. And now, as then in the 1834 remarks about being fed and nurtured with warmth so sweet, the sources of his troubles are remarkably clear. The monastic fence, the little hole in the fence, the long search for the hole until it is found, the sturdy gates and locks, and the strong, high wall protecting the mansion, the forbidden temple. Even were it not for the countless echoes of such images and attitudes in virtually everything Bakunin said, wrote, and did, those few quotations perhaps would be enough to disclose the roots of his character and worldview. With respect to the specific period in which it was written, there is one point in the first quotation that may be particularly important. Pasha, Paul, finds it difficult to crawl into the hole, because his head has grown so fat with philosophy. Leaving the deeper analysis of that remark aside, Bakunin saying it at the time he is preparing to move away from philosophy and to begin his career of action, dictat, may reflect his dissatisfaction with the passive way his wife philosophy achieved the desired reunion with the inner friend. But the remark may also reflect his fear that apart from philosophy he might not achieve the reunion at all. Pasha does, after all, make it back in, whereas he, poor fellow, will remain here alone. Thus, while the boy and his problems remain much the same, the ways he sought over the years to resolve the agonizing contradictions changed repeatedly and dramatically. In 1834 he had retreated inwards, first into Romanticism and, then, into a Schellingite idealism, trying to disguise the passivity of this retreat by Promethean declarations of opposition and Stoic endurance. Finding the disguise inadequate, and schewing too fragile for heroic pose and purpose, he then tried to bring withdrawal and action together by adopting the role of Fichtian teacher and guide, becoming active in the task of inspiring other pure souls to withdraw as he had from the corrupt world of animal sensualism and social constraint. The results of that first activist crusade, however, had been disaster, the hell and terror of his incestual attraction to Tatiana. The third attempt, his flight to the sanctuary of right Hegelianism, was the reverse of the first. Now it was the rhetoric that spoke of tranquil and passive reconciliation, while his actual life remained as involved in Fichtian combat as it had been before the Hegelian conversion. The present chapter surveyed the events and conditions that undermined this third attempt at resolution, Lyubov's death and the consequent return of suffering and negation to his reconciled world, as 147. Well as, perhaps, the blow it may have struck against the strategy of returning home as one of the children, Bianski's successive attacks against his Polyanish view of reality, his blindness to the jaws and claws, and, in general, his sham reconciliation, the increasingly fierce conflict with his parents over his efforts to break up Varvara's marriage and, then, over the Botkin-Alexandra romance, the effect of time itself, which merely by passing brought on the reverse swing of the pendulum, the shift from the passive to the active phase of his essential dualism, and, probably most important of all, the basic inappropriateness of a philosophy of passivity and reconciliation for someone who must above all appear all-powerful and who had too much rage for passive reconciliation. The sum effect of these and related factors reviewed in the chapter was to prepare the ground for Bakunin's fourth attempt to integrate his conflicting needs. In essence, the new strategy would repeat the Fichtean strategy of aggressive external proclamations and actions, disguising the continuing inner fear and withdrawal. This renewed aggressive posture, however, would differ in two ways from its Fichtean predecessor. First, as discussed earlier, it would draw its strength and enormous confidence from the Hegelian heritage, which Bakunin tenaciously retained as he moved from right to left. Second, it would be directed not toward bringing others, the holy commune, out of the fallen world, but toward summoning them to destroy that world. Once fully worked through, this fourth strategy was to last him a lifetime. Along the way, moreover, it would solve the problem of what to do after divorcing his wife philosophy. It would provide him a much more gratifying spouse to take her place, our common bride the revolution, as he was soon to call her. 6. Revolutionary novitiate. The farewell humiliation suffered at Belinsky's was soon forgotten in the joy of freedom at open sea and the rush of new sights and sensations. The quintessential romantic was in his element. I stayed on deck almost the whole time, not taking my eyes off the grandiose and, for me, utterly new vista. I recall the poems of Heine that so well express the stark yet profound northern beauty, and also Walter Scott's Pirate. Everything is somehow sad, mournful, yet also grand, boundless, powerful, the life and beauty of the North. I will be entering a new world with faith, with a fresh, warm feeling, and open to all impressions carried. He had only a few words now for the old world left behind, a reference to those oppressive final days and his customary assurance of the mutual, inseparable love that bound him to his brothers and sisters. It was only Tatiana who was spared this ritual courtesy. Instead, she was granted the most explicit admission of his love for her that he had ever allowed himself. The laws condemn the object of my love. Tanyusha, this concerns you. Dear, good girl, write me soon and love me as you have. Carried from Liebeck, where he landed, Bakunin went to Hamburg, together with an army officer and an artist he had met on the boat. Again there is faith, he wrote Varvara, whom he would soon join in Berlin, again hope. Everything around me is so new, so original, everything breathes such joyful, vital life. I am hurrying now to Berlin where I must begin my new life. As for the old life, good riddance to it. It had produced in me an oppressive, persistent despondency. 148. 149. And forced me to hide within myself. Things were not well with me. I was ill and feel now the need of baptism. I expect this rebirth in Berlin, and I believe I will find there what I seek. Sensing, perhaps, Varvara's doubts about his leaving Premukhino, he went on in this first letter to her since his departure to assure her that their brother Nicholas will replace me and be a strong support for our sisters. Also, there were outlier Atamans coming along. Moreover, our other brothers as well have already grown up. Nevertheless, he acknowledged feelings of guilt over leaving his father, who had become so soft, meek, and indulgent, and who was so sad at parting with me that I would have been prepared to stay, were I not convinced that by staying I would have been a burden both to myself and to the entire family. For 3 days Bakunin remained in Hamburg with the colonel and the artist, then he and the colonel took a coach to Berlin. Once in Berlin, the fresh, exuberant overture to his new life ebbed into deep melancholy. The appalling news of Stankiewicz's death, which greeted his entry into Berlin, was itself enough to drag him rudely down from the heights. The tragedy is mentioned often in his letters now, and almost 2 months after he had learned of it, it was still overwhelmingly with him. His death brings terror. In addition to the distress at the loss of one of his few kindred spirits, he was burdened now with the sundry prosaic chores of settlement, especially the strains and tensions of setting up house in Berlin with Varvara and her son and of taking care of both of them during their frequent illnesses. Had he been swept at once into the university student's life, his high spirits might have remained longer aloft, but classes would not begin until October, and, in the meantime, notwithstanding the new and, one would have thought, vibrantly stimulating environment, he lived a completely quiet life, as he wrote his family and friends back home. In fact, he became much more withdrawn and resigned than he had been during his final year in Russia, when he had been constantly agitated by his successive campaigns for chastity and his frustrated yearning to get to Berlin and to the rebirth he was sure awaited him there. Now he was in Berlin. Everything should have changed. But everything remained much the same. He spent his days reading philosophy, under the occasional guidance of Stankevich's professor, Werder, at least until Werder left for his summer vacation a short time after Bakunin's arrival. Fortunately, at just about the time Werder left, Bakunin met and soon became fast friends with another young Russian student of philosophy who had come the year before to study in Berlin, Ivan Turgenev. Much more enthusiastic than Bakunin at the time, Turgenev probably helped keep Bakunin's mood from Falhng even lower than it did. Letters from home only made matters worse, for while they no doubt pleased him by reaffirming his sisters' and brothers, mainly Tatiana's and Paul's, extraordinary devotion to him, they also probably exacerbated the guilt he felt for 150. Leaving. You see, Misha, Tatiana wrote him in July, the reason for all our happiness, all our joy is always you. I want to believe that life will reward you for all that you have done for us. Alicia says that we are now like a flock without its shepherd. It is true, without you nothing is right. I do not know why, but never before had I been so deeply, so hopelessly depressed as I was this summer. It was Paul, however, who was the most disconsolate after his brother's departure, and only you can pull him out of it. Your presence revived him. Your firm behave saved him from his oppressive thoughts. Misha, arouse him, call him back to life. Oh, why does he not have your strength? Registered finally, in this list of depressing influences on Bakunin's first months away, there was the duel with Katkov he had postponed. Not paying one's debts was one thing among his peers, but reneging on a duel was something else again. And now, in a letter from Efremov, Belinsky wrote Botkin in mid-August, in which he informs me of Stankevich's death, there is a request that I persuade Katkov to put off the duel indefinitely, because Varvara is in Berlin, and Michael is her only support, etc., etc. One can imagine how his enemies greeted what to them could only have seemed ignominious evasion. Ogarev, who, as Herzen's closest friend, had contributed to Bakunin's Liberation Fund, now bitterly regretted having helped him, the reptile, and told Herzen not only that he would give nothing more, but also that he would keep clear of Bakunin altogether. Even to shake hands with this kind of person is vile. It was a wise thing you did not to become close friends with him. Moreover, in spite of my disagreement with Katkov, I must be just to him, he is to Bakunin what nobility is to baseness. It is a shame he is so intelligent, that is, one cannot in good conscience discount his head as one can his heart. It's quite incredible, for example, 1. Botkin's testimony, he alternatively smoothed and spoiled his Botkin's relationship with Bakunin's sister so that he might travel around and live the whole year at Botkin's expense. 2. Stankevich's evidence, when Stankevich, feigning that he did not love Bakunin's sister, declined the marriage. Bakunin demanded from him 3,000 and then 15,000 rubles. 3. Hypocrisy towards us so as not to lose the money, and toward Katkov so as not to lose Botkin. Before Berlin he refused to fight Katkov, and from Berlin he wrote that he could not because he was the only guardian for his sister, who had come to Berlin. 4. He opened Granovsky's letter to Efremov, then thanked Granovsky for remembering him, which was just plain stupidity. 5. For 6 years, not receiving money from home and not working, he lived in Moscow at others' expense. So, as you see, all this testifies to the greatest of scoundrels, to whom I am resolutely ready to refuse my hand. 151. What is true and what is baseless rumor in this indictment is less important here than the fact of this reputation itself and the likelihood that Bakunin was well aware of it, which would also account for his not turning again to Ogarev or Herzen for the rest of the promised loan, choosing to depend instead on small amounts from home, heavy borrowing, and living with friends. Writing his sisters in early August, Bakunin summarized the depressing effects of the series of disappointments, burdens, and humiliations. We have remained alone. Around us stretches nothing but a vast wasteland on which we come upon caricatured of our own inner life, shadows which we mistakenly take for kindred spirits. Now we know very well what sort of souls these are, and how little they are kin to us. We feel ourselves isolated, but in this isolation we are not alone. From the infinite depths of eternal truth there flows into us the fullness of the true, spiritual, and blessed life. Besides the faithful inner friend, the eternal truth flowing into us, there was STDL, as always, the credo of redemptive suffering, first to ease the anguish by proving it inevitable and beneficial, then, by enabling Bakunin to prove to himself that he was strong because he could bear the anguish, to lift him out of it, back upwards again to proud and joyful self-assurance, through suffering, rebirth. Life is fine, he wrote his childhood governess in late October, but it is also difficult, very difficult. Man must suffer to be a man. But suffering is the animating, the vitalizing principle of existence. It illuminates ordinary experience, elevating it to the spiritual. Without suffering, without negation, everything would be dead and motionless. That is why we do not complain but rather rejoice in our being chosen to bear truly human suffering. Do not be sad, he advised the Bayer sisters after a lengthy review of their disappointments in life, do not complain about your fate, but be glad that it has been given to you to experience the suffering and the joy of sacred human life. Happy face, but more than anyone else now, it was Varvara whom he deemed worthy of admiration and praise for having endured her sorry lot with stoic fortitude. Even her frequent illnesses became, in this dialectic of pain, reason for gratitude. After this attack she began to feel even better than she did before, so that in some respects it was even beneficial for her. Happy face, no doubt reflecting both his own unhappiness and his customary way of handed, he again used/get his sisters not to fall into excessive introspection, a kind of egoism, a vile poison, but to overcome misery by the infinite force of will. But will to do what? His fresh, new hopes had gone sour almost at once. Months of dreary routine had already gone by and rebirth seemed as far away. 152. As ever. At times he eased back into detached reconciliation, live quietly, peacefully, enjoy what the present provides you, do whatever you can in the present, do not demand too much of yourself, do not give yourself too great a will, and do not think and worry too much about the future. More often, though, he remained true to his new conviction that man must live and act, become finite and concrete, bring truth and universality into current, actual existence, and raise that existence to truth as truth's dependent manifestation. Only by living a life of active realization could he feel himself both completely free and forever reconciled with God. Happy face, in the meantime, however, the finite and concrete were still infinitely theoretical and general. Besides working on Hegel's logic that summer, he copied some lecture notes, which he borrowed from another student. But the focus of his thought and the character of his life during those first months are reflected not in occasional references to Hegel, but in his extensive quotations from the didactic, inspirational, religious thoughts for everyday Leben Brevier by one Leopold Schäferer, a German writer, poet, teacher of mathematics, and philosopher, which he sent his sisters with his warmest recommendations. Similarly, in a letter he wrote to Herzen at the end of October, the first letter Bakunin wrote his benefactor since leaving Russia, he seemed more concerned with German music, which he adored, German Philistinism, which he despised, and the latest works of Russian literature, Pushkin, Gogol, and Lermontov, than he was with philosophy. The letter is also of interest for offering yet another indication of his surprisingly inactive life at the time. You will of course want to know how I have spent these 3 months. Most of the time was given over to worries. There are many newspapers at the coffee shops and I read them all, one after another. 6 days remained before classes at the time he wrote that letter. Once classes were underway, however, his spirits rose quickly to their former heights. Almost every minute I am immersed in my beloved studies, so that I do not even notice how time passes. The static freeze that had begun to threaten the flow of my inner being has gradually disappeared. I feel myself alive and free. Carrot registered all day long, from 6 in the morning until late at night, or so he wrote his family. He attended lectures and studied in his room, across the corridor from Turgenev's room, which he rented after he and Varvara gave up their joint apartment. In the evening, every evening, both he and Varvara recalled Bakunin, and Turgenev went to Varvara's, where, together with a few other friends, they sang, read together, joked, and argued. Their circle was small and select, comprising besides Bakunin, his sister, and Turgenev only Werder and Emil. Froman, of whom Varvara was especially fond, even to the point of provoking in her brother jealous doubts as to whether Varvara preferred Mile. Froman to himself, a suspicion Varvara vigorously denied. 153. Consistent with his happier mood, Bakunin even tried now to broaden somewhat this scanty social life. Recalling a year later one such venture into the world, and showing us what he may have meant when he spoke of living a concrete, finite life, Bakunin wrote of how, realizing that our life, for all its amplitude, was still abstract, ideal, he and Turgenev decided to throw ourselves into the real world in order to live and act, and how, as a result of that noble decision, we went off the next day to Mile. Solmars, he in a green velvet Don Juan-styled coat, and I in a violet, and similarly velvet, jacket. A fellow student provides another glimpse into the more finite side of those first months at the university, when he, Bakunin, and Turgenev met several times a week to study and chat over tea and sandwiches. As to political themes in these conversations, the memoirist cannot recall having heard Turgenev express the ardent hopes or desires for the abolition of serfdom that some now claim he did express. Even Bakunin himself, who went very much farther in his wishes than Turgenev, regarded the liberation of the peasants as something for the distant future. Although the author of these intriguing remarks, written almost 40 years after the event, does not tell us in what ways Bakunin went so much farther than Turgenev, one can assume from Bakunin's other associations at the time that opposition politics were already involved. Since the end of 1839, Turgenev had been a frequent guest at one of Berlin's most influential salons, the home of Madame Frohloff, where he met such leading defenders of Prussian constitutionalism as Bettina von Arnim, an old favorite of Bakunin's, and Varnhagen von Entz, diplomat, writer, and prominent enthusiast for all things Russian. Through Turgenev and Werder, another participant in the Frohloff salon, Bakunin soon came to know these illustrious Berliners and to pay frequent calls on them. Until this time, Bakunin had concerned himself only with the romantic, lyrical side of Bettina, since he had come to know her mainly through Goethe's correspondence with a child, reminiscences based on letters Goethe had written to her when she was in her 20s. But now, in 1840, when Bakunin first came to know her personally, it was her outspoken liberalism that most distinguished her, her open appeals to the new monarch Frederick William IV for a Prussian constitution and freedom of the press, her successful influence on him to appoint the brothers Grimm, whose liberal sentiments had cost them their Göttingen professorships, to Berlin University, and her defense of a mayor who had supported the cause of starving Silesian weavers, after they had destroyed a factory owner's machinery when he answered their plea for bread by recommending straw as cheaper. To Varnhagen, she was the hero of the period, the only free and strong voice. For her audacity, she was even sentenced to a brief prison term, which, however, she never served, thanks to her brother-in-law Savigny, then Minister of Justice. One evening Savigny dropped in while she was enter. 154. Taining her liberal friends. Just imagine, Savina came to take my daughters to the ball. I wanted to introduce him to my Democrats, but he was frightened and waited outside, walking around in the dark. Much more prudent, Varnhagen was careful in what he said and where he said it, usually consigning his bolder thoughts to the secret and safe pages of his diary. But he was no less dismayed and irritated by the new monarch's assault on what little civil and political freedom remained from Frederick William Ill's repressive reign. As the editor of an Hegelian journal and a longtime admirer of Russian literature and culture, he heartily welcomed visits from young Russian students, such as Stankiewicz and Granovsky, who had earlier come to study Hegel in Berlin. Bakunin first visited him in mid-October of this first year abroad. Herr von Bakunin visited me, while I was still in bed. He had lost a letter of introduction to me from Neverev. Only fragments of his translation of Bettina's letters were published, the rest of the manuscript was lost. Nevertheless, Bakunin impressed Varnhagen as an alert young man, noble and of independent mind, and Varnhagen felt the same about him when he visited again about 3 months later. Yesterday a visit by Herr von Bakunin, with some noteworthy reports about Russia. A solid young man, of noble spirit, together with Bakunin's remarks to Herzen about reading all the daily papers. These visits to Varnhagen, also beginning in October, and to Bettina, which Varvara says were frequent, indicate at least a beginning of Bakunin's contact with political opposition movements, his first contact, for that matter, with politics in general. It was a fortuitous juncture of events, for it was just that summer of his arrival in Berlin, the summer of 1840, that the liberal opposition movement, aiming at a constitution for Prussia and a Bill of Civil Rights, first ventured forth again after almost 20 years of timid retreat in the wake of the severe punishments suffered by those mainly university students involved in the opposition of the early 1820s. The immediate cause of this reawakening was the crushing disappointment that liberals experienced soon after Frederick William IV succeeded his father to power that summer. First, contrary to the liberals' expectations, he refused to carry out his father's promise to introduce a constitution, as many other German states had earlier done, partly in fearful response to the French Revolution of 1830. Then, after replacing a relatively mild and tolerant minister of culture with a relentless defender of Prussian order and Protestant orthodoxy, he went on to intensify restrictions on the press and universities, the home ground of the students and professors who now comprised Bakunin's daily milieu. Unquestionably the most powerful influence on Bakunin during this period, his first semester at the university, was that of one of those liberal professors, Karl Werder. If anyone was midwife to his rebirth, Werder was. Only 5 years. 155. Older than Bakunin, Werder had already been teaching philosophy for about 7 years at Berlin University and making a great and enduring impression on young Russians like Granovsky, Stankiewicz, and Turgenev. Besides winning favor through his youthful enthusiasm, charm, and intellectual brilliance, Werder seems to have attracted the Russians because, as a gifted playwright as well as an eminent and original philosopher, he succeeded in doing what Bakunin and his friends had been trying to do for years: blend philosophical science with romantic sensibilities. Although Bakunin warmly praised the products of both sides of his talented teacher, the one producing a book on Hegelian logic and the other a play entitled Christopher Columbus Carrot, what I drew his admiration was the fact that the two sides fused so well, that Werder's philosophy was not abstract and impersonal, but alive and vibrant. What a wonderful man, Bakunin wrote Herzen. In him, the spirit, knowledge, takes on flesh, thereby creating a living, free union of knowledge and life. Not the dead letter, but the fruit of a religious, inner striving. I hope to become close friends with him, and I expect from him much of value, both intellectual and moral. The principal theme of Werder's 2 works that year, and Christopher Columbus, suggests another reason, besides the fusion of logic and life, for Bakunin's praise. The spirit that took flesh in Werder's philosophy and play was the spirit of absolute freedom, a spirit that Werder saw threatened by narrow-minded Philistines in the same way that Bakunin had always seen his own lifelong struggle cruelly and unjustly misunderstood and abused. No sooner does someone strive to become free in spirit, to remake himself in the image of God, than he is at once pursued by the guardians of the dead letter, those who, properly speaking, are themselves dead. They overwhelm him with abuse and damn him as a heretic. Thinking that they offend him, they denounce him as a free spirit and even say that he deifies himself. Free spirit. As if this were not to his honor. Anyone, in effect, whose heart is filled with God can expect, without fail, to be defamed and treated as an atheist. Further echoing Bakunin's own renewed sense of himself as a Fichtian warrior for holy truth, Werder regarded the practice of philosophy as a divine service and nothing but that. Philosophy was in no way the passive edification of an indolent heart, a cowardly nostalgia, a commodious cloak to cover hypocrisy. Just the opposite, we want to elevate ourselves through it towards a humanity blessed with divine force, but also blessed with the strength of heart and the courage of liberty. One must follow the lead of the great poets, Prof. 156. ETS, and philosophers, Werder taught, for their courageous will reflected both the free will of God and the free, self-determining world mind. Absolute reason. Rearranging Hegel's concepts of being, non-being, and becoming, Werder's logic transformed Hegel's pattern from an ultimately conservative set piece into a mighty, progressive, epic drama. In Werder's version, non-being, vision, ideal, hope, appeared as the knowledge that being had of its as yet unrealized potential, its free, active, self-creativity. It was the frontier of being, which, by representing what was yet to come out of existing being, was in this sense a negation of that existence, albeit a negation that denies only in order to affirm. Here, in short, was just the kind of Fichte-Hegel blend that Bakunin had been moving towards as he searched for a new philosophical rhetoric to ground and to express his own merger of Fichtean subjective voluntarism and the Hegelian objective absolute, i.e. vital action and limitless, knowledge. The play, Christopher Columbus, a marvelous, profound work, in Bakunin's words, was an illustrative enactment of this cosmic unfolding on the humbler scale of human destiny. In effect, it showed absolute reason, spirit, becoming flesh in the person of one of its great men, one of Hegel's geniuses, who by their enormous exertion of will were able to move mankind from the realm of existing being, the known, into unknown, unchanged ordered non-being. As must all great men who performed this divine service, according to Werder, Columbus found himself surrounded by lesser men who, failing to understand either him or the opportunities he offered them, blocked his advance at every step of the way. Although they defeated him, he remained their moral superior. Inspired by Werder, and aroused both by the general excitement of university life and by his introduction to real, opposition politics, Bakunin was ready now, as he had not been that summer, for the long-awaited rebirth, for another momentous intellectual revolution. At the end of January 1841, in his first letter home in almost 2 months, Bakunin told his brother about it. I have not written anyone because a new revolution is occurring within me. I am passing through a transformation. The dust has settled, and clarity and strength once again reign in my soul. This winter I lived a remarkable life. The rebirth, to which I was so drawn, has already begun to express itself in my soul. The feeling of age that had so oppressed me has disappeared. I feel myself once again young and vital. My former faith and my strength are gathering as though for a resurrection, and all this is reinforced and enriched by the rational insight I have gained as a result of the most difficult hours of my life. Degree. The rebirth was only beginning, however. Even as late as the following May, 3 months after this letter, he still saw himself passing through the trans. 157. Formation. My friends, he wrote the Bayers, I have not written to you for a long time. All this time I could not write. I experienced much that is new, splendid, and difficult, and I am still not able to give a clear account of any of it, either to you or to myself. Happy Face, the vagueness, to judge from these letters, reflects less a reluctance to tell his family and friends about the change than his own uncertainty as to what it all meant and where it was heading. Another bit of information coming out of these months in early 1841 clarifies the situation somewhat. In a letter to Aframuov, written a month before his letter to the Bayers, and advising Aframuov to watch out for the German merchants because these damned Philistines with their stupid laws are terribly proud when it comes to petty property, we find Nieuwe Brandenburg given as the inside address and, at the bottom of the letter, a note from a young man whose family lived there, one Hermann Muir-Strubing. This was Bakunin's first recorded encounter with a real revolutionary, real enough, at any rate, to have earned Müller-Strubing 5 years in prison, 1835 to 40, a charitable reduction from an original sentence of death commuted to life imprisonment. Other than the fact that Müller-Strubing, like Varnhagen, took it upon himself to introduce visiting Russian students to Prussian life and politics, this is all we know of the young man's relations with Bakunin at this time, but it is enough to suggest the direction of Bakunin's political progress. Moreover, the fact that Müller-Strubing had invited Bakunin to visit his family and the playful tone of the note he added to Bakunin's letter to Aframuov suggest that the friendship between the two had begun some time before, closer, that is, to the onset of Bakunin's new intellectual revolution. But where did Bakunin invest this activism? Was he actually involved in some way in local Prussian opposition politics? There is no evidence at all to suggest he was. Only at evidence there is shows that he directed much of his revitalized faith and strength right back into their familiar channels, back home to Przemyśl and into its endless intrigues and entanglements. In his January letter to Paul, the one in which he spoke of his new intellectual revolution, he deplores the fact that we have subjected ourselves so much to Philistine reality that every free, expansive decision seems wild to us, whereas, he went on, it was much more wild, impossible and unpardonable to fold our hands, do nothing, and leave everything to the Philistine and the ruinous course of everyday life. There must be faith, more faith in our thoughts, feelings, and aims, which rise out of the depths of our souls and which struggle against the ordinary, everyday life. We must cease dismissing them as illusions, vacuous fantasies. No, it is not they that are the illusions, it is this ordinary life that is the most dreadful phantom, shackling us by wretched, little yet powerful invisible chains. By the force of faith and the force of will, the permanent companion of faith, we must throw off these chains. But to what cause is this heroic outburst dedicated? Oliat 158. New struggle? It was nothing more political than a campaign he had undertaken to find some way and to urge his brother Nicholas to find some way to have Paul and Tatiana leave Przemyśl, in the face of their parents' opposition, for a brief visit with him in Berlin. Nicholas must do everything he could to attain this goal, he must act, quickly and powerfully. The Fichtian mission was indeed on again, and no less impassioned than it had been 4 years earlier, with Bakunin still in the role of general from afar instructing his sisters and brothers on the tactics and strategy for liberating, this time, Paul and Tatiana at least long enough for them to spend some time with him abroad. Disclosing again some of the subtler needs, motives, and earlier experiences interwoven in his militant engagements, he spurred Nicholas on, after giving him detailed battle instructions, by saying, "So now, dear Nicholas, aren't you pleased with this easy opportunity to distinguish yourself on the home front of our own family? So brother Nicholas, rise up, arm yourself and act. Here is a wide field of action for you. Act together, in common counsel, so that there is a plan, so that there is unity in your action. Send them off to us as soon as possible. We await them in Berlin." Thus, although he had been in Berlin for some 9 months and although the new intellectual revolution was already well underway within him, the primary battlefield was not Prussia but Przemyśl, the enemies were not Frederick William IV and his reactionary minister Ecum but mother and father, and his allies were not Bettina, Varnhagen and Muir-Strubing but Paul, Tatiana, Varvara, and Nicholas. Once on the offensive again, there was no shortage of Primukhino causes to champion. During his first, depressing summer abroad, he had weakened to the point of agreeing to Varvara's return to Russia, even though there had been no divorce and no assurance that her relationship with Dyakov would not revert to what was for him conjugal bestiality. Now that he felt himself again, strong and self-assured, he stood adamantly against anything of the sort. This, too, was to be Nicholas' assignment. He must make father realize that any kind of reconciliation between Varvara and her husband was out of the question. As for Bakunin's own relations with his father, he will always more or less see me as the enemy of his peace. Yes, Nicholas, this thought sometimes rends my soul, and I am very, very sad. But what is there to do? Registered as long as his parents remained willing to sacrifice their children out of respect for customary conventions, his duty, he said, could only be to fight them. Turning again to his second-in-command, Nicholas, whom he regarded, however, as rather phlegmatic, lazy, he cared. Do we have the right to submit to their will? Must we not in fact rip this Philistine, commonplace conventionality to pieces and fulfill our sacred 159. Duty, heeding the sacred voice of love? Yes, Nicholas, I experienced situations in which, in order to save our sisters, I had to oppose father's will, to offend him. It was distressing, hard for me, but I did not waver, because within me love spoke and acted. And love alone is sacred and true. Everything else, whatever it is called, is vulgar, stupid, dirty and sinful. Believe me, Nicholas, I would pay dearly for the possibility of surrounding our poor old father with love and tranquility. Nothing is as necessary for me as his behalf in my love, as his blessing. But what can I do? It would be absurd, certainly, to conclude from the themes of these letters that Bakunin ignored what was going on around him, that his interests were as absorbed by Primukhino squabbles as the letters indicate. His remarks to Herzen about reading the daily press, his visits with the liberals and Varnhagen's description of him, his fellow students' comparison of his views and Turgenev's, his friendship with Müller-Strübing, his comments about a new intellectual revolution in process within him, and, most of all, the content and character of his first publication abroad, which he was to begin writing later that year. 1841, all indicate another side of his life that does not come through his letters. Still, on balance, the picture remains one of a young man tentatively testing the margins of a vague new world, an innocent abroad whose interests and concerns, sentiments and thoughts are just about what they were before he left Russia. We remain here as orphans, he wrote home in May 1841, all the more so since Turgenev, his closest Russian friend in Berlin, was preparing to return home to Russia just a few days later. That summer, his second in Europe, Bakunin and Varvara decided to vacation at EMS, mainly for Varvara's health. After sending dozens of letters searching for them, their brother Paul also joined them there. Troubled by his prolonged depression, their parents had decided to let Paul spend some months with his brother, hoping the change of scene might help him. As for Tatiana going along, they would not even hear of it. Other than some routine socializing, we know little of Bakunin's life that summer. When we do hear from him again, however, in early September, we find him telling the family that he had changed a great deal, although not with respect to the inner necessity of my life. Happy face, assuming that the direction of the change was still leftward, the Müller-Strübing direction, the change was soon to be dramatically accelerated. Early in the morning after writing that letter, Bakunin, with the whole family on my hands, Paul, Varvara and her son left for Dresden, where, whether by chance or pre-arrangement, he met Arnold Ruge, one of Germany's most prominent left Hegelians and editor of the Hallisk Jahrbucher, the journal that, via Botkin, had first introduced Bakunin to the early rumblings of the left Hegelian movement. While this was Bakunin's first meeting with one of the leaders, it could hardly have been his first encounter with the movement itself. It is inconceivable that 160. Even though he makes no mention of it in his letters, he could have missed the commotion this Hegelian heresy had raised in the minds of the university students he met daily in the classroom and, more often, in the cafes, especially since the direction the dissident young philosophers were following was the same one he had been taking now for about 2 years, from contemplative reconciliation to vehement criticism, from Hegelian thought and understanding back to Fichtean will and action. Since the publication of D.F. Life of Jesus in 1835, a new generation of Hegelian professors and students had been at work, at first gently and haltingly, then, at the end of the 1830s, more and more stridently, transforming Hegel's Royal Prussian state philosophy from a plea for reconciliation with existing institutions into a, rhetorically, merciless attack against the establishment as well as against Hegel's one-sided theoretical, quietistic spirit. To quote Ruge ***, the impact of this political and philosophical movement on Bakunin cannot be overestimated. Although he had already been on the road back to Fichtean activism for 2 years before arriving in Berlin, there can be no doubt that the left Hegelians did more than simply quicken his progress in that direction. By effecting a synthesis between action and the absolute, Fichte and Hegel, the left Hegelians strongly reinforced the work already well begun by Werder in providing him a powerful conceptual framework and foundation that were to remain in consort with the earlier Schelling idealism his basic guide and sanction for the rest of his life. D. F. Strauss, Count August von Tsiolkovsky, Moses Hess, Bruno and Edgar Bauer, Ludwig Feuerbach, Max Stirner, Arnold Ruge. These were some of the leaders of the Hegelian migration leftwards. For the old guard, Hegel's prominent epigonoi, the master had already achieved all that philosophy could achieve, leaving his students and successors no more to do with philosophy but thoughtfully working out its material in the manner which the lately departed so clearly and precisely indicated. Happy face, having learned that the real is the rational, that there could be no genuine distinction between is and ought, the philosophers, in the words of another loyalist, should quietly take over Hegel's doctrines, avoid all extremes, and, in the knowledge that their philosophy was world historical and final, reconciling all contradictions, not get involved in the struggles of the moment, a position of positive quietism. As we can see from a letter one student sent his father in 1830, this was indeed a blissful formula for those whose temperaments inclined them towards such positive quietism. Hegelian philosophy has reached a priori what Christianity and world history teach a posteriori. Now I behold the eternal being just as it is, with thorough certainty, and all my longing is quenched. You will. 161. Believe me mad if I say that I behold God face to face, and yet it is true. The other world has become this world, man is a luminous focus within the eternal light, and equal beholds equal. Since I am all being, I behold all being. And as I rest upon God's heart, I am BHSS already. 48. Now, like the blessed gods, the left Hegelian Bruno Bauer recalled in 1840, accurately capturing the mood of the time in spite of his obvious malice towards it, the disciples dwelled with patriarchal peace in the empire of the idea which their master had bequeathed them for contemplation. All the dreams of the millenarians concerning the fullness of time seemed to have come true. Happy face, if the master's brilliance forced his immediate heirs to close their eyes to new philosophical ventures, it had, understandably, no such effect on those more distant in time from the awesome source of illumination. Moreover, however appropriate and welcome this gentle and undemanding legacy was for the elders of all ages, it was entirely unacceptable for those who had still to make their own mark, to cut their own swath, for those, in short, who insisted on adding a future, their own, to Hegel's past and present. The student coffee shops along the Friedrichstrasse and Dorotheenstrasse were no place for mellow, nostalgic ruminations or for thoughtfully working out inherited doctrines. The young men who spent their days and nights at Hippel's Weinstube or the notorious Doctors' Club had no intention of turning their lives into footnotes, however glorious the text. Furthermore, they lacked that particular past that had frightened Hegel out of his own youthful liberalism and had sent his whole generation rushing into the consoling arms of positive quietism, they had not experienced the terrors of the French Revolution, which had persuaded their fathers that the reason of the Enlightenment was, in fact, dangerously irrational. Against the background of that violence and chaos, even Prussian politics in the decades immediately following the Napoleonic occupation seemed eminently sane and even progressive, especially when compared with the reaction that swept Austria under Metternich, France in the Restoration, and even England. To the elders, therefore, Hegel was not at all far from the mark when in 1818, at the time he accepted his chair at Berlin University, he described Prussia as one of the most advanced states of the time. But royal liberalism, such as it was, could not withstand the fears aroused by the new wave of revolutions that swept Europe in 1830. As always, the first to suffer were the thinkers of dangerous thoughts. The free thought and religious toleration, for which even Heine had commended Hegel's Prussia, were now subject to the harsh resolutions of Carlsbad that called upon all governments to 162. Pose rigorous censorship, fire liberal professors, and suppress student political organizations. To the academics under attack, especially those teaching philosophy and religion, the real and the rational suddenly seemed to be going their separate ways. Philosophy had no choice but to turn critical again. As might be expected, the rebels, the left or young Hegelians, justified their rebellion against the elder, right Hegelians by claiming to be the only true Hegelians, defenders of the real Hegel. Their aim was not to reject Hegel in the interests of political action, but to use Hegel in its support. It was exactly the union, in short, between the absolute and action that Bakunin had himself been approaching since mid-1838, and that Werther had been exemplifying during Bakunin's first year in Berlin. The dissidents' stratagems for moving Hegel from Riglet to left, for revealing what they claimed to be the inner esoteric Hegel beneath the speciously conservative, exoteric facade that Hegel had prudently thrown over his philosophy, were straightforward and brilliant. First of all, if, as Hegel and his conservative successors claimed, philosophy and reached its apex in Hegel's own thought, then it was obvious that the next task facing philosophers was to move from thought to action, to realize those philosophical insights, to advance from theory to praxis. The moderate Hegelian C. L. Michelet put it this way in his History of the Last System of Philosophy in Germany, which he wrote in 1837, as far as thought is concerned, the reconciliation is completed. It only remains for reality as well to elevate itself from all sides toward rationality. Thought thus ceases to be the last stage of the world spirit's development. The world emerges from thought and is developed further by it. As philosophy teaches us, truth, in order to become ours, has to become our own activity, and by means of truth transformed into activity, we shall reach freedom. Registered the following year, the Polish Count August von Tsieskowski, whom Stankiewicz had mentioned admiringly to Bakunin in one of his letters, argued this basic left Hegelian position more emphatically in his Prolegomena zur Historiosophie. Absolute idealism has achieved all that it is possible for philosophy to achieve. Philosophy must therefore now be content primarily with being applied, and just as the poetry of art has been transformed into the prose of thought, so philosophy must descend from the heights of theory into the battlefield of practice. Practical philosophy, or, to put it more accurately, the philosophy of practice, the most concrete action of life and social conditions, the development of truth in concrete activity, is the future lot of philosophy as such. Thus, to quote Moses Hess, the task of the philosophy of spirit now consists in becoming a philosophy of action. In place of his former, right Hegelian three-stage scenario of human development, innocent harmony, conflict, and a higher harmony reached by thought, the left Hegelians provided. 163. Bakunin, with just the formula he needed for his Hegel-Fichte fusion, a first phase of feeling and imagination, a second of thought and philosophy, and a third, the stage mankind was then entering, of will and action. Reality was no longer to be understood by Thoglet and accepted as something given, it was to be achieved by Dietat. Moreover, and this is essential, the acts were not to be blind instruments either of chance or of necessity, but actions guided by an infallible knowledge of absolute reason in its future unfolding. Rather than abandon Hegel's absolute and dialectic, the left Hegelians claimed far more for them than did the master himself, while Hegel argued the possibility of objective, certain knowledge only for what had already taken place. The left Hegelians did so also with respect to what was to come in the future. Thanks to Hegel's great discoveries, mankind, guided by the philosophers, was now able to make its own determinations perfectly identical with the divine plan of providence. As for the obvious rejoinder from the right, that the real was already the rational, that what now existed was meant to exist, and that all talk of radical change testified only to a sadly defective philosophical vision, the left answered that this was a grotesque and sinister misreading of what Hegel really meant. Since the real must indeed be the rational, they argued, all that was manifestly irrational in the unjust and unfree existing society was not really real and should, therefore, be destroyed and replaced by genuinely rational and real institutions. This was just the kind of distinction Bakunin had been making with respect to a chair, a table, a dog, Varvara Dmitrievna, Alexandra Ivanovna. It was in their views concerning the way philosophers were to play their new, active role that the left Hegelians most clearly showed their loyalty to Hegel and to German idealism in general. Even though their aim was to change reality and not merely to understand it, they still believed that ideas determined existence and that a change in mind would soon bring about a change in life. The task of the philosophers, consequently, was to raise the consciousness of the age by a constant barrage of radical criticism, the key word for the left, that would tear away the deceptions that kept the old society going. Once the prevailing evils and irrationalities had been unmasked, the system built on them would come tumbling down. In Bruno Bauer's words, once the kingdom of ideas is revolutionized, reality cannot hold out. Without passing through ugly the fire of criticism, nothing will emerge into the new world. Criticism is the crisis that breaks the delirium of humanity and lets man understand himself once more. As soon as the critique has cleared our heart and made it free and ethical, the new world will not be far away. Or as Bauer said in a letter to Marx, the terror of pure theory must clear the field. Nor was the terror limited to the extremism of critical rhetoric. The cataclysmic social breakdown provoked 164. By criticism would be correspondingly terrifying, the catastrophe will be frightful, it will of necessity be a great one, and I would almost go so far as to say that it will be greater and more monstrous than that which accompanied Christianity's entrance on the world scene. Arnold Ruge, the man Bakunin came from EMS to see in September 1841 and the editor of Hallische Jahrbucher, the journal principally identified with this new and aggressive radicalism, had steered his journal far more to the left since the time, 1839, when Botkin began sending copies of it to Bakunin. The journal had now reached the point of declaring that all reforms in the system of government, even the best of them, lead to nothing. There must be a complete change in the system. When, in March 1841, the government had ordered the journal closed down because of its libertinism, destructiveness, and other dangers to the public mind, Ruge had immediately moved the press from Halle to Dresden in Saxony, changing the title from Hallische Deutsche Jahrbucher. Only further embittered by the repression, Ruge vented his rage in increasingly more violent rhetoric. This in turn caused the more moderate contributors to quit, leaving the journal even more in the hands of such extremists as Bruno Bauer. As one of the moderates wrote in 1842, "What happened to this journal, which began so excellently, is a great pity. Ruge has let himself succumb completely to radical theories. The Jahrbucher has come to the point where no contribution is accepted unless it is written in a brusque, dictatorial, atheistic, and republican tone." This, then, was the situation when Bakunin arrived in Dresden, eager to see the man who also, like himself, wanted to resurrect Fichtean activism out of the rotten contemplation of Hegelianism, and at the same time tear the Germans out of their rotten, immobile golden mean in which they have so long been resting. Enthusiastically responsive though he naturally was to this call for a war on the golden mean, Bakunin was not in complete agreement with Ruge and the other left Hegelians. there was one essential issue on which he differed sharply from them: religion. From the beginning, that is from Strauss' The Life of Jesus, religion had been a primary focus of the left Hegelians' analysis, since, as good Hegelians, they considered religion to be the source of the prevailing attitudes and ideas in every society and, therefore, the ultimate foundation of society. Only by undermining the Christian foundations of the present moribund social system, consequently, could it be radically transformed. Taking his cue from Hegel's treatment of ancient Hindu and Greek religions, Strauss had begun the assault by portraying Jesus as a purely mythological symbol. Feuerbach went on to do the same with God, arguing that God as well was simply a fictional anthropomorphic construct that embodied not just human attributes. 165. And ideals, but the very best of what was human. Pathetically, man had abstracted his finest traits, gathered them together, projected them into this fabricated divine image, then abjectly submitted himself to this fiction of his own making. The existing, evil society would come down and a new, rational, just, and free society would arise in its place only after man had reclaimed for himself and his world all those ideals that he had foolishly locked up and alienated in his religious fantasy. They must be returned to him and seen as his own ideals to be realized by man himself and not as divine gifts offered through grace, but only at the cost of individual and social enslavement. This was, indeed, later to become a central theme in Bakunin's own worldview. But now it was totally foreign to him. While, for example, he praised Ruge for his unusually developed will and clarity of judgment, he felt that Ruge errs in being one-sided in everything that concerns religion, art, and philosophy. Happy face, on his way back to Berlin after a month-and-a-half stay in Dresden, where his family remained for the winter, Bakunin once again, as so often before, chanced upon a work that he felt much closer to his own thoughts and feelings than were the atheistic broadsides of the left Hegelians. Unhappy, as he said in his account of the strip, at the thought of leaving my poor orphans, Paul, Varvara and her son, and wishing to put an end to this melancholy which, you know, does not suit me, I decided to read Lamennais and had only read a few pages when the most vital, the most expansive life filled my soul. He spent the entire trip to Leipzig enraptured by the book Politik of Usage du Peuple, returned to it on the way from Leipzig to Halle, although he lost the first volume and urged Paul without fail to buy him another copy, and plunged into it again that night in bed during his layover in Halle. Politik of Usage du Peuple, a collection of articles Lamennais had written for the daily Le Monde during the 4 months he edited it, gave Bakunin the combination he needed at the time: a powerful denunciation of existing society generated by a passionate religious devotion. In part, the message was his own. There was the same ardor, the same vocabulary and imagery celebrating brotherly love, grand and sacred duty, a truly Christian society, human society, the universal advance of humanity and so forth. In part it was not yet his, but would be soon Lamennais' impassioned attack on social inequality and injustice. In part, it was not his and never would be Lamennais' admonition against class violence and his appeal to both sides for reconciliation, understanding, forgiveness. In spite of these latter differences, the mere fact of finding political radicalism joined with religious affirmation was enough to win Bakunin's favor. Left-wing denunciation alone was not enough. Criticism by its very nature, Bakunin argued, could only be a negative force. It could not inspire a new vision. 166. Only religion could do that. As he wrote in his enthusiastic appreciation of Lamennais, the only role for thought and reflection was the negation of that which, having lost its living soul, no longer belongs to the present, but to the past. They could tear down but not rebuild. The new construction could only be done by someone who gives expression to a simple, and, therefore universal, practical and vital principle of a new religion, a new life, a new reality. Encompassing all present reality, he went on, and indicating, with the most devout conscientiousness and without mincing words, the incessant and omnipresent contradictions within it, Lamennais is guided by that simple love and that profound unwavering faith in the future of humanity that constitutes the only basis for any authentic apostolicism. Rather than follow other left Hegelians in turning politics against religion, he had found in Lamennais an authoritative justification for his belief that politics is religion and religion politics. Both the attraction to radical politics that he had acquired that year and his continuing evangelic faith, his search for a new apostolicism, were reflected in the course of study he was then planning for his second year at the university. Besides continuing work with Werder on Hegel and, significantly, Fichte, and taking a course with Ranke on modern history, he was eagerly anticipating a course called The Philosophy of Revelation to be given by none other than Schelling himself, whom the government had invited in the hope that his romantic idealism would counter the frightening implications that the atheists on the left had drawn from Hegel's rationalist idealism. You cannot imagine with what impatience I await Schelling's lectures. For a year now I have read a lot of him and have found in him such an immeasurable depth of life, of creative thought that I am sure he will now reveal to us much that is profound. His letters home that winter term, 1841-42, reflect the new direction his life had taken over the previous months. In contrast to his first year at the university, a time of youth, the current year, he wrote, was to be a time for manliness, reality, deeds, a time of bloody contradictions. Contradiction had now become the most profound basic law of all life and all reality, and to reject this basic law would mean to remove from life all divine meaning and reduce it to the philistinism of ordinary, everyday life. Contradictions constitute life, the fascination of life, and whosoever is unable to surmount them cannot master life. Life is splendid, filled with mystical, sacred meaning, filled with the presence of the eternal, living God only because it contains these contradictions. If life did not include those contradictions in itself, then all those who crave truth and significance in life would have to shoot each other in despair. Happy face, in April 1842, with the end of the winter term, Bakunin ended as well his university career and returned to Dresden and to Riga, ready to begin his manly 167 deeds, his first revolutionary confrontation with the bloody contradictions of the time, and still embraced by mystical, sacred meaning and filled with the presence of the eternal, living God. It was one of the most momentous and fateful decisions of his life thus far, perhaps even his point of no return. Why did he make it? Why did he not go on with his studies and carry through the program he had so precisely and elaborately outlined to his parents, get his preliminary degree in Berlin, return to Russia for the higher degree, and take a position that would allow him to earn an honorable living, win the respect of his parents, serve his country, and so on? He had already made a fine beginning. He had not at all failed. The favorable impression he had made on Werder, Varnhagen, and others, his earlier publications in philosophy and the beginning of a reputation they had brought him, even his rather conservative defense of religion and speculative philosophy, all seemed to assure him success. Yet, excellent prospects notwithstanding, Bakunin could not carry out his intended program. The reorientation that had been in process within him since mid-1838 and that had inspired his unshakable determination to go to Berlin was hardly consistent with a life of tranquil scholarship. Even had circumstances in Berlin been other than they were, even had right Hegelianism still held sway and secure positions, whether in the West or in Russia, still been available to a hard-working, ambitious, and successful young philosopher like himself, it is just about inconceivable, knowing what we now know of the man and his psychological constraints, to imagine him taking his degrees, then settling into a responsible Philistin professorship, that fussy, bureaucratic job, that insignificant link, the kind of prospect that led people to shoot each other in despair, and that had earlier led him to drink and thoughts of suicide. But if he was no longer interested in pursuing an academic career, how could he bring himself to return home? What would he do? How would he face his parents and his friends? Or were his prospects any better in the West? At a time when young philosophers of the left like himself were losing their jobs, even had his limitless passion for knowledge gone on being the core, foundation, and inner essence of his life, his chances of building an academic career outside Russia were minimal at best. And with his commitment to academic philosophy and scholarship now gone, what could he possibly do abroad? Nearing 30, unable to return home, untrained for anything and as adamantly opposed as ever to conventional occupations, impoverished and now entirely dependent on heavy borrowing, mainly from Ruga, his situation certainly seemed hopeless. Its very hopelessness, however, made it ideal for him. With no choice at all, blocked at every turn from doing anything, he was left with only what had always been his own first choice: to remain completely apart from society, free of its obligations and limitations. He could, in other words, continue to live as he 168 chose to live, and as, in fact, he had been living ever since his de facto desertion from military service. But, whereas living that way in Russia had evoked the disdain of his parents and others because it had been his own choice, it was now, in the West, a detachment forced upon him by oppressive conditions beyond his control. More than that, this radical separation from society was a source of double honor: first, because he could interpret it as the price paid for noble, progressive aims and sentiments, and, second, because such absolute detachment was proof that he had entered into the properly left Hegelian relationship with society. Since the thesis was to be completely destroyed by the antithesis, according to the left Hegelians' revised dialectics, the only correct relationship with that thesis, with the existing society, was none at all, other than standing apart from it in a violently critical posture. Finally, besides further transforming withdrawal from a source of shame to one of pride, a transformation already well begun by Schelling and Fichte, left Hegelian ideology provided Bakunin with an invaluable illusion of Promethean virility. By allying himself with the now revolutionized absolute as it prepared the cataclysmic birth pangs of the New World, the next painful leap forward in humanity's spiritual and social ascent, and by adopting a rhetoric of boundless violence appropriate to this imminent apocalyptic transmutation, Bakunin could feel himself virtually omnipotent. The dialectic had worked its miracle for him as it was to do for countless others thereafter. Complete withdrawal from society no longer meant a loss of honor and power, it became the only acceptable way to them, a source of power and honor incomparably greater than those available to others, like Bakunin's father, who had exchanged childhood freedom for genuine social responsibility. The left Hegelian dialectic had simultaneously gratified Bakunin's two contradictory needs: his need to remain apart, to be free of the intolerable dangers of involvement, and his no less compelling need to feel himself strong, a man. Freedom, detachment, honor, and power — the new formula provided them all. As a Schelling romantic he had enjoyed detachment, but at the cost of honor and virile strength. As a Fichtean missionary he had gained a sense of honor and power, but at the cost of losing detachment, of coming too close in his human relationships, and he had suffered sorely for it. As a right Hegelian, the least tenable of all the combinations, he had entangled himself in a double deception by a feigned reconciliation that implied, first of all, as Belinsky realized, full civic and occupational participation, not narcissistic detachment, and that, secondly, required a submissive acceptance of things as they were, not a continuing Fichtean rejection. Now that Bakunin had been converted from right to left Hegel, this contradiction between his theory of reconciliation and his actual detachment and opposition was removed. Bakunin could now 169 remain completely free and detached, as required by the dialectic, at the same time enjoy a feeling of enormous power and honor through his violent and noble rhetoric, and do all this with the full approval of the Absolute and his eternal, living God. Blessed now with this best of all possible world views, he devoted himself in the months following his stay with Ruga to proclaiming it to the world in his first genuinely revolutionary publication, The Reaction in Germany. Published in October 1842, it was clearly one of the best articles Bakunin ever wrote, as well as being one of his most revealing. Everything he was later to write is already substantially here. The fact that it is so abstract and lacks any specific discussion of social, economic, or political events or conditions makes it easier to appreciate the deeper undercurrents that motivate it. They are less disguised by a spurious facade of realism. Paradoxically, as his later publications become more realistic in their apparent concern with real social, economic, and political themes, they also thereby more effectively conceal their subjective source. While seeming to become more concrete, they in fact become more abstract, more distant from their psychological roots. Structurally and thematically, the article presents a classic apocalyptic vision: the present society is all bad, the future new heaven and new earth, to quote from the article, will be all good. The transition between the two must involve catastrophic violence. To be among the saved, one must follow the selfless saviors who know the truth and the way. The saviors are in no way responsible for the terrible destruction, since that is the will of God, history, or nature, depending on the particular form of the apocalyptic drama one favors. And, finally, and the central focus of the article, the zealots' principal enemies are not the rulers of the fallen world, but the moderates who seek only to reform rather than destroy that world. The purpose of the article is to announce the apocalyptic struggle that has already begun and to denounce the enemy camp. Mankind was on the eve of a cataclysmically violent time and would soon witness a storm of destruction, ruthless negation, the complete annihilation of the present political and social world, the restless and ruthless annihilation of every positively existing thing. Happy face, while, of course, the reactionaries would be among those doomed in the imminent annihilation, it is not against them that Bakunin aimed his attack in the article. In fact, those he calls the consistent reactionaries do not come off too badly at all. Bakunin rather likes them. For one thing, they agreed completely with him that there could be no compromise between the two sides in the struggle, the positive and the negative, i.e., reactionaries and Democrats, that they get along no more than do fire and water. The consistent reactionaries were, therefore, sincere, honest, they want to be whole men, just. 170. Like us, they hate everything that is half-hearted, for they know that only a whole man can be good and that half-heartedness is the putrid source of all evil. They hate, just as we do, all uncertainty, for as practical, energetic beings, they can breathe only in a pure and clear air. Registered moreover, Bakunin was grateful to these consistent reactionaries for provoking the opposition into determined action. By shaking the negative out of its peaceful self-orientation, the reactionaries were doing a holy service. They awakened the negative from its Philistine repose, to which it is not fitted, and led it back to its great calling, to the restless and ruthless annihilation of every positively existing thing. Revealing, perhaps, still more of the personal sources behind this indulgent treatment of the extreme reactionaries, Bakunin went on to concede that they are really striving to want the good, that, indeed, in their nature they are called to the good, to a vital life, and that they have deviated from their true destiny only owing to an incomprehensible misfortune. They are really to be pitied, since the source of their endeavor is almost always honest. Bakunin's parallel ambivalence towards his father readily comes to mind here. It was not, therefore, the adamant defenders of tradition that he set out to attack here, but rather those he called the compromisers, the moderates in the middle. The fury and disdain he felt towards them was limitless. They were nothing but half-men who were out to stifle the only vital principle of our present time, the creative and pregnant principle lacking energetic purity, a purity for which the consistent, ruthless positivists at least strive, and more rotted than these by the speculative disease of the time, the compromisers wanted only a process of endless gradation and tried to persuade each side to concede something in order to ease the contradiction. As a result they rob it contradiction, or rather want to rob it, of its motion, of its vitality, of its whole soul, for the vitality of contradiction is a practical power incompatible with their impotent half-souls. For them the great power struggling to achieve a new world was not a power to which every vital man must ruthlessly surrender himself in order to remain vital, but only a theoretical toy. "Are you whole men?" he asked them. Has modern speculation, the epidemic of our time, left a single sound part in you, and are you not permeated by this disease and paralyzed and broken by it? Registered Bakunin could hardly be more explicit about the psychological roots of his newfound violent politics. Impotent, asexual, in constant flight from anything animal, yet for that very reason driven to pretend immense power and virility, he uses violent rhetoric as a substitute for the genuine power he lacks and conceals his malaise from himself and from others by lashing out against the half-men, the impotent half-souls, who were paralyzed and broken by the speck. 171. Olative disease, lashing out, in short, against himself. As we see repeatedly, crime and punishment, self-punishment are one and the same in the psychodrama. The attack against the compromiser also served another essential purpose in his strategy at the time. The endless gradations and the compromises advocated by the half-men necessarily involved a direct and continuing participation in society, and that was doubly intolerable, first, because it jeopardized his complete freedom and, second, because it required participation in real power. If we recall that freedom meant for him first and foremost freedom from the sexuality he loathed and from the social and familial institutions largely sustained by it, and that, as I have argued earlier, this same revulsion motivated his lifelong avoidance of genuine power, its obligations and its possessions, we can understand why he had to preserve complete detachment. He must put on his powerful act in society by refusing powerfully to play any part at all, by standing defiantly aside and subjecting everything to the terror of pure criticism. The enormous appeal the dialectic had for him, and for so many others as well, was in part due to its capacity to justify and rationalize this contradictory posture, to show Bakunin and others how to experience simultaneously both unqualified freedom and a feeling of vast power, however self-deceptive. The gifts provided by the dialectic represented, therefore, a further enrichment of the already sumptuous heritage that German idealism had left him, namely, the talent for acquiring total knowledge of reality while maintaining total detachment from it and the honor of leading pure souls out of the fallen world. It would honor Bakunin more, of course, to see in his defense of the all-embracing principle of unconditional freedom an impassioned plea for basic political freedoms, for the civil rights and representative government, for example, that the political opposition in Germany was fighting for at the time. But that would completely distort the truth both of the article, which reveals nothing of the sort, and of the man, who was never concerned about such trivial goals. Thanks to the fact that so much of his early correspondence has come down to us, we know what being free meant to him. His own need to be free, i.e. pure, had earlier motivated his own liberation and, then, the liberation of his sisters and friends. Now, in Berlin, he broadened the scope of his emancipation campaign by attaching himself to the political conflict underway in Germany at the time. Yet, the very way he talks about that conflict in the article shows how little he has to do with it or it with him and his real motivations. He ascends so high above the actual, day-to-day political conditions and events that they are no longer even visible in the article. Many years earlier, he had declared a war between the pure and lofty soul and the body with its own tendencies, its 172 own demands, and wrote that the struggle between these two elements, which form man, fills the pages of humanity's historical life, and that the victory of one or the other decides the bloom or ruin of a people. Here, in the reaction in Gemini, he speaks of the contradiction between freedom and unfreedom as the eternal contradiction, which is the same at all times except that it increases in intensity and develops itself ever more in the course of history. Once knowing what Bakunin's absolute freedom really means to him, we see how little difference there is between the earlier and the later declarations. Only the imagery and the symbols have changed, the thoughts, feelings, and fears behind them remain the same. He is still at war against what he calls here the wretched nakedness of reality. And this will continue to be the case when, as we will see, Bakunin moves on to adopt other symbols and still grander liberation movements of oppressed nations and exploited classes. There was no more genuine concern in this article for practical political freedoms, of the kind actually being fought for by compromising German liberals in the 1840s, then there was concern for social and economic justice of the kind one finds, for example, in the works of Lamennais at the time or, for that matter, in the articles Marx was writing in those same months, articles like Debate on the Thefts of Timber and Debates on the Freedom of the Press. Repeatedly throughout the reaction in Germany, the concealed Bakunin reveals himself beneath the disguise. By far the most fascinating and significant example of this self-revelation, even more striking than the disclosures that come through the attacks on the half-men, is the way Bakunin's essentially passive character manages to show itself even in his most vehement revolutionary declarations. The negative, the revolution, he writes, lovingly surrenders to the positive in order to consume it, and, in this religious, faithful, and vital act of denial, to reveal the revolution's inexhaustible and pregnant nature. Similarly, a man is really intelligent and moral only if he surrenders himself wholeheartedly to the spirit and is permeated by it. The great present-day contradiction is not for them, the compromisers, the practical power to which every vital man must ruthlessly surrender himself. They are not permeated by the practical spirit of the times. Have you, compromiser, ever discovered under the ruins which surround us this world you long for, where you could wholly surrender yourself and be once more born anew in this great communion with all humanity? Even allowing for idiosyncrasy of style, it is at least highly unusual for an heroic, violent revolutionary out to destroy the existing order of things to speak repeatedly of loving surrender to the spirit in order to consume it, being permeated by it in order to reveal the revolution's pregnant nature and be born anew. To appreciate the significance of these phrases and the at 173. 2 they represent, we should recall the way Bakunin described his first intellectual revolution some 8 years earlier, when he spoke of turning inward, into his studies, where he watched himself being fed and nurtured, enjoyed the warmth so sweet that poured through him, and felt himself being reborn. By the time he wrote The Reaction in Germany, he had divorced his wife philosophy and in this pivotal work denounced speculation as the epidemic of our time, a disease that left no single sound part in a person, that left him paralyzed and broken. Philosophy, even with the sublime talents that Hegel and the other idealists had bestowed on it, could neither provide enough reds and blacks to disguise the broken, paralyzed, unsound part nor offer a satisfactory outlet to the passions that continued to rage. So, Bakunin now, in The Reaction in Germany, assumed a new, violently activist posture. Or so it seemed, for the bizarrely passive way he described the revolutionary experience indicates that at the deepest level there was really no change at all, that rather than achieve a genuine identification with virile male power, he was essentially continuing his earlier identification with what he defined as feminine passivity, with, in other words, the same maternal friend of his romantic and idealist phases. The revolutionary, the negative, to recall his remarks, lovingly surrenders to the positive established power, surrenders himself wholeheartedly to the spirit and is permeated by it, and as a result of this surrender and permeation is born anew. The basic passivity of Bakunin's revolutionary experience, a theme that will remain with us throughout the revolutionary phase of Bakunin's life as it had been a leitmotif of his philosophical phase, is also clearly evident in The Reaction in Germany in Bakunin's unexpected and repeated criticism of Lee's own revolutionary cause. Fierce as he is in his tirades against the compromisers, he clearly does not like the fact that evil passions are awakened also in us through this fight, and spends almost as much time criticizing the uncompromising negative as he does advancing its claims. He does not want to attack anyone personally, because within everyone is an inner core that is inviolable. Even when he must criticize, he does not want to do what the reactionaries do, deny all that is good, all that is human in the opposition. He insists on being just and impartial, since one-sidedness must be partial and fanatical in its utterance, and hate is its necessary expression. His party must transcend this one-sided, merely political existence and not only act politically, but in our politics also act religiously, to the extent, in fact, that the negative, the party of democracy, also suffers from the one-sidedness that transforms into hatred, by their very utterance, all the good sentiments that are innate in every man as man. It, too, must be destroyed in the coming confrontation. During the revolutionary stage, when the only aim of the negative is the annihilation. 174. Of the positive, democracy does not yet exist independently in its affirmative abundance, but only as the denial of the positive, and, therefore, in this evil state, it, too, must be destroyed along with the positive, so that from its free ground it may spring forth again in a newborn state, as its own living fullness. What Bakunin had done, in effect, was to reverse the relationship between reality and disguise from what it had been during his years as a philosopher, rather than try as he had done then, unsuccessfully, to distill a virile warrior out of a passive philosopher's life. He would now try to distill a passive philosopher's life out of a warrior's code and commitment. Having tried to make the passive face of a philosopher look active, masculine, powerful, he was now beginning a lifetime career of experiencing revolution passively, not only in the more superficial sense of remaining totally apart while appearing to be totally engaged, the gift of the dialectic, but also in the deeper and more pathological sense of experiencing revolutionary violence and the pseudo-sexuality that, as we will see, it represented for him, not as a man, but as a woman, permeation, pregnancy, loving surrender, etc. This strategy of militant detachment, one of the main attractions that had drawn him to the left Hegelian's dialectics, was expressed in the reaction in Germany in such phrases as energetic purity or ruthless surrender. The dramatic ambivalence of that last phrase captures Bakunin's needs and intentions perfectly. The important word is surrender. Passivity, withdrawal, fear are still the ground of his being. But the surrender must be ruthless and therefore, somehow, be evidence of strength and power. It is here especially that we should recall the character and role of Bakunin's cult and pleasure of suffering, by which he had similarly tried to prove how powerful he was by showing himself and others how powerfully he could suffer and passively, masochistically, endure, how much a man he was by how stoic a suffering victim he could be. Finally, with respect to this first revolutionary declaration, Bakunin leaves the reader little doubt as to its apocalyptic character. He explicitly upbraids the compromisers of his time in the words that the author of the Apocalypse said to the compromisers of his own day. Know thy works, that thou art neither cold, nor hot. I would thou wert cold, or hot. But because thou art lukewarm, and neither cold, nor hot, I will begin to vomit thee out of my mouth. And what, if not apocalyptic, should one call his appeal for the complete annihilation of the present political and social world as the way to a new, vital, and life-creating revelation, a new heaven and new earth, a young and magnificent world in which all present discords will resolve themselves into harmonious unity. Happy face, religious exaltation of this sort infuses the entire article. Bakunin's debut as a maximalist revolutionary did not mark a break with his religious zeal, but rather its intensification. In the service of his cause, which he himself identi. 175. Fees here as a religion, he sees himself and his comrades as precursors of the future religion, fulfilling their holy priest-like office. Indeed, he writes, for us alone, who are called the enemies of the Christian religion, for us alone is it reserved, and even made the highest duty even in the most ardent of fights, really to exercise love, this highest commandment of Christ and this only way of true Christianity. Registered while the compromisers were denounced as immoral men because of their reluctance to let violence continue to the final annihilation of the old and the glorious creation of the new heaven and new earth, the revolutionaries who had no other program than the destruction of whatever order prevails, were compared, a little later, to the first Christians, weak in numbers, but strong in truth. From a war between soul and body and the repression of the sensual thought that had cast him down into black doom, anguish, suffering, self-laceration through the Fichtian period of the Holy Commune, its war against everything animal and its hopes for a new, pure world to be built on the utter ruins of the old, to the Christian apocalyptic vision of a new heaven and new earth to arise after the annihilation of the present political and social world that, basically, is the story of Bakunin's formative years, from Premuckino and the barracks to Berlin and revolution. The reaction in Germany is a climax and summary of that story. Having now adequately politicized his inner drama and, with the help of left Hegelian dialectics, constructed a worldview that adequately met his need to be violently passive, through ruthless surrender, safely isolated yet omnipotently powerful, all later additions to and alterations in that worldview would be largely cosmetic changes in costume and setting. Bakunin's letters home and to friends during the months following his move in April 1842 from Berlin and the university to Dresden, Riga, and work on the reaction in Germany echo the dominant themes of the article and amplify its subtler message. They sustain the celebration of action, of manliness, reality, deeds, that had begun to appear in his letters months before he left Russia and, except for those early summer doldrums, had continued to accompany his rebirth and baptism abroad. To live, he wrote Varvara in June, means not merely to ponder wisely but to be, that is to be a really authentic, active human being. Only the deed represents real life, and an authentic deed is possible only when there is authentic contradiction, only when there are authentic impediments. Registered divorced now from his wife philosophy and dedicated to the miracle of the living deed, he would henceforth have nothing more to do, he said, with the fumes and wastes of theory in which I had lived for so long, and would instead concern himself only with reality in its wretched nakedness. Registered man must act, he wrote his brother Alexander, always act in order to be a 176. Real man. Registered the members of his holy commune must now learn that truth. They, too, must tear themselves free from this world of illusions, powerless feelings, and lifeless thought, and realize that only reality can satisfy us, because only reality is strong, energetic. They must abandon hypocritical idealism and do battle passionately and bravely with the bountiful although at first alien waves of real life. They must, therefore, submit their theoretical pride to the evangelism of simple action, abandon dry reflection and that theoretical pseudo-wisdom that is ruining you and which I had done so much to develop in you. Registered everything that he had taught them, he now apologetically acknowledged, had been merely an illusion that must now be destroyed. Registered as for himself, that destruction had already been completed. He was now, as he put it, a good soldier who now realized, as he urged Paul to realize, that life is a great task, with great obligations. Registered I do not want happiness nor do I think of happiness. Deeds expansive, sacred deeds, this is what I want. A broad field stands before me. Mine will not be a trivial destiny. Registered such Fichtian zeal is what one would have expected to find in Bakunin's letters during these months surrounding the writing and publication of the reaction in Germany. But there was also at the same time a quite different tone and mood that, while the reverse of the zeal, should also come as no surprise to those attentive to Bakunin's other voice, the passive side of the dualism that had found its way even through the heroic bombast of that virile-sounding article. In telling his brother Nicholas in October 1842, the month the article came out, that he would never return to Russia, he went on to say that he was determined to make something of myself and not ruin the only career remaining to me. Happy face, yet, he began his new career not in a mood of buoyant optimism that one would have expected from the author of the reaction in Germany, but in one of anguish and despondency. All he could see ahead of him now was a lonely, sad, and difficult future, so gloomy and so futile does my future sometimes seem to me. At times it is dreadful for me. Everything ahead seems so empty and dreary. I will be alone, without love, perhaps even without human sympathy. Loneliness has always been there ahead of me, and sooner or later I had to enter this wasteland. His mood darkened still more after his brother Paul left Dresden, a few weeks after the reaction in Germany came out. With Paul gone, only alien faces surround me. I hear only alien sounds. The native voice is silent. It is true, I did not realize that I loved him so. I did not realize that I am still bound to you. I am writing you as I weep, weeping like a child. I had not known before what tears were. Only leaving Kazitsino in 1828, on the way from Premuckino to military school did I cry as I do now. Happy face, after seeing Paul, my spiritual son, off at the Dresden station, Bakunin was overwhelmed by such depression that several times I wished for death. 111. You see how weak I am. Give Paul back to me, see him, spend some time with him, then return him to me. Let him come back next spring. There are so many of you together, but I am alone. I need Paul, and I know that he needs me. He cannot live without me. He loves me more than all of you do. He is used to reading what is in my heart. Alone I will grow completely hard. Do you see how weak I am? Ask this of you as a woman, since I am at this moment as weak as a woman. This will pass, I know, and soon. But only its expression will pass, as the innermost essence of my heart, it will never pass. Despondent loneliness was not the only depressing feeling that darkened his entry into his last remaining career. There was also deep fear, not so much of an unknown and insecure future, but a fear of being killed. Considering the place, the time, and the substance of his activism opposition journalism, this seems, to say the least, excessive. A censored article, suspension of a newspaper, even expulsion from this or that town, or, at the very most, prison, such were the real risks that opposition publicists like Ruge faced. But the reprisal Bakunin feared as punishment for his virile activism was, as he wrote Alexandra Bayer, the loss of one's head. That he was quite serious about this fear is apparent from his other letters that spring and summer, 1842, in which he time and again talked about dying, no doubt terrifying his family in the very process of supposedly trying to allay the fears he was arousing. What are you so frightened about, dear friends? Look, I am still not dead, and God alone knows if I am to die so soon or not. In any case, I am not yet really thinking about preparing myself for the attack, nor do I think that I am ready for it, in the way that any good soldier must be prepared for his task. Why paint all of this in such dreadful and somber colors? It is possible that I will be killed, but I do not consider this an absolute necessity. Nevertheless, he wrote elsewhere, this did not mean that death should be shunned, for death is present in its positive significance at the most sublime and blessed moments of life. A man must continually die in order that he continually live. Only for a life deprived of grace is death an evil negation, and life an evil continuity. For the man penetrated by grace, death is the life of life, the source of its luxurious foolishness and of its self-conscious immortality. Happy face, if everything is ordinary, he wrote Tatiana, then life is not worth living, and if not, then death is not so terrible, but has instead a great, sacred, splendid meaning. Happy face, a man always finds himself in danger of losing his life, he went on. This fate is the inevitable destiny of everyone, a destiny bound in the strongest way with the nature of man, with everything that is grand and fine in life. If death is evil, if it is even in the least degree terrible, then there is no sense whatsoever in life. Better one moment of real life than a series of years lived in. 178. Moribund illusion. Registered providing something of a logic for this death-life mystery, as he called it, he appealed to individual immortality, in which, he said, I believe unconditionally. Death, according to this mystery, was part of a profound spiritual dialectic. Self-negation is the universal and sublime law of all spiritual life. In contrast to material life, which only possesses what it takes to itself, spirit possesses only what it gives away. And death, the total destruction of individuality, is the highest realization of this mystery, and therefore as well the highest realization of personality. Happy face, notwithstanding the clarion ring of this preference for one moment of real life over years of moribund illusion, for a great, sacred, splendid death over everything ordinary, we have seen enough of Bakunin's style and character to recognize it as largely bravado. The thinly disguised reality lies beneath, in the fear that generates this whistling in the dark and in such poignant little fantasies as the one he wrote his brother Alexei at the time, permeated by a great and compelling task that we share, we will live in a Gothic castle, on top of a high, steep, inaccessible mountain, a castle with an immense store of food, wine, and tobacco and surrounded by a fine garden to suit our taste. Those few lines say it all and, after what we have already seen, need no comment. As so often before in his past, the loneliness, fear, and uncertainty that strengthened his hold on religion also drew him closer to Primukhino, especially to Tatiana. Yes, Tatiana, you are mine, and I am yours, before all the others. I have long known this, but it has been a long time, a very long time since I have felt it as keenly as I do now. Continue to write to me, friend, help me to come out of myself and to speak with you, and you will then see how strong, how constant, and how impassioned is my love for you. To remind her of himself now that he had decided not to return to Russia, he sent her his portrait and asked her to hang it in her room. Later in that letter he once more confessed his love for her. You told me last summer that were you not my sister you would have fallen in love with me. I say to you the very same, I love you, friend, deeply love you. Registered a qualification corresponding to Tatiana's were I not your sister is glaringly absent. To his father as you he continued to express deep affection. How my heart broke when I bid father farewell, he again recalled, how painful it was for me to abandon our poor, old, saintly father lam now entirely excluded from his heart. If he only knew how much I love him. Watch over him, friends. He suffers. He was worthy of a better fate. Registered no less constant than this expression of tenderness towards his father, are the animosity and disdain that he shows towards his mother during these first years abroad, particularly as he begins his life as a revolutionary. In his first letter home after arriving in Berlin, the time when he had lovingly described his father as so soft, meek, and indulgent and had recalled how sad he had felt. 179. Leave him, he spoke of his mother as a child of nature, partly corrupted by a faulty upbringing. Although he had come to believe when they parted that she loves us, he nonetheless considered her to be a constant offense against aesthetic feeling, completely lacking in femininity. Later the accusations grew more impassioned. Oh, how much harm mother who ruined all our lives did to Tatiana. How many crimes she has piled up behind herself. Let merciful God forgive her. As for me, I cannot forgive her. The hostility reached a high point after he had written the reaction in Germany, the period of intense loneliness and fear in which he had spoken so affectionately of Tatiana, Paul, and his father. Don't say that I am unjust to mother. In the first place, I know her better than you Nicholas do. I could tell you and prove to you such things as would make your heart turn over. Weakness, together with bad instincts, bad motivations, transformed by long habit into second nature, such weakness is the source of every sin, all evil acts. Remember that mother has on several occasions tried even now, when her vulgar nature and her unclean tendencies are still balanced by father's noble, although, unfortunately, also somewhat spoiled, nature. Remember that she has even now tried several times to subject our sister's pure, sacred world to her unclean world. What is the cause of such hostility now? What had happened to make him so certain now that, as he says, she does not love me, that she cannot stand me? He had not seen his mother for over 2.5 years. 2 specific reasons for his anger are mentioned in this letter to Nicholas. While seemingly trivial in themselves, they do, especially the first reason, point the way to an explanation for Bakunin's rage against his mother. Once, while his father was lying ill, she had told someone as despicable as Sergei Ivanovich, and in the presence of the children, that a time might come when she would need protection. Another time, on the very day of Lyubov's death, when Lyubov wanted Natalie Bayer to come up to her room, their mother, who hated Natalie, made a scene in front of our sisters. Why did the recollection of such events now lead Bakunin to accuse his mother of bad instincts, bad motivations that were the source of every sin, all evil acts? Why did he now attack her, so long after the alleged events involved, as a child of nature and denounce her vulgar nature and unclean tendencies? Turning to the despicable outsider when his father was dangerously ill rather than to Bakunin himself as the eldest son does indeed suggest the real cause of this rage, but it lies much deeper than that occurrence and its superficial offense. 180. What is involved here first of all, I believe, is another consequence of Bakunin's shift in strategy, away from refuge in his wife philosophy and into the struggle for the complete annihilation of the present political and social world. During his right Hegelian reconciliation, after he had changed his role from a Fichtian hero to one of the children, he had been tenderly affectionate to his mother. Now, having donned again the costume of a powerful, good soldier, he expresses only violent hatred for her. No objective reason is given for the change, no specific event or change of attitude on his mother's part, that is anywhere near adequate to explain the force and duration of his rage, but the reason is one that corresponds in his mind to words and phrases like sin, evil, corrupted, bad instincts, bad motivations, offense against aesthetic feeling, vulgar nature, unclean tendencies. I have argued earlier, when this reorientation first began in 1838-39, that the hostility and the corresponding terminology were the result of his return to the posture of a virile warrior. As a submissive, asexual child he could approach her safely, innocently, but as a man seeking manliness, reality, deeds, action, diktat, a vital dynamic existence, he must avoid her, drive her away, hate her, just as he must appease with tender words of devotion the father he feared and whose image, in everything representing conventional individual, familial, and social life, he spent a lifetime trying to destroy. Since, finally, the return to battle meant another claim to virility, sexuality and, thus, the revival of incestual dread, he projected the threatening emotions from within himself onto the one he saw as the temptress, blaming her for the evil, sin, and unclean tendencies that once again loomed before him and for which he feared the ultimate punishment, the loss of his head and death. Yet, at no time did he need her more than now. His loneliness and his constant concern with his own death, those touching fantasies he shared with his sisters and brothers about the castle, the high walls, the gates and locks, the expressions of timid passivity that come through the bravado of the reaction in Germany make it abundantly clear that he was no more ready now than he had been before to end his childhood bonds. Since he could neither go on accepting the role of a submissive child, for the various reasons we saw earlier, nor cease in fact being one, the castle, gates, locks, the immense store of food, etc., he again had to find a rationale for having things both ways. He had to appear active, revive his claims to manliness, yet avoid the terror and hell that had punished his earlier, Fichtian display of power as well as the sin, evil, bad instincts, bad motivations, and unclean tendencies that now threatened him as he returned to the virile battlefield. The dialectic provided just the right formula for the magic. In the same way that the dialectic allowed him to imagine himself powerfully and honorably committed to society precise. 181. Because he kept completely apart from it and violently denounced it, so did it allow him to strengthen his bond with the maternal friend by means of hatred, a bond that is at least as strong as love, yet one that guaranteed to him the indispensable protective distance. To hate is to be simultaneously attached and separate, and the more one hated, the stronger was the attachment and the more distant the separation. Thanks to the dialectic, he could enter a new fantasy world of power protected both by a rigid barrier against involvement and a strong maternal love-hate bond. One might carry this argument a step further. Once the inner pendulum had begun to swing back from reconciliation to manliness, at the end of 1838, it may well have been his need to preserve the bond with the friend, filially at the same driving her away, as the revived virility required, that made the dialectic so attractive to Bakunin in the first place. In other worlds, first may have come the psychoanalytically familiar process of experiencing love and attachment by way of their opposites, hate and negation, then the apocalyptic miracle that allowed him to see himself lovingly tied to the world as one of its saviors precisely because he called for its destruction, that, to quote the most famous passage of the reaction in Germany, allowed him to transmute the passion for destruction into a creative passion. From the beginning of this analysis, the interaction between Bakunin's sexual malaise and his social theory and practice has been a continuing theme. There is now, however, a certain completion, a sense of resolution, in both the personal and the social spheres. As a Schellingite, Fichtean, and right Hegelian, Bakunin had also molded the world outside to fit the world within, but, as we have seen, there had been in all those postures a deep contradiction and strain between the opposing needs. Now, in the left Hegelian resolution, everything fit precisely because of the glaring contradictions. He could appear to himself and to others as a powerful man like his father, thereby denying his impotence and redeeming his flights and failures, yet at the same time remain a child safely distant from genuine social power and responsibility, and their dangerous associations. He could express violent hatred towards the maternal friend within, as he must do, yet bind himself to her all the more ardently through ugly the very passion of that hatred. Distance joined and destruction created in this dialectical world of ruthless surrender. Through the good offices of the dialectic, embattled opposites were now symbiotically joined, each strengthening its opposing pole. He could rightfully feel, therefore, that all contradictions, all suffering, are already, even now, divinely resolved. Henceforth, since the contradictions had been largely resolved, by permitting full expression to both opposing sides, what would be important to him would not be the success or failure of a particular undertaking in the real world, but rather how well that undertaking, strategy, or program 182 played its part in the inner pattern of those dialectical resolutions. Now, as earlier, the only relevant reality was in his own self. What had changed was the path to that inner reality. It is no longer accessible to theoretical construction, only free action can understand it. The point is, however, that this free action, the manliness and the deeds, were as much the affair of his solipsistic, personal fantasy world as thought had been in his years of philosophical idealism. The external world does not set the problems to be solved, they are his own, and they are not even problems, but rather patterns to be ritualistic ally repeated. What reality provided was no more than the raw materials and the successive arenas for the performance. This constant solipsism is also apparent, I believe, in the images of God that continue to accompany him as he moves from thought to action. Although God is now portrayed as a God of becoming and action instead of a God of being and contemplation, what is important in the present context is the character and locus of that action, the person of God, as well as the immortality and dignity of man, and in my opinion they are all closely connected, can be understood only through practice, by means of free action that gives birth to itself out of the original depths of the personal spirit and out of its self-fertilizing, self-engendering creativity, because God is nothing other than miraculous self-creativity. Only such action, action that burns and consumes itself within itself, reflects a simple, innocent heart, a clear realization of the eternal personality of man. Registered the actions of God and immortal man and Bakunin are, thus, self-fertilizing, self-engendering, self-creating, self-consuming actions that give birth to oneself. Once again, the images and the composite portrait project the essential narcissism and show that the new manliness and free action concern, primarily, not the world outside, but the child's fantasy world inside and its claims of infantile omnipotence. In that magical world nothing is impossible. All wishes are granted, even those most deeply concealed. In the realm of the finite there exists the condition that everyone remain what he is. If he commits evil, he is an evil person. By contrast, in the realm of the infinite, there reigns the spirit that can turn something that has happened into something that has not happened. Thus, for me as for the infinite, the past already no longer exists. Man rises to his blessed homeland where he is pure, holy, and worthy, not because he has not sinned, and not because he will never sin again, but because in his awareness of his authentic infinite essence, in the realm of the eternal spirit, he casts off his sin. Or, in still more Christian terms, we are all sinners, great sinners, but sin need not frighten us. We need not perish in weakness and depravity from a dirty awareness of our dirty sins. Were we not sinners, grace would not be needed. For grace is given. 183. Not according to good deeds, but according to one's sins, from which come an awareness of one's individual insignificance and the striving toward purification by the force of grace and love. And it is also true that there is no fall so great that there can be no rising from it, a chance for complete restoration of the original, lost purity. Christianity is a religion for sinners. It is the great mystery of redemption from sin and death. The warrior for holy truth was now ready for his second crusade, ready but also frightened, often despondent, and very lonely. At some level he knew that he had been forced to cut himself off from the very world he was now committing himself to save, that, as he wrote the Bayer sisters, his heart, in spite of the passion languishing within it, is surrounded by a thick husk of ice that repels even those who might wish to come close to me, and very few people are able to break through it. I know that there is in me something repulsive and that it is very difficult to love me. The love he strongly felt within himself, he told Tatiana, using again one of his favorite images to describe his plight, has been covered by an impenetrable, cold crust that often repelled people from me, and I myself often find oppressive. Rare occasions, such as Paul's return to Russia, cracked the husk covering my heart, and he then could weep like a child and implore like a woman, but as a man he suffered what he called an impotence of expression. A month after the reaction in Germany appeared, he sent Natalie Bayer across to remind her of his prophecies and told her that he too would now wear one. At the same time, he asked that his brother Alexander draw portraits of his brothers and sisters and send them to him, adding that he was also sending them a portrait of himself. Let it belong to all of you, but especially to Tatiana. 7. Apostle of Liberation. 3 months after the publication of the reaction in Germany, Bakunin's fear got the better of him, and he fled Dresden like partridges away from a hawk. What he was most afraid of, he said, was his forced return to Russia, which seemed to me death. Nothing but gloom, frigid moralizing, torpor, stagnation. Once away, he realized that his flight from Dresden had been somewhat hasty. Friendship as well as fear may have played some role. In October, the poet George Herwegh, one of the most flamboyant bards of a new young Germany movement, visited Dresden and so impressed Bakunin by his romantic politics, so much like his own, that Bakunin used Herwegh's departure as the occasion for his own. Had Herwegh gone to America, Bakunin later wrote, I would have gone with him even there. The fact that Herwegh, whom he had only just met, was the only one he knew west of Berlin and Dresden shows just how isolated Bakunin was as he entered upon his career as a rebel. Even the depth of that friendship at the time is questionable. In November, the month Herwegh left Dresden for Berlin, Bakunin asked Paul and Turgenev, who were then also in Berlin preparing their return to Russia, does Herwegh still remember me? By mid-January, following in Herwegh's footsteps, he was settled in Zurich, very comfortably settled in a small apartment on the very shore of Lake Zurich. Before me lay nothing but the lake and mountains, eternally snow-capped. Sometimes I lie for hours on end on the couch and look at the lake, at the mountains, especially fine at sunset, and follow the slightest changes in the panorama, and the changes are incessant. My windows are open, and before them, just steps away, lies the marvelous Lake Zurich, the mountains, the village, the woods. 184. 185. Around it, engulfed in a light, soft, translucent, luxuriant haze, the lake, mirror clear, reflecting the rays of the sun. But neither the surrounding beauty nor his friendship with Herweg, whom he loved, he said, as a brother loves a sister, but who was busy with plans for his forthcoming marriage, could hide or assuage his loneliness, now deeper than it had been since those painful barracks years. The anguish seemed to grow now with the distance from home. As he had wept and pleaded like a child, like a woman for Paul's return to him, so did he now alternately order and implore Paul to come back quickly and bring Tatiana to me. Do you remember how we talked while we were still together? What times we would have were we now in Premucino. I am waiting for you, Paul, and, if possible, bring Taniusha to me. Your obligation, friends, is to use all available means to see to it that Taniusha comes abroad. This is a sacred obligation. We will see each other sometime. Is it really true that there is no way for you, Tatiana, to come abroad, so that you could teach me to live economically? You would be my housekeeper, Taniusha, and how tranquilly and well we would live. Paul, bring Taniusha. Dear sister. Taniusha, Sasha, don't forget me, I am depressed, deeply depressed now. I walked along the lake for 2 hours this evening. It was already dark. Black, heavy clouds. Damp, cold gusts of wind. High waves. The sea blue-gray. Then, together with a young boy, I set 2 sails and quickly flew across the entire lake, and I felt good and happy and wildly fantasied that I had decided to sail home so that I would not forget reality. Not only did Paul and Tatiana not come, but they seemed to have stopped writing. For more than 2 years, he wrote Paul in March and Tatiana in June 1845, I have not received a line from you, not from any of you. As they had during his army years, fantasy and imagination could partly fill the void. He could dream of his sailboat carrying him back home, though fear of the hawk made actual return seem like death to him, or imagine Tatiana setting up house with him abroad. And he could go on constantly, incessantly reading George Sand, who had become for him at the time a prophet-bearing revelation. For me, reading George Sand is like belonging to a cult, like praying. Registered fantasy could do even more for him than generate wishful thinking and heighten the pleasures of romantic fiction. So powerful was it in his case that it enabled him virtually to conjure up those he missed, a variation of the narcissistic magic that solipsism had taught him. The pure tea in knowing itself knows the world objective to it. Authentic truth is the truth man can achieve without having to depart from himself. Do you know, Paul, I have noticed in myself a strange characteristic. The personality of those I love fuses so with my own, that even in their absence, in fact especially in their absence, I involuntarily see with their eyes and feel with their feelings. How would you explain? 186. That to me. Once while walking along Lake Zurich, he went on to say, giving an example of this gift, it almost seemed to me that I was you, that it was your joy that I felt, that I was expressing quite spontaneously, involuntarily, your thoughts, in a word that I was for a certain span of time both you and myself. I live here very much alone, he similarly wrote to Varvara, even more remarkably disclosing the hidden dual unity, my own, personal inner world involuntarily commingles you within itself, without any effort at all. When I say I say we. I do not exist apart from you. This has become still clearer to me since the time of my separation from Paul, and especially in my present isolation. Happy face, without in the least losing my autonomy, he told Paul in connection with this experience of merger, I become ever richer and fuller. While fantasy could ease his loneliness, at least on occasion, it was powerless against his by now habitual poverty. A humiliating campaign to get money and to hold off clamoring creditors, even as he searched for new ones, fills the greater part of his letters that first year in Switzerland and provides further insight into his childlike dependency on others to take care of him. When money he had hoped to receive from home from his own family and from Turgenev failed to arrive, he got Ruga to lend him large amounts, promising that Turgenev would repay him. Turgenev refused, and Ruga was stuck with the bills, I wish with all my soul that you get out of this difficult situation and convince your father that he should not let you and other members of your family stay abroad so long without financial support. Bakunin was approaching 30 when he got this scolding from Ruga. Bakunin was sorry, of course, that Ruga's affairs were in a state of disarray because of him, but Turgenev had promised me. He seemed unable to do anything except go on writing Laos, albeit dreading as he did so that once they became due, his creditors will have the right and the opportunity to put me in prison, a du mon honor et ma liberté car en mi mettre au prison. On second thought, that appeared to him to be not so bad, his honor might, in fact, be restored by imprisonment. I not only will not evade this unpleasantness, but, on the contrary, I will seek it out as the last resort to prove to them creditors that I had no intention of deceiving them. Other than passively suffering imprisonment or simply dying of hunger, there seemed two other possible escapes. First, Paul, my situation is so unbearably difficult that had I less faith I would really shoot myself. But that would leave his debts unpaid and was, therefore, too dishonorable, je suis esclave, genai pas même le droit de disposer de ma vie. Which seemed to leave only one way out, I will become a worker, earn my bread through my own labor, work in the sweat of my brow. That, too, alas, was impossible, for what work could I choose? I am still so inexperienced, I have still so little practical and theoretical training, right? 187. For a living? No, to disseminate one's ideas and convictions must be a sacred vocation, and would one not risk demeaning it by making it only a means of subsistence? Perhaps, he said, had he a reputation he might be able to earn an income writing without being forced to betray himself, but no one knows about me yet. Write a book about Russia? Absolutely not. First of all, a book like that would take a year to write, and during all that time I would have to live at someone else's expense, and for me that's impossible. Whether such pride is good or bad is irrelevant, for I have firmly resolved never again to be financially obligated to anyone. Yes, dear friend Ruga, this pride in unlimited independence is for me the one essential condition, the condition sine qua non of my personal dignity, and the latter is the only possession that I saved at the time of my shipwreck. I must keep it pure of any stain, from the least sign of dirt. Should this reasoning, to save honor he must pay debts, to pay debts he could write a book, to write a book he must be financially dependent, such dependency would stain his honor, be lost on Ruga. He had another argument against writing about Russia: I would never write a book on Russia out of need, that would contradict my love for my country. At a few points in this elaborate defense, so reminiscent of his letter to his father explaining why he had to go abroad to study, he got beneath excuses and nearer the real reasons. I cannot bear the chilling constraints of deadlines by which time my work must be done. I must tell you, dear Ruga, that I feel a kind of revulsion at the idea of writing as the only source of income, and, especially, those remarks already quoted about staining, dirtying his honor. As always, it is still a question of absolute freedom, a freedom that still involved protection against stain and dirt. Impoverished, lonely, and with absolutely no prospects at all ahead, he remained as convinced as ever that his will reflected divine will, that what he felt like doing and only that was the voice of God, signposts of his providential destiny. In this generous dialectic, to do only what he wanted to do meant to forget himself, to sacrifice himself humbly to divine direction. To challenge, resist, or disregard this inner voice and directive, not to do what he wanted to do, was to be selfish, cowardly, blasphemous, and dirty. The source of my decision is clean. I am doing this out of the inner necessity of my being. In the end, if money did not come from home, he would have no choice, he said again, but to become an ordinary laborer. I'll wait another month, maybe even two. Then I will sell all my clothes, everything that belongs to me as a mere burr of the educated class, except for books and a little furniture, of sentimental value, and become a real proletarian, an artisan. Of course, it would be hard, but with the help of a resolute will, more than that a passionate, religious will alone can overcome all difficulties. Should he actually be forced into this, he 188. Hoped Ruge would take over his debts in return for another promissory note. But, if Ruge did not mind, could he please make out the note for 2.5 instead of the $2,000 that he owed, so that, after the debts were repaid, a little something will remain with me, enough until summer, since by spring, my parents will have already found a way to send me money, because at that time there are always many people traveling abroad. Somewhere along the way, the proletarian disappeared, and needless to say, nothing more was heard about working in the sweat of my brow. Happy face, depressing as these circumstances were, mainly because of the loss of honor, they no longer trust me, they consider me a liar and a cheat. He refused to let debts get him down or threaten his resolve. Our obligation to our creditors and to ourselves, he wrote Paul, consists in taking all honorable means available to us towards payment of our debts. But it doesn't follow from this that we must fall into despair in the event our efforts fail. Believe me, nothing will force me to lose my belief in my worth and faith in my future. One reason, perhaps, for the brighter mood of this particular letter was the fact that he had just returned from a fine 10-day vacation with some new friends, the Pescantini family, who had a home on the island of Saint Pierre in Lake Bienne. I was as happy as a child. I strolled, sang, climbed mountains, enjoyed nature, translated Schelling, read some Italian, fantasied, built castles in the air and waited for you, Paul. What about active politics? Did the beautiful countryside around Zurich soften his determination now to struggle for the complete annihilation of the present social and political order? Did loneliness, nostalgia, constant money troubles, or delightful Swiss vacations turn his attention away from his new apocalyptic vision? On the contrary, thank God the time of theory is past, he wrote his sisters after a month in Zurich, and continued, soaring ever upward. Everyone more or less feels this. The dawn of the new world already shines on us. Let us be worthy of renewal. Let the thought that all our suffering is not in vain sustain us. Is it worth talking and fussing about our own suffering when the entire world is suffering the birth pangs of a new and splendid world? Humanity, the grand mysteries of humanity that Christianity revealed, and that, notwithstanding all its errors, Christianity preserved for us as a sacred mystical treasure, all these profound yet simple mysteries of eternal life will be from now on tangible, real, present actuality. And all who suffer must bless their suffering, because only suffering can make us worthy of that new world that we sense within us. Registered. The apocalyptic ardor was even further inflamed that winter, 1842-43, by new inspirations. It was at that time, after the appearance of the reaction in 189. Germany but before his flageolet from the hawk, that Bakunin seems to have gathered his first serious knowledge of socialist and communist theories from Lorenz von Stein's Der Sozialismus und der Kommunismus des heutigen Frankreichs. As he later recalled, von Stein's work made almost as strong and all-encompassing an impression on me as Dr. Strauss's The Life of Jesus had earlier made. It opened up a new world to me into which I threw myself with all the passion of someone suffering great hunger and thirst. It seemed to me that I was hearing the annunciation of a new paradise, the revelation of a new religion of loftiness, honor, happiness, and liberation for the whole human race. Happy face, rather than satisfy the hunger and thirst, von Stein's revelations only further whet Bakunin's appetite for more, which he happily got almost immediately after settling in Zurich, from, as Bakunin introduced the new fare, the first German communist work by some tailor named Weitling, Guarantees of Freedom and Harmony, Wilhelm Weitling, Vevey, December, 1842. Bakunin was ecstatic over what he discovered in the book. Werder had helped restore and update Bakunin's renewed Fichtian dedication. Bettina, Varnhagen, Müller-Strubing, and Ruge had helped shift the arena of salvation from pre-Mukino to Europe and the goal of salvation from spiritual to temporal liberation. Bruno Bauer and other left Hegelians had helped give politics the uncompromising, maximalist, and violent vocabulary that heroism required. Lamennais, finally, had added divine blessings. Still, it was all largely theory. Where was the action? The Praxis-L indeed, a German liberal movement had begun, but that involved the unspeakable compromisers, the impotent half-souls that Bakunin had chosen as the target for his revolutionary debut. The reaction in Germany. It was hardly the force that would effect the ruthless negation, the storm of destruction. Here is where Weitling came in. Building on foundations that had just been laid by von Stein, Weitling gave Bakunin a force that could do the required demolition job: the people. It was not the second part of the book in which Weitling set out his plans for a communist society that attracted Bakunin. He made that quite clear in an article he wrote on the book later that year. This is no free society, not a true, living union of free people, but rather a form of unbearable oppression, a herd forcefully consolidated and pursuing exclusively materialistic goals. The one passage from the book Bakunin chose to quote in a letter to Ruge shows what it was about Weitling and the people that so excited him. Only in the people, Weitling insisted, was there the audacity to put the arm of destruction to work. For now was the time that, without in any way concerning ourselves with construction, we begin decisively, more and more resolutely, to get rid of the old rubble as well as any new timber, any new foundations, in which even the slightest remnant of the old evil is concealed. We must not waste any time. The break between good and evil must be effected by kata. 190. Strophic means. It would be difficult to compose a more accurate statement of apocalyptic transmutation. If God and the Absolute were still in charge of the overall strategy, still directing the drama, it was the people who were henceforth assigned the role of carrying through that strategy by the catastrophic means appropriate to an apocalyptic break, fulfilling thereby the sacred goal of realizing the society of brotherhood and freedom, realizing the kingdom of God on earth. Nothing of value, Bakunin was now convinced, could be achieved apart from the people, the only ground from which alone all the great acts of history have taken place, all the liberating revolutions. If anyone is alienated from the people, all that he does is, from the outset, damned to defeat. It is only possible to create, to really create, where there is a truly electrifying contact with the people. Christ and Luther came out of the simple people, and if the heroes of the French Revolution set with a mighty hand the first foundations of the future temple of freedom and equality, they were able to do so only because they were reborn in the tempestuous sea of the people's life. The German Democrats would not have been defeated in their first foray against the castrated philosophers, he himself and others would not have had to flee Dresden, and Ruge's journal would not have been shut down, he told Ruge, had we not been leading an isolated life in the clouds of academic theory and had the people been on our side. Happy face, the entry now of the people into Bakunin's fantasy may account for another important change that began that winter. Although the people came not to replace but to fulfill the apocalypse, their coming nevertheless coincided with the beginning of a subtle but unmistakable secularization of the fantasy. What, he asked in his article on Weitling's communism, is it that has preserved the sanctity of concord and love since Christianity had ceased to play the leading part it had once played in European life? And his answer, the Holy Spirit of freedom and equality, the spirit of pure humanity revealing itself to the people in thunder and lightning at the time of the French Revolution and like seeds of new life scattered everywhere by means of the revolutionary wave. The personal God of the spirit and of immortality that had been so important to him and that had survived both right Hegelian abstract formalism and left Hegelian atheism was now giving way to a deified secular idealism, a Holy Spirit of pure humanity, which would henceforth be worshipped with no less devotion and honored with no less suffering than had the former God. The revelation that had come through the thunder and lightning of Paris was as holy and compelling. 191. As was its divine ancestor. We were born under the revolutionary star. We are on the eve of a new struggle, all the more dangerous because its character is not only political, but religious. Why indulge in illusions? We are speaking of nothing less than a new religion, a religion of democracy, which began its new struggle, its life and death struggle, under the old banner of liberty, equality, and brotherhood. Happy face, secularization, thus, meant nothing more than a change of names, as had been the case earlier when Bakunin had chosen to call his desires objective instead of inner. While continuing to preach faith in God, he now urged others to believe as well in the star that until now has constantly guided us, in the mysterious force. Contrary to all the rationalists and all conventional truths, there lies concealed in existence an incalculable mysterious force that guides to their goals all those who really thirst for life. Never lose faith in this benevolent miraculous force that creates the unexpected. Registered in time, the mysterious force will follow its predecessors into oblivion, but then, too, nothing will have changed. The underlying needs and motivations always remain the same, whether projected and sanctified in God, providence, the absolute, fate, destiny, the mysterious force, eternal revelation, or, later, nature and history. Whatever guaranteed the fulfillment of his destiny and vision and thereby allowed him to demonstrate his power and manliness was fine with him. If it really came to me to achieve something significant, then no sacrifice could be considered great enough to offer up in gratitude for this fate. But if I am destined by nature to spiritual impotence, then, speaking honestly and not just talking, it is then completely immaterial to me whether I die one way or another. Or, as he expressed it to Ruge that May 1843, in words more appropriate to the messianic hubris involved. It is given to thinkers and poets to anticipate the future and to construct among the ruins and the putrefaction that surrounds us a new world of freedom and beauty. There are only a few people noble enough to surrender themselves totally and irrevocably to the creative work of truth, the truth that liberates. There are only a few who have the capacity to transmit to their contemporaries these deep and intimate feelings and thoughts. But should even one of them succeed in becoming the voice of truth and captivate the world with his silvery voice, he would be assured of victory. The People's Revolution and the Apocalypse became one and the same and the only means of achieving the kingdom of God on earth, the Holy Spirit of freedom and equality, the religion of democracy, the birth pangs of the new and splendid world, the sacred mystical treasure, the new world of freedom and beauty. I speak with you in the name of God, who wants to have you among 192. His children, he had told the Bayer sisters years before. Now, he speaks as the voice of truth, the great liberator who captivates the world with his silvery voice. But, to stress again the essential point here, he in no way abandoned his Christian apocalypse when he moved on to his people's revolution. The two continue in tandem, explicitly, as in the reaction in Germany, for many years to come and implicitly for the remainder of his life. Thus, he could go right on referring in good conscience to the Gospels in defense of his ideals of a secular communal brotherhood, continue sending religious tracts to Tatiana, see in the Christian Crusades analogies for the forthcoming social revolution, describe true communism as the divine essence of Christianity, and liken himself and his revolutionary comrades to Jesus' martyred disciples, seeds of new life scattered everywhere by means of the revolutionary wave. To find a real person in our time, where we, the true Democrats, the apostles of liberation are so few, when we are scattered across the face of the earth and suffer in anguished loneliness, to find a person and to befriend him is true happiness. In guiding Bakunin to the people, Weitling did more for him, however, than provide a weapon of destruction that made his fantasied conversion of impotence into omnipotence appear more realistic than it had in the purely theoretical The Reaction in Germany. In his portrait of the people and their revolutionary violence, Weitling introduced Bakunin to a world of passion that at once became a substitute for passions long denied him. What a feeling, what indefinable bliss such striving and such power gives a person, he exclaimed to Ruge. Oh, how I do envy you in this work, even your anger. Oh, were I only in a position to be able to act together with you. To give all my life and blood for the liberation of the people. Similarly, while spurning the theoretical cosmopolitanism of the last century as cold, apathetic, rationalistic, lacking ground or passion, a dead and barren, abstract, theoretical construction, without even the tiniest spark of productive, creative fire. He praised Weitling's revolutionary communism for its passion and fire. In it are concealed a warmth and flame that can no longer be extinguished. One need only recall, if nothing else, his repeated references to an impenetrable, cold crust that often repelled people from me to appreciate the strength of this new attraction to the people's passion and fire, warmth and flame. Taken separately, such remarks, as well as phrases like castrated philosophers, truly electrifying contact with the people, and reborn in the tempestuous sea of the people's life might be viewed as no more than stylistic flourishes but considering them together and along with the many corresponding passages we have seen already and the corroborative echoes from other corners of his life and persona hty, the conclusion can hardly be avoided that much more than style is involved here and that the story these statements tell has little if 193 anything to do with German politics at the time, or with any politics, then or thereafter. Now, as always in his life, reality is a quarry from which he takes only what raw material he needs, then molds that material exclusively to fit those needs. What he takes from Weitling is an invaluable opportunity to immerse himself in the passion and fire of the people's violence and to gratify thereby the long repressed emotions that such violence served. The passion and fire, however, were still confined to theory. Nothing was happening. To be sure, the fantasy was getting richer by the month, as it absorbed new revolutionary imagery. But the actual content of his life and of the life around him remained unchanged throughout that first revolutionary year in Switzerland. He did spend some time with Weitling, who came to Zurich in May, and also became friends with several local radical politicians and journalists, August Pollen and Julius Froebel for example. But his lifestyle that year was hardly that of a revolutionary struggling to liberate the people. In fact, he spent much of that summer and autumn enjoying a delightfully bourgeois lakeside resort vacation with the Pescentinis at Nyon. He then went to Bern, where he remained through January 1844 with another friend, Adolf Reichel, a young German pianist and composer he had known in Dresden and who was, in Bakunin's words, a stranger to everything political. Who can say how long his life would have gone on this way? Bourgeois in fact, revolutionary in fantasy, had the hawk he had escaped not swooped down on him in his gentle sanctuary. Soon after he had met Weitling, the messianic tailor was arrested, less for his guarantees of freedom and harmony than for a book he had just completed in which Jesus played the part of an illegitimate child turned revolutionary communist. Bakunin's name appeared in Weitling's papers and, therefore, also in the official reports, first those of the Swiss police and later those sent by the Russian envoy in Bern to his St. Petersburg superiors. In early February 1844 the sequence, slowly unfolding while Bakunin was enjoying himself at Nyon, climaxed in an order from the Russians in Bern directing Bakunin to return to Russia at once. Bakunin quickly left Bern and, together with Reichel, moved to Brussels, where he remained, except for a short trip to Paris in March, until July of that year, when he moved permanently to Paris. From the time the order came in February 1844 to leave Bern, until another order came 4 years later at the end of 1847 to leave Paris, Bakunin lived in a vague political no man's land. It is a difficult period to assess, difficult to see in its own perspective, apart from what was to happen in the epical revolutionary years that followed, 1848 to 49. On the surface, judging by the names of those he met and talked with those years, a veritable who's who of the European left, these would appear to be intensely active, radical years. Lamennais, Proudhon, Pierre Leroux, Karl Marx, Georges Sand, Louis Blanc, Cabet, and so on he met. 194. Them all. Nor should that be surprising, he was the first more or less permanent Russian political émigré, now that he had refused to obey the order to return home, and was, moreover, known as the author of a powerful revolutionary article in Ruges' journal. Even without those credentials, however, his aristocratic standing and his eloquence, intensity, and captivating self-assurance would have doubtless won him entry. But beyond an occasional visit or discussion with these luminaries, what was he doing? Actually, the years were remarkably uneventful and unproductive empty years, except for 2 short items that he published in the local papers, until Bakunin made a speech in November 1847 that signaled the end of this inactive period and the beginning of the ensuing storm. What action there was in the first Paris year, 1844, began with a meeting of radicals in late March, during his brief trip to Paris from Brussels. Marx, Blanc, and Leroux participated, as did Botkin, visiting Paris at the time. Nothing came of this. Then, after coming permanently to Paris, he collaborated on a German radical journal in Paris, Vorwärts, and lived for a time with a brother of one of its editors. But there is no evidence of just what Bakunin did, and the editor's memoirs have nothing to say about his role. The only publication in 1844 that included something by him was Rüge's first and last issue of the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, which Rüge had hoped would replace the Dresden Deutsche Jahrbucher, but the publication by Bakunin in it was simply his letter to Rüge of May the previous year discussed above. At the end of January the following year, 1845, he was in print again, in a letter to the editor of La Réforme. Significantly, it is a letter written in reaction to another blow against him from the Hawk, as punishment for refusing to obey the will of the Tsar and return to Russia. He was deprived of his aristocratic rank and privileges and sentenced in absentia to Siberian exile. Since, as he wrote that October, he favored Paris over Siberia, he chose to remain there permanently. As Weitling had helped Bakunin find in the people a hero in his drama that was more convincingly real and powerful than the vague left Hegelian negative, so did this Tsarist harassment now crystallize for him a villain more concrete than the positive. His counter-attack occupied 2 fronts, the nobility and the people. First, he scoffed from above at the autocracy for withdrawing rights and privileges that it had never truly given and at the gentry who foolishly thought they had such wriglets. Rather than being proud possessors of genuine rights, the gentry were distinguished only by their lack of all noble impulses, their demoralized submission to unlimited power. They were as much enslaved as were the slaves they owned, worthy only of disdain. And they call themselves aristocrats. But, there was hope that all this would soon end. 4. 195. There were among this generally wretched aristocracy some, especially among the youth, who were motivated by higher aspirations, who suffered from this humiliating condition, and who were taking steps already to liberate themselves from it by closely and sympathetically following the advance of civilization and freedom in Europe and with all their strength trying to come nearer to the people. There were, in other words, others like himself striving to preserve, to bolster and maintain in themselves, and to ignite in others, the sacred flame of great and noble instincts. Moreover, these noble youth had good reason to expect success, since the Russian people, in spite of all they had suffered for so long, also possessed completely democratic instincts and habits. More important for the revolution than democratic habits, however, was the people's strength and capacity for violent revolution. In their semi-barbaric nature one feels so much energy and sweep. Such an abundance of mind and passion that knowing them one cannot but be certain that there yet stands before them a great world mission to realize. The Russian people are moving forward, sire, against the evil will of the government. Scattered but extremely significant peasant risings against the landowner, multiplying to threatening proportions, unquestionably support this contention. It may well be that the moment is not far off when they will all flow together into a great revolution, and if the government does not hurry and liberate the people, much blood will flow. These remarks, including the hesitant note at the end of the statement, represent the completion of Bakunin's revolutionary posture. Early as this was in his career, all the basic patterns, themes, and dynamics were already in hand, or in mind. The world was sharply divided into good and bad. The enemy was the Russian autocracy and, by association, every comparable organization of power. Salvation would come from an alliance between a few at the top, those noble youth with higher aspirations, with great and noble instincts, and the many at the bottom, the people. The upheaval would be bloody, cataclysmic, apocalyptic. Finally, with respect to the concluding hesitancy, since the violence, the passion and fire, always was associated in his unconscious with forbidden emotions, he was to remain fundamentally ambivalent about it. This theme will become especially familiar as Bakunin's revolutionary career develops, although we have already seen something of the ambivalence in the reaction in Germany. Uli Bakunin would design several variations on this general revolutionary scenario in the coming years. The essentials would remain unchanged to the end. 196. Since they now satisfied his own inner needs and that, not correspondence with the real world, is all that mattered to him. He was now ready for the revolution. But there was none on the horizon, especially none that might annihilate the hawk in the east. Still, a beginning had to be made, and the obvious place to begin while in Paris was with the principal contingent of Tsarist enemies there, the Polish refugees, smarting from earlier defeats and as determined as ever to revenge themselves, to liberate their homeland, and to get back home as victors. They, of course, warmly approved of Bakunin's own Russians' attack on their Russian oppressor. Some contacts were made after his La Reform letter appeared, but they were few and short-lived. As Bakunin later explained it, he was Russian in spite of everything, even more a Democrat, vis-a-vis the Polish emigration and people in the West in general, and dubious as well of the phrases and the hollow, futile, bombastic displays, which I have always disliked. And so I ended for the time being my relations with the Poles and saw none of them at all until the spring of 1846. Recalling his earlier domination over the members of the Holy Commune, his belief that his will was God's will, and his uncompromising insistence on absolute independence, one can understand how he would find authentic cooperation with others difficult. At best, the thought that I am now alone encourages me. When someone is alone, he is prouder. I liked my independence too much to allow myself to become the slave or blind instrument of any secret society at all, not to mention any society whose views I did not share. And as with the Poles, so with the German radicals, I kept apart from them and decisively made it clearly known that I would not enter into their communist union of artisans and wanted to have nothing in common with them. Happy face, with the pride of independence, however, went the loneliness. When he broke his tentative ties with the Poles in early 1845, he was left with nobody, no cause, no movement. Once again he struck bottom. Nowhere else have I ever felt so isolated, so estranged, so disoriented as in Paris, he later recalled. My life in Paris was hard, very hard. I found myself all of a sudden in the middle of a foreign land, in a spiritual atmosphere without any warmth, without family or relatives, without any field of action, without anything to do and without the least hope for something better in the future. Split off from my own country, and prohibited from returning, there were days when, by evening, I felt so depressed that I would quite often stop on the bridge that I usually had to cross to get home and ask myself whether it wouldn't be better for me simply to throw myself into the Seine and thereby drown this useless and joyless existence. 197. Once more his letters home are filled with plaintive declarations of love and yearning for his sisters and brothers, scoldings for their not having written him now for years, questions about their life and times, directed to each in turn, except for Varvara. About her I simply won't say anything, she has again become a wife, and nostalgic recollections of the pre-Mukino joys he had shared with them. He had suffered greatly, and often fallen into despair, but these memories are my greatest treasure, they preserve and sustain me. Happy face, if only Tatiana might come. How I would look after you, if only we could be together, how I would try to set your heart aflame. Dear friend, give your grief to me, it is I who have the inalienable right to it. Let me hear a living word from you. Let me into your heart, your feelings. Dear friend, for some time I have been having a fantasy for, really, nothing is impossible for those with will and love enough. Maybe, after a few years, we will meet in Paris and live together. There were tender words as well for his father, the one who, in spite of the wrongs he had done me, had inspired in his children a love of nature and a sense of the finer things in life. He was our guardian angel. But guardian against what or whom? Without him, mother would have ruined and corrupted us. Happy face, lonely and depressed, wanting, it would seem from these letters, only to be home again, he once more drew closer to his mother in the only way he could now that he was the manly revolutionary by the same love-hate bond that he had drawn upon for solace when he had first entered upon this last remaining career. You must all be together, all be happy in spite of our enemies, or, to put it better, our enemy mother, for whom I have no feeling in my soul but damnation and the most profound disdain. She is the source of what is unclean in our family. Her presence, even her existence, is an offense to what is sacred. In exposing his pain and need to Paul, Bakunin revealed with extraordinary clarity the HNK between this original, primary enemy and his successive later political enemies. How's father? I feel sorry for him. He also had the capacity for another kind of life. Is he still alive? Soon IWIU write him a final farewell letter without any practical, selfish aim, but only to say goodbye to him and say a few words of love and farewell. As for our mother, I damn her. In my soul there is for her no room for any other feeling but hatred and the deepest, unmitigated disdain not for myself, but for you, whom she ruined. Don't call me cruel-hearted. It's time for us to leave the 198. World of fanciful and powerless sentimentality. It's time to become real people and to be as constant and forceful in hatred as we are in love itself. Not forgiveness, but implacable war on our enemies, because they are the enemies of all that is human in us, enemies of our dignity, of our freedom. Yes, the capacity to hate is inseparable from the capacity to love. We must forgive our enemies only after we have thrown them down and utterly triumphed. But as long as they remain on their feet, no mercy and no respite. The roots of Bakunin's apocalypse are once again clearly evident in the transition, without pause, from the principal enemy, mother, to enemies of our dignity in general, in the ferocity of the anger towards someone he has not seen in 5 years, in the explicit association that he twice makes here between the capacity to love and the capacity to hate, and, particularly, in the reasons, never stated but unmistakably implied, that he gives for his fury. She was the source of what is unclean in our family, an offense to all that is sacred, as she had earlier been a constant offense to aesthetic feeling, completely lacking in femininity, a woman of vulgar nature and unclean tendencies whose bad instincts were the source of every sin, all evil acts. Certainly, such rage, maintained at such intensity over so long a time and distance, could hardly have been only the result of her trying several times to subject our sister's pure, sacred world to her unclean world. It was his own Oedipal dread of being drawn into her unclean world that inspired such otherwise inexplicable outrage, strong enough to assault even her existence. The Oedipal source may also be implied in his suggestive description of how he will triumph over his enemies only after we have thrown them down. As long as they remain on their feet, no mercy and no respite. One recalls a similar double meaning in the way he had earlier lamented Lyubov's fate were she to marry a man who will with hellish lust take off of her, one after another, the covers of sacred modesty. No less revealing than this direct association between mother and enemies, the hate side of the love-hate dualism, is an association Bakunin made between his beloved and the people, the love side of the dualism, and the fact that he made these two associations in the same letter. I am passionately in love. I do not know if I am able to be loved as I would like, but I will not despair. In any case I know that they do care for me a great deal. I must deserve the love of the one I love, loving her religiously, that is actively. She is now enslaved by the most terrible, the most shameful slavery, and I must liberate her by struggling against her oppressors, by inflaming in her heart a sense of personal worth, by inspiring in her a need for freedom and a demand. 199. For it, the instincts of indignation and independence, by evoking in her a consciousness of her own strength and her rights. To love means to desire freedom, complete independence for the other person. The first manifestation of authentic love is the complete liberation of the object of that love. Only that being can truly love who is totally free, independent not only of all others but also, and even mainly, of the one who loves that person and is loved in return. Should love involve dependency, then it would be the most dangerous and repulsive thing in the world. First of all, who is the object of this ardent love? The they that he fears may not yet care enough for him, the enslaved her he must liberate, as he had sought to liberate using precisely the same language his sisters and the Bayer's sisters. Even the Soviet editor of Bakunin's letters, who strains mightily to preserve an image of normality and rationality in his notes on Bakunin, concludes that he is talking about his love for the people and argues at length against those who try to make one or another woman. Bakunin knew at the time the beneficiary of these vows. Were a particular woman involved, she would surely have appeared elsewhere and often in his letters. Also, who are the oppressors? And why, if there is one particular woman, is the pronoun they used when referring to the beloved? Registered the sexual incestual roots of his love for the people may also be seen in his insistence, and in the same letter in which he so venomously attacks his unclean mother, on total separation rather than intimate union as the essential attribute of true love, and in the fact that he uses such an otherwise bizarre expression as dangerous and repulsive to describe a love that lacks this separation, this total freedom of the beloved mainly from the one who loves her. In spite of his depression, loneliness, and nostalgic reminiscences of home that prompted these revelations, Bakunin had no intention of returning to Russia. How, in the light of all this and Tsarist punishment, could he, or of moderating his stand as an implacable enemy of existing reality? All or nothing, that is my motto, my war cry, and I have not retreated one single step from its demands. He remained ready for the revolution, but, in the mid-1840s, there was still none in sight. Perhaps in search of some kindred spirits, after the failure of his first approach to the Polish émigrés, he decided in 1845 to join the Freemasons. Considering his own synthesis of Enlightenment and Christian ideals and his attraction to small, detached, inspirational circles, there is nothing unusual about this step at the time. His religious sentiments and pronouncements continued as strong and as prominent as they had ever been, notwithstanding the increasing secularization of his millennial vocabulary. The only political activities. 200. He was later to recall from that year, 1845, were those of two new German religious sects, the Lichtfreude II and VI. Deutsche Katholischen, which had excited the imagination of the masses and which had translated the thoughts and needs of the time into the language of religion, that is, the language of the people. Moreover, he added, in their collective communion, which they had inherited from the time of the early church, the Deutsche Katholischen were openly preaching communism. It was also a religious theme that he chose when he decided in January 1846 to send a letter to the press in order to bring myself again to the attention of the Poles, who had already forgotten about me. Taking the persecution of Catholic nuns in Lithuania as a pretext for the new foray, he provided his French readers with a brief history of Russia's oppression of its Catholic and Uniat subjects in the Baltic, White Russian, and Ukrainian provinces, emphasizing the courageous resistance put up by the religious dissidents and picturing in passing the dire fate of the defenseless women accused of heresy and disobedience to the emperor. After the letter appeared, in Le Constitutional, he took another step toward bringing himself again to the attention of the Poles, by going to Versailles to meet with Polish émigré leaders. His plan was to offer them his services in promoting revolution among the Russians in the parts of Poland, Lithuania, and Podolia that were under Tsarist control, a revolution to be followed by a federated republic of all Slavic states. Federated, that is, only administratively, but centralized politically. Happy face, several points are noteworthy about this: his first, specific revolutionary proposal, his focus on Russia as the principal enemy, his advocacy of political centralization. Federation was only administrative, and, especially, his astounding audacity in offering to undertake an enterprise of such vast proportions at a time when he had absolutely no contacts, no funds, no organization, no preparation, no serious knowledge of the current realities, nothing. Although more will be said later about this remarkably quixotic disregard for even the most elementary preparations, it is important to emphasize it here, since this is his first genuinely revolutionary gesture. Reality was still within him. Whatever he intuited as true and real was true and real. Man could still know the truth without leaving his own individuality, can know the universal, the true, and realize it by the force of his own free will. Had Bakunin been at any time seriously concerned with affecting the real world, with succeeding in his revolutionary actions, this disregard of objective conditions might be held against him. But that was never his intention. All that was important was to demonstrate to himself and to others that he had power, manliness, virility. As we will see later, the worst thing in the world for him would be to succeed, to face the challenge and obligations of actual political power. That would not only mean a loss of freedom. 201. But also the assumption of his father's role and all its intolerable implications. As we have already seen, and as we will see increasingly in Bakunin's later encounters with power, it was not only through impotence and total separation from the world of custom, propriety, and obligation that Bakunin sought to escape that Oedipal danger, but also through avoidance of any position involving explicit power and responsibility. To protect himself from that most dangerous and repulsive thing in the world, therefore, meant not only to avoid his mother, but also to avoid having his father's manly power and authority. Of course, as I have tried to show and will continue gathering evidence to show, Bakunin never ceased searching for ways to achieve and experience what he was compelled to avoid, to return to his mother, for example, through the dialectical bond of hatred, to enjoy the honors of power and potency by the similarly dialectical path of suffering, detachment, and defeat, to fantasize control of indomitable revolutionary organizations that, however, were kept harmlessly secret and invisible. Because of sharp disagreements in our views and national sentiments, no more came of this second approach to the poles that had come of the first, and Bakunin once again remained completely inactive. The doldrums this time lasted a full year and a half. By late summer of 1847 he had even come to feel that Paris, at least right now, is not a place where one can really feel oneself alive. His interest had ebbed, he went on in this letter of August 5, and he found himself feeling lazy, my primordial national sin. The horizon was, at best, hazy, uncertain. I have still not come to anything definite. I am still involved only in a search for life and truth, and anyone at my age who still finds himself in the process of developing, does not much feel like writing about himself. He was now 33, living with an off-cycle. The Paris years, indeed, had not been good to him. But he refused despondency. You should not for an instant think that I am disheartened, that I have lost the joy of life, or in any way changed my former outlook. On the contrary, I think that I am in every way stronger. Moreover, he concluded, however bleak things looked then, the moment is not far off when we will have to act. Registered by the beginning of the next month, the haze began to clear. True, the Polish émigrés seemed to him to be blundering badly by directing their revolutionary plans only against Russia rather than against the other two oppressors of the Poles as well, Prussia and Austria. Moreover, he thought that they spent too much time in cafes drinking and that they should display a little more dignity and restraint. By contrast, however, events were moving along all right in Italy. The Pope seems to be, nonetheless, a sensible, efficient man. In Switzerland, and especially in France, where a series of recent troubles, which Bakunin listed, clearly signaled an approaching storm. 202. Although he was aware of the political crisis brewing in Paris that late summer and fall, he did not involve himself in it, preferring instead to concentrate on the struggle that really concerned him, the Polish-Russian movement and its principal target, the hawk in the East. Having now no contacts with the Poles themselves, he had to limit this involvement once again to that of an outside intellectual, writing something, as he said in a letter he was doing, about the forthcoming revolutionary alliance of Russians and Poles against the Tsar. Registered. It is surely significant that on the eve of the Paris Revolution of 1848 he gave his attention not to a real revolution ready to explode on his doorstep, but to a non-existent revolutionary alliance far away in the east still. The location of the real battles that were taking place within him. It was in the service of this great cause that I decided to dedicate my feeble talents and all my convictions and my strength. Perhaps it was because he concentrated on this imaginary conflict and alliance and not on the genuine struggle then beginning in France that he continued to be so despondent. It sometimes seems to me that a famous Swedish doctor froze me for some better time, so frequently does all feeling for life and consciousness leave me. Aren't you really weary of Russians and just plain bored with all this barren exaltation, this platonic love of freedom, these splendid dreams, to be realized, maybe, in 2 or 3 centuries off someplace in Turkey or Asia? Happy face. A few weeks later, in November, too ill to leave his room, he was visited by 2 young Poles who came to invite him to give a talk at a celebration commemorating the Polish Revolution of 1831. He accepted with joy, ordered a wig. It seems his illness had required a head shaving, spent 3 days writing his speech, presented it at the end of that month, and, mainly because of the later reverberations of the speech, was catapulted to fame as a revolutionary leader. The focus of that speech was the same as it had been in the pieces he had sent to La Réforme and Le Constitutionnel, the Russian autocracy. The alliance that was to bring the tyrant down was also basically the same: the young Russian noblemen who were ashamed and repelled by their position and the people who were only superficially corrupted but who possessed an inner virginal beauty, an unknown treasure. To this core alliance, Bakunin was now adding the support of the Polish nationalists, not so much because the purely Russian alliance, nobles people, seemed to him unrealistic, which would not have troubled him in the least, but because the Poles in Paris were the closest kin to his private cause, the only ones abroad he could work with and thereby prove that he had really descended from theory to practice, that he was at last manfully active. Also, they were the only ones around who could save him from his desolate isolation and loneliness. "I come to you as a brother, and you will not reject me," shouts from all sides. No. No. The essential and astounding fantasy of the 203. Entire enterprise is apparent enough from the main theme of the speech: "Gentlemen, in the name of this new society, the real Russian nation, I offer you alliance. I lack the legal authority to speak like this to you, but, I feel, and without the slightest pretentiousness in the claim, that at this solemn moment the Russian nation itself speaks through my mouth." Applause. He had been away from Russia 7 years. He had no revolutionary contacts there, received few letters even from his family, and knew now even less about the country than the little he had known when he was there. He was completely alone and impoverished, had just written Herwig about his loss of all feeling for life and consciousness, and had indicated deep discouragement over barren enthusiasms for utopias 300 years off. Yet, there he stood, speaking in the name of the Russian people, offering the Poles a grand alliance, promising them not only victory over their common foe, but, rising higher and higher, the liberation of all Slavic peoples languishing under a foreign yoke, and higher still the final collapse of despotism in Europe. How would he do it? For an answer, one need only recall a few of his earlier declarations: all wills must give way before the one who appears before them as God's interpreter. Everything must become better, and what is better is what I want, which means that what I want must necessarily be. Here is the measure for determining what is authentic thought: if the thought forces you to say everything is splendid, life is bliss. The purity in knowing itself knows the world objective to it. Cekjever, Vuelevud. A long spiral voyage was now completed. The Premukhino drama was the first stage. It was too personal, too intimate, and led to the terror and the hell of late 1836. 2 years of withdrawal and Hegelian reconciliation followed. Then came the gradual descent, carefully maintaining the defensive Hegelian distance and abstraction all the way down, from the coldly schematic positive-negative confrontation, through Weitling's people's violence, down to what now seemed to be a concrete national movement of Poles in alliance with the revolutionary movement of the Russian people and radical young nobility. What we see at the end of the voyage, however, is the same Przemyślno conflict, thinly disguised, that we saw at the beginning. Bakunin's first important political statement, his address to the Poles, was basically a new version of the old drama he had been acting and reenacting for years. In place of his parents and all parents there is now the hawk, the imperial despot, and, by association, all despots, in place of his pure sisters and the Bayer girls to be saved from their fate worse than death, there are now the people with their inner virginal beauty and unknown treasure to be liberated in the coming storm of salvation. It is only the storm that, in a sense, differentiates the present variation from the youthful Przemyślno variation, the left Hegelian Weitling. 204. Influence had provided him, in the theory of absolute negation and the practice of the people's revolutionary passion and fire, an outlet for those passions that seethed within that had not been available in Romantic Schnelligkeit or in the successive idealist philosophies he had earlier tried. Even the fine points are still there, for example, the barely visible weakness and passivity peeking through the bombast. The autocracy would fall, he assured the Poles, not so much because any organization he might now be initiating would bring it down, but rather because it would collapse from within. The Russian government day by its very own actions weakens and disorganizes itself to a terrifying extent. Both parts of this last remark are intriguing, the emphasis on self-destruction, precluding as it does the need of active opposition on his part, and that surprising word terrifying, which may reflect the elemental fear of having to replace the overthrown authority, recalling what authority symbolizes to Bakunin. It is above all, however, the pose of omnipotence that has not changed since the Holy Commune days. Instead of God speaking through his lips, it was now the Russian people. He had done, in fact, what he vaguely hinted at in his letter to Ruga 4 years before. Should any one of them succeed in becoming the voice of truth and captivate the world with his silvery voice, he would be assured of victory. That he did in fact captivate his Polish audience is certain. Why should they not warmly applaud this dazzling prophet who so fervently echoed their own hopes and dreams, bolstered them with fantasies they would never have dared imagine, assured them with such boundless confidence an early liberation, a speedy return to your home, his illusions fed their dreams, as their enthusiastic praise fed his illusions. And so it would continue throughout Bakunin's life, with the illusions becoming ever grander and the applause ever louder in this strange ritual of symbiotic self-deception. His eloquence, and, as his fame grew, his prominence, confirmed other dreamers' fantasies, while their applause and admiration became the confirmation for his own. It was his very distance, his radical alienation from the very causes he so zealously championed, that allowed him to soar so high and gain thereby such commanding influence. His tones were silvery because they came from so far away. Driven by violent energies that had nothing at all to do with the adopted movements, energies generated deep within his own tangled personality and early life, and unrestrained by practical considerations necessary for genuine success, he freely fashioned his borrowed programs into compelling fantasies far beyond the daring of those less driven by illness from within and more constrained by reality from without. Without the applause and the support his fantasies might well have collapsed, and without the fantasies it is doubtful that his fragmented self would have survived. They had become and would remain the structure of his sanity. 205. Befitting the almost mythological aura his career now began to assume, his November hubris was followed immediately by severe punishment, with the Russian state, appropriately, in the role of the jealous god. Enraged by this attack from one of their own, in support of the state's most relentless enemy, the Polish nationalists, Russian authorities pressured French authorities to expel Bakunin from Paris. But that was far less painful or damaging for him than were the rumors the French and Russian authorities now began to spread about his character and past life, to the effect that he had been a Russian agent who had been fired because he talked too much. The consequences of these two attacks against him were to compete with each other for years to come. While the slander did serious damage to his image among other revolutionaries, the expulsion had just the opposite effect of what was intended. It brought him European-wide fame. If one were to choose a single event to mark the beginning of Bakunin's illustrious career, the honor should go to this December 14 directive ordering him out of Paris. The leaders of the opposition to the Guizot government, the February Revolution was only 2 months away now, used the expulsion as evidence of how low France had fallen under a government that so readily did the bidding of the Russian state. The speech itself, which might otherwise have remained only a glorious memory for the Poles who had heard it, was published by La Réforme on December 14, the day of Bakunin's expulsion, in connection, that is, not with the Polish national struggle, but with a French political struggle in which Bakunin had not at all been involved. 4 days after La Réforme published the speech, it printed a defense of Bakunin and a protest against French submission to Russian pressure. Similar declarations, each further spreading the heretofore barely known name of the gallant martyr, were delivered at successive opposition banquets. Finally, on February 4, Vavin, a National Assembly deputy and its presiding officer, vigorously defended Bakunin and the Polish cause. In response, the French government, in the person of the Minister of Internal Affairs, Duchatel, sinisterly spoke of serious reasons for the expulsion that could not be divulged without going into personal details. An outrageous slander of this man of outstanding intelligence and profoundly democratic convictions, La Réforme replied. With each exchange, Bakunin's image bloomed. From Beamsels, where he had gone when he left Paris, he himself challenged Duchatel, man to man and speaking in the name of all my suffering and oppressed brothers, to back up his innuendo with facts or withdraw the slander. In the meantime, Bakunin said he would go right on doing his duty, confident in having the sympathies of all those who suffer and hope. When Bakunin wrote this from Brussels, he was already preparing a new triumph to keep the accelerated momentum of his destiny going, another speech announcing an imminent European revolution, a terrible cataclysm, and Pro. 206. Claiming a great future for the Slavs. Let us prepare, he concluded, sounding very much the artillery officer preparing his troops for battle, and when the hour strikes let each of us do our duty. But as rapidly as his fame spread now, so did the ruinous slander concocted by French and Russian officials. At the time, he later recalled, the Poles were more suspicious of me than ever. Besides the earlier rumor of his being a former agent, the French added a new one, to the effect that, as Bakunin recounts it, he had refused to return to Russia not because of political beliefs, but because he had been guilty there of financial fraud. The rumors and the effect he felt they were having made his weeks in Brussels an unhappy period, in spite of his rising prominence, and caused him to doubt what he was doing and where he was heading. Perhaps reflecting these tensions and uncertainties, his actions during these months in Brussels reveal several unflattering traits that were to remain with him throughout his political life. He became a secretive intriguer, drawing close to one leader or faction as he criticized another. He wrote, for example, to one émigré Pole against others, I won't even bother to talk about Konstantin Zalecki, he's kind, but really laughable, and even against an old acquaintance, Leliwell, who had befriended him years before and who had set up his Brussels speaking occasion, the New Triumph. As a person, I deeply respect him, but he is a broken man and a complete nullity in politics. Moreover, he has made friends with a Polish Yid, someone named Lubliner. With the Pole to whom he was confiding these sentiments he was all sweetness and light, candor. Complete honesty has been the basis of all my relations with Vladislav and with you and will always continue to be so. With others, I am sometimes diplomatic, really against my will, and, perhaps, there may still be many times that I am forced into this by people that I will have to deal with. But with you two never. It seems fitting that at precisely this time he was at work on an article about Belgian Jesuits and was himself, as he recalls, the focus of Jesuit propaganda aimed at converting him to Catholicism. As for Lubliner, the Yid, Bakunin had a few more words about him in a letter at the time to Herweg, a Jew here who is trying to pass as a Pole, and one of the most unbearable creatures one could imagine. Except for the anti-Semitism, the atmosphere of secrecy, manipulation, and intrigue is once again reminiscent of his earlier correspondence with his sisters and the Bayer sisters. Events soon spared him sinking any deeper into this mire. The terrible cataclysm that he had predicted occurred in Paris on February 23. One is tempted, here at least, to praise him for insightful prediction, but, then, one recalls that he had been predicting imminent catastrophe for at least 5 years now, and that he would go on predicting it for most of his life, as do all. 207. Prophets of Apocalypse. He left for Paris at once, on the 23rd, but could not arrive until the 26th, because the Belgium train stopped at the French border and he had to walk the rest of the way. His description of the paroxysm that his first direct, electrifying contact with the people brought him could serve as a classic expression of apocalyptic rapture, even though it was written several years after the event and under circumstances, his confession to the Tsar, in which he might be expected to have toned down descriptions of his revolutionary ecstasy. Sire, I cannot give you a clear account of the month I spent in Paris, because it was a month of spiritual inebriation. Not I alone, but everyone was intoxicated. Some from insane fear, others from insane rapture, insane hopes. I got up at 5, at 4, in the morning and went to sleep at 2. All day I was on my feet. I took an active, resolute part in all the assemblies, meetings, clubs, marches, demonstrations. In a word, I inhaled the intoxicating revolutionary atmosphere through all my senses, through my pores. It was a feast without beginning or end. I saw everyone and no one, since everyone was lost in a single vast, aimless crowd. I spoke with everyone, but cannot remember what I said to them or they to me, for at every step came new impressions, new adventures, fresh news. It seemed as though the whole world was turned upside down. The improbable became the usual, the impossible, the possible and the customary senseless. In a word, one's mind was then in such a state that were someone to come and say the good God has just chased the devil from the heavens, and proclaimed there a republic, everyone would have believed him and none would have been surprised. 3 times in the few pages he gives to these heady days in his confession, he speaks of a miracle, first, with reference to the power that fell into their hands by some sort of unexpected miracle, then, in discussing the conservatives, who as a result of their unexpected defeat came to believe in all the miracles and impossibilities even more than did the Democrats, and, finally, with respect to the profound instinct for discipline he discovered among the workers, so remarkable that, were these French workers to find a leader worthy of them, able to understand and to love them, he would be able to accomplish miracles with them. It was, for him, the ideal revolution, all power miraculously bestowed. As the old Eon crumbled by itself and the children of the new heaven and new earth enjoyed their endless feast. No wonder he felt that he had been present at the birth of a new world, as he wrote in a letter to La Réforme on March 13, a world in which yesterday's utopia became from today on. 208. The only thing possible, rational, and practical. There is a lot of mysticism in his politics, he admitted to a friend at the end of 1847. But, he went on, who is not a mystic? Can there be a drop of life without mysticism? We go on existing within a vibrant, living sphere, surrounded by miracles, by life forces, and each step we take may be the one that calls them forth, without our even knowing it, often even independent of our will. Happy face, the real miracle of the revolution that made the impossible, possible for Bakunin and that so intoxicated him had nothing to do with French politics. It was the miracle he himself had discovered for resolving, through the paroxysm of the people's revolution, some of his own deepest contradictions, and for gratifying, if only in fantasy, some of his most deeply repressed emotional needs. It was no longer only through a fantasy of revolutionary violence, but also through actual participation in revolution that he could enjoy at least the illusion of immense power and sacred honor, while at the same time remaining absolutely free and, recalling the meaning of freedom for him, chaste. Moreover, by falling passionately in love with the people and experiencing an intoxicating paroxysm through the electrifying contact with the people, their passion and fire, their warmth and flame, he not only found a way to release repressed animal passions, but also a way of maternal reunion, a reunion that was both narcissistic and, by the dynamics argued earlier, incestual. There is much more than coincidence of style involved in Bakunin's repeated birth and oral imagery, in his being reborn in the tempestuous sea of the people's life, his earlier prophecy of being among the firstborn of a new mother, his description of how, in response to von Stein's book on the people's revolutionary movements, he once again threw himself into his study, driven by hunger and thirst, and sensed in the experience another rebirth, an annunciation, his recollections of the pleasures of revolution as pleasures enjoyed at a feast without beginning or end, both parts of the statement are revealing, and his later repeated references to his thirst for revolution. Carrot registered setting these comments alongside the comparable statements of 1834, when he first used this oral imagery of being fed and nurtured with the warmth so sweet and being thereby reborn. What we see is another lucid reflection of the merger of pre-Oedipal and Oedipal patterns that was the ultimate root of his character and pronouncements. Bakunin is passionately in love with the people as both nurturing mother, feast, birth, hunger, thirst, and electrifying, intoxicating, sensual wife, able to provide the long-denied paroxysm, the passion and fire. Both warmth and flame are needed, the narcissistic warmth so sweet and the sexual incestual passion and fire. Bakunin practically acknowledged the sublimation of block sexual passion into revolutionary paroxysm when, for example, he wrote the Herwegs in September, 1847, that soon things will be fine, soon life will begin for us, and we will again, together, be healed and able to work with the free scope and zeal that all three of us crave. I await or, if you will, our communal bride, the revolution. We will be truly happy, that is, begin to be our true selves only then, only when the whole globe is engulfed in flame. Or, as he was to express the same substitution somewhat later, the revolutionary force will renew both the world and us, brothers, open the way for us to pour out vigorously our inner fullness like fresh spring juices into the stiff, frozen life of the people of Europe. Registered in spite of the compelling force of these and so many similar expressions of Bakunin's apocalyptic violence, we should not forget the other side, although the well springs of the violent rhetoric and the need for passion and fire are very real and irrepressible, no less so is the passive, detached, fearful side, however muted and, relative to the violence, infrequently publicized that side is. We saw this, for example, in the reaction in Germany, in spite of its fierce proclamations and predictions. It is also evident in Bakunin's repeated descriptions of the end of the old regime as a process of breakdown from within rather than from direct confrontation and defeat by opposing forces, i.e., by Bakunin himself. Power fell into their hands by some sort of unexpected miracle. The Russian government by its very own actions weakens and disorganizes itself to a terrifying extent. Registered. And other examples we will see later. In this same connection, finally, we should recall that Bakunin made his remarkably swift rise to worldwide revolutionary fame less as a result of what he himself had done than as a consequence of what had been done to him, the harassment he had undergone at the hands of the French and Russian authorities, his suffering. This relationship between Bakunin's suffering and his fame, both growing together, each dependent on the other, was to become a pattern in his later political life, as suffering and Olympian, messianic pride had gone together in his youth. If less were known about him, one might draw analogies from Greek epics and tragedies and speak of Arete and Ate. heroic power and retribution. But he has told us too much about himself for that. Suffering is not punishment for his heroic action, his suffering is his heroic action, and its roots and proper context lie elsewhere than in Promethean power. His celebration of suffering, as we have seen, had been a constant theme in his earlier life, both before and after leaving Russia. Throughout the desolate 1840s, as one might have expected, the word and the corresponding mood are ever present in his letters. Suffering continued to be described as necessary, richly beneficial, and pleasurable. If he favored George Sand over his former favorite Bettina, it was, he said, because she knew more about the great suffering that exists in real life. While one might argue as to whether or not his difficulties at the time were really crushing enough to warrant the anguish, the point is not the fact of his distress, but the 210 fact that he feeds it, cherishes it, makes the most he can of it in order to convey to himself and others the image of himself as an innocent victim of circumstance, suffering vastly and unjustly, but manfully carrying on, indeed, growing stronger and better with each blow. He is still, in short, proving his virile power by proving his capacity to suffer powerfully. But if passivity repeatedly accompanies violence, so does the violence continually flow from passivity. Rather than diminish the violence required for the display of virile power and the supply of passion and fire, as one might assume, the passivity and the need to suffer, or at least to appear to himself to be suffering, only fed the flames. First of all, in order to imagine himself, and actually to live his life, as a powerful sufferer, he had to portray the world to himself and to others in such a way as to provide the appropriate conditions for his own victimization and for the victimization of his beloved people, whom he had been summoned to liberate and to suffer still more in the process. It was probably as much the real suffering of the people, a mirror for his own subjective, psychological pain and self-punishment, that drew him to them as it was the people's capacity for vengeful violence and the opportunities that violence provided as an outlet for his own vengeance and narcissistic rage, as a vehicle for his pose of virile power, as a substitute sensuality for his repressed animal passions, and for the other ends that violence so well served in his complex drama. Also, given his extreme solipsism, his by now habitual narcissistic remodeling of the world to reflect himself, he inevitably saw the world as engaged in the same drama of purification and redemption through suffering, rebirth through pain, that he himself had been experiencing through most of his life. If he must suffer to prove that he is pure, to punish himself, that is, for the fact that he is not, so must the world. History has always been rich in lessons to make us fearfully suspicious of heroic sufferers preaching love, yet prophesying catastrophic destruction. To Bakunin this was the ideal combination, the very one that, to his mind, Jesus and his apocalypse exemplified. For over a decade now he had been convinced, as statements from his letters and articles cited earlier amply testify, that in his pursuit of an apocalypse of his own that would purify the world, he was being true to authentic Christianity as he understood it and to the message and the model of Jesus. No valid sense of Bakunin is possible apart from his constant sense of himself as a suffering servant and savior. It is not hubris and nemesis that we are dealing with here, but the contours of Calvary unless they are the same. Intoxicating though the paroxysm and the feast had been in Paris that winter of 1848, they could not last. The French Democrats, Bakunin himself realized, now had to sober up, for they had to get to work and strengthen the 211 power they had won. And that was clearly not for him. Moreover, although he had been in France some 5 years and was on friendly terms with various factions in the opposition, he had never gotten seriously enough involved in French politics to be in a position now to make any meaningful contribution to the new France, even had he chosen to do so, of which there is no sign. Watching, enraptured, the demise of the old world was one thing, getting down to work in and with the new world was something quite different. The fussy, bureaucratic job and, by the association discussed earlier, the most dangerous and repulsive thing in the world. Besides, his calling was elsewhere, in the East, After 2 or 3 weeks of this intoxication, I sobered up a little and began to ask myself, what should I do now? His mission, he answered, was at the Russian frontier. Registered but if his thoughts naturally belonged to Russia, as he wrote to La Réforme the revolution belonged to France. Somehow the two had to be linked, revolution and Russia had to be brought together. Again intuition and imagination solved the problem easily. The revolution begun in Paris simply would spread everywhere, for when France is inflamed and aroused, the blaze rages everywhere. Soon, maybe in less than a year, the revolutionary blaze would spread eastward engulfing Austria, Italy, Germany, Poland, and so on, not stopping until all of Europe, not excluding Russia, was transformed into a federated democratic republic. Impossible, they will say? Careful now. That word belongs to yesterday, not today. Far from being impossible, it was not even very difficult. The revolutionary movement would sweep ahead without even taking the trouble to overthrow all the phantoms of oppression, falsehood, and deception accumulating in Europe over the centuries, but simply chase them away without effort and just about without any turmoil at all. No one would dare oppose it in open battle. Victories, at no cost to the victors. More miracles. The enemy just melts away as the apocalyptic blaze spreads on ineluctably. Everything for nothing, the other side of all or nothing. It is still infantile omnipotence concealing an essential impotence. Since the phantoms would be chased away without effort, presumably as the good God has just chased the devil from the heavens, preparation and provisions were of little importance. Still, he had to begin something somewhere, and since there were rumors, unfounded, that a revolutionary government had been established in Poznan, he decided to go there to see if a war with Russia had broken out yet. Happy face, did he know anyone there? He was asked in a conversation en route that he himself relates. Except for several young men whom I often met at the University of Berlin, I don't know anyone. Did he have any contacts with the Russians? None at all, but I put all my hopes on propaganda and on the powerful spirit of the revolution, which has now conquered the whole world. 212. Spirit of revolution, the holy spirit of freedom and equality, the spirit of pure humanity, the revolutionary star, mysterious forces, the absolute, providence, God, different names for the same power in his private dream language. And the fantasy grew and grew, feeding on itself. Recalling in his confessions the reasons for this trip to the East, though perhaps distorting the account somewhat to curry favor and forgiveness from Tsar Nicholas, he claimed that he was motivated by fear of an alliance being formed in a newly liberated Europe against Russia, aimed at driving Russia back into Asia. That, he said elsewhere, was too much for me, a Russian. I wanted a European war, a war against the Russian state for the liberation of Poland, but not for the destruction of the Russian people, whom I cherish with all my soul. His aim was to work simultaneously on the Russians and the Poles in such a way that this war would not be allowed to degenerate into a war of Europe against Russia. He would turn the war from one of Germanized Poles against the Russian people into a war of liberated Slavs united against the Russian Emperor. The megalomania of all this must surely astound. Other than the notoriety that errant and Russian harassment had given him, he had nothing. Except for some 2,000 francs that the new errant officials had loaned him, which I was not able to repay, he had no funds whatsoever. He had lost what contacts he still had with the Poles, those left, that is, after the disputes, suspicions, and intrigues. And apart from a letter of introduction Herwig had given him to a German opposition leader and his own ties with Ruga, he had no serious connections with the German movement. In Italy, as we have seen, he was just as ill-prepared with respect to Poznan and Russia. Yet, there he was on his way to move whole nations this way and that, to change one non-existing alliance he disliked into another he desired, to prevent a war against the Russian people, and turn it by himself into a war of liberated Slavs, which fantasy had already accomplished, against the Tsar. The return voyage eastward began March 31, When he left Paris for Frankfurt with the introduction from Herwig to the German leader he hoped to meet there. He arrived still aglow with the excitement of Paris, like a madman, in his words, still feverish with revolutionary ardor. Although, or, better, because, Frankfurt was at the time seriously engaged in the real and tedious work of laying foundations for what the liberals hoped would be a constitutional government, Bakunin remained in total isolation and left for Berlin after a week and a half. He stopped for a week at Cologne, to wait for his luggage to catch up with him, and there calmed down a little. The passions of revolution could not survive the Philistine quiet that reigned there. Next came Berlin, where he arrived on the 20th of April. He had planned to stay 2 days then continue on to Poznan. The police kept him to his schedule by arresting him on the 22-13. Second, because of his ties with Herwig, who was supposedly then on his way to Baden with the Revolutionary Legion. In spite of his ties with Herwig and the general tensions of the times, Bakunin was released in return for a promise not to go to Poznan or remain in Berlin. Moreover, the police not only returned his false passport to him, but gave him another one. Perhaps this is a measure of how serious a revolutionary threat he was considered at the time. The following day he was in Leipzig, where he met Ruge, urged him to abandon his Philistine intentions of running for the new Frankfurt Parliament, and, by pressuring him into missing the meeting that was to select candidates, did actually help ruin his chances that time. "Don't worry about it," he said in response to Ruge's irritation, "after the Slavic Revolution we will compensate you for the ingratitude of the Saxon Philistines." Registered that done, he was on his way again, on the 24th, to Breslau, arriving the 26th. Here he set to work on his Polish-Russian alliance. Once again, however, the relationship collapsed almost as soon as it began. I felt myself a stranger among them, and the more sugary their words, the colder my heart became and the less we were able to understand each other. Finally losing patience, I began to keep away from them. Relations with the Germans were not much better. Although they warmly greeted him, he recalled, they were in his opinion just playing at politics. There were no conspiratorial groups or serious politics. Their clubs were nothing but schools for elocution or, more precisely, schools for chit-chat. So passed the month of May. With Poznan forgotten and nothing else in prospect, I remained bored and anxious, awaiting the right moment. Not surprisingly, the anxiety and feeling of coldness a favored image, as we have seen, for Bakunin when describing himself intensified as he moved homewards again, towards the Hawk. "The farther north I go," he wrote from Cologne, "the more depressed and fearful I feel. The dark Russian power is there." Similarly, in his confession, "My soul got colder and colder. At Cologne a vague, indescribable anxiety seized me." Registered. He is again approaching the world of hell with all its terrors, and we should keep this vague, indescribable anxiety in mind as we enter the denouement of this, Bakunin's first real campaign as an apostle of liberation. All he could do now was wait, as he had waited through the mid-1840s, wait to be permeated again by the holy spirit of freedom, wait for the next electrifying contact with the people's revolution. The wait was not so long this time. There was talk about a Slavic Congress. I decided to go to Prague in the hope of finding there an Archimedes point for my activities. The phrase Archimedes point was well chosen. The revolutionary blaze that was to spread everywhere and sweep reaction away without effort had not yet behaved as it should. A new force was needed, but Bakunin, isolated and power 214. Less as he was, had none. To make up for the lack, he decided, as he was often to do later, to make use of other movements and organizations, such as the Prague Congress that he now joined and tried to mold in his own apocalyptic image. For the organizers and leaders of the Congress, the word impossible belonged to the world of today as well as yesterday. They saw no miracles on the horizon. Moderates and liberals, they had a sane regard for circumstances that limited the range and the speed of their action. Like it or not, Central and Eastern Europe was a maelstrom of conflicting national and class aims. Bohemians, Slovaks, Moravians, Poles, Ruthenians, Germans, Magyars, Serbs, Croats, Jews, Romanians all viewed the loosening of traditional Prussian and Austrian imperial authority only from the perspective of their own particular interests. Bohemian liberals in Prague and German liberals in Frankfurt both fought for representative government at home but disagreed completely about relations between the two movements. Frankfurt liberals saw Bohemia as part of the coming united Germany, while the Bohemians made the avoidance of that fate one of their principal aims. Contrariwise, any move toward Czech independence, however much this might please the Czechs, confronted the influential German element in Bohemia with the prospect of drowning in a Slavic sea. Then there was Russia to consider. If the Czech and Hungarian independence movements resulted in the complete collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Palaki and other Czech leaders of the Congress were convinced that Russia would move in to fill the vacuum. For such reasons as these, leaders like Palaki and Thun, the chairman of the committee organizing the Congress, believed that the best that could be expected, the goal that would best respond to these constraining realities, was an autonomous Czech state within a preserved Austrian Empire. Until his arrival in Prague at the end of May, a few days before the Congress opened, Bakunin had neither concerned himself with any Austro-Hungarian affairs, spent any time there, nor, if we are to credit his own words, known until then a single Slav other than Poles and Russians. But, ce Quejavuzdueli Vud, and what they both wanted was simple and clear: all the Slavs should unite against all the tyrants Austrian, Prussian and, the ultimate target, Russian. As for the age-old conflicts that divided the Slavs, they were a result of the Slavs having forgotten the sacred bonds of race and blood that unquestionably should have united them for the realization of their common destiny. In Paris 8 months before he had spoken only for the Russian people. Now, in June, he speaks for all Slavs. Begin your union this way, he told the delegates at the Congress, or at least says he told them, proclaim that you, Slavs, not Austrians, but inhabitants of Slavic land in the so-called Austrian Empire, have come together and united at Prague in order to lay the basis of a future free. 215. And great federation of all Slavic peoples, and that, in the expectation of being joined by Slavic brothers in the Russian Empire, in Prussian lands, in Turkey, you Czechs, Moravians, and Poles of Galicia, Ruthenians, Silesians, Slovaks, Serbians, Croatians, and Dalmatians have concluded among yourselves a powerful and permanent defensive and offensive union. In addition, they should demand from the Habsburgs the withdrawal from Italy of all Slavic troops and should send envoys to Hungary to resolve peacefully the Slavic-Hungarian question. Besides achieving the complete destruction of the Austrian Empire, his other and more important goal was to find in the union of Slavs the point of departure for an extension of revolutionary propaganda to Russia. From beginning to end, Tsarist power and what it represented to him remain the real enemy. Only by way of the liberation of Poland will the Russians be able to achieve political and national freedom, he told the Polish Ruthenian section of the Congress to which he was assigned. Not that the overthrow of the Tsar would mean the end of Russian power. On the contrary, in the Slavic Union I saw the fatherland writ large, for the day that Russia joined it, Poles and Czechs would of course be obliged to cede it first place. The evidence concerning Bakunin's participation at the Congress is too contradictory to allow definite conclusions. His initial participation was a result of the failure of the invited Russian participant to attend and, then, of the defeat of a proposal by Palaki and other leaders to limit participation to Austrian Slavs. As a voting participant, Bakunin was assigned to the Polish Ruthenian section and was elected its chairman. The protocols of the section, however, show him playing a marginal role in it, even urging other members on occasion to stop giving such enthusiastic attention to what he considered trivia. Such minor issues would be solved when the Slavs won their freedom, he told them, but that would come only via Warsaw and Moscow. In only one discussion is he recorded as having taken an active part, that concerning the needs of Russian religious sectarians in Bukovina. Registered. Choosing to avoid general meetings of the Congress, vacuous and absurd, his own committee work, where the Poles played at parliamentarianism the way the Germans played at revolution, and the special caucuses, I did not attend these. He was once again alone. I once more felt that sadness come over me, and I began to find myself as isolated in Prague as I had earlier been in Paris and in Germany. There was only one way to go now, being convinced that I would find nothing, not even in the Slavic Congress. I began to gather people outside the Congress and formed a secret society. Registered his Holy Commune remodeled to suit his new role. It was the first of his long series of secret revolutionary organizations. Although we know little about the organization, we do have some hints regarding the kind of organization he 216 had in mind from other things he wrote at the time. While he once more spoke of federation, the mechanics of that federation again, as in Paris, had a decidedly centralist character, at least as he described them in his Foundations of a New Slavic Policy, which he presented to the Congress. A Slavic council directs all of Slavdom as a supreme authority and high court. Everyone is obligated to submit to its directives and carry out its decisions. Slavic peoples who wish to become part of the federation, must completely relinquish their sovereign power and turn it directly over to the council. Regarding the internal system of each of the federated units, they were to be free to follow their customs, needs and circumstances, as long as they fulfilled the principal requirements of the federation: universal equality, universal freedom, and brotherly love. He elaborated on this political structure, so reminiscent of his Holy Commune authoritarianism, somewhat more in describing it later to Tsar Nicholas. He wanted a republic, he said, but not a parliamentary government, since that would mean only a conflict between competing interests and a consequent paralysis of all effective government. A dictatorial power was far preferable, one that would be exclusively concerned with the education and elevation of the masses. It would be free in spirit and in the character of its actions, but without parliamentary forms. It would print books with liberal content, but without freedom of the press. Surrounded by those who shared his views and enlightened by their counsel, the dictator would be limited by no one and by nothing. Such a dictatorship must not, of course, be confused with traditional monarchic rule, for this new dictatorship in the spirit of its establishment must do all it can to make itself unnecessary as soon as possible, having as its aim nothing other than the people's freedom, independence, and gradual maturation. Monarchic rule, on the contrary, only wanted to keep its subjects in a state of perpetual childhood. There were still, he acknowledged, several questions that had yet to be decided. For example, what would come after the dictatorship? I did not know, nor did I believe that anyone now could even guess. And who would the dictator be? One might think that I myself was ready to assume that high position. But such an assumption would have been entirely unjustified. I must say, sire, that except for enthusiasm, at times fanatical, but fanatical more as a result of circumstances and unnatural situations than by my nature, there were not in me either the brilliant qualities or the powerful vices that make both illustrious political leaders and great criminals against the state. I do not say that I lacked pride, but it was never a dominant characteristic of mine. On the contrary, I had to overcome myself and, as it were, go against my own nature when I undertook to speak publicly or even write for the public. I lacked as 217. Well, those enormous vices a la Danton or a la Mirabeau, that vast, insatiable depravity which, to satisfy itself, is ready to turn the whole world upside down. And if there was egoism in me, it consisted entirely of a need for movement, a need for action. There has always been in my nature an essential flaw, a love for the fantastic, for the unusual, for unheard of adventures that open to me a limitless horizon and whose outcome no one can foresee. There has always been in me much of Don Quixote, not only in my political, but also in my personal life. With such traits of mind and feeling I could never have thought of myself as dictator. More than once I told the Germans and Poles, when I heard them arguing about future forms of government, that we are summoned to destroy, not construct. Construction will be the task for others who will be better, more intelligent, and fresher than we are. Carrot, carrot, carrot. For those familiar only with the legend of Bakunin, this defense of dictatorship may come as a surprise. In the context of Bakunin's real life, personality, and abundant statements on party organization, they are familiar, appropriate, and even predictable. Dictatorship had been the politics of his first organization, the Holy Commune. The plan he brought to the polls in Versailles in 1846 was centralized politically, and some form of rigorously authoritarian rule was to characterize the plans for all his later secret societies. Nor is there any contradiction between his penchant for dictatorial organization and his insistence on absolute freedom. They reflect, in fact, one and the same personality, only in different contexts. For what is dictatorship if not the preservation of absolute freedom, of arbitrary action for the dictator? What freedom is for Bakunin when he sees himself standing apart, dictatorship is for him when he sees himself taking part. It was just another way of being out and in at the same time, comparable to the left Hegelian dialectical posture and such contradictory phrases as ruthless surrender. There is nothing psychologically inconsistent, in short, between Bakunin's authoritarianism and his insistence that he himself could never become the slave or blind instrument of any secret society, that he never lowered himself to the point of being the agent of any one whomsoever or the slave of another's ideas. When his disdain for the vacuous and absurd parliamentary assemblies and all its Philistine flabbiness inspired him to think of forming a secret society of his own, his thoughts understandably moved toward dictatorship as the only arrangement that could preserve for him this same uncompromising independence. Dictatorship also plays an obvious role in the dialectical dualism that underlay all Bakunin's politics. It is another mask of omnipotent power disguising the reality of frightened isolation and detachment. However, since the purpose of such dictatorship was ultimately to 218. Preserve this absolute detachment, it paradoxically exposed the impotence it was meant to conceal, in the same way that passive violence, ruthless surrender, as we saw, only accentuated the gentle pastels that the reaction in Germany was supposed to deny. This same paradox is even more evident in the above quotation from the Confession, where Bakunin explains why he himself cannot be the dictator he proposes. First there is the powerful pose, the proposal of dictatorship. Then the hasty retreat. He is shy in public and must overcome himself and go against his true nature when he speaks. He might be fanatical, but not to the extent of turning the world upside down. He is too quixotic, too strongly drawn to the fantastic. If one assumes that Bakunin was consciously intending to distort his attitudes and motivations in the hope of winning reprieve, then one would have to say that he was being truthful in spite of himself, that intentional deception had opened the door to concealed truth. So accurately would the deception correspond to the reality of his character. But the case is less involved than that, for there is no reason to assume that he was engaged in deception here or, for that matter, as will be argued in the next chapter in most other sections of the Confession. What this extraordinary self-awareness does show is that he had come to realize, or even had sensed all along, that he had indeed been engaged in fantasy, that the violent apocalyptic appeals to turn the world upside down were radically contrary to his essentially passive, nonviolent, timid nature, that, in brief, it was all dramatic theater with himself playing a most unsuitable, Promethean role. Again and again in his confession he displays this striking self-awareness. I was at one and the same time deceiver and deceived, deceiving myself and others with me, doing more or less violence both to my own mind and to the good sense of those who heard me. I was not born a charlatan. Sire, quite the contrary, nothing is more repugnant to me than charlatanism, and a thirst for the simple and pure truth has never been extinguished in me. But the unfortunate and unnatural situation in which I found myself, by my own fault moreover, sometimes forced me to be a charlatan in spite of myself. In a word, I wanted to believe, I wanted to make others believe. This spurious faith, forced and artificial, was not gained without effort, without painful struggles. More than once, at moments of loneliness, I was overcome by searching doubts, doubts about the morality and the possibility of my activity. I stifled the voice of conscience within me and dismissed my doubts as unworthy. To return to the Prague Act, the secret society lasted only a few days, crumbling along with the rest of the resistance under the force of Austrian troops before it had time to do anything or even properly organize. The troops had moved. 219. In to quell a rising, mainly by students, that occurred on the last day of the Congress, June 12. The students' aim was to establish the independent republic that the more cautious and realistic Congress delegates had rejected. Although general histories occasionally give Bakunin's fiery speeches an important role in this rising, the historian of the Congress itself, while mentioning the influence of other Congress radicals, states that not one source of the time mentions Bakunin. Bakunin himself, in fact, contends in the confession that he had tried to make the students understand the necessity of giving up this impossible enterprise which would only provide the Austrian army the opportunity for an easy victory. However, such prudence, and here, too, there is no reason to doubt him, did not keep him from adding his powerful voice and Russian songs to the pre-insurrection festivities the night before the rising, or from bursting into the Polish caucus on the day of the rising to tell his fellow delegates that this was not time to meet, but to fight, or from going himself to the barricades with a rifle to fire a few times. But this was not Paris. Even at the barricades, he recalled, he was skeptical and never ceased being a kind of outsider, not expecting any significant results. Still, the show must go on. So, doubts and alienation notwithstanding, he advised the rebels once the rising had begun how best to overthrow the government in City Hall, and replace it with a military committee provided with dictatorial powers. The conclusion was foregone. A week before the rising, the commander of the Austrian forces, Windisch-Gratz, had already massed his troops and artillery around the city and was well enough prepared to let the insurrection spread, the better to crush it completely when he chose to do so. An artillery barrage on June 16 followed by a rain of martial law finished the job. On the 18th Bakunin was on his way again to Breslau, where he remained until his return to Berlin on July 5. There things went from bad to worse. Everything had gone wrong in his political life. Now it was the turn, again, for his personal life to suffer. The day after his arrival in Berlin, the Neue Rheinische-Zeitung, edited by Marx, carried a report claiming that George Sand had evidence to prove that Bakunin really had been, and perhaps still was, a Russian agent, and the one chiefly responsible for the arrest shortly before of several Poles. 2 days later, Bakunin wrote George Sand asking her either to make the alleged evidence public or to help him dispel the slander. The following day he wrote an open letter of protest in Allgemeine oder Zeitung, which was reprinted in Marx's Neue Rheinische-Zeitung on July 16. A letter from Sand, dated the 20th, was published in Neue Rheinische-Zeitung on August 3. It completely exonerated Bakunin. The whole ugly affair was overwhelmingly painful for him. It was bad enough when such slander was spread by word of mouth by French, Russian, and Belgian authorities. But now it was printed for all to read, and printed in just those jours. 220. Nals that were read by everyone who really mattered to him. He knew that once the rumor was in the air, disclaimers could never fully clear him, especially among that group he was counting on as his key Archimedes point, the Polish nationalists, the ones he had allegedly betrayed. Most of July was devoted to writing and rewriting drafts of letters to various journals in the hope of at least mitigating the harm done. But he did not feel it was doing any good. It seemed to me at all times that everyone considered me a spy, and I was prepared to hate everyone and to keep away from all of them. Never, sire, were things so hard for me as they were then. Registered the honor that had meant everything to him, that he had so strenuously been building and buttressing all these years, now seemed irrevocably lost. He must and would do anything he could to restore it. I swore not to give up my plans, not to deviate from the road I had taken, but to advance along it without looking back, unto the day when my death would prove to the Poles and Germans that I am no traitor. But where, now, did that road lead? Wherever he turned he saw reaction everywhere. Months of embittered and frenzied uncertainty followed. When Varnhagen von Ense visited him at the end of July, he found him doing research on the Balkans. In early August he was encouraged by events in Germany. At last we can breathe deeply. Revolution has turned out to be stronger than intrigue. I join with you Ruga and say we not you and call your German victory, our victory. But about a week later, the German Revolution had become an illusory struggle, a struggle of shadows pretending to be real, yet constantly aware of and willy-nilly revealing limitless weakness. Then, in this same letter to Herweg, he recalled Paris and Proudhon, the only man in Paris, who still understands something. Through all his uncertain flitting here and there, from illusion to illusion, his main hope continued to rest on the collapse of the Habsburg Empire. The destruction of Austria is the question of life for us the Slav and for the entire Revolutionary Party. It was here, however, that he was to experience his next and, in some respects, his worst blow yet. In September 1848 the Croat patriot, soldier, and governor, Baron Josip Jelačić invaded Hungary supposedly to liberate Slavs from their Hungarian overlords, whose dedication to freedom from Austria was nicely balanced by their denial of freedom to their own minority Slavs. This, surely, was a cause that should appeal to the bard of Pan-Slavist liberation, but he was hesitant. We would very much like to know where you Bakunin are now, why you are not with us as you promised. We waited impatiently for you in Zagreb, and when you did not show up, we thought that something unpleasant had happened to you and were worried. Judging from these remarks, by a Slovak professor and longtime foe of the Magyars, it appears that Bakunin had at first supported Jelačić, and it was probably due to that early support that 221. Members of Bakunin's Prague secret society had done the same but if he had, he soon changed his mind when he discovered that the Slavs he had praised so enthusiastically, so much so that he had become something like a guarantor of the political reliability of the Slavic peoples, were under Jelačić actually helping the Habsburg Emperor crush Kossuth's Hungarian Revolution. What are you doing, brother? Bakunin answered the Slovak professor, you are sacrificing the great cause of the Slavs and are only serving the emperor and the Austrian aristocracy. You have declared revolutionary war, but you are serving reaction. Since what was uppermost in Bakunin's mind now was the restoration of his own revolutionary honor, we can well appreciate his dismay at watching his guaranteed Slavic Democrats serving the cause of reaction. He planned to go to Hungary himself, he said, to see what he could do, or at least to get a better picture of this terribly complicated Slavic question, but he could not because my friends in Russia have until now been feeding me not with money but with promises and fine words. He wanted to forget the whole thing, like a bad dream. I no longer had any relations with the Slavs, except for one insignificant letter from Ludwig Stur the Slovak professor which I would have liked to answer, but could not since I did not know his address. Alternately, he searched for some justification for the early support of Jelačić. After all, he wrote, Kossuth himself was even less a democrat, since he was willing to be reconciled with Innsbruck, the temporary quarters for the Austrian emperor, and to serve the court against Vienna in rebel hands, against the Poles, and against Italy, provided that the Innsbruck court satisfy his own Hungarian demands. He tried to exorcise the pain of fact by the magic of illusion. On the 10th of September an article appeared in the Berlin Reform reporting the conclusion of a fact-finding trip to Vienna and including the sentence, "It is sad that here, where the Germans are Democrats, the Slavs came forward as enemies of democracy." Taking this sentence as his theme, Bakunin drafted, but never finished, a defense of the Slavs. The Slavs were Democrats, he insisted, because they just had to be, simply by reason of the fact that Slavs have been until now the most oppressed race in all of Europe. They are, as it were, sentenced to achieve democracy. They had to be Democrats notwithstanding everything that at first sight contradicts this, because as a result of their liberation, the entire world order, based on privilege and despotism, must undergo a radical alteration. He had found an Archimedes point, and he would not let the mere facts of reality take it away from him. The times were bad indeed, it was a most difficult time for me. Without money, without friends, openly denounced as a spy, alone in a large city, I had no idea what to do, and it came to the point of my not knowing how I would. 222. Live the next day. Even more than in July, he was anxious to do anything he could to help him regain his honor, now doubly challenged, by the jealousic betrayal on top of the cruel allegations of his own treason to the revolution. Although political conditions had clearly changed to such an extent that I had almost completely ceased to hope or expect, I could not nor wished to return to Paris, the only asylum remaining to me, before I had demonstrated by some tangible act the sincerity of my democratic convictions. To redeem my stained honor I had to hang on right to the end. I became spiteful, misanthropic, fanatic, ready to leap into any dangerous enterprise whatever, provided it was not dishonorable. My entire being was obsessed with revolution and a passion to destroy Carrot. He tried Breslau again but was ordered to leave not only Breslau but all of Prussia under threat of being turned over to the Russians. He chose Dresden but was denied permission to remain even the short time he intended staying. There was one refuge left in the area Coethen in Anhalt. A small enclave hidden away in Prussian lands, it enjoyed one of the most liberal constitutions in Europe and had opened its doors to political nomads like Bakunin. It was a chance for a well-deserved rest, and since no one took any interest in politics there, he did nothing, he says, but hunt rabbits and other wild game. It was for me a period of repose. Until the month of December, I remained completely inactive and I would not be able to say anything about this period other than the fact that I lived in a state of futile hope, having firmly decided to seize the first opportunity to act. These recollections are extraordinary, for it was just during this period of rabbits and repose that he wrote his most fervently apocalyptic declaration to date appeal to the Slavs. The cause of this apparent discrepancy between mood and action is suggested by the reasons he gives for writing the appeal, to prove to the Poles and to the Germans that I was not a Russian spy, to pave the way to the possibility of a new rapprochement with them, and to remind those in Prague about myself. For all its inflamed passion, in other words, the appeal seems to have been almost a coolly calculated maneuver, entirely consistent with rabbits and repose, in the interests of what had become his most pressing concern, the recovery of his lost honor. The raging passions that flood the appeal, therefore, may have been largely artificial, pumped in for effect, in the same way that his impassioned speeches came to him not naturally but only, to recall his own words, after he had overcome himself and gone against his nature. No doubt as he got into the work, deeper springs of emotions were tapped by association, and these give the piece its occasional ring of authenticity.